The Great Jin Kingdom is a city among people. On the Han family's martial arts square, early in the morning, children and teenagers from 10 to 15 years old came here one after another to practice martial arts, and when these children arrived, they were not surprised to see the 13-year-old boy, who looks between ordinary and handsome, makes various movements on the martial arts field. It's the earliest Han Feng came. It's been 3 years in a row. Yeah, it's a pity, it's obviously a fourth-class aptitude, higher than us, but because of physical problems, after so many years of hard work, I haven't cultivated inner strength. I heard that the owner and others are very disappointed. Many children and teenagers, between the ages of 10 and 15 muttered, and the one who spoke was obviously a little pity for Han Feng's situation. But some looked sarcastic. Han Feng's father is a waste, and doing such things has caused our Han family to lose a lot. I'm afraid this is the retribution for Han Feng's father, and the retribution on his son. The boy who spoke was called Han Lin. He was Han Feng's cousin. He was now over 14 years old, and he had already opened 3 main veins. Among the youths under the age of 15 in the Han family, he could be said to be a leader, and he was better than Han in everything. The wind must be strong, but there is only one thing that is not as good as Han Feng, and that is aptitude. Han Feng's aptitude is 4th class, while Han Lin's aptitude is 5th class, which is 1 class lower than Han Feng's. When Han Feng's aptitude was measured, Han Lin was very unhappy. Who knows what Han Feng's body does not know? The reason was that he was unable to generate internal energy, wasting the 4th class qualifications in vain, and Han Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Because of this, Han Lin always liked to make fun of Han Feng when he had nothing to do. In fact, jealousy is at work. If Han Lin is also a 4th class talent, he might have opened up 4 or even 5 main veins now. However, Han Feng, the core character discussed by many children and teenagers, seems to have not heard it. He is still exercising his body and is familiar with the basic long boxing and basic leg skills taught by the family. Not long after, when all the children and teenagers arrived, they also began to practice basic long boxing and basic leg techniques. Whether it is the basic long fist and the basic boxing, there are 9 styles. Han Feng played back and forth a few times, then slowly stopped work and let out a sigh of relief. I can't master the basic long boxing and basic leg skills if I don't use them. Inner strength, these people are not my opponents, but... Having said this, Han Feng shook his head, but his face was not bitter, as if he was not disappointed that he had not cultivated for 3 years without any internal energy. Even when Han Feng heard the discussion and pity of the teenagers around him, the corners of his mouth curved into an arc, which seemed rather mysterious. Touching his heart without a trace, Han Feng's eyes flashed. It's been 3 years since I started cultivating, and I have a hunch that it will be solved in a few days at most, or even today. This secret, when? Immediately, Han Feng began to practice basic boxing and basic leg skills. At this time, a middle-aged man came to the martial arts training ground. As soon as this great man appeared, all the children and teenagers in the martial arts training ground straightened their backs, for fear of being reprimanded. This middle-aged man is an instructor outside the Han family. His surname is Lin. He is called Instructor Lin. Instructor Lin's teaching was very strict. The oldest children and teenagers in the martial arts field were no more than 15 years old, and they had never gone out to practice. Instructor Lin saw that the staff had arrived, and said loudly, "The sons of the Han family, it has been nearly 3 years since I taught you basic boxing and basic leg skills. Your current session is 1 level stronger than the usual one. The strongest Han Lin is not too far away from opening the 4th main vein, so he received the approval of the patriarch yesterday to teach you the claw art in advance." Whoa! The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. The claw art was an extremely high-level existence in the basic martial arts. Generally, only the warriors who had opened up 5 or 6 main veins were allowed to practice by the family. I didn't expect them to be ahead of schedule now. For a time, everyone's grateful eyes fell on Han Lin. Han Lin is a warrior who was about to get through the 4 main veins. Feeling everyone's gratitude, Han Lin was very proud. Han Feng's eyes flashed a bit of fiery. Condensing claw art is a basic high-level martial arts. The previous basic Xuanhuan and basic leg techniques were basic low-level martial arts. Even if there are rewards, they have directly crossed the basic mid-level martial arts level. Instructor Lin asked everyone to stand up, and then his face changed suddenly, a fierce and mighty breath came out, and there was even a trace of evil spirit. These Han family teenagers have not experienced this kind of experience, and they are all pale with such a fierce atmosphere. Han Feng also has a bad face, and his body is slightly swaying. This is because Instructor Lin did not target them, or else. A human-level martial artist is really strong, even 4-star human level. What kind of situation will the patriarch's grandfather, who has reached 10-star human-level strength be? Han Feng thought in shock. For a time, Han Feng fell into the worship of powerful warriors, not only Han Feng, but also other teenagers. Drink. Instructor Lin gave a sharp cry, his palms quickly condensed into claws, and he grabbed it out. A huge rock in front of Instructor Lin was instantly smashed to pieces. Then Instructor Lin swayed quickly again, displaying various moves. After a long time, Instructor Lin stopped the offensive, the previous atmosphere suddenly returned to normal, and many young people looked at Instructor Lin with fiery eyes. Instructor Lin smiled slightly and began to show slowly, while emphasizing some key points. Okay, there are only so many points for the condensing claw art, everyone cultivates on their own. Han Feng stood there and closed his eyes, thinking about every movement of Instructor Lin before. After a long time, Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the movements unfolded slowly. It was a little jerky at first, but slowly, the movements became more and more proficient. The speed is getting faster and faster, although it can't be compared with Instructor Lin, but at least it can be fully displayed. Instructor Lin swept the audience and paused on Han Feng's body. As expected, Han Feng was the first to show off such an extraordinary comprehension ability, and his own qualifications are 4th class, in the future. It's a pity that something went wrong with my body, alas. Instructor Lin shook his head, it was a pity to lose such a good seedling. The other teenagers stopped to take a look after Han Feng fully performed the claw condensation technique, and then started their own practice, but they started talking to each other again. Every time it seems that Han Feng is the first to fully display the tricks. I thought it was too simple for basic low-level martial arts, but the condensing claw skills are basic, I didn't expect it to be. Whatever he does, he can't get his inner strength out of practice. Is there any use for an empty shelf? It's also true that although we are cultivating slower, we still have internal energy. I'm about to get through the first main vein recently. Hee, me too, step up your practice. Han Lin looked at Han Feng with jealousy, and then said coldly, trash is trash, I want to see it. When I practice human-level martial arts in the future, I need to mobilize the true energy in my body. At that time I will see how you lead. Time flies, and 2 hours have passed. Instructor Lin waved his hand and said, today, everyone's results are good, and there are 4 people who can barely use several moves of Ningclaw. Once you're proficient, you won't make mistakes when activating your inner strength, otherwise your inner strength will be out of tune due to the wrong moves during battle, but it will be broken, so let's go now. Oh. Many teenagers are still young, 13 or 4-year-olds are better, and 10 and 11-year-olds are very playful and run away like wind. Han Feng's face was flat, and he slowly walked out of the martial arts field and walked towards his father's room. Pushing open the door of his father's room, a handsome-looking man immediately got up and said, come here soon, son, the food is about to get cold. Father, didn't you say you don't have to wait for me, the food is cold again? Han Feng stepped forward and said helplessly. The handsome man, the father of Han Feng, whose full name is Han Tiancheng, is the fourth son of Han Yu, the current head of the Han family. Although this kind of strength is the same as that of Instructor Lin, it is not too weak in the Han family, but Instructor Lin is a foreign surname after all, and the training resources are far less than the real direct line of the Han family, not to mention that Han Tiancheng is the fourth son of the current Han family patriarch. Even though his aptitude is not enough, Han Tiancheng has no shortage of cultivation resources that he should have. In this comparison, a mere 4-star human rank is not enough. Han Yu's other 3 sons, Han Feng's top 3 uncles, the worst are 8 human-level stars, and the highest are 9-star human level. If only that was the case, Han Tiancheng did a daring thing, which caused huge losses to the Han family, and even brought Han Feng to the Han family. Speaking of this matter, Han Feng was also quite speechless. Because of his aptitude, Han Tiancheng is not very outgoing, and can even be said to be a little cowardly. During an outing experience, Han Tiancheng met a woman from a big family, and at first sight, Han Tiancheng fell in love at first sight. Han Tiancheng also knew that he was not worthy of such a woman, so he just followed the woman to a mountain range in secret, which is also Han Tiancheng's luck. After killing a powerful monster, the woman was hit by the monster poison. That's all right, that woman is devoted to martial arts, she doesn't care about lust, she doesn't care about love, and she doesn't have any thoughts of leaving her body to the person she loves the most. So after discovering Han Tiancheng, she took Han Tiancheng. Tiancheng gave the circle a fork, and when he was done, he patted his butt and walked away. But the later development, the woman was also unexpected, she was shot and became pregnant. Although this woman was devoted to martial arts, she was also very curious about the life in her stomach, so she decided to give birth. It is conceivable that this kind of thing could have been hidden from the family of the next woman, if the woman had not lost her chastity. Regardless of the matter, the Han family is expected to be exterminated. For this reason, the Han family also paid a heavy price to settle this matter. During this process, everyone ignored that Han Tiancheng was the one who was forced. This woman is Han Feng's biological mother, and the one who was shot and pregnant was Han Feng. Han Feng was born, and his qualifications were only the 4th grade low grade. In the city of people, there are almost no people with more than low-grade qualifications, and the 3rd grade and above are rarely seen. Therefore, when the warriors in the city of people are talking about the qualification level of warriors, they directly ignore the previous low grade. Not nice. But in the family where Han Feng's biological mother belongs, let alone the 4th grade low grade, it is the 1st grade low grade, and it is also 1st class waste wood. Only high-grade qualifications will be valued. There are 36 grades of qualification grades, the lower, middle, upper, and 4th grades. Each grade is divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the lowest and the 1st grade being the highest. Because of his poor aptitude, Han Feng's biological mother also took into account the embarrassment of Han Feng's status in that family, so he sent Han Feng back to the Han family. Sure enough, the low-grade 4th class qualifications that were not valued in that family were in the Han family. But it attracted a lot of attention. Low rank, low grade, and 3rd rank means that the warrior can easily advance to the human rank if he has the appropriate exercises, and the 3rd rank aptitude in the character means that the warrior can cultivate to the middle and upper ranks among the human ranks. On the other hand, the 3rd class aptitude for character means that with the right cultivation technique and certain experience, it is entirely possible to break through the human rank and become a master of the profound rank. The 4th class qualification of character. Even if it is impossible to break through to the Xian rank, at least it will be 9 stars of the human rank. It is even possible to reach 10 stars of the human rank, 11 stars of the human rank, and 12 stars of the human rank under the full cultivation of the family. Nowadays, the strongest person in the Han family is only 10 stars, so why not pay attention to it? It's a pity that the Han family executives discovered that there was a problem in Han Feng's body, and there was no internal energy at all, or in other words, the internal energy often disappeared inexplicably. Naturally, the senior members of the Han family no longer pay so much attention to Han Feng. However, Han Feng's mother came from a big family after all. Although Han Yu and others were disappointed with Han Feng, they did not dare to neglect Han Feng. Only the Han family Han Feng might secretly disdain Han Feng. Han Tianqing looked at Han Feng with guilt. Obviously he could see the contempt of the Han family for Han Feng on weekdays. Under such eyes, Han Feng finished his breakfast depressed. He didn't care about these contempt at all, but no matter what, Han Tianqing had been feeling guilty, and after a long time, Han Feng would not persuade him. The breakfast is cold, and other Han family members will not be treated like this, but Han Tianqing and Han Feng are different. Han Feng didn't care about this, and even wanted to use it to inspire his father's fighting spirit. Don't be so cowardly anymore, but it was useless. In the end, Han Feng gave up. The mysterious veil, Han Feng might interfere in this matter. Now Han Feng doesn't expect his father to change his cowardly temperament. Han Feng's depression is more than one thing. How can he say that his father is also a handsome man, and I heard that his mother is even more beautiful? Why is his appearance so ordinary? Just barely getting close to Qingxiu, what makes him a transmigrant? After eating, Han Feng got up and left, ready to return to his room to continue unveiling the mysterious veil. Master, just finished the training. The old slave boiled hot water for the young master. The young master should wash his body. As soon as Han Feng entered his room, an old man stepped forward and smiled. Yu Lao, thank you very much. Han Feng said gently. Yu Lao was sent by Han Feng's mother together to take care of Han Feng growing up. In the Han family, no one dared to provoke Yu Lao. It is said that Yu Lao is likely to be a master of Xuanjia. It can be said that he is the number one in the city. Master, unfortunately, Yu Lao only focuses on Han Feng and doesn't care about others. Otherwise, by relying on Yu Lao alone, the Han family's status in the city of people will be elevated to the top in one fell swoop. It is precisely because of the existence of Lao Yu that the Han family only dared to gossip about Han Tianqing and Han Feng secretly, but they did not dare to do anything bad. Therefore, in the past 10 years, Han Feng's life was not bad, but not bad. In fact, Han Feng has some impressions of his life experience, because he is a traveler, but more from Yu Lao's mouth. It is estimated that in the entire Han family, only Yu Lao, Han Feng and the client Han Tianqing knew that it was Han Tianqing who was forced, not Han Tianqing who took the initiative to rape Han Feng's biological mother. After instructing everything, Elder Yu left the room. Han Feng neatly cleaned his body, and then sat on the bed with his heart turned upside down and his legs crossed. The basic exercises of the Han family of practitioners. Gradually, the weak internal energy is generated from Yi Han's dantian, and flows into the meridians in the body, but when it passes through the position of the heart, it instantly enters a certain place, and Han Feng has just practiced. The inner strength was completely absorbed. At the same time, the position of Yi Han's heart gradually flashed a faint golden and red light. The reason why Han Feng has been unable to store internal energy in his dantian over the years is because of the strange golden-red complexion in his heart. Han Feng doesn't know what this golden and red light is, but Han Feng knows that as long as he solves such a mystery by himself, it will definitely be of great help to his future practice, so Han Feng will keep this golden and red light forever. The two-colored light devoured the internal energy that had been generated over the years. To say why he thinks so, it is only Han Feng's intuition. Sometimes Han Feng also wonders if this is a trap, and if there is any danger, it will be over, but later Han Feng thought that the martial artist is divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth, and the mere low-level qualifications will be the sky in the future. 11 or 2 stars of the human rank are amazing, and getting some opportunities is just a mysterious rank. Xuanhuan, who is also a powerful man in a small place, is nothing to the entire Jin kingdom, and around the Dejin kingdom, there are even more powerful and larger empires. When I think about the future, it is very likely that Han Feng's heart was full of unwillingness to just hide in a small corner of the empire. When he came across, Han Feng naturally had some memories since he was a child. Han Feng will always remember that his grandfather, Han Yu, the head of the Han family, faced the humbleness of his mother's family. Rather than living a humble life in the future, Han Feng would rather gamble. Big deal, just to die. But if it is really a treasure, it is a great opportunity. Han Feng took a deep breath, the basic exercises continued to operate, and the operation route was even more familiar and could no longer be familiar. Constantly weak internal energy is generated from Han Feng's dantian, which is then absorbed by the golden and red light at the heart. Han Feng faintly felt that the veil of golden and red light was about to unfold. In the early morning of the next day, Han Feng was shocked all over his body, and the golden and red rays of light from his heart shot out instantly. This is. Han Feng's surprise is not small. Isn't this pagoda the cheap thing I bought at the street stall before I crossed over? Is it because of this strange little tower that I crossed in my sleep? Thinking of this, Han Feng was instantly a little sullen. Although Han Feng's life was not good before he came across, it is still better than this different world full of warriors. At least in the world of the previous life, as long as he doesn't mess with big people, life safety is still guaranteed within a certain range. But here, killing is simply casual. It didn't take long for Han Feng to get discouraged again. That's it, since it's here, all the past lives are gone, and I will be Han Feng in the future, and only Han Feng. At this time, the golden and red pagoda flew into the mouth of Han Feng's heart again, and got in with a squeak. The next moment, at the mouth of the heart, a gold and red pagoda tattoo appeared. Han Feng reached out and touched it, and could feel some temperature. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes darkened and he came directly to a hall. Looking around the hall, except for a cauldron in the center, the rest of the place is clean and empty, looking extremely empty. What is this place? Could it be the golden and red pagoda space just now? That's all Han Feng could think of. Boom! The entire hall trembled quickly, the golden and red rays of light flourished, and a powerful pressure filled the entire hall. Han Feng's face was pale. Under this pressure, Han Feng felt that he was like an ant under the heaven and earth. The insignificance can no longer be insignificant. Not long after, the golden and red rays of light turned into 2 beams, which instantly shot at Han Feng. Han Feng wanted to avoid it, but the golden and red rays of light were extremely fast. Even human-level, profound-level powerhouses may not be able to dodge it. What? With a scream, the golden and red rays of light have enveloped Han Feng. Han Feng only felt that his head was flooded with a lot of information, as if he was going to directly fill his entire head. Han Feng had a grim look on his face, blue veins on his forehead, and rolled around with his head covered on the ground. After a short while, his whole body was wet, as if he had been soaked in water, and he was very embarrassed. Pain. It hurts, damn it, is this thing really going to hurt me? Damn, what is it? It has been filling my head. No, I can't pass out. If I pass out and don't wake up again, wouldn't my life be buried here? If I live a new life, should I just die like that? I want to practice. I want to become a martial artist. I want to become a high-level martial artist. What's wrong with only low-quality aptitudes? Who said that poor aptitudes can't reach a high level? As long as you work hard, I believe there will always be a way for those with poor aptitudes to be promoted to high-level warriors. I absolutely cannot die here. Ah! Han Feng let out bursts of screams, but he endured it abruptly. Until the last moment, Han Feng's eyes went black and he fainted completely. The golden and red light gradually weakened and finally disappeared. 2 hours later, Han Feng let out a moan and woke up slowly. I am. Han Feng straightened up, covered his head, and his eyes were confused. After a long time, Han Feng remembered what happened before. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, great, I'm not dead, wait. I seem to have a lot of things in my head. Han Feng closed his eyes, and in an instant, a huge knowledge reserve flashed. Han Feng's body shook, and he was almost stunned by the huge knowledge reserve. After swept away, Han Feng's face was suddenly overjoyed. Ha ha ha, sure enough, this is my chance. With this Jiantianhua Tower, I will have a lot of help on the road to becoming a strong man. Jiantianhua Tower, the treasure of Panga Universe Avenue. In the Panga universe, many powerful magic treasures are divided into acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate treasures, and above innate treasures, there are chaos spirit treasures and chaos supreme treasures. And on the chaos treasure, there are extremely rare Tao treasures. The Great Tao treasure was conceived by the Great Tao after countless tribulations, and the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda was the 10th Great Tao treasure bred from the Panga Universe Great Way. But Panga Universe Avenue, 9 is the ultimate, according to common sense, can only have 9 treasures of the avenue, this Jiantianhua Tower, it can be said that it is not allowed to exist. For this reason, when the Jiantianhua Pagoda was just born, it was sealed by the Tao, and after 1 trillion years, it fell into the hands of Han Feng by chance. There is a certain destiny in the dark, and Han Feng is precisely the destined person of this Jiantianhua Pagoda. After the sealed Jiantianhua Pagoda, after Han Feng came into contact, some power was unlocked. The Panga universe has not allowed the existence of the Jiantianhua Pagoda. The Xuanhuan Pagoda had to use the unsealed energy to travel with Han Feng to this barren world, an incomplete world. Here, the Xuanhuan Tower can really play a role. How could Han Feng not be happy with the help of such heaven-defying treasures? Sweeping towards the big cauldron in the center of this space, Han Feng's eyes flashed red. Everything melts into the flame cauldron. Whether I can break through the mortal rank and reach the human rank in a short time depends on you. The new book has been released, and I ask for your great support. Recommended tickets and collections are extremely popular during the new book period. Please, everyone. Ask for collection. Ask for a recommendation. The Jiantianhua Tower is divided into 9 layers, each layer has the function of each layer. The first layer is the place for refining the source liquid. The so-called source liquid is the spiritual liquid of all origins, and everything, as long as it has spirituality, can be refined into source liquid through this all things melting flame cauldron. Of course, this source liquid also has grades, high and low, the same grade, also the size of the weight, the more the amount, the more the strength will be improved by taking the source liquid. It can be said that if it is in a stage where there is no bottleneck and only accumulates energy in the body, the strength of the source liquid refined through the melting flame cauldron of all things will soar. In order to refine the source liquid, not only all things need to melt the flame cauldron, but also the strange fire cultivated by the user. Ordinary cultivators cultivate ordinary fire, which is not very powerful. If they want to cultivate powerful abnormal fire, they must use various special means. However, there is a set of magic formulas in the Rongyan cauldron. Through this magic formula, as long as there are enough fire-type heaven and earth spirits, you can cultivate powerful different fires. The different fires cultivated are different, and the things that can be refined are also different. Some powerful spiritual things cannot be refined at all if the level of different fire is not enough. The role of the source liquid, in addition to enhancing the strength, also has another function. If you want to open the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 7th floor of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, you need the energy of the source liquid. Even after these layers are turned on, if you want to increase the level of the inner effect of this layer, you also need source fluid. For example, through the information in the brain, the second layer belongs to the spiritual spring, and the body can be immersed in it, which can improve the qualifications. The newly opened second layer has limited qualifications. According to Han Feng's estimation, it is impossible to upgrade from low-grade qualifications to low-grade qualifications. Chinese quality. If you want to upgrade to a higher aptitude, you need to upgrade the spiritual spring. As long as there is enough source fluid, the highest spiritual spring in the future can completely transform ordinary people into a heaven-defying existence with a body of law. The energy required for this is too huge, and I am afraid that it may not be possible to search the entire barren continent. Han Feng doesn't feel anything about this. His current level is too low, and all his internal energy is absorbed by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. He is not even a mortal martial artist. He wants to raise Lingquan to the highest level. That level, right, for Han Feng, it is too far away. Even in this lifetime, Han Feng has no confidence to reach it. Right now, Han Feng's goal is to break through to the human level. Han Feng stepped forward and reached out to touch the top of the Rongyan cauldron. The whole body of the Rongyan Ding has the color of bronze, and a prehistoric atmosphere strikes. The all things Rongyan Ding, which was born in the treasure of the avenue, existed long enough. Bang! Han Feng reached out his hand and just touched the flame cauldron of the fusion of all things, and a huge store of knowledge poured into Han Feng's mind. This stock of knowledge is not comparable to what Han Feng experienced just now, but it is not much. However, Han Feng clenched his teeth so hard that he even bit his lip, and Han Feng couldn't care about the blood flowing out. Blue veins popped up on his forehead, and large drops of sweat slid down. Clothes that had finally dried were soaked again. If it was the previous Han Feng, with such a reserve of knowledge, he might have fainted directly to the ground, but after the forced influx of previous knowledge, Han Feng's willpower and mental strength have vaguely improved a grade. Although it is difficult, it will not faint. It took half an hour for Han Feng to relax. Nine Flames and Different Fire Art. This is the secret of cultivating a powerful fire. Let's see, the 9 flames and different fires are divided into 10 layers. The first layer is the foundation, and the one cultivated is ordinary fire. You don't need fire-type heaven and earth spirits to succeed. So that's the case. Successful second-level cultivation is the threshold for stepping into the strange fire. Xuanhuan Jade Fire on the 2nd floor, Kanglan Profound Fire on the 3rd floor. Xuanhuan Jade Fire can actually burn true essence. Oh, it's too strong. Doesn't this mean that Xuanhuan Jade Fire can directly refine and strengthen itself when the enemy's true essence attack erupts? No, it shouldn't be so perverted. There should be some restrictions, but unfortunately I won't know until I reach the 2nd floor. And to produce true essence, that's a mysterious powerhouse, and it's too far away from me for the time being. Han Feng calmed down his excited state of mind. Although he really wanted to practice immediately, now is not the time. Han Feng continued to search for the acquired knowledge. Skyfire Seal? Skyfire Battle Body? Skyfire Battle Fist? Skyfire Armor? Hey, all of them are martial skills, but unfortunately, they all need to break through to the human level to cultivate. What a pity. Han Feng shook his head and put aside his plans to practice these martial arts for the time being. With a thought, Yi Han returned to the room. Suddenly, a sour smell hit. It smells so bad. Where is it? Cough, it was me. It should be the sweat that I shed when I was enduring those memories. It made me smell so bad. How much sweat did I sweat? Han Feng got up immediately and took water to wash in the middle of the night. As Han Feng's young master, he would have been assigned to several maids and servants. However, due to the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, Han Feng has not cultivated his inner strength until now, and is classified as a waste with no future. Naturally, the family will not be assigned. These slaves, at best, don't treat them badly in life. Washing off the sour smell from his body, Han Feng squatted on the bed again. Now that the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda has been opened, there is no need to absorb my internal energy. With my low-grade 4th class qualification, this is already the top of the 3rd grade low-grade. One night is enough to cultivate a lot of internal energy. Silently running the basic exercises of the Han family, not long after, some internal energy was produced, which was stored in the dantian. The current Han Feng, if he uses the basic boxing technique, basic leg technique, and even the claw technique, his power will be incomparable. After 3 years of training, Han Feng is no longer a novice. In one night, the internal energy accumulated is more than 10 times that of a novice. Ordinary-level warriors are not as clearly divided as human-level warriors. There are 12 stars, but only the early, middle, and late stages. In the early stage of the mortal rank, internal energy is generated in the body, and it gradually grows until one of the 8 main veins vibrates and breaks through, and then one can step into the middle stage of the mortal rank. Opening up all the 8 main veins is the mid-mortal rank achievement. Next is to condense the inner strength until it transforms into infuriating energy, creating attributes, and finally reaching the late mortal rank achievement. Going forward, open up the 12 major meridians, and you can break through to the human level. 3 years of practice, I am extremely proficient at the early stage of the mortal rank. If this continues, at most 1 month, I will be able to get through the main vein. Ordinary rank, the middle stage is the most difficult, and it also takes the longest. After practicing these inner strengths, I can practice the 9 flames and different fire art. Once I reach the first level, I can try to refine some spiritual objects and refine them into source liquid. At that time, in the middle stage of the most difficult rank, it should be easy to break through. OMG, the website has been drawn from last night to the present. It's really stupid. Today's first update has been posted. I ask for your strong support. Ask for collection. Ask for a recommendation. In the next period of time, Han Feng ran the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. However, there was not much time left, and the sky would soon be bright. Even if the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art was only the foundation, it was not so easy to be able to practice successfully. Hey, it's dawn, it's time to go to the martial arts field to practice, and strive to cultivate the claw to the realm of great achievement as soon as possible. Han Feng came to the martial arts field early, and performed basic boxing techniques and basic leg techniques one by one. With the inner strength, Yi Han's understanding of these basic boxing techniques and leg techniques was slightly different. Gradually, there were more and more teenagers. Suddenly, a Han family disciple said in surprise, "Look, Han Feng's boxing and leg skills today are different from the past. Yes, I have more power than before, similar to when we were cultivating." Could it be? The Han family disciple obviously guessed something. Han Lin's eyes flashed among the Han family's children. Could it be that this trash has internal energy? Is your health better? Even if I have internal energy, it's not that easy to catch up in 3 years. I must be the first to break through to the human rank of the younger generation under the age of 15 in the Han family. Han Lin's heart ignited a raging fighting spirit. A family may have some contradictions, but these contradictions will never be so big that they will fight to the death. Therefore, although Han Lin is angry and jealous, he is more interested in competition. He wants to prove that the Han family is 15 years old. Next, he is the first person. If there is a genius in a family, it will be obliterated by jealousy, and the family is not far from its decline and destruction. Instructor Lin still arrived shortly after the Han family's youths arrived. Instructor Lin said indifferently, For the next month, I will be cultivating the claw condensation technique. If you don't understand anything, you can ask this instructor. After saying that, Instructor Lin sat directly by the side, watching the Han family members train. As a 4-star powerhouse, Instructor Lin's eyesight is so vicious. Many young Han family members are progressing or regressing in their cultivation. Instructor Lin can tell just by looking at them. When Instructor Lin's eyes fell on Han Feng, it suddenly lit up, and then he was shocked. This phenomenon, could it be? Instructor Lin suddenly stood up. Han Feng, come here. Han Feng seemed to have expected this result for a long time. Hearing Instructor Lin calling him, he quickly stepped forward to Instructor Lin. Instructor Lin grabbed Han's wrist suddenly, closed his eyes for a long time, and then opened his eyes and said in surprise, Han Feng, your inner strength disappeared for no reason and are you cured? Han Feng grinned, yes, instructor. Instructor Lin laughed, okay, that's great, your comprehension is extraordinary, and now you can cultivate inner strength. With time, you can completely surpass this instructor. All the teenagers under the age of 15 in the Han family practiced under the guidance of Instructor Lin. Except for Han Lin and a few others, not everyone saw the strangeness of Han Feng. At this moment, Instructor Lin laughed, and for a while, it was clear what was unclear. What, Han Feng is okay? This is interesting. Han Feng's qualifications are 4th grade, 1 grade higher than Han Lin, and 2 or 3 grades higher than ours. 4th grade qualifications are the younger generation in our Renzhongking. In the top 10, Han Feng and Han Lin have some competition. That's not necessarily true. Han Feng is 3 years too late, and Han Lin is 14 years old. He has been practicing for 4 years, and now he has entered the middle stage of the mortal rank. The 4th main vein has already been opened. If it is said that it will surpass Han Lin in 3 or 4 years, I still believe it, but if it is said that it will surpass Han Lin in a mere 1 or 2 years, it is unlikely. Han Lin was already a little over 14 years old. Once he turned 15, he would join the Han family guard, or join other sects or even academies. By then, he would no longer be in the same place, so how could he compete? Instructor Lin patted Han Feng on the shoulder. Yes, let's practice, this instructor is optimistic about you. Yes. Among the strange and complicated gazes of many Han family teenagers, Han Feng Xuanhuan came to the area where he had been exercising. Beside Han Lin, the 2 teenagers from the Han family whispered, Han Lin, why don't you teach this kid a lesson? But he has just been able to cultivate his inner strength. How can we compare to us? Seeing that Instructor Lin is happy, it is possible that we are all incompetent. The cultivation of these 2 teenagers is not simple. One of them has reached the peak of the early mortal rank, and only 1 step away will be able to open the main vein and enter the middle mortal rank. As for the other, he was about to open up the 2nd main vein. Among the many Han family teenagers, the speed of cultivation was at the forefront, and there were very few who could overwhelm him. These 2 teenagers have always respected Han Lin. Han Lin is Han Tianmu, the son of Han Feng's 3rd uncle. Like Han Feng, he is a direct descendant of the Han family. And they are just collateral. If it wasn't for Han Feng's inability to cultivate inner strength before, their status would be impossible to compare with Han Feng. Now that Han Feng has cultivated his inner strength, if the illness is really cured, the 2 teenagers know that in a short time, Han Feng's status will be much higher than them. The 2 teenagers who were not Han Fenging were jealous and were extremely unbalanced. Hearing this, Han Lin's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced coldly at the 2 teenagers, and said coldly, Han Feng is still my cousin. Let me teach Han Feng a lesson. What are you thinking? The 2 teenagers were startled and dripping with cold sweat. Han Lin's eyes softened, and he said lightly, Han Gu, Han Lai, I can also guess some of your thoughts. Han Feng is an orthodox direct descendant, and it is normal for his status to be higher than you, if you don't even understand this. Toru, you don't have to follow me in the future. What's more, Han Feng has been able to cultivate his inner strength now, so don't provoke him at will. Although Han Lin had some prejudice against Han Feng's father, this prejudice also spread to Han Feng, but he was a blood brother anyway, so Han Lin could not do it if Han Lin taught Han Feng a lesson. Not to mention that Han Feng has just cultivated his inner strength, which is very different from him, a mid-level mortal master who has already opened up the 3 main veins. With Han Lin's character, it is impossible to bully the small. Han Gu and Han Lai hurriedly nodded and said yes, almost forgot, no matter what happened to Han Feng, it was also from the Han Lin family. They were born in a collateral line, and they wanted to provoke an infighting between 2 direct line brothers. The higher-ups know, their parents will be implicated too. Han Lai hesitated and said, Han Lin, aren't you afraid that Han Feng will fight with you? You must know that under the age of 15, the glory of the first person in the younger generation is highly valued in the Han family, and the first person to break through the human rank will also receive a lot of rewards, which can even open the gap between the peers. Less distance. Han Lin was very calm. In more than half a year, 9 or 10 months, I will be 15 years old. Do you think Han Feng will be able to surpass me in more than half a year? Han Lai was stunned for a moment, then smiled embarrassingly, and quickly shook his head. How could it be possible, even if Han Feng's aptitude was higher than Han Lin's, but it was only 1 grade higher, one was 4th grade, the other was 5th grade, they were all 3rd grade qualifications in the lower grades, and the gap between them was not so big that it was too big to be noticed. Degree of looking up. Han Gu said cautiously at this time, Han Lin, even if we don't trouble Han Feng, others may not be. Han Lin snorted, then it's up to Han Feng. I won't take the initiative to target him, but I won't protect him either. About half an hour later, Instructor Lin finally couldn't sit still, and said loudly, little brats, you cultivate slowly, and when the time is up, you will disband. After saying that, Instructor Lin left quickly. All the teenagers knew that this was a letter to the head of the family. The 4th class qualifications were only found in very few of the entire Han family, and there was only 1 3rd class qualification, and it was a girl. This girl, Han Feng also knows. Speaking of it, Han Feng also calls this girl a cousin. It is a pity that the younger generation of the Han family, girls and boys, are trained separately, and even the instructors are different, so Han Feng cannot see this girl here. As soon as Instructor Lin left, the voices of the discussions among the young Han family gradually grew louder and buzzed. Everyone knows what the 4th class qualification means. The current head of the Han family, as well as Han Lin's father and other real high-level direct descendants of the Han family, are basically only 5th class qualifications. Although Han Feng was a 4th class aptitude before, after all, due to various reasons, he could not generate internal energy, and now the problem has been resolved, and he has been able to exert the true power of the 4th class aptitude. It is conceivable that it will not be long before Han Feng will be able to learn from them. The middle jumped out and became the leader. This made a group of half-eldest children full of envy and jealousy. In the crowd, a burly young man who was covered in darkness gritted his teeth. Damn, once Han Feng surpasses me, I will be the bottom one. No, before that, I must show off my power well, so that Han Feng will surpass me in the future. It wouldn't be too embarrassing. And I just scolded Han Feng a few days ago. If Han Feng takes revenge, it will not make me feel better in the future. Instead of being pushed out by Han Feng in the future, I might as well teach him a lesson and leave a stain on him. Thinking of this, the man strode towards Han Feng. Ha ha ha, Han Feng, congratulations, congratulations, now that the problem of internal strength is solved, it will soar into the sky in the future. The young Korean Feng handed over with a smile on his face. This behavior surprised many teenagers around him. This guy from Cuba, didn't he used to dislike Han Feng, why now? Hey, I think Cuba wants to please Han Feng, so as not to be warned by Han Feng in the future. Now Han Feng has been able to cultivate inner strength, relying on fourth-class qualifications, and it is no longer the same as before. TSK, not necessarily, this guy Cuba is very insidious, the more sincere he smiles now, maybe. Han Lin glanced over here, and soon calmly began to practice the claw condensation technique. Cuba, in Han Lin's eyes, was no different from a waste. After cultivating for 3 years, he is still in the early stage of the mortal rank, and in the early stage of the mortal rank, he is only inferior. If the total amount of internal energy in the initial stage of the mortal stage has a division degree, and it is 100, then Cuba's internal energy will only be 20 or 30 if it is dead. At the beginning, it took Han Lin only 2 months to achieve this inner strength. Han Lin smiled strangely and said secretly, "Let this trash test the strength of my cousin." Han Feng looked at Cuba calmly, but he was vigilant in his heart. Just a few days ago, the two of them had some disputes. Han Feng is very clear about Cuba's behavior. Cuba can't please so soon. Cuba's surname is not Han, which means that Cuba's father is only a servant of the Han family, but if he can come here for training, Cuba's father is considered a high-level existence among the servants. As long as Cuba breaks through to the human level, he can be given the surname Han. Han Feng knows that, as the son of a servant, Cuba's status here is at the lower level. Finally, a member of the direct line is a waste that cannot generate internal energy. Cuba naturally targets him intentionally or unintentionally, so as to express his feelings towards the Han family. The strong jealousy and malice of the direct line. And now that his symptoms are intact, Cuba will not let it go. Whether it is to vent his anger or prevent him from attacking him in the future, Cuba will do something. Of course, on the surface, Han Feng handed over with a slight smile, "It's too much of a lift for me to soar into the sky. I'm so far behind everyone, how could it be so easy to catch up? It's just a matter of practicing hard to improve my strength." Cuban laughed again, "Speaking of which, every time we train, we will practice martial arts against each other. In the past, you couldn't generate internal energy, and no one fought against you. How about letting me play with you this time?" On the surface, it's just a friendly discussion, but in fact, Han Feng sneered in his heart, "Sure enough, it's not a good intention. Even if I can generate internal energy now, how much can I cultivate in just one night's work? It seems that this Cuban is planning to add an indelible stain to my future record. Think about it, in the future, he will really become a high-level Han family, and this taint will greatly reduce his prestige. Unless his strength is so high in the future that the entire Han family looks up, this blemish will be ignored." Cuba still looked at Han Feng with a smile. "How is it? My proposal is not bad, you know, only during the battle can you detect your own shortcomings and improve. Or, Han Feng, you look down on me, the son of a servant, and don't want to fight with me." At the end, Cuban's face suddenly sank. Han Feng scolded inwardly, "There are many servants of the Han family who are not named Han." Han Feng believes that as long as he says yes, in the afternoon, the servants of the entire Han family who are not named Han will know about it, even if he is a direct descendant. He is so many slaves hold grudges, and life will not be easy until they grow up. At this time, pay attention to the teenagers here who also understand Cuba's plan, and each of them cursed Cuba for being cunning, but looked at Han Feng with schadenfreude. Many people are also jealous of Han Feng. If Han Feng was able to exert the strength of the fourth-class aptitude from the beginning, these people would not be like this, but at the beginning, Han Feng could not generate internal energy. In their perception, Han Feng and trash are no different. But suddenly, Han Feng's symptoms improved, and he was promoted from a waste to a top genius of the Han family. The sharp gap before and after this made a group of half-hearted unbalanced hearts. Jealousy also arises from this. Today, the second and third updates are sent in a row, so that the website cannot be updated at night. The collection seems to have stopped moving forward. Brothers, if you still have uncollected ones, you must collect them. This is very important to the success of the new book. Ask for collection. Ask for a recommendation. Oh, Han Feng is in trouble now. Cuba is a waste, but he has been practicing for 3 years. Han Feng has only cultivated his inner strength for 1 night. I am afraid that it will add a stain to his life. Hey, even if Han Feng is stronger than us in the future, we don't have to be afraid of him if we have the stain. That's right. That is. It's a pity, it's a pity. Han Lin also noticed at this time and touched his chin. This Cuban's brain is not stupid. He didn't go up to provocate directly, but chose to learn from each other. It's normal to miss the game. After all, I went straight to provocation. Even if I taught Han Feng a lesson, I would not let him go. The senior family knew that the Cuban father and son would not be better off. And Cuba also knows to dig a trap for Han Feng. Now Han Feng is only in a dilemma. If he accepts it, he will be taught a lesson. If his heart is destroyed, even if his aptitude is high, his future achievements will be limited. If you don't pick it up, you will be stumbled by those servants secretly, and your life will not be easy in the future. Just as Han Lin and Han Feng thought, Cuba is exactly this plan. Han Feng was worried in his heart, but after practicing for a night, he generated too little internal energy. How to win? If the total amount of internal energy in Cuba at the moment is only 20 or 30, then Han Feng is at most 2 or 3. This is the internal energy that Han Feng has cultivated to expand the meridians. Otherwise, in just 1 night, it is impossible to cultivate even a single inner energy. As a 5th-class aptitude, Han Lin didn't take 2 months to cultivate to Cuba's current state. On average, he only had half of his internal energy per day, or even less than half of his internal energy. It seems that it can only be done by some special means. A strange smile flashed on Han Feng's face. Cuba saw this smile, and for some unknown reason, his heart suddenly thumped, and he immediately threw out the thought, how could it be possible? At this time, Cuba heard Han Feng's faint voice, I agree. Almost all the teenagers in the surrounding area turned their attention to Cuba and Han Feng. When they heard Han Feng agree, they were all excited, waiting for Han Feng to be beaten by Cuba. Cuban laughed wildly in his heart, but with a naive smile on his face, Han Feng, you are such a genius, you have to be merciful. Without waiting for Yi Han to reply, Cuba took the lead, but it was despicable and shameless, and the boy from the Han family who dared to look beside him could not help but despise Cuba. However, Han Feng and everyone have different understandings. Although Han Feng was just an ordinary person in his previous life, he has been in society for a year or 2. There was no such thing as fairness at the beginning, especially in another world. In battle, there is only life and death to win or lose, as long as you win, as long as you survive. Before the competition, I have to give a few reminders, it is not necessary at all. So, a group of teenagers from the Han family are really naive. Han Feng has long been conscious and has always been vigilant against Cuba, so at the moment when he shot in Cuba, Han Feng did not panic at all, only to see Han Feng turn slightly, wave his arm, and directly resist Cuba's punch. What? No sneak attack. Cuban was stunned when he didn't succeed. Although Cuba is a little more insidious, he is only a mere 13-year-old boy with a weak fighting consciousness, and he is completely incomparable with Instructor Lin and others. Han Feng swept his legs directly, Cuban suffered a pain in his leg, lost his balance and fell to the ground, which made Cuban immediately regain his senses. It is necessary to rely on the strength of the hands to jump back. However, at this time, Yi Han's basic Xuanhuan had already launched 9 punches to bombard Cuban without falling, directly knocking Cuban out, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The schadenfreude teenagers around were stunned. This this Cuba is too wasteful. Han Feng has just cultivated his inner strength. No, it's not that Cuba is too wasteful, but Han Feng's fighting consciousness is stronger than Cuba. Cuba, as the weakest among us, almost no one fights with him on weekdays, everything is fake. If he makes a move, he will never give Han Feng an opportunity, and at most both sides will suffer, not now. Cuba was careless before, and his internal strength was almost useless. Next, Han Feng will be in danger. Several teenagers from the Han family with extraordinary eyesight commented. Han Lin's eyes flashed. Although Cuba is useless, but 3 years of internal strength training, the body is extraordinary. Before Han Feng's basic Xuanhuan, only a small part of the internal strength was used, and it did not cause much damage to Cuba. Just like what Han Lin said, Cuba quickly stood up, a look of anger flashed on his face, and he quickly suppressed it. This was just a test, he could miss, but if he had an angry face, it was intentional no matter what, and it was all cover-up. Unable to hide, Cuba resisted his disgust for Han Feng, and pulled out an ugly smile, as expected of a genius of the 4th-class aptitude. I have only cultivated the inner strength for a day, and I have fallen into the disadvantage. Take. Before the words were finished, Cuba made another quick shot, or a sneak attack. Han Feng stepped back suddenly, sneering in his heart. I didn't get fooled the first time, how could I be fooled the second time? Unfortunately, I have insufficient internal energy in my body, and if I want to hurt Cuba, I can only use the claw, and only once opportunity, otherwise, without the inner strength, the power of the claw condensation technique will not be able to exert even 1/10. But I have only practiced the claw for a day, so I can only use it without mistakes. If I want to cause the damage of claw, it will take some preparation time. Cuba cannot give me such an opportunity. It seems that it can only be as wretched as I thought before. Cuba learned from the previous lessons, and did not dare to be careless about Han Feng, and the internal energy in the body kept surging, punching and even kicking out one after another. Basic long fist and basic leg technique belong to the basic low-level martial arts, which can be regarded as the foundation of the basics, but with the blessing of inner strength, the power is still not bad. Every time a punch or even a leg is thrown, there will be a buzzing sound. Under such attacks, Han Feng had to dodge in a daze, not even daring to resist directly. Once directly contacted, Cuba's internal energy erupted, and Han Feng was bound to suffer serious injuries. Gradually, Cuba's offensive slowed down. After all, Cuba's internal energy was not much, but even so, Cuba only took a few breaths, while Han was sweating profusely and his clothes were damaged, embarrassed. Cuba finally couldn't help roaring, Han Feng, don't you have the guts? Don't hide if you have the ability. Han Feng smiled strangely, the opportunity has come, I won't hide anymore. Suddenly, Han Feng attacked Cuba, and Cuba grinned, even if I don't have a lot of internal energy left in my body, and I can resist hard, I won't be afraid of you. But just when Cuba was about to punch Han Feng hard, Han Feng moved his feet, his internal energy exploded, his speed soared, and he turned directly behind Cuba. I just heard Han Feng exclaimed, a finger of a chrysanthemum. Today's first update has been updated, please collect and recommend. I just heard Han Feng exclaimed, a finger of a chrysanthemum. Under various plans, Han Feng finally broke out a real blow. In this battle, Han Feng has only exploded his internal strength twice. Once when Cuba first attacked, Han Feng smashed Cuba out after resisting. Han Feng believed that Cuba would be very shocked and angry when he was caught in this way. After cultivating for 3 years, he was knocked out by someone who had cultivated his inner strength for a day. This kind of record was enough to make Cuba a laughingstock among a group of Korean teenagers. Since then, Han Feng has been dodging constantly. Although he is embarrassed, it is not a big problem. This will definitely make the anger that has risen in Cuban's heart soar again, and the offensive will be messy. Every punch will waste a lot of internal energy and physical strength. In this way, Han Feng is not only easier to dodge, but also easier to conceal the real blow. Under the increased speed of the second explosion, Cuba, who was already full of anger in his chest, naturally had no other way of thinking, and his heart was full of violently knocking Han Feng into the air. As a result, Han Feng easily and quickly moved behind Cuba. Of course, this is also Cuba's waste of a lot of physical strength and internal strength, otherwise it would not be easy for Han Feng to easily move behind Cuba by speed. At the same time, Cuba is too young and does not have sufficient fighting awareness. Han Feng's method is fine for Cuba, but for fighters such as Instructor Lin, who often fight with Warcraft, I am afraid it will not play a big role. And even at the beginning might be seen through by Instructor Lin. After 2 consecutive bursts of small inner strength, Han Feng had very little inner strength left in his body, and all the remaining inner strength was used on the finger of the chrysanthemum. Increase the destructive power of both index fingers. As a martial artist, under the accumulation of internal energy, the physical quality is very different from ordinary people, far exceeding ordinary people. When a martial artist has reached an advanced level, even if the internal energy is not used, ordinary people will not let the martial artist frown when a fist hits the martial artist, unless it hits some weak points, such as the throat, such as the crotch. Cuba is a bit annoying, but it is also a servant of the Han family. Han Feng will naturally not kill, so attacking the throat and crotch is not in Han Feng's consideration. Root, but it's not good. Under the exclusion of layers, the chrysanthemum entered the eyes of Han Feng. Compared with the throat and crotch, chrysanthemums are also a weakness, but in comparison, attacking chrysanthemums, as long as they are properly controlled, will not make Cuba any fatal danger. A few days later, Han Feng believed that even if he didn't use this cunning trick, he would be able to cope with Cuba. Cuban's physical strength and internal strength are very few. How can he resist Han Feng's extremely wretched move? And a scream of screams roars out on the spot. The many Hanjia Erlang onlookers were immediately stunned, and the rear hips were unconsciously clamped, which was really painful. Okay, it's scary, my mother. You, brother Han Feng is so scary, I'm looking for my mother. These are the words of the 10-year-old child who just joined. Han Feng's behavior left a great shadow in their young minds, which directly led to the transformation of Han Feng's image in their hearts to a perverted level. Many children and teenagers looked at Han Feng in horror, took a few steps back unconsciously, and then looked at Cuba with full sympathy. Han Lin watched all this with a twitching mouth, and subconsciously touched his butt, wiped off the cold sweat from the top of his head. He silently walked to another location and began to practice martial arts. Han Lai and Han Gu swallowed. Han Lai, fortunately, Han Lin didn't go. This guy Han Feng is too sinister. Even if Han Lin is strong, he is very likely to be recruited. The sight of Han Lin lying on the ground with a face of pain, the chrysanthemum raised high, and the blood spurting suddenly appeared in the minds of the two of them. With a shudder, the two of them immediately left the surrounding crowd with livid faces. Seeing the faces of the two of them, Han Lin knew what the two were thinking, and immediately burst into anger. What are you thinking about? Don't hurry up and practice it for me. I'll find you guys to practice claws later. The two suddenly burst into tears. Boss Han Lin, don't. There are not a few people who leave silently like Han Lin. After all, they are teenagers under the age of 15. They have too little experience. Fighting with each other on weekdays is just scratches and blood. If some desperados are here, it is estimated that their eyes will shine, which is really a big trick of the Yin people. In the crowd, two teenagers squeezed out embarrassingly. These two people, among the Han family members, are also low-ranking existences, and they are friends with Cuba. In the weak coming of Cuba, they took Cuba away, and as I walked, I looked back at Han Feng from time to time, for fear that Han Feng would also come to them. This cautious gaze made Han Feng's mouth twitch. Until it was determined that Han Feng could not sneak up on them, the two drove Cuba and ran away like a fly. In the Han family medical center, the old man with almost no hair looked at Cuba in shock. His uncle, the training is getting less and less strict now, and even the chrysanthemums are coming out. One of the two teenagers said with a tingling scalp, Elder Han, Cuba's injury. Old Han waved his hand, it's okay, it didn't go too deep, just lie down for 7 or 8 days. The two teenagers breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Han Feng's shot is also measured. When the two returned to the training ground, the training time was almost up, and people started to leave one after another. Han Feng couldn't bear it for a long time, and immediately ran away and washed his hands. In a certain hall of the Han family, a lean old man sat high on his hands exposed, very shriveled. In the face of such an old man, Instructor Lin was very respectful. As the strongest of the Han family, his strength reached 10 stars of human rank. His seemingly shriveled hands contained great strength, tearing the height of the two abruptly. The giant beast is also extremely relaxed. This old man is the head of the Han family, Han Yu. Under Han Yu, 3 figures stood. The first figure, looking at about 40 years old, was tall, the tallest of the 3, standing there like a bear. This person is Han Yu's eldest son, Han Feng's uncle Han Tianqing, who exists at the peak of the 9-star human rank. The second figure is the shortest among the 3 figures, and looks like a 40-year-old. At the same time, the figure is also very thin, looking like a hemp. Instructor Lin was more afraid of this second figure than Han Tianqing. This person is Han Yu's second son, Han Feng's second uncle, Han Tianli. Han Tianli practiced the rogue-like movement technique, which was extremely fast. If he didn't pay attention, he might be assassinated by him. Instructor Lin practiced straightforward, hard-resisting exercises, and he was the most annoying and most feared of this type of martial artist. This is also the reason why Han Tianqing's cultivation base is obviously stronger than that of Han Tianli, but Instructor Lin is more afraid of Han Tianli. The third figure looks like a normal person, with an ordinary face. If thrown in the crowd, I am afraid that it will be ignored immediately, but this person's slightly opened eyes flashes sharply from time to time, showing that this person extraordinary. This person is Han Yu's third son, Han Feng's third uncle, Han Tianmu. Han Tianqing, Han Tianli, Han Tianmu. The cultivation bases of the 3 people are the late stage of human level 9 stars, the middle stage of human level 9 stars, and the early stage of human level 9 stars. Han Yu was excited at the moment. Lin Yu, what you said is true. Feng'er can really cultivate inner strength? Instructor Lin immediately said, go home, it's absolutely true, I have already checked, and the inner strength in Han Feng's body is equivalent to the inner strength that a 5th-class aptitude person has cultivated for 7 or 8 days. Han Yu looked incredulous. How is this possible? Even if Feng'er is a 4th-class aptitude, which is a notch higher than a 5th-class aptitude, but one night is equivalent to Lin 7 or 8 days, which is a bit too incredible, even a 2nd-class aptitude. Even 1st-class qualifications are not necessarily like this. Could it be that Feng'er's aptitude is middle grade? Having said this, Han Yu first shook his head. Feng'er's aptitude was tested by that family himself, and the old man has tested it more than once. It is indeed a low-grade 4th-class aptitude, but... Han Tianqing, Han Feng's uncle said, could it be that this kid cultivated his inner strength a few days in advance and didn't say it? As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Instructor Lin closely. Instructor Lin's forehead was soaked with cold sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. Being watched by 3 people with 9 stars and a 10-star powerhouse, Instructor Lin was not under too much pressure. The gap between the human level 4-star and Han Yu and others is too big. Instructor Lin resolutely said, Han Feng definitely cultivated his inner strength last night. Yesterday I was very sure that Han Feng was just an ordinary person, and when I asked today, Han Feng also admitted this. If that's the case, then why? Han Tianmu, Han Feng's third uncle, looked puzzled. Han Yu thought for a while and said, although I don't know why, this is undoubtedly a good thing. After speaking, Han Yu smiled wryly, your fourth brother's current situation, your three brothers also know, if it is not for the father and not the father and son, it is really too much trouble for the fourth brother, and there must be one person in this matter. Bear it, divert the family's attention, otherwise the cohesion of the family will probably drop a lot. The fourth child is the party involved in this matter, so he will naturally bear it, and the fourth child also agrees. The incident more than 10 years ago greatly damaged the strength of our Han family. It was originally expected to be the first family in the city, but it took more than 10 years. Until now, it has recovered a lot of vitality, enough to compete with the other two. The Mu family and the Chang family compete against each other. What my father didn't expect is that many members of the family's dissatisfaction with the fourth child will spread to Feng'er. As a result, Feng'er has no playmates since he was a child. Even Liner has a lot of dissatisfaction with Feng'er. Having said this, Han Tianmu looked ashamed. It's all because the child was not disciplined well, so Feng'er was blinded by Liner. Han Tianqing and Han Tianli also had bitter expressions on their faces, as did their own children, which made them feel ashamed of the fourth child. Although the fourth child made such a mistake, it was their fourth younger brother, the younger brother who ran after their buttocks and called elder brother since childhood. If the three of them hadn't loved Han Tianqing, the fourth younger brother, how could Han Tianqing have developed a cowardly, indiscriminate temperament? Every time they thought of this, the three of them felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and felt that Han Tianqing's character was caused by them. After all, it didn't take long for the Han family to rise. From Han Yu's generation to the present, it has only been a few decades, and the family has not had no struggles, but compared with the family that has been inherited for thousands of years, this struggle is just a drizzle. Not to the point where you die and I die. Because of the relationship between Han Tianqing's four brothers, it cannot be said that there is no contradiction, but it is indeed good. Seeing the faces of the three brothers, Han Yu waved his hands and said, it's not your fault either. If you force Liner and others not to embarrass Feng'er, the possibility of backlash is even greater. Give Feng'er a roll of eyes, and maybe he'll start right away. But it's good now, Feng'er has been able to cultivate inner strength. With the fourth level aptitude, it is not impossible to surpass me in the future. Let Feng'er make some contributions to the family. It's nothing, then, you won't have to grieve the fourth child anymore. Han Tianqing nodded, father is right. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten with the fourth brother for more than 10 years. I also called the fourth brother secretly, but although the fourth brother is mild-mannered and even cowardly, he does not fight or rob. But the matter of causing huge losses to the family is to blame to the extreme, and he is unwilling to back down on this matter, unwilling at all. Originally, I let the family servant stumble on the fourth child, hoping that the fourth child can get rid of his cowardly temperament, but now it seems that because of the self-blame, the fourth child not only has no sex, but has become more and more bearable. I just hope Feng'er can break this situation. Having said that, Han Tianqing shook his head, slightly depressed. Suddenly, Han Tianmu chuckled, I don't think my nephew is like the fourth brother at all. He has been very assertive since he was a child. Big brother and second brother, think about it, there are not many against Feng'er since childhood, but not all of them in the end. It's an anticlimactic end, and I think the wind did it secretly. In my opinion, Feng'er is a sullen boy. He used to have no inner strength and could only play tricks in secret. Now that he has the strength, he won't be able to bear it anymore. When he and the fourth brother recover, it's not far away. Han Tianqing and Han Tianli were startled and thoughtful. Instructor Lin was also stunned, and then he thought that on the training ground, many people once planned to learn from Han Feng, in order to bully Han Feng, but in the end, it seems that the objects of learning have changed. Now that I think about it, it is indeed a bit strange. In the Korean style room. In order to successfully cultivate the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng put a lot of energy into these days, and before he knew it, 7 days passed. On this day, Han Feng felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and couldn't help but rejoiced. Great, I have practiced for 7 days, and finally reached the limit. Looking at this, in 2 or 3 days, I guess I will be able to successfully cultivate to the first level. Ordinary fire is generated in the Dantian. Although the ordinary fire of the 9 flames and different fires does not belong to the 9 flames, it is not comparable to other people's ordinary fires. According to the information on the 9 flames and different fires, it should exceed a few points or even double. And these 7 days have also greatly increased my internal strength. Ask for collection. Ask for a recommendation. 7 days of practice. If the total amount of internal energy in the initial stage of the mortal rank is 100, Han Feng has already cultivated nearly 30 internal energy at this moment. Such progress has approached the cultivation speed of mid-grade qualifications. There are 2 reasons for this. First of all, it was not that Han Feng could not cultivate his inner strength, but the inner strength he cultivated was absorbed by the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, but this was not absorbed for no reason. The inner strength must follow the meridian route. During this period, the meridians have been exercised. It can be said that the expansion and toughness of Han Feng's meridians are no less than that of the warriors at the peak of the early mortal rank. Before breaking through to the mid-mortal stage, Han Feng will practice at a speed that is between low-grade and middle-grade qualifications. Secondly, the 9 flames and different fire art is also a powerful art, and it does not have a specific level. It is far from the basic inner strength art that Han Feng practiced before. Take the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art as an example. As long as Han Feng has cultivated the first level, he can generate ordinary fire, no matter what level Han Feng is in, even in the early stage of the ordinary level. But other warriors, only in the later stage of the mortal rank, can they continue to condense their inner strength, and then generate the true energy of the attribute. In order to produce ordinary fire or ordinary water and others, one must have a human level. These 2 reasons have created Yi Han's rapid cultivation now. It's a pity that the time is still too short. When it comes to the total amount of internal energy, among the Han family teenagers in the training ground, except for the 10 and 11-year-old children who have just joined, they are still in the back. However, compared with Cuba, it has gone beyond a little. The next day, the Han family training ground. A group of Han family members looked at a black-faced boy with strange eyes from time to time. Han Feng looked at the young man with a half-smile on his face. Very strange. This boy is Cuba. Cuba was ashamed and angry. Cuba knew that these people were clearly seeing him, but he always had a feeling that he was actually looking at his ass. Instructor Lin frowned and snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Are you still not concentrating on your practice? In his heart, Instructor Lin was wondering, this Cuban is not a genius. Why is it attracting so many people's attention today? Is it because Cuban took sick leave before? But when did these little guys become so compatriots? Moreover, many people also glanced at Cuba's buttocks vaguely. What's so good about a man's buttocks? Now the little guy is really getting more and more difficult to understand. Is this the generation gap brought about by age? As a member of the hunting team, Instructor Lin was generally interested in gossip. How could he know that Cuban's injured part was unusual? According to the rules, after cultivating for a period of time, it is necessary to fight against each other. Cuba strode towards Han Feng and said gloomily, Han Feng, do you dare to learn from me? After experiencing the incident of being bombarded, Cuban no longer wants to do face-to-face kung fu. The other teenagers from the Han family, who were planning to discuss each other, had their ears erect. When they heard that Cuba and Han Feng were going to discuss, they stopped discussing, and they all watched with inexplicable expressions on their faces. Cuba was even more ashamed and angry. but it was a pity that Cuba's face was too dark to be seen at all. Instructor Lin has been paying attention to Han Feng since Han Feng was able to cultivate his inner strength. At this moment, he really wanted to see how far Han Feng was, so he was embarrassed to drive away the teenagers of the Han family who were looking around. Han Feng chuckled, "Cuba, it seems that the lesson I gave you last time was not enough." Cuba gritted his teeth, "The last time I was careless and fell for you, this time I won't panic like the last time." Han Feng shrugged, 7 days ago, the situation is different, don't forget, I have been able to cultivate inner strength now." Cuban's face sank, "Just 7 days, do you want to tell me that you have surpassed me?" Maybe he was too angry. Cuban laughed angrily, "No matter how bad I am, I have practiced for 3 years, Han Feng, you are too arrogant." Instructor Lin in the distance frowned unconsciously, "This Cuban, how dare you speak to Han Feng like this? Han Feng is the direct line of the family, and Cuba is just the son of a servant. Now the servants are so arrogant? Say it." How does Instructor Lin know that Cuba is like this, completely stimulated by the explosion of chrysanthemums? Who knows the pain of being blasted, except for the parties involved? In the crowd, Han Lin's face was not good-looking, but after thinking that Cuba had been exposed to chrysanthemums after all, he distorted his face and muttered, "Forget it, I guess it was a big irritation, so he committed the crime so blatantly, and Han Feng alone is enough to teach him a lesson." Han Feng didn't mind Cuba's anger, he smiled, "If you want to fight, fight." Cuba stepped on the ground and jumped in the air, and the basic leg technique exploded with terrifying force. Boom! With Han Feng's current strength, how could he be kicked by Cuba and dodged directly, and on the ground, with a bang, a foot-shaped pit a few millimeters deep was left. Cuban's face was full of anger. "Dodge again, Han Feng, other than dodge to consume my physical strength, what other tricks do you have? But this time I won't waste my energy at will." Han Feng laughed, "Don't worry, this time I won't hide anymore, it's okay for me to attack directly." Basic Xuanhuan ninth form. Basic Xuanhuan ninth form. The two punched each other. Bang bang. At the same time, the two of them retreated again and again under the impact of the huge reaction force. Han Feng took 9 steps back, while Cuban took 11 steps back. Judgment. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. "It's terrible. It's only been 7 days, and Han Feng has already surpassed Cuba. This speed is amazing. At this speed, before Han Lin leaves the training ground, it is possible that he will be overtaken. I thought Han Feng was going to suffer this time, but now it seems." Han Lin looked incredulous and complicated. "If it wasn't for the fourth uncle, it would be great." Cuba roared in disbelief, "Impossible, it's impossible." Instructor Lin's eyes flickered one after another. "The growth rate is terrifying, comparable to mid-grade qualifications. Today's events must be told to the master." At this moment, Cuban roared, "Even so, you don't want to explode my chrysanthemum today." Han Feng couldn't help laughing and laughing. Now that his strength has surpassed Cuba's, how could he still use such a wretched trick? "But," Han Feng said with bad intentions, "since you are protecting your butt so much, it's not good to disappoint you, isn't it?" After saying that, Han Feng attacked Cuba as fast as lightning. His sharp boxing and leg skills made Cuba in a hurry to deal with it. Finally, Han Feng saw the opportunity and came behind Cuba. The screams that made everyone in the Han family feel tight and familiar resounded. "The first update has been updated, please support." The tragic cry made everyone tremble several times. Instructor Lin opened his mouth blankly, looking at Han Feng like a monster. At this time, Instructor Lin finally knew why so many people looked at Cuba and Cuba's ass before. Cuba asked for sick leave because the chrysanthemum was exploded. "Okay, so tragic," Instructor Lin murmured unconsciously. Han Feng pointed at the two in the crowd. aren't you two friends from Cuba? Get him away. Next time, don't try to trouble me again, otherwise, hee. This hee made everyone go cold. The two immediately took Cuba away, without daring to say a word. Instructor Lin's voice sounded at this time, Han Feng, come here. When Han Feng came over, Instructor Lin said, what happened to you when you were cultivating your inner strength? What Instructor Lin is most worried about is the harm of Han Feng's speed. Han Feng shook his head, pretending to be puzzled. There is no problem, I don't know why, my strength will grow so fast, but I have a feeling that it will not be like this in the middle of the mortal rank. Instructor Lin breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, I'm afraid it's the reward for Han Feng's efforts in the past few years. After the disbandment, Instructor Lin went to see Han Yu again. In the lobby, Han Yu laughed, as expected of Fenger, third child, if this goes on, it won't take long for Liner to be overtaken by Fenger. The third child, Han Tianmu, smiled helplessly, what's the matter, they're all relatives, no matter who they are, if they're strong, it's good for our Han family, isn't it? Nowadays, the younger generation, Fenger and niece Roer both hope to become masters of the Xian rank. At that time our Han family will not only become the largest family in Renshongqing, but Renshongqing will also become Xuanji because of our Han family. Midtown, this is a great honor. The boss Han Tianqing nodded in agreement, that's right. Han Yu suddenly said, by the way, Lin Yu, how did this kid, Fenger, win? Tell me about it. Instructor Lin's face suddenly stiffened. Han Feng's performance was quickly learned by many people in the Han family, and their emotions were not mentioned for the time being. At this moment, Han Feng is still practicing the 9 flames and different fire art. Outside Han Feng's room, a dark shadow appeared at an unknown time, and Yu Lao nodded with relief, Miss, the young master's illness is finally cured. When the young master breaks through to the Xuanjia, I will go back to see you, old man. Then, the shadow disappeared. From beginning to end, Han Feng did not know that Yu Lao had been here. 2 days later, in Han Feng's room, Han Feng was suddenly shocked, and a few red flames appeared on the surface of Han Feng's skin. Chi. Soon, Han Feng's clothes turned to ashes. Han Feng was overjoyed at first, and then his face became embarrassed. Although he has cultivated into the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, his realm is still unstable and he cannot fully control the ordinary fire, otherwise his clothes will not be burned. Fortunately, I was inside the house, otherwise I would have been seen by outsiders. Spreading out his hands, a cluster of red flames appeared in Yihan's hands. Now it's not even the initial stage of the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art. It is absolutely impossible to compare with the mortal fire of the human rank, but it is enough to cope with the attribute infuriating at the later stage of the mortal rank. When I practice for a few more days and stabilize my realm, I can use the myriad Rongyan cauldron to refine spiritual objects into source liquid. 4 days later, Han Feng exhaled, the initial stage of the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art finally stabilized. Spreading out his hand, what appeared in the center of Han Feng's palm at the moment was no longer a red flame in the shape of a flame, but a fireball the size of a red fist. This mortal fire is not a mortal fire that burns combustible materials such as wood, but a mortal fire that can cause serious damage to the late-stage powerhouse. With this flame, Han Feng's strength has skyrocketed several layers. With ordinary fire practiced to this level, you can initially refine spiritual things. Han Tianqing's room. Han Tianqing said warmly, Fenger, if you have something to say, just say it directly, I have never seen you so twisted on weekdays. Han Feng coughed twice and said embarrassedly, Father, do you have any remaining spiritual stones that you cultivate in your daily life? There are 4 grades of spirit stones, low-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. The top-quality spirit stone is suitable for heaven-level warriors. High-level warriors can refine low-level spirit stones, but low-level warriors can never refine higher-level spirit stones. Spirit stones of the same grade are also suitable for different groups of people, depending on the degree of purity. Those with a purity of less than 10% can be said to be waste products. Among the low-grade spirit stones, most families would not use such spirit stones for cultivation. However, Renshongking is only a mere human-level city, and it is not even at the top of the human-level city. The days of building the city are only a few decades, and there are not many spiritual stones accumulated. In other places, almost no one uses it. Low-grade spirit stones with a purity level below 10 are the mainstream in the city of people. This time, Han Feng's goal was the low-grade spirit stone with a purity of less than 10%. And the purity is between 10 and 30%, which is medium. Between 30% and 60%, it is the first class. Between 60% and 90%, it is the upper class. 90% to 100% is for the top. Lingsher? Han Tianqing looked at Han Feng in amazement. He couldn't think of what Han Feng asked for, but at least the spirit stone can only be refined by a human-level powerhouse. This? Although he was puzzled, Han Tianqing didn't ask. He took out a lot of spirit stones from the storage belt. Looking at the storage belt, Han Feng's eyes flashed. The storage belt is a type of storage, and it is also the lowest level among storages. The space capacity inside is not only small, only about 1 cubic meter, and very unstable. The best storage belt is only 4 or 5 cubic meters in size, but this is the case. If it receives a serious blow, the space will be broken, and the contents of the storage belt will be completely scrapped. Above the storage belt is the storage bracelet. The smallest storage bracelet is 10 cubic meters, and the large ones are dozens or even hundreds of cubic meters. The space for the storage bracelet is also more stable than the storage belt, and even if it breaks, the contents inside will be exposed and will not be scrapped. This kind of storage is not found in the city of people, even in the Xian-level city or even the prefecture-level city. It is rare, only the heaven-level city will have a lot. Above the storage bracelet is the storage ring. The storage ring can be said to be an extremely high-level existence in the storage, with a huge space capacity, at least hundreds of cubic meters, most of them hundreds, and a few thousands of cubic meters. The storage ring also has a bigger function, that is, it can be hidden. In other words, it can be completely disappeared when it is placed on the finger, so that others will not know the existence of the storage ring. Because of their preciousness, storage rings are rarely owned by anyone in the entire Jin kingdom. Touching his heart, Han Feng showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. The 7th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower is the storage space. It can store anything, including living objects. Unfortunately, the level required is relatively high. At the beginning, the first level is no different from ordinary storage. According to the inherited memory, once the storage space on the 7th floor is opened, there will be hundreds of cubic meters of space on the first level alone. When I refine the source liquid, I can open the 7th floor storage space. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Han Tianqing pointed to dozens of low-grade spirit stones on the table. These are the spiritual stones I have left. If you want, you can take them all. Han Feng hurriedly said, "No, it's enough to take a few, otherwise how can my father practice?" Han Tianqing sighed and shook his head. The purity of these low-grade spirit stones is less than 10%. I am now a human level 4-star, and I need at least medium-grade spirit stones to improve steadily. If I want to have a bigger improvement, at least a low-grade, high-grade spirit stone. But such spiritual stones, not to mention our Han family, are the whole city, and there are not many. As for the low-grade and medium-level spirit stones, although our Han family has them, how can I be qualified to enjoy them as a sinner? Han Feng was silent. Han Tianqing patted Han Feng's head and smiled. Don't feel sorry for your father, it's my father who doesn't want to use those spiritual stones to cultivate, otherwise your three uncles would have secretly brought them to me." Hearing this, Han Feng breathed out a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't specifically target his father. It is not clear to Han Feng that he took the initiative to take on his father, otherwise, he would have been so angry with his cousins such as three uncles, Han Lin, and other cousins. No matter how weak his father is, he is also his father. Han Feng stepped forward and inspected these spirit stones. Soon, Han Feng frowned. At the early stage of the mortal rank, it is impossible to refine and absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual stone, and naturally it is impossible to sense the purity of the spiritual stone. The purity of the spirit stone is also reflected in the difference in color, but it is only able to clearly see the difference between the 5 grades of inferior, medium, superior, and top. It's hard to see the difference. The spirit stones placed by Han Tiancheng are all low-grade spirit stones, and the difference is not big. Han Feng can't tell the difference by color alone. Seeing Han Feng frowning, Han Tiancheng couldn't help but ask, "What's the problem?" Han Feng smiled bitterly, "Father, can you pick out some low-grade spirit stones with purity levels of 1%, 2%, and 3%? Han Tiancheng said, "It must be so low in purity? You must know that low-grade spirit stones with such low purity have almost no spiritual power. Even 1,000 low-grade spirit stones with a purity of 1% were taken by me. Refining will not be enhanced in the slightest." Han Feng insisted, "Only these 3 levels." Han Tiancheng was helpless and picked out 8. One of them is 1% purity, 5 are 2% purity, and 3 are 3% purity. "Here's to you." Han Feng took it with joy. "Father, I'm leaving now." In Han Feng's room, Han Feng flashed away. Came to the first floor of Xuanhuan Tower. Everything melts into flames, it's finally time to use you. Han Feng sat cross-legged and threw a low-grade spirit stone with a purity of 1% into the cauldron of melting flames. Han Feng muttered to himself at the moment, "A warrior can save a lot of hard work by having a spiritual stone, but even so, it will still waste a lot of spiritual power in the spiritual stone." According to what I have seen in the Han family book pavilion over the years, the higher the exercise method, the greater the utilization rate of absorbing spirit stones. On the contrary, the lower the exercise method, the lower the utilization rate of absorbing spirit stones. Low-grade human-level exercises, corresponding to low-grade spirit stones, can only effectively use about 50%, that is to say, half of the spiritual power in the spirit stone will be consumed. Mid-grade human-level exercises, corresponding to low-grade spirit stones, can only be used effectively by 65%. High-grade human-level exercises, corresponding to low-grade spirit stones, can only be used effectively by 80%. The best human-level exercises, corresponding to low-grade spirit stones, can only be used effectively 95%. Among them, according to the level of the refiner's own cultivation, the percentage of effective utilization also fluctuates. Take my father as an example. The cultivation base is 4-star human level, and he cultivates the rare human level high-level exercises in the Han family. The percentage of effective use is only about 75%, which is lower than 100%. 80. If my father's cultivation reaches the human level of 7 stars, he can reach 80, and if he exceeds 9 stars, he can even reach 85. Originally, with my cultivation base and the cultivation method, it is impossible to refine the energy in the spirit stone, but with the fusion of all things, all this is not a problem. Even the source liquid refined by the Rongyanding of all things is absorbed by me, which is completely equivalent to 100% effective use, and there is no waste. Taking out a low-grade spirit stone with a purity of 1%, Han Feng threw it into the Rongyanding of everything, and then Han Feng made a seal on his hands and snorted, "Everything Rongyanding, get up." Boom! All things Rongyanding made a vibration, and immediately floated in midair, beams of brilliance burst out from all around the Rongyanding. The first layer of the 9 flames and different fire technique, mortal fire refinement. Whoa! A fist-sized scarlet flame appeared under the Rongyan cauldron of everything, and a fiery temperature suddenly rose. Han Feng gritted his teeth. It's not enough, refine it for me. With the vigorous consumption of internal energy in the body, the red fireball suddenly doubled. Everything melted into the flame, and the low-grade spirit stones gradually changed, from solid to liquid. Time passed by, and soon it was the early morning of the night. Han Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with a pale face, opened the top cover of the Rongyanding, and his eyelids twitched. A low-grade spiritual stone with a purity of 1%, but it is the size of a fist, can be refined into a source liquid, which is only a small mouthful. Han Feng took out the cyan jade cup placed somewhere on the first floor and put the source liquid into it. This cyan jade cup is to prevent the energy of the source liquid from dissipating. In addition to the cyan jade cup, there are also cyan jade bowls and other jade with large storage capacity. All things are automatically generated by the Xuanhuan Tower, and they are inexhaustible. Picking up the jade cup, Han Feng whispered to himself, I don't know how much it will improve me with such a small sip. After swallowing it in one mouthful, Han Feng's face suddenly changed greatly, and he immediately sat cross-legged. Today's 3 shifts have been changed, and I ask for your strong support. A small sip of the source fluid entered the body, and the internal energy in Han Feng's body suddenly rioted and boiled. Han Feng's face changed from pale to red. 9 flames and different fire art, suppress me. Han Feng hurriedly ran the 9 flames and different fire art, refining this energy. The inner strength is rampant in the body, and it looks like it is about to burst the meridians, but when the inner strength collides with the 4 walls of the meridians, suddenly a special energy guards the 4 walls of the meridians, strengthening the toughness and expansion of the meridians. The internal energy that was colliding everywhere was actually blocked. This special energy also comes from the source fluid. When everything calmed down, it was morning. Han Feng opened his eyes, in high spirits, feeling a sense of inner strength. Han Feng looked surprised. It's amazing, it has reached the peak of the early mortal rank. In the previous practice, the total amount of Han Feng's internal energy has only reached more than 50, which is just over half. But this small mouthful of the source liquid directly increased the internal energy to 100, which is the peak of the early stage of the mortal rank. It can be said that this directly saved nearly half a month of time. This is only a low-grade spirit stone with a purity of 1%. Han Feng had to sigh. As expected, only human-level warriors can absorb the refined spirit stones. It's really extraordinary. Now that I have reached the peak of the early stage of the mortal rank, the next step is to step into the middle stage of the mortal rank and open up the 8 main arteries. Unfortunately, it's already morning, so we can only go to the training ground first. I'm barely close to Xiaoqing in condensing claw art. It's worthy of being a high-level martial skill that can only exert its true power in the later stages of the mortal rank. I really don't know when it will reach the state of Desheng and perfection. After Yu Lao brought a bucket of water and took a bath, Han Feng came to the training ground and quietly performed the claw. This time, Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his movements were smoother and sharper. In a short period of time, the power of the condensing claw art has increased by a few chips. Han Feng secretly said, sure enough, the level of cultivation is also related to the cultivation of martial arts. Yesterday, it was only barely close to the realm of small achievement, and now the cultivation level has reached the peak of the early stage of ordinary rank. After only performing a few times, it has truly reached the level of small achievement. Territory. If I make further breakthroughs, relying on my understanding, it will not be far for the condensing claw technique to reach the realm of great success. It's Han Lin, now relying on his strong cultivation, he is barely close to the realm of Xiaoqing, and the others are far from the realm of Xiaocheng. With my current cultivation base and a small level of condensing claw, it may be enough to compete with or even defeat a mid-mortal rank powerhouse who has opened up one main vein, and a mid-mortal rank warrior who has opened up two main veins. But if I release the mortal fire, even Han Lin's three main veins in the middle of the mortal rank will be easily defeated or even killed by me. Han Feng was still the first to come. When Han Feng was about to cultivate, other Han family teenagers came one after another. But at this moment, the eyes of these teenagers looking at Han Feng are different. In just 7 days, it was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation in Cuba. Now that another 7 days have passed, God knows how far he has cultivated. Many teenagers from the Han family believed that in a month or two, Han Feng might enter the middle stage of the mortal rank, and they were not able to compete. If you can't compete, then make good friends. For a time, many teenagers came to Han Feng's side to talk. Han Feng also replied with a smile. Not long after, Han Lin also came to the training ground. Han Feng glanced at Han Lin, his eyes suddenly condensed. This Han Lin, the momentum is different from before, could it be? Not long after Han Lin arrived, Instructor Lin appeared. Instructor Lin glanced around for a week, and clearly found that Han Lin's aura was a little different, and a lingering aura was fluctuating. Instructor Lin has rich experience, and immediately guessed the truth of the matter, and said with a look of surprise, Han Lin, have you broken through? Han Lin laughed loudly and said, the instructor has good eyesight, the boy has already opened up 4 main veins. Instructor Lin laughed, that's because your realm is not stable yet, and your breath is not consciously released. Otherwise, even if I am a human-level martial artist, I can't see it with my eyes alone. Han Feng secretly said that sure enough, the expressions of the other teenagers also changed. By opening up the 4 main veins, it can be said that the mid-mortal stage process has already entered half, and 14 or 15 years old is the stage of rapid growth and development of teenagers. During this period, the speed of cultivation will be improved. The veins, and even the 6th main vein, are estimated to be opened up. If there is any medicine or spirit to help, it is not impossible to enter the late mortal stage, before the age of 15. In the later stage of the ordinary stage, it is just a process of accumulation, gradually transforming the internal energy into the attribute infuriating energy. When the attribute infuriating chi reaches a certain amount, the 12 meridians can be opened up and one can enter the human level. Human rank, in the Han family, is considered a high-ranking person, not to mention the whole person in the city. Thinking that Han Lin would become such a person in 2 or 3 years, many teenagers had complex expressions on their faces, and envy and jealousy flashed past. Looking at Han Feng again, the complex expressions of the teenagers are even more complicated, and neither of them can compare. Han Feng sighed in his heart, the strong of the 4 main veins, even if they rely on the fire, they may not win. The gap of 3 years is not so easy to surpass. However, with the help of all things, this day is not far away. Suddenly, Han Feng felt a vicious gaze, turned his head to look, just saw Cuba. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Cuba's injury healed again? I hope Cuba will not repent and ask me for advice again. Unfortunately, Han Feng is doomed to be disappointed. Han Feng, I want to discuss with you. When it was time for the discussion, Cuba gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. The people around were gloating and sympathetic, and Cuba was about to suffer again. Seeing this, Han Lin couldn't help, but his face darkened. Damn it, Han Feng won't use another finger like a chrysanthemum. The Han family's direct line has lost all his face. Instructor Lin covered his face, which made him say something good. As soon as Han Feng agreed, Cuban immediately said proudly, Han Feng, these days in bed, I am not unprepared, and now that I have improved my inner strength, I have a response to your tricks. You don't want to use that anymore today. Obscene tricks, beat me. Han Feng's eyebrows moved. I wanted to beat you upright, but if you say that, I really want you to repeat the same mistakes. Han Feng was speechless to Cuba. Cuba is really a bit of a jerk. Let's learn from each other. If he has to be provocative, he will be embarrassed if he doesn't explode. Otherwise, wouldn't he admit that his skill is inferior to others? With a swipe, Han Feng quickly disappeared in the eyes of everyone in amazement, and came to Cuba. Now the difference between the two cultivation bases is huge, and Cuba doesn't even have time to react. There are only 10 or so young people around who can detect Han Feng's movements. Han Feng Beiju launched with one finger, and was stunned to find that it was actually blocked. Cuban laughed at this time. I have iron sheets hidden in my pants, and you can't penetrate them with just your inner strength. A new week is here, and there are no recommendations this week. It's completely streaking. I hope everyone can support it. Click on the coffee recommendation collection or something, don't smash it down carelessly, otherwise the ranking of the new book potential list will probably be very low. This week, as long as you can enter the top 100, you will add another chapter, enter the top 50, add another chapter, and move forward. Without a recommendation, Cabbage does not expect too much. Of course, if you really go further, that could not be better. Han Feng Beiju launched with one finger, and was stunned to find that it was actually blocked. Cuban laughed at this time. I have iron sheets hidden in my pants, and you can't penetrate them with just your inner strength. Han Feng. The people around were black lines. Han Feng's tricks are already very obscene. How can you think that Cuba's way of dealing with it is also obscene, and it's not uncomfortable to put iron sheets in his pants? Instructor Lin couldn't help laughing and laughing. Just as he was about to speak out to make the two of them serious, Han Feng's negative voice suddenly sounded on the training ground. Just iron, do you really think you can stop my smashing chrysanthemum? Han Feng found that Cuba was like an undead cockroach, entangled in him all the time, and it seemed that he couldn't do anything ruthless. The total amount of internal energy at the peak of the early stage of the rank exploded, and I saw Cuba's trousers burst into pieces, exposing the iron sheets that wrapped Cuba's front crotch and back buttocks. Looking at it like this, it is still a specially made iron pants. Click. The sound of the iron shattering sounded, followed by Cuba's third shrill scream, and this time, it was obviously more painful than the previous two. Iron pants a few millimeters thick. If it was the total amount of Han Feng's internal energy during the last battle, it would be difficult to break through only 2 index fingers, but now the total amount of Han Feng's internal energy has reached the peak of the early mortal rank. That would make a big difference. Cuba was wrong in estimating the speed of Han Feng's strength. Han Feng quickly retreated, and a column of blood shot out. Including Instructor Lin, everyone trembled in their hearts. Just looking at this situation, they knew that Cuba was definitely more traumatized than the previous 2 times. It seemed that Han Feng was finally impatient. Cuban pouted and fell to the ground, pale and pained. Han Feng rolled his eyes, and said secretly, this time it is estimated that I will lie down for about a month. 1 month is enough for me to improve my strength. I hope this will wake up Cuba a little, otherwise I will not keep it anymore. The son of a mere servant, I don't believe that the elders of the Han family will stand out for the mere servants when they see my aptitude. The elders of the Han family were the core figures who established the Han family, together with Han Yu. Han Yu became the head of the Han family, and after occupying a place in the city of people, he gave these people the surname Han, which is considered a sideline of the Han family. These people made a huge contribution to the establishment of the Han family. In fact, it is these people who want to condemn Han Tiancheng. The establishment of the Han family is not just a matter of Han Yu alone. They also play a major role in it. Seeing that the strength of the Han family has been greatly reduced, how can you not hate it? It was the two who were still friends with Cuba who carried Cuba away. After experiencing it twice, both of them were familiar with how to hold Cuba safely without making it uncomfortable, and disappeared in front of Han Feng in a blink of an eye. Instructor Lin looked strange for a while, then coughed twice, attracting the attention of a group of teenagers in the Han family. At this time, Instructor Lin suddenly said with a serious face, "You guys pay attention, this instructor will announce something very important next. In a month and a half, the family trial in Renshongking is about to start. All the families in Renshongking will send teenagers under the age of 15 to participate in this trial. Each family will send 10 people. The test site this time is the Yufeng Mountains in the east of Renshongking. It is supervised by the Lord of the city. The Lord of the city has already spoken. The first place in this trial will receive a human yuan fruit. Presumably you also know the role of the human primordial fruit." The expressions of Han Lin, Han Feng and others changed. Human yuangua, this is one of the important materials for refining 5th level medicinal pills. Once the 5th level medicinal pills are successfully refined, even if the human level powerhouse takes it, it can also improve a lot of strength. The pills from low to high are 1st level pills, 2nd level pills, 12th level pills, earth level pills, and heaven level pills. The 1st level to 4th level pills correspond to those used by ordinary martial artists. The 5th level medicinal pills to the 8th level medicinal pills correspond to those used by human level warriors. The 9th level pills to the 12th level pills correspond to those used by Xian level martial artists. The whole person in the city has a history of only a few decades, there are very few alchemists, and there are even very few 1st and 2nd level medicinal pills on the market. Although there is no alchemist in the city of people who can use the human essence fruit to refine the 5th level medicinal pill, it is just swallowing it raw. Even if a lot of the effect of the human essence fruit is wasted, it is enough to allow the peak warriors of the later stage of the mortal rank to open up the 12 meridians in one fell swoop. 1. Stepping into the ranks of human level warriors. As expected of the city lord sent by the great Jin kingdom, his heritage is far from comparable to the short-lived families in the middle city such as the Han family. The other 2 big families that are on a par with the Han family also do not have such spiritual fruit. Otherwise, the Han family and these 2 big families will not even have 100 warriors. Han Lin, Han Feng, and the others are extremely hot. With Ren Yuangua, even if they don't make medicinal pills, they can save half a year to a year or even more time to break through to the human level. Among them, Han Feng is even more looking forward to the fact that all things melt into the flame cauldron, and there will be no waste of the energy of Ren Yuangua. If it is refined into source liquid and taken, how much strength will he improve? Han Feng can't guess the specific situation, but think about it, it will not be the early stage of human level 1 star, and it is very likely that it will directly cross the early stage of 1 star and reach the middle stage of human level 1 star. But soon, the teenagers woke up. Although the rewards for participating in the trial are very rich, each family only needs 10 people. And the number of them here is not only 10, but dozens of them are close to hundreds, not to mention the women's side. Instructor Lin saw the changes in everyone's faces, and smiled in his heart, but his face was serious. "It seems that you have thought of it, yes, most of you are not even qualified to participate in the trial. This instructor has given you half a month. After half a month, the competition will be held at this training ground. The top 10 will be led by this instructor into the Yufeng Mountains for training. After all, there are many monsters in the Yufeng Mountains. These monsters are not your usual opponents, and they will die if they are not careful. Without the experience of fighting monsters, during the trial, you will be at a great disadvantage. During this period, the head of the family has spoken, and the family will provide you with 1st level and 2nd level medicinal herbs to help you cultivate. As for whether it is a 1st level or a 2nd level, it depends on your performance. Within 10 days of training, the top performer will be the best. 3 can get 1 2nd level medicinal pill, and the rest can only get 1 1st grade medicinal pill. 5 days after the training, the 10 selected people will compete with the 10 women from Instructor Mu. In the end, 10 of the 20 will be selected. These 10 will represent our family to participate in the trial. These 10 people, the family will each have a second-level medicinal pill. Thanks for the great pen of God of Chaos 1, this is the #1 fan list of the new Book of Cabbage. As soon as they heard that there were first-level and second-level pills, everyone's breathing became rapid. With the background of the Han family, so many medicinal herbs have been used, which can be said to be bleeding. I have to get a top 10 spot in training. Yes, not only the top 10 training, but also the 10 places to participate in the trial, I will also decide. Yes, this not only means that we are the elites of the younger generation of the Han family, but also means that our strength will make great progress in a short period of time. Everyone was talking about it, and all of them were burning with fighting spirit. Of course, most of them had a wry smile on their faces. These people knew that they, who had not even entered the middle stage of the mortal rank, had no chance at all. In contrast, there are also a few people who look confident. Among them, there is Han Lin. Han Lin has already opened up 4 main veins. Among the crowd, the internal strength cultivation base deserves to be the first person. Not to mention 10 places for training, that is, 10 places for trials, Han Lin almost has it in his hands. Beside Han Lin, Han Gu and Han Lai had completely different expressions. Han Lai was a little nervous and excited. Han Gu was disappointed. Among the crowd, the strongest is naturally Han Lin's 4 main veins, but there are 2 people below him who have opened up 2 main veins, and further down, there are about a dozen people who have opened up 1 main vein. This addition, there are 14 or 5 people, in other words, 4 or 5 people must be eliminated. Han Lai has already opened up a main vein. As long as he is lucky enough to meet a few strong men in the past half a month, it is entirely possible to become one of the 10 people who train. At that time, even if he can't enter the top 10 of the trial, at least his cultivation will be greatly improved, and he will have accumulated experience in fighting monsters. That's why Han Lai was nervous in his excitement, because he was not sure. And Han Gu is only at the peak of the early stage of the mortal rank. If there is no breakthrough within half a month, he will definitely not be able to enter the 10 places in the training. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the mid-level mortal powerhouse among the group of people. Not only did he not feel uneasy, but instead he showed a more surging fighting spirit. After half a month, wait and see. The fighting spirit that broke out in Han Feng made many people look at him and talk a lot. This guy Han Feng is very perverted, maybe there will be a chance in half a month. How is it possible? If the mid-mortal rank is really that good, our Han family would have been all over the mid-mortal rank. Why is it impossible? In just half a month, this Han Feng's internal strength has definitely reached the top level in the early stage of the mortal rank, otherwise he would not have broken the iron pants so easily before, and half a month later, it may not be possible. Can't break through to the mid-mortal stage. The man hesitated. If these people know that Han Feng's internal strength has not only reached the top of the early mortal rank, but also reached the peak of the early mortal rank, they will be even more shocked. Instructor Lin was slightly stunned at the moment, but he sighed in his heart, Han Feng is a pity, the timing is wrong, even if you barely enter the 10 places in the training, you may not be able to enter the 10 places in the trial. Well, anyway, I can improve my strength, so I won't persuade me. Han Lin and the others are awe-inspiring. Huba's lessons are there. If you face Han Feng, you must be careful and careful. Instructor Lin said solemnly, I forgot to say before, that the 10 people who participated in the trial will also be able to obtain a basic martial skill from the family. Increases the odds of winning the 10-player trial. And the first place in the trial will not only be rewarded by the City Lord's human essence fruit, but will also receive a low-level human-level martial skill bestowed by the City Lord. Everyone's breathing stopped. Human-level low-grade martial arts, the entire Han family currently only has more than 20 kinds. Instructor Lin clapped his hands. I don't care about this half a month. You can come to the training ground if you want, or you don't want to come. The training for this half month is left to you, and now it's disbanded. In the Korean-style room, Han Feng dodged and came to the first floor of the Xuanhuan Tower. When the body enters the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, a phantom will be left by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower outside. This phantom is no different from the real thing. Even if you touch it, you will touch the real thing, so you don't have to worry about it being exposed. Han Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state to the best, and whispered, My strength is now at the peak of the early stage of the mortal rank, and I still have 5 low-grade spirit stones with a purity of 2% and 3 with a purity of 100%. 3% of the low-grade spirit stones. Alright, I'm at the first stage of the 9 flames and different fire art, and the ordinary fire that I have cultivated has not been able to completely refine 5 low-grade spirit stones with a purity of 2%, let alone the 3 purity. It's a low-grade spirit stone for 3%. Let's practice for a while and then talk about it. In this way, soon after 8 days passed, Han Feng was still a peak martial artist in the early stage of the mortal rank, and he did not enter the middle stage of the mortal rank. But in the early stage of the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, it was more stable and took a small step. Han Feng's eyes flashed. Now, the 5 low-grade spirit stones can be refined. But if I use all these 5 low-grade spirit stones to increase my internal strength, I'll be able to reach the second main line, or even reach the peak of one main line. At that time, it will take a long time to cultivate the 9 flames and different fire art to be able to refine the remaining 3 low-grade spirit stones. Rather than that, it's better to use it to cultivate the 9 flames and different fire technique. The first level of the 9 flames and different fire technique is improved, and the faster I cultivate my inner strength, the more pure I can refine the remaining 3. The 3 low-grade and low-grade spirit stones of my sect may not be as good as the first cultivation method in a short period of time, but in the long run, it is more powerful for me, and the later stage will improve more and faster. And in the future, I have to fight for the second-level medicinal herbs. With the current level of the 9 flames and different fires, it is estimated that the second-level medicinals cannot be refined. It is still necessary to upgrade the first level of the 9 flames and different fires. After all, the second-level medicinal pill is suitable for the medicinal pill in the middle stage of the mortal rank. Thinking of this, Han Feng made a decision. A red mortal fire appeared in the palm of the hand, and it was swung under the cauldron of the fusion of all things, and then 5 low-grade spirit stones were placed in it. 2 days later, 5 low-grade spirit stones were refined into source liquid. This time, the refining source liquid was a full 5 small cups, which was about 10 times the size of the previous one. Han Feng inhaled into his mouth, his face immediately turned red. Han Feng immediately silently used the 9 flames different fire art. The powerful source liquid energy began to impact the 9 flames different fire art to move towards a higher level. 2 days later, Han Feng sat quietly cross-legged, breathing a long time. With the help of the constant source liquid, the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art has gone further, and it is already close to the initial peak of the first layer. If you reach the peak of the initial stage, all the low-grade and low-grade spirit stones can be refined. Uploading this chapter means that it is full of 30,000 words and has to compete for the new book potential list. So, friends who haven't collected it yet, friends who have recommended votes but haven't voted yet, it's time for you to dedicate your strength, quack. Although the source liquid is still remaining, the level of the 9 flames and different fire art has stagnated. It seems that this level of source liquid has no effect on the improvement of the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art. It is estimated that the 3 low-grade spirit stones will be refined into source liquid. But it's a loss. For the time being, the 9 flames and different fire art can only be stagnant at this level. Anyway, at the current level of the 9 flames and different fire art, it is enough to use. After breaking through to the 4 or 5 main veins of the ordinary rank or before the later stage of the ordinary rank, there is no need to upgrade the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art. The remaining source liquid is just used to open the second layer of the Xuanhuan Tower. Go. With Han Feng's low drink, the source liquid in the remaining 2 small cups disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the Xuanhuan Tower shook violently. A wave of ancient aura raged in the entire space. Han Feng watched all this calmly. After a long while, the vibration stopped. At this moment, a golden beam of light appeared in the center of the first floor space. According to the inheritance, Han Feng knew that this was the entrance to the second floor from the first floor. Han Feng smiled and walked away. With a flash of golden light, Han Feng disappeared into the space on the first floor. The second floor of Xuanhuan Tower was filled with white clouds and mist everywhere. Only the center was shimmering with a faint red luster. Following the red luster, Han Feng came here. A Ling Chi with a radius of only 1 or 2 meters appeared in front of Han Feng. The Ling Quan in the Ling Chi was only about half a meter deep, showing a faint red color. This is estimated to be the spiritual spring created by the remaining source liquid. I don't know how much it will improve my aptitude. Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly took off his clothes and stepped into the Ling Quan. The 9 flames and different fires are running in the body, and the red energy in the spiritual spring presents a vortex, and Han Feng is surrounded by it. The red energy entered Han Feng's body along the pores of Han Feng's skin. Boom boom boom. Han Feng's inner strength began to roar, hitting one of the 8 main veins. Before I knew it, a day passed. It took 8 days to improve the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art for the first time. After that, it took another 2 to refine 5 low-grade spirit stones. After a few days, the source liquid was used to raise the level of the 9 flames and different fire art again. It took another 2 days, and with this one day, 13 days have passed. There are only 2 days left before the competition. In the last 2 days, Han Feng was suddenly shocked, and a fierce air burst out. Han Feng jumped out, ignoring the nakedness of his body and laughing. Han Feng never imagined that when his physique had evolved to the 3rd rank of low rank, the internal energy cultivated by the 9 flames and different fire art would suddenly riot after his physique was enhanced, breaking through in one fell swoop, opening up a main vein, crossing the mid-level of ordinary order. Looking at the Ling Quan has become clear, and it is obvious that the red energy has been absorbed by Han Feng. Han Feng sighed with emotion. The temporary spiritual stones are not enough. I will go to my father and ask for some low-grade spiritual stones with a purity between 4% and 678%. Not only can they be used for cultivation, it can also be used to open up the remaining space. In this second layer of space, Han Feng suddenly played the claw. A trail of claw shadows flashed, and the offensive was fierce. When Han Feng received his credit, he still seemed to be able to feel the fierce claw attack. Han Feng rejoiced again. No wonder they say that aptitude is extremely important, and it really makes sense. The better the aptitude, the higher the physical fitness of martial arts, and the faster you can master it. Originally, my condensing claw art is only a small achievement, and I don't know how much time it will take to reach a great achievement. But now my aptitude has made a breakthrough, and I have been upgraded from the 4th grade of the lower grade to the 3rd grade of the lower grade. In a short period of time, I have already cultivated it to the top, and after a few more days of practice, I can reach consummation. By the time the martial arts are basically mastered, the cultivation is successful. Returning to the first layer of space, Han Feng began to refine the last 3 lower-grade spirit stones with higher purity. Not long after, 3 low-grade spirit stones were refined into source liquid, which turned red. Han Feng took a small sip carefully, and the internal energy in the body rioted again, but with the protection of the source liquid energy, Han Feng did not have to worry that the meridians could not bear it. When half of the source liquid was absorbed and refined, Han Feng's internal strength had reached the peak of one main vein, and he was about to open up the second main vein. But at this time, the day of the competition has come. Han Feng no longer practiced, but tried to keep his body in the best condition. While there is still time, go to your father and ask for some spiritual stones. Fenger, this is the spiritual stone you need. I'll give it to you. By the way, I heard about the competition. Is Fenger ready? After Han Tiancheng handed over the linkshire to Han Feng, he said with a smile. Han Feng raised his chest. Father, don't worry, there will be 10 places for training, and there will be a place for me. Saying that, Han Feng's inner strength was agitated, and Tiancheng was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Fenger, have you opened up a main vein? It looks like it's still the pinnacle. It won't be long before the second main vein is opened. This speed is too terrifying. How many people in our Han family have worked hard for several years before they can break through? It takes years to reach the level of Fenger, but Fenger, you only need half a month. Han Feng blinked, knowing that his father should be talking about those warriors with low-grade 89th grade qualifications, or even almost no qualifications. It is indeed difficult for these warriors to enter the mid-mortal stage, and it is not bad for the latter to enter the mid-mortal stage in a lifetime. The two exchanged for a while, and Han Feng was puzzled. Father, today's competition is at the end of training on weekdays. It stands to reason that it's time for dinner. Why hasn't it been served yet? This? I don't know about my father. I have already served dinner at this time on weekdays. Han Tiancheng was also a little puzzled. After waiting for a while, Han Feng's face sank. I remember Cuba's father Xuanhuan seems to be in charge of the meals. It seems that this old thing is doing the trick. Today is the day of the competition. It will affect some performance. It seems that this old man wants to avenge his son's loss. A trace of unease flashed on Han Tiancheng's face. Fenger, how is this good? Han Feng sneered and stood up. The mere servants, the things that do not distinguish between primary and secondary, naturally have to be taught a good lesson. Han Tiancheng's expression changed. For my father's current situation, if you make trouble again, those elders will make a big deal, and even your grandfather will have a headache. Han Feng comforted. Father, don't worry, when I test my strength today, those elders won't necessarily embarrass us. However, they are also our elders from the Han family. As long as I show enough value, these elders may still be on our side. Father, wait, it won't take long. I will let you appear in the hall of the Han family directly, and you will no longer be looked down upon. I thought it would take a lot of work to not recommend entering the top 100, but I thought that I would enter today, not far from the top 50. This fourth is a promised update. If I enter the top 50 tomorrow, the same will happen. Add more. In the Korean kitchen. A man in his 30s in gray clothes looked at the middle-aged man in his 40s with an embarrassed expression. I saw the middle-aged man's face was ordinary, but his eyes were shining with fierce light. Under the mustache, he grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. Zhang Xiaozi, don't worry, if something happened, I was in my pocket. The man surnamed Zhang said with a bitter face, Xuanhuan is in charge, although Uncle Han Tiancheng has made a mistake. He is also the son of the head of the family. It won't be better. Xuanhuan's face sank. Zhang Xiaozi, are you looking down on Gu, as the kitchen manager? How can he be compared to Han Tiancheng, who has already committed crimes? The clan elders can't wait for this guy to die. Knowing this, he will only open your eyes and close your eyes. As long as the owner doesn't want to cause the elders to react, he can only let go of this matter. To tell you the truth, if Gu dares to do this, there will naturally be someone behind him. Xuanhuan is in charge, everything is up to you. The man surnamed Zhang thought for a while, and finally gave Guwan a flattering smile. Guwan nodded in satisfaction. A mere servant, you dare to compare me to my father, I really don't know whether to live or die. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Guwan. Guwan was startled, and was about to turn around when a force had already acted on Guwan, kicking Guwan out directly, and fell to the ground ruthlessly, knocking over the pot and bowl. Guwan's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Han Feng's angry kick is not unusual. If this kick hit Cuba, it would be enough to kill Cuba. As a manager, Guwan's cultivation is not very high, but he is only in the mid-mortal stage of the two main veins. Originally, such a cultivation would not be able to do this. But according to Han Feng's understanding, Guwan was rescued by the fourth elder 10 years ago, and because of the fourth elder's face, he got the post of steward. Guwan is just an ordinary person with low aptitude, and he can't even compare to the 9th grade. Guwaning cultivated to the mid-mortal realm of opening up the two main veins, which is the oil and water obtained by managing things. Guwan was furious at the moment. You dare to attack the steward. Because of his anger, Guwan ignored the internal energy that Han Feng had erupted before. In Guwan's view, if it wasn't for Han Feng's sneak attack, he would never have been injured so easily. Boy, look for a fight. Guwan jumped up and rushed towards Han Feng, his claws like eagles. This is a high-level martial art, eagle claw, which is similar in level to condensing claw. With a sneer, Han Feng suddenly grabbed the claw, and grabbed Guwan's wrist directly under Guwan's incredible gaze. When Han Feng turned, there was a click, Guwan was dripping with cold sweat, and fell to the ground with a scream. Damn it! Damn it, if it wasn't for your kid sneaking up on this manager, how would I lose to your kid? Being taken down by Han Feng in one fell swoop was something Gu never would have imagined. Han Feng sneered, your son once attacked me, which is a reward for you. What's more, you are in your 40s, and you have been practicing with me for so many years, but you have only been cultivating with me for a few years. Moon's people fight, after all, take advantage of you. It's all lost, I can only say that you are too wasteful, no wonder you have a wasteful son. You, how dare you? Guwan was very fond of his only son. When Han Feng said this, Guwan spit out another mouthful of blood. Those who deceive others deceive others. If you want to blame others, blame yourself. Han Feng's expression was cold. Han Feng knew in his heart that he was able to win so easily. First, the internal energy obtained from the practice of the 9 flames and different fires was more powerful than the ordinary internal energy. The internal energy reached the peak of one main vein, which was comparable to the ordinary first entry into 2 main lines. A mid-level mortal warrior of the veins. Second, it is indeed related to the sneak attack, and the competition is about to take place. Han Feng will not fight Guwan in a fair and decisive battle, and waste his physical strength and internal strength. Suddenly, Han Feng turned to look at the man surnamed Zhang. What are you still doing there? Why do you need me to tell you what to do? Yes, the little one knows. The man surnamed Zhang got up in a hurry, picked up the food, and walked towards Han Tianqing's residence, until the man surnamed Zhang disappeared. Han Feng bent down and threatened Guwan, old guy, now my father and I are nothing like before. Those who are patient, do your part well, otherwise, next time, it will not be as simple as spitting blood. Remember, slaves have to look like slaves. Han Feng just left. Outside the kitchen, Lao Yu's figure flashed out at some point, his face full of relief. As expected of your son, miss, even his personalities are somewhat similar. Seeing young Master Feng, this old slave thinks of you before. Following that, a few doubts flashed in old Yu's eyes. However, the speed at which young Master Feng's strength progresses is strange. This is simply not something that low-grade qualifications can achieve. In just 1 month, from cultivating without inner strength to opening up a main vein, and reaching the peak, it is impossible to do it even with mid-grade qualifications. Perhaps it is possible with high-grade qualifications. Forget it, blame it. As the son of the young lady, the stronger the strength, the easier it is for the young lady. In the kitchen, Guan looked resentful. Let this steward suffer this loss, think beautiful? Brat, wait for the question from the fourth elder. Soon, Guan struggled to get up and reported to the fourth elder. In the Han family discussion hall, Han Yu and the six elders sat opposite each other. The first elder cleared his throat and said, "Fourth elder, what's the matter with you asking so many of us to gather here?" The four elders told the story of Han Feng and Guan. Of course, this must be a little bit of entry into the truth. The truth is that Guan deducted Han Tianqing and Han Feng's breakfast, and wanted to use it to make Han Feng's physical strength decline and lose entry into training. 10 people qualify. As a result, what the fourth elder said was Han Feng's initiative to provoke. Several elders frowned. The fourth elder said angrily, "Although Guan is a servant, we can't be so humble. If this is spread, how can those servants have no idea? This kid has just cultivated his inner strength and is so rampant, how can he get it in the future?" Just as the elders were thinking about it, Han Yu let out a sneer. The fourth elder was immediately dissatisfied. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Han Yu's expression was cold. "What do I mean?" The old man still wants to ask, "What do you mean by fourth elder? Could it be that the Han family is your fault now, so distorting the facts?" After speaking, Han Yu immediately told the truth of the matter, and the elders were surprised. The fourth elder also looked surprised. "How is this possible? I took a look this morning, and it was in the top 50. Well, according to the promise, there will be more updates today, that is to say, there will be 4 updates today." To be honest, at the beginning, Cabbage did not expect it to be so fast. After all, there is no recommendation this week. 2 days, no, even 1 day to complete the goal of this week for the Cabbage, then the Cabbage can only set a new goal, the top 20. As long as you get into the top 20, Cabbage will add another chapter. Han Yu's tone was gloomy. "My fourth son has already paid the price for that incident more than 10 years ago. To this day, I have never had a reunion dinner with this old man. Now, even the old man's grandson has been bullied by slaves. Could it be that the grandson of this old man can't compare to this kind of arrogant and deceitful servant?" Seeing the expression of the fourth elder, Han Yu knew that the fourth elder was also deceived. After so many years of forbearance, Han Yu finally couldn't bear it any longer and attacked the elder. The elders looked rather embarrassed and remained silent. The fourth elder still said, "Patriarch, is there any misunderstanding in this matter?" "Humph, is there any misunderstanding? Fourth elder, you can investigate it yourself. Don't look at Guwan's extreme defensiveness and loyalty in front of you, but in private, he has deducted a lot of resources from family members. If this is not the case, Guwan's inferior qualifications, starting too late, and only in his 30s have serious internal strength exercises, how can he enter the middle stage of the mortal rank?" This fourth elder also felt that something was wrong. But it was too shameless to retreat like this. For a time, the fourth elder was very embarrassed, and he also felt a little dissatisfied with Guwan. He was going to find someone to investigate whether what Han Yu said was true. The first elder cleared his throat and said, "Fourth elder, Patriarch, this old man wants to say something about Guwan." Han Yu said immediately, "Elder, please speak." The first elder said, "If this matter is really as the head of the family said, Guwan is indeed wrong, but Guwan has also worked hard to serve our Han family for 10 years. There is no credit or hard work. It is too embarrassing to ask." Chill. But what Han Feng did is right, so this old man thinks, let's look at the value of these 2 people. Guwan's 10-year service has also established a lot of personal relationships among our Han family servants. The value is not small. If we can't get Guwan to mess with him, our Han family will lose our reputation. Our Han family is still in the development stage. If our reputation is damaged, more talents will flow into other families, and our Han family's position in the three major families in the city of people will be in jeopardy. But for the development of the family, especially in the early days, it is necessary to recruit many strong people to strengthen the family heritage, but it is the members of the family who can really carry forward the family. As long as Han Feng shows enough value, Guwan will be solved by our elders. The fourth elder frowned. Then how to determine the value of Han Feng? Han Yu's face is quite embarrassed, and to measure this matter with value, how can this make family love? But at this moment Han Yu is not easy to refute. The Han family is not his one word. The first elder said lightly, as long as this kid Han Feng passes the test, he can become a member of the training 10. This? Many elders looked at each other in dismay, but they all knew that if they wanted to become a member of the training 10, they had to get through at least one main vein in the midmortal stage. How long did it take Han Feng to generate internal energy? This is too harsh. The first elder continued, after all, Han Feng's father has caused our Han family to suffer huge losses. If Han Feng wants these losses to be ignored, it must be of extraordinary value. He is just an ordinary genius, and there is not much of him in the family. Agree. 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 Han Yu had no choice but to agree. After the elders left, Han Yu smiled wryly. When these elders were not elders, they were his sworn brothers. Together, they created the Han family. But now that the Han family is established, the feeling of the past is that it can never be found again. Although the interests of the Han family are still the same, everyone has their own careful thoughts. For the sake of their own descendants, they have never stopped making small moves in private. Han Yu knew that in the case of Guwan, most of the elders were on Guwan's side, not because they didn't know Guwan was wrong, but because they didn't want his son and grandson to divide up the limited resources. Without those who divide resources, their children and grandchildren will get more resources. On the training ground, before the competition, many people have come one after another. After Han Feng came here, a lot of surprise flashed in his eyes. Half a month ago, there were only about 10 people in the midmortal rank who opened up a main vein, but now there are 10 people who have not come yet. It seems that in the past half-month, there are many people who have worked hard. Many people who stayed at the peak of the early mortal rank have broken through to the middle mortal rank. However, these people are all in the early stage of a main vein, and they are not completely stable yet, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Huh? Han Gu also broke through. Han Feng is also very impressed with Han Lin's 2 little followers. Seeing Han Feng, Han Gu grinned, very proud. Originally, when Han Gu saw Han Feng's internal strength rising steadily, he panicked in his heart, but now that he has broken through to the midmortal rank, the panic has weakened a lot. In Han Gu's opinion, it takes only half a month. No matter how talented Han Feng is, he is unlikely to break through to the midmortal stage. When the competition was about to start, Han Lin and a few others who were almost sure to become members of the training 10 also came. Han Lin couldn't see any sharp aura. He had obviously stabilized the internal strength of the 4 main meridians, and he might have improved a lot. In addition to Han Lin, Han Feng's eyes are more on the other 2 people. These 2 people are called Han Rong and Han Zheng respectively. These 2 are the grandsons of elders. Before January, they were among the young people, only 1 line lower than Han Lin. 1 with 4 main lines, 2 with 2 main lines, 16 with 1 main line, plus me, a total of 20 people. The competition is quite fierce. Han Feng thought to himself. The figure of Instructor Lin gradually arrived, and when they saw Instructor Lin, everyone suddenly became quiet. Han Feng looked around for a week and secretly said, "My previous decision is correct. If I use 5 low-grade spirit stones to cultivate my cultivation base, although my inner strength cultivation base is likely to be more solid now, maybe I can break through to the two main veins. But in the next 10 days, because of training, there is definitely not much time to improve the level of the 9 flames and different fire art, then the 3 low-grade spirit stones cannot be refined. Second-level medicinal pills can be obtained, but they can only be taken orally, and the efficiency of medicinal pills cannot be fully absorbed. The inner strength of the past few days will definitely improve, but compared with the previous speed, it is completely incomparable. I'm different from other people. They have worked so hard to cultivate until now. They have spent several years taking medicinal pills. Even if they can't fully absorb it, they are still faster than the previous cultivation. But I'm different. Now I choose to improve the level of the 9 flames and different fire art. Although I haven't reached the 2 main veins yet, there is still a lot of source fluid left. The low-grade and low-grade spirit stones that I just got can also be refined. During the training period, I just need to take the source fluid. And the second-level medicinal pill, I can also refine it into a source liquid, completely absorb it, and exert 100% of the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill. Under the superposition of all kinds, during the 10 days of training, my cultivation speed will not only not decrease from the previous month, but will increase a lot. Before participating in the trial, maybe I can catch up with Han Lin. Thinking of this, Han Feng was quite excited. At this time, Instructor Lin saw several teenagers with huge fluctuations in internal strength, and said loudly, "Yes, in the past half-month, many people have broken through to the mid-mortal rank and opened up the main vein. It seems that everyone has not relaxed, but more strict training. However, there are only 10 people who want to participate in the training to prepare for the trial. Those whose cultivation base is still in the early stage of the mortal rank, they don't need to compete. Is there any objection?" Many teenagers shook their heads. How could they have any objections? The early mortal rank and the middle mortal rank were 2 completely different levels. Instructor Lin stared at Han Feng, a little disappointed in his heart. Han Feng's inner strength didn't fluctuate much, and he obviously did not break through. Instructor Lin did not expect that Han Feng had stabilized a main vein cultivation level, which was incredible. In just half a month, it would be good to be able to break through, not to mention stabilize the internal strength cultivation level. Instructor Lin nodded in satisfaction and said, "In this way, those who have broken through to the mid-mortal rank, take a step forward, and I will decide the order of the competition." Han Lin and the others immediately took a step, as did Han Feng. Instructor Lin's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "Han Feng, as I said before, those who have not broken through to the mid-level rank cannot participate in the competition." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Instructor Gongqing Lin thought that he was still in the early stage of the mortal rank. Thinking about it, those who have already broken through are not fluctuating, and they are not as calm as him. Han Feng bowed his hand slightly and said, "Instructor, I have broken through to the mid-mortal stage." "What?" Instructor Lin glared, just about to scold Han Feng for lying, but then he thought that lying at this time is not a wise act. With Han Feng's character, it is impossible to lie, then. Instructor Lin suddenly became excited. Han Lin and others stared at Han Feng in disbelief. Han Lin murmured to himself, "How is this possible? If it really breaks through, doesn't it mean that this guy has surpassed my level of cultivation for more than a year in just 1 month? Is this still a low-grade qualification? Is it really like what my father said, this is Han Feng's perseverance in the past few years has paid off?" Han Gu was also panicked at this time. When he and Han Feng looked at each other just now, he gave Han Feng a provocative look. Han Feng shouldn't hold grudges and give him a chrysanthemum. Instructor Lin immediately came to Han Feng's side and put a finger on Han Feng's wrist. After a long time, Instructor Lin said with a complex and shocked expression on his face, "It really broke through. and it is still the pinnacle of the main vein. Han Feng, I teach among the Han family youths for so many years. You are the fastest cultivator I have seen. Perhaps the Han family can really be carried forward in your hands. Hearing Instructor Lin's comment, a group of teenagers were also shocked. Han Lin's face sank, and then he looked directly at Han Feng. At this moment, Han Lin really regarded Han Feng as an opponent that might affect him to capture the first person under the age of 15 of the younger Han family. Han Rong and Han Jiang also burst out with a strong fighting spirit. And Han Feng, after sensing the fighting intent of the three, did not flinch and looked directly at the three, with 4 lines of sight. They collided in the air, making a crackling sound. Everyone felt the atmosphere, and Golu swallowed. Instructor Lin calmed down and said, Han Lin, Han Rong, and Han Jiang, I announced that these 3 will directly become the training 10 members. Do you have any opinions? Everyone quickly shook their heads. One of these 3 people got through the 4 main veins, and both of them got through the 2 main veins. The inner strength cultivation base ranked the top 3, and everyone naturally had no opinion. Instructor Lin, okay, the rest of the people will draw lots to choose their opponents, one-on-one, and the winner will get the initial training 10 membership. The first scene, Han. Second round. The third. The fourth game, Han Feng versus Han Gu. Han Gu's face suddenly turned pale. Before Han Feng could play, Han Gu raised his hand with a sad face. Instructor, I abstain. At the beginning, Han Feng was able to overcast Cuba before he had much internal energy. Now he is at the peak of a main vein, and his internal energy is far superior to him. It is easier to clean up him. Han Gu regretted his death. If he knew earlier, he should not have given Han Feng a provocative look before. Han Feng touched his nose, very speechless. Just a look, he hasn't gotten to that point. Instructor Lin was stagnant for a while, and said helplessly, the 4th game Han Feng won without a fight, the next is the 5th game. Han Lai is right. Han Lai was more fortunate. The opponent had just broken through. The 2 fought dozens of moves, and were swept away by Han Lai. Han Lai won. The 6th game, the 7th game, and the 8th game were all completed, and the last person took a bye. In the end, including Han Feng and Han Lai, a total of 9 people qualified, plus Han Lin, Han Rong, and Han Jiang, a total of 12. Next, we have to eliminate 2 more talents. Instructor Lin said to the 8 who failed, even though you lost, it doesn't mean you are worse than the 9 who won. Next is the challenge. You can rest for a while, and when your internal strength and physical strength return to their prime, you can do it. Challenge the 9 winners. If you lose, you completely lose the opportunity. If you win, you can replace it. After speaking, Instructor Lin turned his head to Han Fengjiu and said, you too, hurry up and restore your physical strength and inner strength. Yes. After half an hour, everyone recovered, and one of the collateral children named Han Hua asked to challenge Han Feng. Han Hua's internal strength has already reached the peak of the main line, and it is very unfortunate to meet an opponent who has reached the peak of the main line, and regrettably lose. If this is not the case, Han Hua is very likely to qualify. Therefore, Han Hua was the most unconvinced among the 8 who failed, and finally picked Han Feng. From Han Hua's point of view, Han Feng only had extremely insidious and wretched means to make Han Gu fear and win without fighting. But he was not afraid. Even if Han Feng is also a peak of the main vein, but for half a month, Han Hua does not believe that Han Feng will completely master the internal strength cultivation. Han Feng, this is an official competition, I hope you don't use that insidious method again. Han Hua said coldly. Han Feng nodded, don't worry, you won't be able to use those means against you. Arrogant. Han Hua roared and grabbed Han Feng with one claw. Condensing claw art. Han Feng also snorted, and walked away as fast as lightning. Hearing a cry of pain from Han Hua, his chest was torn apart, revealing a few bloody scratches, and at the same time, Han Hua flew out and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Instructor Lin took a deep breath. Hey, you've done a great job of condensing the claws. The third update has been updated, please recommend it. The fourth more should be at 12 o'clock. It is also in the middle stage of ordinary rank, and it is also a main line of cultivation. Han Feng fights against Han Hua. Han Hua is not the enemy of Han Feng's one move. Many teenagers widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and their eyes were dull. Han Lin and the others' eyes narrowed. They didn't take a deep breath until Instructor Lin's voice sounded. The realm of condensing claw success. It turned out to be a great success in the claws. No wonder Han Hua's claws were second to none, but it was only a small achievement. Instructor Lin was so shocked by Han Feng today that he was already numb. This kid, his comprehension is too high. The basic level of martial arts is a master at the later stage of the mortal rank, and if you want to reach the state of mastery, you don't have to work for 2 or 3 months. It can't be done, but this kid is only in the middle of the mortal rank, and only gets through one main vein. Han Lin was shocked. I only achieved a small success in the claw a few days ago, this guy. Fortunately, I have opened up 4 main veins now, and the internal strength is far beyond Han Feng, otherwise. Han Rong and Han Zheng had solemn expressions on their faces. Their claws had been successfully condensed, and their power had been greatly increased. With the internal strength of a main vein, it was possible to fight them, and even if they were careless, they were likely to lose. The two took a deep look at Han Feng. Instructor Lin exhaled. Han Hua failed to challenge Han Feng. Han Hua was disqualified, and Han Feng was qualified to train 10 people. Next, please continue to choose an opponent to challenge. With Han Feng, second Han Hua, who should challenge Han Feng? In the hearts of everyone, Han Feng has risen to the ranks of masters who have opened up 2 main veins with Han Rong and others. Han Hua withdrew with a lonely and bitter smile. One person only has one chance to challenge. He has been eliminated now. Han Hua regrets it a little. If he chooses another opponent, he might be able to replace him with his strength. In the next few challenges, 3 of the 9 who had won before fell. Han Lai was very lucky to have stayed among the 9 people. Of course, this also had something to do with Han Lai's cultivation. 9 people stood with Han Lin, a total of 12 people. Instructor Lin looked at the 12 people with bright eyes, and for a long while, he chose 2 people out of the frightened battle among the 12 people. The 2 of you are the bottom of the 12 in strength. I asked you to withdraw. Can you 2 be convinced? The 2 nodded with a wry smile. They are not stupid either. The previous competition and challenge match basically gave them a sense of each other. The 2 knew that they were indeed the weakest among the 12. At the beginning, the 2 it has already become conscious. Instructor Lin laughed. Don't be disappointed, you can get to this point, you are already outstanding. It can be said that you are an elite, and when you grow up, you may be able to surpass this instructor. It's time for you to teach this instructor. At this time, the eyes of the 2 men regained their brilliance. Han Feng curled his lips aside. The 2 of them may indeed surpass the current Instructor Lin and surpass the human level by 4 stars, but Instructor Lin cannot stand still. No one knows what will happen in the future. This Instructor Lin can really fool people. Instructor Lin clapped his hands. It's almost noon now, let's disband. Han Lin, Han Rong, Han Zheng, Han Feng, Han Lai. The 10 of you will gather here early tomorrow morning. I and several other members of the hunting team will lead you to the Yufeng Mountains for training. You guys have to be prepared, don't be scared to pee your pants by the monsters. Ha ha. All 10 people pouted their lips and scared to pee their pants. Too underestimated. Instructor Lin turned and left, with a wicked smile on his lips, thinking to himself, this instructor looks down on you? It's just a bunch of you little bastards look down on Warcraft. The wild monsters in the Yufeng Mountains are completely different from the monsters domesticated by the family. This instructor is waiting for your performance tomorrow, quack. In the Han family's discussion hall, Instructor Lin and another female instructor told the training and quit. In the lobby, it was quiet. For a long time, Han Yu laughed excitedly, ha ha ha, the fourth elder, the first elder, Feng'er has now become one of the 10 members of the training, and according to Lin Yu, Feng'er will soon get through the second master. Pulse, this kind of cultivation speed, isn't it comparable to a mere Guwan? The faces of the fourth elder and the first elder were stiff. The two of them never imagined that the result would be like this. Han Feng's current internal strength cultivation level caused a storm in their hearts. The two looked at each other. If this speed could be maintained, they would be able to become masters of the profound rank within a few years, then their Han family. Thinking of this, the two elders made a decision. The first elder stroked his white beard and said with a smile, Patriarch, having this grandson really makes the old man jealous. Our family must make every effort to cultivate it. Now that the Han family is in the development stage, in order to improve the family's strength, even the strong from outside must be recruited harder, not to mention the geniuses from their own family. The fourth elder forced a smile, Don't worry, Patriarch, I will warn Guwan. When Guwan heard the news of the summoning by the fourth elder, his face was excited. Could it be that the decision to punish that little bastard has come to an end? Stinky boy, how dare you beat this manager so badly? But when Guwan met the fourth elder and saw the dark face of the fourth elder, his heart froze, and a bad thought filled Guwan's mind. Sure enough, the fourth elder scolded, Guwan, the elders have always valued you so much, but you have made such a big mistake, and you are even secretly hiding spirit stones on weekdays. Now it's obviously your own fault, and you've reversed the right and wrong, and pushed the fault to Han Feng. Han Feng is the direct line of the family. Could it be that the direct line of the family is nothing in your eyes? Is it true that in your eyes, the old man is just a big head? Guwan's face was pale, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Elder, Xiao Xiao definitely has no such idea. Xiao Xiao has always remembered the life-saving grace of the elder in his heart. But Xiao did live up to the expectations of the elders, was blinded by all his strength, and made such a big mistake, he will never dare again in the future. Hearing the reprimand of the fourth elder, Guwan did not know that he lost the contest with Han Feng. The biggest trump card he dared to face against Han Feng was that he had the support of the fourth elder, and now even the fourth elder did not intend to help him. How could he fight against Han Feng? And depending on the situation, the fourth elder already knew what he did on weekdays. The fourth elder waved his hand, What to do, you must already know, step back. The family sees the old man's face and is not going to punish you too harshly, but you can't do that in charge. Yes. Guwan's face was pale, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and retreated. Fourth more. Guwan walked a little erratically on the road. Guwan knew that the punishment was already very light. Since the family chose Han Feng, between him and Han Feng, they should not show mercy to him, and it would be light to drive out of the house. To be more serious, it is very likely that the entire Han family will be notified and then be executed. All of this is because of the fourth elder. To the fourth elder, Guwan was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Thinking about the spiritual stones that he has stolen over the years, Guwan is full of guilt. These spiritual stones, Guwan planned to leave to Cuba, but now it seems. If it wasn't for Cuba, Guwan would never want to do this kind of thing. What's the point of the fourth elder? Guwan smiled wryly, What is my life? I thought I had the support of the four elders. Even if I die one day, my son will still be able to live well, and the spiritual stones that I have greed for so many years are enough for me. There are sufficient resources to practice. But now it seems that if I die, the family will not treat my son kindly for Han Feng's sake. Even the spiritual stone I greedy will be taken away by the family. For my son, everything is nothing. Back at the residence, Guwan immediately sent someone to inquire about the training ground. When Guwan learned that Han Feng had become a member of the training 10, Guwan had a hint of enlightenment in his heart. So talented, no wonder the family. It now seems that I was injured, not all because of Han Feng's sneak attack. I was blinded by power to offend such a promising genius. I'm as stupid as a pig. I hope Han Feng can accept my apology, otherwise, alas. Guwan came to Cuba's bedside, and Cuba lay on the bed, gradually waking up. Cuban opened his eyes. Father, what's wrong with you? In Cuba's impression, his father rarely showed such a declining expression. Guwan rubbed Cuba's head and sighed. Son, don't offend Han Feng in the future, be careful with him, we can't afford to offend him. What? At the mention of Han Feng, Cuba first flashed a trace of resentment, then turned pale and fearful. Han Feng's third burst of chrysanthemum was too ruthless, leaving a deep shadow in Cuba's heart. Seeing this, Guwan also knew that his son probably didn't have the courage to trouble Han Feng, and Guwan breathed a sigh of relief. Telling what happened before, Guwan said, Son, take good care of your wounds, I will go to make amends. Remember the words of my father, I must never offend Han Feng in the future. If possible, try to please Han Feng, just like Han Feng. Like Gu and Han Lai, it's not bad to be Han Feng's sidekick. Of course, the premise is that Han Feng is willing to accept you. Guwan left, leaving behind a silent Cuba. When Han Feng came to Han Tianqing's residence in the afternoon, he found out that Guwan was talking to his father. If you look closely, Guwan's expression is slightly respectful, and there is no arrogance before. Seeing Han Feng, Guwan immediately stood up with a more serious expression. The slave has seen young Master Feng. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and stared at Guwan like that. Soon, Guwan's forehead was soaked in cold sweat. At this time, Han Feng chuckled lightly. Guwan is here, but this young master is terrified. Hearing Han Feng say this, Guwan trembled all over, with a bitter expression on his face, and he was really offended. With a plop, Guwan knelt down directly under Han Feng's stunned gaze, only to hear Guwan tremblingly say, Slave. This servant knows that the behavior of these years has made the young master angry, such as, if the young master does not relieve his hatred, can take the life of a slave at any time. I just hope the young master can let go of the slave's son. Han Feng went to his seat and sat down. Your son? It's Cuba. I killed you. Doesn't Cuba hate me? I don't have any thoughts of future troubles. With a hint of despair on Guwan's expression, he cowed out again and again without any reservation, and soon his forehead turned red. Han Tianqing couldn't bear to see it. Fenger, Guwan has already admitted his mistake, and the family has also punished him. From now on, Guwan is an ordinary servant, no longer a manager. Han Feng was surprised for a moment, and thoughtfully said, It seems that the family chose me, but only gave Guwan such a light start. I'm afraid it is because of the scruples of the fourth elder. Guwan's current situation, I'm afraid he really doesn't dare to greedy his father's usual resource spirit stones on weekdays. Forget it, I also want to give some face to the family and the fourth elder. Let's end this matter. Sigh, I wanted to scare me a little more, but my father's heart is still too soft. Just like my father. It's no wonder that my mother who I have never met has me, and I don't care about my father. I heard that my mother is a famous genius. My father's personality is probably not good. Han Feng cleared his throat and said coldly, Since the family has punished you, and if your father intercedes again, I will spare you this time, and next time, you will know the serious consequences of offending this young master. Guwan suddenly cowed out with joy on his face. Thank you, young Master Feng, thank you, Master Tianqing. This is the spiritual stone that the slaves have occupied over the years, and I will return them all to you, Master. Saying that, Guwan opened the burden brought by him. As a slave, even if his status was a little high, Guan could not have storage such as storage belts. After Guan left, Han Tiancheng gave the spirit stone to Han Feng. Fenger, these spirit stones will be given to you. Although I don't know what Fenger wants to do, it must be related to cultivation. Han Feng saw that most of them were low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones. Han Feng hurriedly pushed back, "Father, I don't need these low-grade medium-grade spirit stones, so you should use them for cultivation." With so many low-grade medium-grade spirit stones, even if Father can't reach 5-star human rank, at least you can reach human level. Rank 4-star peak, half-step human rank 5-star. This, okay. Han Tiancheng hesitated and accepted. Indeed, low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones can be absorbed and refined by mere ordinary warriors. I think too much, Han Tiancheng thought so. However, some low-grade spirit stones with a purity of 9% and 10% were left to Han Feng by Han Tiancheng. Han Feng did not refuse either. With the current level of the 9 flames and different fire art, as long as it is slightly improved, it is enough to refine these spirit stones. Returning to the room, Han Feng immediately entered the first floor of the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower and began to consume the source liquid that had not been absorbed before refining. I saw Han Feng's body was galloping like 10,000 horses, mighty, and soon, when the early morning came, Han Feng's body suddenly burst out with a fierce energy. Han Feng's internal strength has broken through again, opening up the second main vein. But the source fluid still remained. Han Feng did not stop cultivating, and continued to absorb the energy of the source fluid. Gradually, the fierce energy began to dissipate, and the inner strength of the second main vein was opened up, slowly and steadily. The new book is finally signed. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight entered the house, Han Feng's body sitting cross-legged on the bed also slowly opened his eyes. I am now at the inner strength cultivation base that has opened up the second main vein, and it has stabilized and will not be easily seen by others. Sure enough, my previous choice was right. Otherwise, it would be at most the initial stage of opening the second main vein, and it would never reach the stability of the realm, and it would be impossible to maintain rapid progress in the following days. It's different now. It's time to gather, and we can only wait until the evening to continue refining the remaining low-grade spirit stones with a purity of 5 to 6 or 7%. When Han Feng arrived at the training grounds of the Han family, Han Lin and others had almost gathered. Han Feng was a little stunned and muttered, "Usually this guy Han Lin came last, but he came so quickly today. It seems that being able to fight wild beasts is not a small attraction to him." Seeing Han Feng, Han Lin said lightly, "Come on." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, "Yes." Afterwards, the two were silent. After all, Han Lin ignores Han Feng on weekdays. There is not much interaction between the two, and he doesn't know what to say, but Han Feng sighs in his heart. As expected, he is still strong. This Han Lin usually has a lot of dissatisfaction with himself. He ignored it, but he showed his strength, so Han Lin no longer ignored it, and even took the initiative to say hello. At this moment, Han Lin said again, "You have only one main line of cultivation, and you are very reluctant to deal with second-level monsters. Be careful then." After saying that, Han Lin turned around to look for Han Lai, no longer giving Han Feng a chance to speak. Han Feng looked surprised, but his heart was warm. No matter how there were some contradictions before, after all, they were blood relatives, and at the critical moment, they would always help one or two. Han Feng accepted Han Lin's awkward kindness and didn't say that he was not afraid. Although Han Feng is now using ordinary fire, he might be able to kill the third-level monster. The grades of magical beasts and medicinal herbs are similar, from low to high. They are grade 1 to 12, followed by earth-grade beasts and heaven-grade beasts. The first-level to fourth-level monsters correspond to the mortal rank, and the second-level and third-level monsters both correspond to the mid-mortal rank. The 5th level monster to the 8th level monster corresponds to the human level. The 9th level of monsters to the 12th level of monsters corresponds to the mysterious order. The Yufeng mountain range is the lowest level among the surrounding mountains in the City of People. More than 60% of it is a level 1, 2, 3 for monsters, and monsters above level 4 rarely appear. No higher. With the strength of Instructor Lin, there is no threat to him under the 6th level monsters. Among the 6th level monsters, as long as the monsters are not too powerful, Instructor Lin alone is enough to resist for a while, not to mention, the instructors who went to go are not only Instructor Lin. Haha, the 10 of you are not bad. I'm glad that you arrived so early. A hearty laugh came, and Instructor Lin and the 3 following them appeared in everyone's sight. Instructor Lin pointed to the 3 behind him and said, "Let me introduce you. These are Instructor Han Yongxing, Instructor Linda, and Instructor Fenli." Everyone's expression suddenly became serious. The names of these 3 major instructors are not inferior to Lin Yu, or even stronger. Han Yongxing, the son of the Great Elder, is currently the strongest of the 2nd generation of the Han family. He has reached the human level 6-star cultivation base. According to reliable information, Han Yongxing is likely to step into the human level within a year or 2. 7 stars. At that time, there will be one more powerhouse in the late stage of the entire Han family. Don't underestimate the late human level, the entire Han family. There are no more than 10 late human level powerhouses. Of those elders, there are also a small part of the human level 6-star level. And there is only one person in the Han family who is at the top of the human rank, that is, Han Yu, the head of the Han family, who is a 10-star human rank. Instructor Linda after Han Yongxing was the younger brother of Instructor Lin Yu, but his cultivation base was one level higher than Lin Yu's. The last instructor Fenli was at the same level as Lin Yu, 4-star. With the protection of these 4 middle-level powerhouses, even if the top 6-level monsters in the Yufeng Mountains attacked, they would only be able to fall with hatred. Obviously, the top management of the Han family attaches great importance to the training of Han Lin's 10 people. After Instructor Lin introduced, he turned his head to look at Han Yongxing. In this world, the strong are respected. As Han Yongxing is the strongest here, Instructor Lin subconsciously obeyed Han Yongxing's orders. However, Han Yongxing waved his hand. "This training, the captain of the family who accepts fate is you. You can do it. I'm just helping these little guys when they have problems." Linda smiled and said, "Lord Han Yongxing is right, brother, you can arrange it." Fenli shrugged, obviously agreeing. Instructor Lin touched his nose and said helplessly, "Okay, then you have to listen to me for 10 days. Boys, stand up and follow me to the Yufeng Mountains." At this time, Han Lin asked a question, "Instructor Lin, why don't you see Sister Ro and the others?" Instructor Lin said with a wicked smile, "Boy, you just want to be with beautiful women, don't think about it, they are different from our training locations." Han Lin's face darkened. He didn't think so, he just wanted to compare with Sister Ro. As the only 3rd-class qualified person in the Han family, Han Ro has always been the target of Han Lin's pursuit. Don't look at Han Lin's 4 main veins now, but Han Ro's qualifications are 2 levels higher than Han Lin's, and he has practiced for 4 or 5 months longer than Han Lin. Now he has opened up 6 main veins, and it is said that the 7th main vein is coming soon. Get through. Speaking of Han Ro, all of a sudden, deep respect and admiration flashed in the eyes of other teenagers. Beautiful and talented, she is definitely the goddess in the hearts of their group of little boys. Han Ro? You are also my target, and I believe it won't take long to catch up with you. Han Feng muttered to himself. Instructor Lin waved his hand, "Okay, don't think too much, go with this instructor." A group of 14 people immediately set off, the target, Yufeng Mountain Range. Under the Yufeng Mountains. Instructor Lin waved his hand and everyone stopped. Instructor Lin said solemnly, "Who among you knows the specific news about the Yufeng Mountains?" A group of teenagers looked at each other in dismay. What they usually do most is training. Where should they pay attention to this? Instructor Lin grinned. "Little brats, listen to this instructor. What this instructor said next is very likely related to whether you can survive safely. The Yufeng mountain range is divided into two parts, the outer and inner parts. Most of the monsters in the outer area are between the first and second levels, and there are few third-level monsters, but most of the inner circles are third and fourth-level monsters, and it is very likely that there will be fifth-level monsters. It's a monster of level 5 or above. The Yufeng mountain range is not very big. Our 4 instructors will only train you for 7 days. After 7 days, you will enter the Yufeng mountain range, and we will not follow. For the next 3 days, you need to train yourself and cut off part of the monster's body. The family is so qualitative, a first-level monster is 1 point, and a second-level monster is 10 points. After coming out, they will be ranked according to the points. The top 3 can get 1 second-level medicinal pill, and the bottom 7 can only get the first-level medicinal pill. So, in these 7 days, you must follow the methods of our 4 instructors to distinguish the inner and outer edges of the Yufeng Mountains. Don't take it for granted that the innermost part of the Yufeng Mountains is the inner perimeter. Although this is indeed the case, in the Yufeng Mountains, there are many trees, and some places can even completely block the sun. Trust me, you can't even tell the specific direction there. How to distinguish between the inside and the outside of the mountain range? If you are not careful, you may be disoriented and enter the mountain range. With your strength, once you enter the interior, you will only have death. By the way, you also have to learn how to identify where the exit is and how to remember where you walked, otherwise you are likely to spin around in the mountains and get lost and can't get out. Instructor Lin said with a serious face. All the teenagers seemed to be affected, even Han Lin and Han Feng were a little nervous. Han Feng looked at the tall trees in the Yufeng Mountains. For some reason, in this hot summer, these trees looked gloomy, like monsters that devoured people. Han Feng did not know that in the Yufeng Mountains, many ordinary warriors were indeed buried. The 3 instructors Han Yongxing watched all this with interest, and smiled in a low voice. "It's always like this. I think we were so immature back then, but now, hee." Linda and Fenli both smiled. Their experiences may be different from those of Han Feng and others, but they were so naive in the beginning, and it was only after countless blood and battles that they transformed into what they are now. Clapping his hands, Instructor Lin coughed twice and said, "Now, what do you 10 want to ask?" Han Lai immediately said, "Instructor, if we killed a third-level beast, how many points are there?" Instructor Lin looked extremely strange, and then scolded, "With your strength, you can also deal with second-level monsters, and among the more powerful second-level monsters, you can't win. It is estimated that only Han Lin has the strength to fight. On your level, do you still want to hunt down third-level monsters? Unless the sun comes out from the west." Han Lai was reprimanded by Instructor Lin, and slumped with embarrassment on his face. The first-level monster is equivalent to the early stage of the mortal rank, the second-level monster is equivalent to the first 4 main veins in the middle stage of the mortal stage, and the third-level monster is equivalent to the 4 main veins in the middle stage of the mortal stage. At least the powerhouses who have opened up the 5th main vein have the ability to contend. On the periphery of the Yufeng Mountains, a giant tiger covered in piebald hides in the dark, seeing a group of people slowly approaching, opening their mouths hungry and drooling. Roar! After the group approached, the piebald tiger jumped out and bit the first person. But immediately, the piebald tiger showed a look of fear, and in the perception of the piebald tiger, the person headed by it suddenly shot out a breath that made its heart palpitate from no danger. This aura was only felt in the Yufeng Mountains. Die! Scream loudly! The piebald tiger was in pain and flew out backwards, without any consciousness again. Instructor Lin chuckled. Did you see, in the mountains, any monsters will hide their traces and attack, which is different from the monsters in the family for you to beat. If you are not careful, you will become the feces of monsters. The young people were a little scared just now, but at this moment, they suddenly became embarrassed, and they became monster feces or something. Han Lin said solemnly, Instructor, what rank is this piebald tiger? Although they didn't want to admit it, when the piebald tiger came out, they were indeed shocked by the fierceness of the piebald tiger. Han Feng's face also changed slightly. This monster is really not easy. Compared with the attack of this monster, the previous test between me and Cuba was like playing like a child. Instructor Lin hummed, I was restrained? Hee, this piebald tiger is only the bottom of the monsters, a first-level monster, and even among the first-level monsters, it's not even considered the best. But anyway, the piebald tiger has grown to this point, and there are definitely a lot of fights on weekdays. It's normal for you to be shocked by the bloody atmosphere. After all, you haven't seen blood. The first-class monsters that the family trains you on weekdays have already lost their fighting spirit. The monsters in the family get to the Yufeng Mountains, and it will take less than a month to become the food of the monsters in the Yufeng Mountains. And feces. What, it's level 1. Han Lin and the others exclaimed, and the monster that made them stunned was actually only level 1. Han Lin and the others looked very ugly, and the pride of the family elite was shattered to pieces at this time. Han Feng took a deep breath and secretly said, I wasn't much better before, thanks to my past life for so many years. Then Han Feng smiled bitterly, I was just an ordinary person in my previous life, and I have never killed anyone. In this respect, I am indeed no different from Han Lin and the others. These 10 days of training must be overcome. Instructor Lin said at this time, now I understand why I need to train you before participating in the trial. During the trial, you will also be in the Yufeng Mountains. Think about it, if you participate in the trial without training, then the result. The faces of everyone were even more ugly. By then, it is estimated that no more than half of the 10 people will survive. Instructor Lin laughed and said, go ahead, there are not many monsters in the Yufeng Mountains just now. It takes ordinary effort to find a monster here. It will be easier if you wait for some inside. Fight with monsters. The crowd froze. Before everyone left, Instructor Lin walked to a tree, took out a dagger and made a cross, pointing at the sign. Instructor Lin said, do you know why this is? A group of little guys frowned and thought hard. In this regard, Han Feng lived for so many years in his previous life, how could he not know, and blurted out now, this mark can let us know if we lost our way and walked back to the same place. When Han Feng said this, all the youngsters were stunned. Instructor Lin snorted, Han Feng, you actually know? Han Feng Qian smiled and said, I used to pester my father to tell me stories. Instructor Lin nodded, so it is. Thanks to Zhou Jinshan 2004 for the big reward, and there are still a lot of them. He suddenly became a deacon and occupied the first place in the fan list. Cabbage is very grateful. During the new book period, it is not easy to break out. Once it exceeds 150,000 words, it cannot be regarded as a new book. The eyes of other teenagers looking at Han Feng were a little strange. Strict father and mother, their father was always serious. In the face of such a serious father, they could not pester him to tell them stories. The mother is a bit more gentle, but Ren's honking was only built in the last few decades, and the development process is too short, which also led to their mothers being mostly ordinary people without much knowledge, so naturally it is impossible to instill this common sense in them. It was Han Tianqing's gentle temperament that would be patient. These teenagers don't know whether to be jealous or happy. Instructor Lin said solemnly, Han Feng did say the effect, but it is too broad. Now I will talk about it in detail. In fact, it doesn't have to be on a tree to engrave an imprint. It can be anywhere else, depending on your own interests. Engraving this mark will allow you to distinguish whether you are lost, whether you are spinning in place, and even based on the mark, you can tell where you are at the moment. Especially when you are being chased and killed, engraving a mark can prevent you from losing your bearings in a hurry. In the jungle, there are too many similar places. If you don't make an imprint, it is very likely that you will treat two different locations as one. Han Lin suddenly said, "If you carve these marks, wouldn't it be easy for the pursuers to know your position?" Instructor Lin gave Han Lin an admiring look. "Yes, so when you engrave your mark, you must try to engrave it in an inconspicuous place, and it is best to make a mark that is not easy for people to distinguish. For example, you made an arrow. It's too obvious." When some sects practice together, they all have specific marks and positions to tell their fellow sects where they are. These need to be summed up slowly in the future. Let's not talk about these now, let's move on. Along the way, Instructor Lin explained a lot of common sense. These common sense, some group of teenagers know some don't know at all. Along the way, the youngsters have gained a lot. Even during this period, Han Yongxing and the three of them reluctantly said some knowledge. Soon, the group came to the inner position of the Yufeng Mountains. Here, first-level monsters are rare, and most of them are second-level monsters. Han Lai, I'll give you this golden armor to wear the mountain. In front of the group, a pangolin monster looked at them vigilantly. Because Instructor Lin and the others restrained their breath, the golden armor Pangshan could only detect the aura of Han Lin and the others. This breath was not strong, so although the golden armor Pangshan was vigilant, he did not leave. Me? Han Lai pointed at himself, a little disbelieving. Instructor Lin nodded, yes, it's you. This golden armor Pangshan is just a second-level monster that has just evolved. In terms of cultivation, it is one step lower than you. The basic long fist and basic leg technique you have cultivated have also reached perfection, and the claws are barely close to Xiaocheng. In this realm, as long as you can fully exert 100% of your strength, you will be able to solve this golden armor in 3 moves. Apart from the 3 moves, it means that you need to exercise. Han Lai swallowed, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Jingjia Pangshan saw Han Lai, grinning fiercely, and his sharp teeth flashed a white light. From a distance, this golden armored mountain is normal, but when it gets closer, Han Lai is horrified to discover that this golden armored mountain is half the height of a person, and it can be called huge. Han Lai trembled all over. Jingjia Panshan may also know Han Lai's fear, and his mouth is even bigger, and he is even more aggressive. But at this time, Han Lai just looked at Jingjia Panshan stupidly. Roar. Jingjia Pangshan couldn't help it, he wanted to swallow Han Lai in his mouth and jumped away. What? Han Lai screamed in fear, rolled on the spot, and avoided the attack of Jingjia Panshan. Roar. Jingjia Pangshan is dissatisfied, the food is not good, waiting to be bitten by it, and planning to run away? Under the anger, Jingjia Panshan roared even more violently. On the other side, Han Lin said anxiously, Instructor, go on like this. Instructor Lin waved his hand with a serious face, I can't take action, I can't even endure this level, and it will only get worse in the future. Han Lin, you must remember that the trial you participated in is not a safe trial. Needless to say, the city lord, he is just a person sent by the emperor of the Jin kingdom to monitor whether our families have connections with other countries and whether they have the heart of rebellion, and there is no threat. And if there are people sent by the state, the built city can be regarded as recognized by the state. If any party's strength destroys the city, it will be hunted down by the state. For a city that is not recognized by the state, even if it is destroyed, no one will take revenge. But in the same way, as the city lord, he will not care about the disputes of our families. Right now, all the families in Renshongking are in the development stage. Every once in a while, there are families whose strengths have greatly increased, and some families have suffered greatly and their status has plummeted. In order to enhance the strength of the family, on the one hand, it is necessary to enhance the cultivation of family members, and on the other hand, it is necessary to suppress other families. The best way is to get rid of the geniuses of other families. In the trial in a month, you are likely to encounter the strangulation of geniuses from other families. You have no strength, and you don't have a certain belief. At that time, Han Lin and the others' faces changed drastically. During the trial, would they still die? Han Feng's face didn't change much. Judging from the movement of this training, Han Feng had already guessed this, so Han Feng couldn't wait to improve his strength. At this time, Han Lai had already been hunted down by the golden armor and was in a state of embarrassment. He was barely clothed, and there were scars everywhere. If it wasn't for Han Lai's own cultivation level that was higher than that of the golden armor, he would probably have perished. Instructor Lin suddenly shouted loudly, "Han Lai, cheer me up, look at you now, are you still the elite of the Han family? It's just trash. You don't even dare to fight the second-level Warcraft you just promoted, what else can you do? You have practiced your inner strength for so long, just to avoid it?" Instructor Lin's continuous questioning made Han Lai froze for a moment. Waste? Is he really trash? Puff. Han Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, was swept away by Jinjia's tail, and flew out. Cough, cough. Han Lai stood up in embarrassment, and a burst of anger suddenly ignited in his chest. Before he came, he had always regarded himself as the elite of the Han family, but now, he has been called a waste. Isn't it just a first-level and second-level Warcraft? There is nothing to fear, kill kill kill. The teasing eyes of Jinjia Pangshan turned cold, and he became vigilant again, staring coldly at the food in front of him. In the feeling of Jinjia Pangshan, this strange two-legged food suddenly felt a sense of danger. First update today. Half an hour later, Han Lai collapsed to the ground, panting and weak. I finally killed the second-level demon beast. Han Lai exclaimed excitedly. When Instructor Lin and the others came here, Instructor Lin said with satisfaction, "Not bad, I haven't lost the face of the younger generation of the Han family. Now you know, the second-level monster is not terrible, the terrible thing is that your own will is insufficient. Without a firm will, in the face of the evil spirits of the beasts, you will always be afraid, and it will be difficult to exert your full power. Originally, with your cultivation and strength, within 3 moves, it was enough to solve the golden armor Pangshan, but in the end, you were chased by the golden armor and Pangshan, and suffered serious injuries. In the end, although the obstacles were overcome, there were scars all over the body, which led to the battle for so long before the golden armor Pangshan was solved." Han Lai nodded again and again. "Thanks for the instructor's teaching, I am confident now that I will not be ashamed again when I face the second-level monster. If I encounter Jinjia Pangshan again, within 10 strokes, I can definitely kill it." Han Lin and the others were both apprehensive and envious. Instructor Lin looked around for a week, with a weird smile on his mouth. "Don't worry, none of you can escape." Next, everyone really participated in the battle one by one, and they were all second-level monsters, but most of them were second-level monsters at the same level as Jinjia Pangshan, and they belonged to the bottom of the second-level monsters. Among them, Han Rong and Han Zhang performed the best. As masters who got through the 2 main veins, they dealt with it much easier than Han Lai. Rao is so, the two also took some minor injuries. There are only Han Lin and Han Feng left who are not participating in the battle now. Soon, everyone encountered the first and second level of Warcraft again. "This is a greedy wolf snake," Instructor Lin said. "The wolf snake is a type of beast that likes to eat wolves. Adult wolf snakes have the strength of third-level monsters. A small number of wolf snakes will have the opportunity to be promoted to 4th-level monsters if they mutate. The adult greedy wolf snake is 10 meters long, and this wolf greedy snake is only 8 meters long. Obviously, it is still underage and belongs to the category of second-level monsters. Only 8 meters, this wolf snake should belong to the second-class warcraft, no less than a warrior who has opened up 3 main veins, and maybe it is enough to compete with a warrior who has opened up 4 main veins. Han Lin, this wolf snake will be handed over to you. Yes. Han Lin walked out full of enthusiasm. Han Lin is worthy of being a genius that the younger generation of the Han family valued very much. Facing the wolf snake, Han Lin was only uncomfortable for a moment, and then he returned to normal. Before the wolf snake attacked, Han Lin took the lead. Condensing claw technique. Having reached the realm of minor achievement, the condensing claw art, which is close to the realm of major achievement, and Han Lin's 4 main meridian inner strength cultivation base, under the explosion, rustling, hissing. The greedy wolf and snake's tail suddenly attacked, and a scene that shocked the teenagers of the Han family happened. Han Lin twisted his body inconceivably in the air and directly dodged the blow, and then Han Lin grabbed it with the claws. In an instant, blood dripped. The greedy wolf snake let out a painful cry, twisting its huge body, and the whole tail of the wolf-greedy snake was torn into several pieces by Han Lin. Taking advantage of the moment when the wolf snake was in pain, Han Lin didn't miss the slightest chance, and quickly grabbed it with the claw-claw technique. This time, it was the head of the wolf snake. The greedy wolf snake felt a severe crisis, and hurriedly shook his head to avoid it. But Han Lin had already inserted his left hand into the writhing abdomen of the wolf snake and pulled the wolf snake directly. Afterwards, Han Lin exerted force on his right paw. Suddenly, the head of the wolf snake was inserted by Han Lin, and the wolf snake died instantly. Gollum. The teenager swallowed a mouthful of spit. This is really too strong. They have to overcome the weakest existence among the mere second-level monsters to fight for a long time, and eventually, they will be injured. But Han Lin took the life of the wolf snake in an instant. This wolf snake was a second-class monster. In the past, they only thought that Han Lin was strong, but now the young people realized that they were far from Han Lin in terms of willpower, and the gap was even bigger. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. This Han Lin is really beyond my expectations. Perhaps the future development of the Han family will depend on Han Lin. However, I'm not bad. Han Feng was so excited that it was his turn next. On the other side, Han Yongxing looked excited. The first time I wasn't so calm. This Han Lin's temperament and will is not bad. If there are enough exercises, it is not impossible for Han Lin to surpass the patriarch. It's a pity that the family's skill level is not high, but it's a pity. Linda smiled and said, "What's the matter? Don't you forget that after more than half a year?" Han Yongxing slapped his head. "Yeah, I almost forgot. In more than half a year, the Xianming sect will come here for inspection. If Han Lin can be admired, he will be at least 12 stars in the future, and it is even very likely that he will break through to Xianming stage. The breakthrough of the rank is one aspect of aptitude, and the other aspect of xinqing and will. Both of these aspects can greatly increase the chance of an equal order breakthrough. Han Lin's aptitude is the 5th grade of low grade, neither high nor low, but his temperament and will is no less than low grade and high grade 3, or even stronger. In general, as long as there is a suitable opportunity, there is a 50% chance of breaking through. Mysterious order. This suitable opportunity is the practice. There is no good practice method, no matter how high your qualifications are, it is useless. For example, low-level human level exercises will allow you to cultivate to 4-star human level at most. If you want to go further, you can either exchange for higher exercises, or improve the exercises yourself. The highest cultivation technique of the Han family is only a high-ranking person. It stands to reason that the highest one can only cultivate to 9-star human level, but after years of exploration, Hanyu has improved the exercises, although it cannot be compared with the top-level human-level exercises, but it has also allowed Hanyu to break through to 10-star human level, but it has stopped here. This is also why there are so many geniuses in the family who have been passed down for many years, and in a short period of time, they have reached a height that most martial artists cannot reach. The reason is that these big families that have been passed down for many years have many high-level exercises. Fenley said with a bit of envy, Xianming sect, that is a Xian-level sect. I heard that in a few years, it is very likely that they will be promoted to the prefecture-level sect. There are many experts in the sect. I've learned more than 10. For such a sect, there is no shortage of Xuanjia exercises and Xuanjia martial arts. It's a pity that we don't have such a practice, otherwise we would have already reached the late human level, and even the peak of the late human level is not impossible. Han Yongxing patted Fenley on the shoulder and sighed, "Wait for Han Lin to return from his studies. Are you afraid that we won't have high-level exercises? In this lifetime, I don't expect to be able to break through to the profound rank. I only hope that I can practice the profound rank cultivation technique in my lifetime and break through to the top of the human rank. In that case, I will rest in peace." The three were silent for a long time, and Linda suddenly said, "This Han Feng is not bad. I heard that a main vein has been opened, and it has only been a month." Han Yongxing frowned and said, "Although Han Feng is really good, I think this is the result of Han Feng's hard work in the first 3 years of cultivation. Heaven rewards hard work. There are always many people who have been enlightened after years of hard work and fruitless efforts. Han Feng's one sickness, that must be the case. After stepping into the mortal rank, the speed may be faster than that of Han Lin, but it should not be so shocking, and it should return to the normal state of low-grade 4th-class qualifications. The investigation of Xuanmingzong will arrive in half a year. In such a short time, it is not bad that Han Feng can get through 3 main veins. Even if there is a family medicine pill to help, he can get through 5 or 6. This." Linda and Fenley were stunned for a while, then nodded and admitted. Linda showed sympathy. "Han Feng, this boy, it's too bad. If he was cured earlier, the result would be different. Once Han Lin enters the Xianming sect, the gap between the two will only get bigger and bigger. In the end, Han Lin's aptitude is only 1 level lower than that of Han Feng, and the specific situation of Han Feng's temperament and will is still unknown. The difference between people themselves should not be large, so external factors will play a big role." Everyone continued to go deeper, and soon, a group of people came to a strange place, and there were strange trees everywhere. Han Lai was amazed. This Yufeng mountain range has such a scene. Having said that, Han Lai also wanted to step forward and observe it carefully. "If you want to die, go see it and come back to me," Instructor Lin shouted, and Han Lai was so frightened that he returned immediately. Instructor Lin scolded, "Stinky boy, how many times this instructor has said before, you must be careful and careful in this Yufeng mountain range, and accept your curiosity, or you will suffer a big loss because of this sooner or later." Han Linonuo bowed his head. Han Feng asked, "Instructor, is there any problem here?" "That's right." Instructor Lin nodded and continued, "The trees here are very strange, and the reason is very simple. These strange trees are also a kind of monsters. This is a monster." Han Feng, Han Lin and the others looked at each other. Everyone's heart twitched, and sure enough, in the mountain range, there are all kinds of strange beasts. Instructor Lin grinned, "What's so strange about this? As far as I heard, some monsters are even weirder. I've heard of a kind of flower monster called piranha. It looks beautiful, but when you get close, this piranha will swallow you at a very fast speed, and what you spit out will be bones." "Bones?" Han Lai shivered. Instructor Lin smiled and said to Han Lai, "Although this giant wood monster is not like the piranha, it is not inferior to the piranha. When you are within the attack range of the giant wood monster, you will be entangled by the giant wood monster and tied up by many branches, and eventually sucked into a human body. Han Lai's face stiffened again. Han Feng took a step forward. Instructor, this giant wooden monster, it's my turn. Instructor Lin changed his face and grabbed Han Feng back. No, the giant wood monster is not comparable to the previous warcraft. The giant wood monster is divided into 3 levels. The ordinary giant wood monster is a second-level monster with an attack range of 5 meters. The giant wood guard is a third-level monster with an attack range of 10 meters. It is a third-level monster. The highest-level giant tree general, with an attack range of 20 meters, is a fourth-level monster. I heard that there is a higher-level giant wood king. But this type of existence belongs to the legend, and there are very few giant wood kings. The king of giant wood, once he breaks through, he is a level 6 beast, and there is no longer any racial restriction, so he can continue to evolve. I read it on a World of Warcraft encyclopedia. Hundreds of years ago, there was a mountain range where the 12th level giant wood king was born. The monsters and humans in the entire mountain range were sucked into human dryness by this giant wood monster. The giant wood monster, taking this to break through to the earth-level monster, he was finally beheaded by the earth-level master who heard the news. Looking at the situation here, although there will be no giant wood monsters, but the giant wood guards should exist. You kill the ordinary giant wood monster, and the giant wood guard will also appear. Han Feng laughed. Isn't there an instructor Lin and you guys? When the giant wood guards appear, will you not take action? Just let us see your heroic appearance. When Han Feng said this, Han Lin and the others suddenly lit up. They haven't seen the battle of high-level masters yet. Instructor Lin laughed and scolded, you brat. The 3 of Han Yongxing were just around the corner. The person in charge this time is Lin Yu, and the 3 of them are just guarding. In other words, if nothing major happens in these 10 days, they will be bored. And now? Instructor Lin looked helpless when he saw the situation of the 3 of them, so he had to say to Han Feng, okay, if you want to do it, do it. However, even an ordinary giant wood monster exists in a medium level among the second-level warcraft, which is almost equivalent to a warrior who has opened up 2 main veins. You have to be careful. Han Feng said to himself, Instructor, don't worry. Han Feng slowly approached the nearest giant wooden monster. This giant wood monster is brown and its body is twisted and twisted. If it is at night, this giant wood monster looks like a ghost tree. Han Feng was cautious. When he approached the attack range of the giant wood monster, a few bursts of air suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen brown branches attacked at an astonishing speed. Condensing claw technique. Han Feng's claw condensation technique has reached the realm of great success. Under the explosion of internal energy, the power is no trivial matter. Sigh. Claw shadows flashed, and dozens of claw shadows grabbed at these branches. Under the stunned gazes of Han Lin and others, all these branches were broken, and finally Han Feng pierced the body of the giant wood monster with a claws, and the giant wood monster fell to the ground. No. Impossible, it's actually an instant kill. Instructor Lin was stunned. Also sluggish are Han Yongxing and others. Among the 10 people, Han Lin is currently the only one who can do this. Although this giant wood monster is not comparable to the wolf snake, it is not comparable to the first-class golden armor and pangolin. Even Han Rong and Han Jiang, who were the first to deal with the golden armor and Panshan mountains, were also slightly injured. Could it be that Han Feng's combat power has surpassed that of Han Rong and Han Jiang? Han Lin's eyes erupted with stronger fighting intent. Presumably if the time is not right, Han Lin will have a fight with Han Feng. The 3 of Han Yongxing looked at each other. Han Yongxing said in a trance, this kid. I thought he had no chance before, but now it seems. Fenley and Linda both nodded erratically. To be able to kill the giant wood monster in seconds, the combat power should be comparable to opening up 3 main veins. This Han Feng, the increase in combat power is too terrifying. It has only been a month before and after. Instructor Lin was secretly shocked. This guy has already opened up the 2nd main vein. Instructor Lin secretly shook his head sharply. I checked yesterday, and it is true that 1 main vein has been opened. Although it has reached its peak, if I want to break through and open the 2nd main vein, how can 1 night be enough? What's more, the aura on this kid's body fluctuates smoothly, and there is no leakage at all, and it doesn't look like he just broke through. It won't break through and stabilize overnight, it's too funny. Instructor Lin finally laughed silently at himself. As everyone knows, this self-deprecating sentence is really the truth. The fall of the giant wood monster made other giant wood monsters annoyed. With the shaking of the ground, the giant wood monsters surrounded Han Feng. No, Han Feng is in danger. Instructor Lin screamed and was about to take action, and then Instructor Lin opened his mouth in astonishment. I saw Han Feng, who was surrounded by giant wooden monsters, without the slightest bit of timidity. The 3 giant wooden monsters, even the warriors who got through the peaks of the 3 main veins, can't handle it so easily. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Instructor Lin's mind. The condensing claw art just now has surpassed the realm of great achievement and is close to the realm of perfection. Is this the reason why Han Feng is so powerful? Can't think of any more. Instructor Lin can only attribute the reason to this aspect. Han Lin, you guys stay here, I'll deal with the giant wood monster. This kid Han Feng is too bold. If he kills 1, don't hurry back and attack more giant wood monsters. With a secret curse, Instructor Lin suddenly burst into orange flames from his hands. Flaming knife. A flame knife, a low-level martial arts skill. A half-meter-long arc-shaped flaming knife burst out, with a total of 9, whizzing away. Boom! The flame knives fell into the giant wood monster community, with a bang, and the flames were scattered. Some of the giant wood monsters were directly cut in half by the flame knives, and some were directly burned into ashes, by the flames scattered by the flame knives. A group of 2nd-level monsters is too weak for Instructor Lin, who also has the power to compete with 6th-level monsters. Boy, go back quickly, there are more and more giant wood monsters, and it's not something you can fight against. Han Feng has killed 9 giant wood monsters so far, and he has indeed reached the limit without exposing the ordinary fire. Hearing what Instructor Lin said, he nodded, and immediately returned to Han Lin and others to welcome Han Feng. Yes, it was Han Lin and the other strange eyes. But soon, everyone's eyes were attracted by Instructor Lin again. As a human-level martial artist, all internal energy has been transformed into attribute infuriating energy, and the human-level martial arts cultivated can even burst into more powerful attribute attacks. For example, fire, water, lightning, etc. Attacks with these attributes can all be attacked from a distance, such as the flaming knife. Before Instructor Lin arrived, the flaming knife had already whizzed away. However, Han Lin and the others were still at the mortal rank, and the highest martial skills they practiced were basic martial skills such as the claw condensation technique, and they could only attack at close range. This is also the reason why human-level warriors are far superior to ordinary-level warriors. Not only is the attributes of human-level warriors far superior to ordinary-level warriors, but also the fact that human-level warriors can attack from a distance. Ordinary-level warriors who can attack at close range are really at a disadvantage in this regard. The flaming knife is suspended around Instructor Lin, and whenever a giant wood monster attacks. With just a slight shake of the flame knife, the giant wooden monster was cut in half and turned to ashes. Soon, most of the giant wood monsters were killed in the hands of Lin Instructor. Stomping on. The ground shook for a while, and under the astonished gazes of Han Lin and the others, a taller giant wood monster appeared. The 3 of Han Yongxing laughed, sure enough, there are so many giant wood monsters, there must be giant wood guards. Lin Yu, those ordinary giant wood monsters are handed over to you, we will kill these giant wood guards. Lin Yu scolded, you three bastards, it's really hateful to leave the garbage to me. Fenli jumped up and opened his hands, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, the Han family's low-level martial arts. More than a dozen red flames were thrown from the flames, and they were put on the third-level Warcraft giant wood guard. The giant wood guard let out a scream and turned into flying ashes. Linda's legs suddenly kicked out, wind split legs. Wind split legs, low-level martial arts skills. The gusts of wind raged out, and the giant wooden guards hit by these gusts were all torn into pieces and turned into a pile of rotten wood. Han Yongxing stretched out his 5 fingers, Lord of Thunder. Crackling. There was a sudden sound from Han Yongxing's 5 fingers, and an arc the size of a blue thumb appeared on Han Yongxing's 5 fingers. Han Yongxing pushed his palm forward, and each finger shot out a thumb-sized arc. These arcs don't look big, but they can be split on the giant wooden guard, but a huge rumbling sound erupts, and even the ground is blasted into a deep pit. All the giant wooden guards that were hit became black powder. The 3 of them fought happily, and soon the giant wood guards were all killed. Instructor Lin Yuelen also killed a group of ordinary giant wood monsters with a black face. On the other side, Han Feng, Han Lin and the others were looking forward to it. The flaming knife, fire cloud ring, wind-cracked legs, and thunder fingers shocked them too much. Compared with these martial arts, the claw condensation technique was weak. Involuntarily, the 10 people were surging in their hearts, wishing they would break through to the human level tomorrow and go to practice low-level martial arts. At this moment, hundreds of branches suddenly shot out from the jungle, and each branch was a strange black and green color. Han Yongxing's face changed. It's the giant tree general, this small Yufeng mountain range, there are such monsters. It must be killed, or sooner or later a giant wood monster will be born, and then we will also have trouble in the city of people. Once the 6th level monster giant wood monster king is born, in a short period of time, it will be promoted to the 12th level. Ben lay finger. This time, Han Yongxing popped out a finger, and a thick and large purple thunder light, like the thunder light of the thickness of an adult's arm, shot out with a bang. Ben Lei pointed, but he was a middle-rank human-level martial artist. The 4th level monster giant wood general just appeared on the scene, it turned into annihilation. Instructor Lin returned angrily and smacked Han Feng's head. Look at what you have done, it's not enough to kill a giant wood monster, and it also attracted so many giant wood monsters, which led to the appearance of giant wood guards and giant wood generals, thanks to our few instructors. The strength is good, otherwise. Han Feng grinned and smiled, but he had a general understanding of his combat power at the moment. The reason why Han Feng didn't retreat after killing a giant wooden monster before was just to test his own limits. Han Feng knew that with Instructor Lin on the side, he could not be in danger. This is the top 20 plus chapter, continue to ask for support. At night, the group returned to the Han family. In the Korean style room, Han Feng dodged and came to the first floor space of the Nine Flames and different Fire Tower. After placing the spirit stone with a purity of 5% to 67% in the cauldron of the fusion of all things, Han Feng created a mortal fire with increased power and began to refine it. These spiritual stones, whose purity is close to the low-grade limit, are not so easy to refine. Overnight, they are only 1/3 refined. The next day, Han Feng and his party entered the Yufeng Mountains again. At this moment, Instructor Lin and others have not only trained Han Feng and others to fight against monsters, but also taught them the experience and methods of fighting. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The days of training have lasted for 3 days, and there are still 4 days left. The last 3 days are the time for inspection. In the past 2 days, Han Feng finally succeeded in refining all the source liquid. I can finally refine and absorb to enhance my strength. Taking a small sip, when the feeling reached the limit, Han Feng immediately practiced cross-legged. The next day, Han Feng opened his eyes, and his internal strength soared several levels. Previously, Han Feng's internal strength had just stabilized the second main vein, but now he has taken a big step towards the peak of the second main vein, but he still has not made a breakthrough. Each of the 8 main veins requires 1 or 2 or even 2 or 3 times more internal energy than the previous one. No matter how much energy is boosted by the source fluid, it is impossible to directly boost it several times in one night. 4th and 5th days. When the morning of the 6th day came, Han Feng was suddenly shocked, and a fierce breath emanated, and the third main vein was opened up. This time, Han Feng could no longer hide it. In the training ground of the Han family, Instructor Lin looked at Han Feng in horror. You broke through again, 2 main veins? Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes. Instructor Lin still had a weird expression on his face. How could he have such a powerful aura when he opened up the second main vein, but the third one? Instructor Lin didn't dare to think that way, he just thought it was the reason why Han Feng's Ningpao Gong reached the perfect state. Yes, the battles in the past few days have deepened Han Feng's understanding of the condensing claw art. Just yesterday, Han Feng broke through during the battle, and the condensing claw art has reached a perfect state in one fell swoop, killing the second-level warcraft with one paw. The powerful monsters shocked Instructor Lin and others on the spot. Han Rong and Han Jiang had extremely complicated expressions on their faces. It only took so long for Han Feng to catch up. This was just a cultivation base. When it comes to combat effectiveness, they were left behind by a few streets. Now, only Han Lin can overwhelm Han Feng. Han Lin's face was solemn, and from Han Feng, Han Lin felt a strong sense of threat. Han Lin frowned. I have opened up the 4 main veins now, and I have already stabilized. How can I feel this way? Behind Instructor Lin, the 3 Han Yongxing looked at each other in shock. Now I'm pretty sure that if Xuanmingzong came, he would definitely take a fancy to Han Feng. It is estimated that Han Feng will surpass Han Lin in a short time. The speed of this progress is too damn shocking. Han Yongxing couldn't help but let out a foul language. Fen Li's face was rather strange. Don't forget, there is another Han Ro in our Han family. I heard that this little girl Han Ro has always had a bad impression of Han Feng. Some people will take a look at the competition in a few days. This day. Still fighting in the Yufeng Mountains, at night, Han Feng still swallowed the source fluid to practice, and in one night, Han Feng almost stabilized his realm. The 7th day passed mediocrely, and the 7th night passed. Han Feng completely stabilized the inner strength of the third main vein, and even went a step further. This kind of rapid progress made Instructor Lin and others stunned, and they stabilized their realm in less than 2 days. This kind of speed is definitely the fastest they have seen so far. The exception is the genius outside the city. On the 8th day, the group came to the Yufeng mountain range, and Instructor Lin said with a serious face, from now until the afternoon of the 10th day, you will spend your time in the Yufeng mountain range. You must be careful not to be overly curious, especially it's you, Han Lai, did you hear me? Everyone's expressions froze. Yes. On this day, the 3 of Han Yongxing did not come. Except for the afternoon of the last day, they will not care about it any more these days. Haha, it turned out to be Instructor Lin. Today is your Han family training day? A loud laughter came from behind, and everyone turned their heads. A middle-aged man with a slightly chubby belly led the same 9 teenagers here. Instructor Lin looked indifferent. It turned out to be Instructor Chang. It seemed that Instructor Lin obviously didn't want to talk to this fat man. Han Feng looked at this group of people suspiciously, and when he heard the Chang surname of Instructor Chang, Han Feng's eyes flashed and he thought of something. Han Lin glanced at Han Feng and whispered, "This surname Chang is another family in Renshongking and our Han family, ranking among the three major families. Be careful, the Chang family and our Han family have always been at odds. In the Yufeng Mountains, these guys might sneak attack on us." Han Feng nodded and chuckled, "It's better to come, just to teach them a lesson." Today, Han Feng's reputation as a waste has been lifted in the Han family, but outside, not much has been reported. At that time, there was a lot of buzz in the whole person in Zhongqing. Han Lin snorted coldly, "The two of us haven't learned each other in the past few days, so let's take this training test as a test, how about it?" Han Feng smiled slightly, "Okay." Instructor Chang did not hear the conversation between Han Feng and Han Lin, but he made Instructor Chang recognize Han Feng. "Huh? Isn't this kid the little trash of your Han family? Why is he even here? Or, the elite level of your Han family is now equal to the trash?" Instructor Chang was full of ridicule. Han Lai and the others were instantly furious, and just as they were about to fight back, Instructor Lin stopped them. Instructor Lin's eyes were cold. "Instructor Chang, it's not your turn to take care of our Han family. Han Lin, let's go." When Instructor Lin left, Instructor Chang's face became gloomy, and he spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Instructor Chang sneered, "Bah, what a piece of shit, it's not even a direct descendant of the Han family, so dare to talk to this instructor like that." "Hey, instructor, don't worry, the Han family is just a bunch of trash. In the Yufeng Mountains, we will definitely beg for your breath." The gloomy young man, Jia, sneered. Instructor Chang suddenly said, "Chang Wenjun, your brother is at the juncture of cultivation. This time, you didn't follow me. Your cultivation is the highest, and you have opened up 4 main veins. Don't worry about the Han family, if you meet someone from the Han family, kill me directly." Chang Wenjun's eyes flashed, and he grinned, "Don't worry, I will let the Han family's waste disappear into this world. The city of people will be our Chang family's world sooner or later." Today's first update, please recommend it to everyone. In the Yufeng Mountains. Along with a wolf howl, a figure flashed past, and the wolf howl came to an abrupt end. Now 8 first-level monsters and 3 second-level monsters have been killed, and the total score is 38. However, this is the outer periphery of the Yufeng Mountains. Second-level monsters are really rare. If you want to get the top few with an absolute advantage, you must enter a place slightly closer to the core. The figure whispered a few words to himself, and with a movement, jumped towards the depths of the Yufeng Mountains. This figure is Han Feng. At this point, Han Feng had already entered the Yufeng Mountains for half a day. There are countless monsters in the Yufeng Mountains, and more monsters exist in groups. Even if it is a first-level monster, as long as it is in a group, Han Feng will run away. So don't look at Han Feng's ability to kill first-class monsters like cutting tofu, but he can't be careless. After walking for a long time, Han Feng was a little thirsty. He came to a small river and looked around cautiously. Only then did Han Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Lifting a boulder from the ground, Han Feng threw it into the river with great force. With a plop, the stone was smashed into the river. Even if there is someone hiding in the river, the force is enough to make the stone hit the hidden person hidden under the river. Even deeper, you can feel it. Han Feng whispered, "According to the instructor, more than 50% of the rivers in the Yufeng Mountains have powerful monsters hidden in them. If you are not careful, you will be swallowed by this monster." I threw 4 or 5 fist-sized stones, and I threw them out with force. If there are really beasts in this river, it will definitely cause the beasts to come out to investigate. Of course, there is no best. If there is, it must be salt before drinking water. For the past few days, I have temporarily stayed by this river. People can't be short of water, and Han Feng plans to live here in the past few days of testing. Gradually, the surface of the river changed, and a huge shadow emerged. Han Feng's face became more solemn. Sure enough, there are monsters. Whoa! A huge flying fish jumped out of the river. The scales on the flying fish's body are intricate and inexplicable. Under the sunlight, it reflects a strange luster. The tail of the fish is completely different from ordinary fish monsters. Tail similar, thick, large and long. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. This look. Could it be the water dragon fish mentioned by the instructor a few days ago? Arowana, with the blood of a dragon, although it is extremely thin, it endows the arowana with powerful strength. The water dragon fish is 1 zhang long when it is born, and it belongs to the second-level magical beast. Into the growth stage, there are 2 feet long, belonging to the third-level warcraft. Entering the mature stage, it is 4 feet long and belongs to the 4th-level magical beast. Once fully grown, into adulthood, the body size soared to 10 feet long, and the level was as high as 8. In addition, the adult limit of an arowana is 12. At this time, the water dragon fish that appeared in Han Feng's line of sight was only 1.5 feet and a half, and it was obviously in the evolution period of the second-level and third-level monsters. It is stronger than the second-level monster, but it can't compare with the third-level monster. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not a mature and adult arowana, otherwise I can only run away. Also, this is not the core of the Yufeng Mountains. 4th-level monsters are unlikely to appear, even 3rd-level monsters are rare. So, for the next big meal, let's use this arowana as a belly. Condensing claw technique. In the face of the arowana rushing towards him with his fangs open, Han Feng used the maximum power of the claw gong to grab onto the arawana's body abruptly. Boom! The water dragon fish was hit by a huge force, fell to the ground, and smashed a big hole. But the scales on the water dragon fish are exactly the same as before, without any change. The water dragon fish quickly got up and roared again and again towards the Korean wind. Aquaros are amphibious creatures. When in the water, the 4 strange claws of the arowana are hidden in the body, but once on land, the claws will be exposed for landing. Han Feng's claw just now didn't hurt the arowana, but it did feel a certain pain. In the final analysis, this arowana is still between the newborn and growth stages, and its endurance is completely incomparable to that of an adult. Han Feng took a few steps back and grinned. It's such a hard defense, my claws are so painful that I can't even use the claws, let alone the basic long punch and basic leg technique. With my current cultivation base and the perfect state of the claw, I will fight to the death with this dead fish. It's time to test my mortal fire. At this moment, the 9 flames and different fire art was running wildly in Han Feng's body, and a red fireball the size of a basketball appeared in Han Feng's hands. Hoo-hoo! The water dragon fish screamed again and again, and on the strange fireball here, the water dragon fish felt a fatal threat. At the moment, the water dragon fish didn't care that the guy in front of him disturbed its good dream, and jumped in the direction of the river, and even gave birth to the idea of escaping the river, even if it was his birthplace, which made it quite reluctant. Go! Han Feng threw the red fireball in his hand fiercely, and the red fireball swept away at an alarming speed, and the surrounding space made a screeching sound due to the high temperature of the ordinary fire. Before the water dragon fish jumped into the river, it was hit by the red fireball, and immediately let out an extremely miserable roar, twisted its body, fell from the sky, and just fell into the river. Even so, the ordinary fire has not been extinguished. Whenever the fire and the river touch, a large amount of water vapor emerges in an instant. When the water vapor gradually disappeared, the black arowana body floated on the surface of the river. Han Feng was overjoyed, took out the branches and drilled wood to make fire, and then set up the water dragon fish. The fish head of the arowana has been removed by Han Feng and put into the storage belt. Speaking of the storage belt, Han Feng was also speechless. This was issued by Instructor Lin before they entered the Yufeng Mountains. They are only the temporary owners of the storage belt. Once the inspection is over, the storage belt will be returned to family. The heads of beasts that Han Feng hunted before were all within this storage belt. Han Feng scolded in his heart that he should not give the storage belt earlier, otherwise he would not be able to prepare for everything, and he would be self-sufficient. Soon, the water dragon fish was roasted, a scent wafted out, and Han Feng's stomach grumbled, and he couldn't wait to take a bite, and said while eating, "It is indeed the body of a monster, even if there is no seasoning, it still has the original delicious taste, not comparable to the flesh of ordinary beasts." After eating, Han Feng sat cross-legged, began to digest and practiced, by the way. Han Feng learned from instructor Lin. Before the arowana reaches maturity, the elders of the arowana, such as parents, will never leave the side of the arowana. The arowana eaten by Han Feng appeared alone in this river, and there can only be one reason. The parents of this arowana have long since passed away. This is also the reason why Han Feng dared to eat the water dragon fish without worrying about retribution. In the Yufeng Mountains, there are many groups of beasts. If one is killed, it will attract a lot of them. The previous giant wood monster is one of them. If it weren't for Instructor Lin and other 4 mid-level powerhouses to follow, Han Feng would not dare to single out the giant wood monster. When the state of the whole body returned to its peak, Han Feng got up again and cautiously went to the surrounding area to hunt second-level monsters. On this journey, Han Feng carefully carved a mark to prevent getting lost. When the afternoon was close to the evening, Han Feng returned here. At night, the Yufeng Mountains are basically the World of Warcraft. At night, according to their unique abilities, monsters can distinguish most of the things in front of them, but humans can't do it. Before they have cultivated to a high level, night has a great impact on human beings. Even Han Feng didn't dare to make a fire. Flames may have some effect on ordinary beasts, but for monsters, especially those with higher levels, they are useless at all, and will attract monsters instead. Han Feng knows that his current strength is to deal with the second-level top beasts, and the third-level beasts need to use ordinary fire to attack. And ordinary fire consumes a lot, and throwing 3, 4, or 5 in a row is the limit. If a fire attracts a lot of third-level monsters or more powerful fourth-level monsters, then it's over. The night passed so peacefully. At noon the next day, Han Feng caught a pig-like monster and prepared to light a fire to cook it. Suddenly, Han Feng's expression tightened and he looked vigilantly in a certain direction. A running sound came closer. Who is it? Is it my Han family or the Chang family? Han Feng muttered in his heart. As the distance got closer and closer, Han Feng noticed something was wrong. The footsteps were chaotic and irregular, as if they were running away. Could it be? Han Feng's face changed, his inner strength moved, and he was in a state that could explode at any time. Han Rong. Korean style. When this person ran out, Han Feng screamed. This person was Han Rong, the first few of the 10 members of the Han family. And Han Rong was surprised when he saw Han Feng, and when he saw the roast pig beside Han Feng, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Since he came to bring Yufeng Mountains, without the guards of the instructors, Han Rong deeply understood the Yufeng Mountains. Danger. From entering until now, Han Rong's expression has been tense, he dare not relax in the slightest, and now he is being chased by monsters. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that Han Feng, who entered with him, was ready to eat roast pig, which made Han Rong extremely sad and angry. This difference is too big. The smell of the roasted pig came, and Han Rong couldn't help swallowing. He was basically hungry yesterday. Buzzing. A strange sound came from the rear, and Han Rong's face changed greatly. Han Feng, run, it's a big poisonous bee chasing me. Big poison bee. Han Feng was shocked. This venomous bee is not terrible alone, the juvenile venomous bee. Between beasts and monsters, not even the first-level monsters. The adult venomous bees are only the early stage of the first level, and there are few who can reach the middle and late stage of the first level, and even fewer of the first-level peak beasts. But venomous bees do not exist alone. As a group of monsters, there are thousands of venomous bees in every venomous bee's old hive. Such a number, even if it is only 1/10 of the dispatch, is very terrifying. Han Feng hurriedly said, "Fall into the water quickly, the big poisonous bee is not good at water, and dare not enter the water." After saying that, Han Feng jumped into the water quickly, and Han Rong remembered that Instructor Lin had indeed said something like this a few days ago, and immediately followed Han Feng and jumped into the river. At this time, dozens of large poisonous bees buzzed, and each large poisonous bee was the size of a teenager's fist, and a few were the size of an adult fist. The whole body was purple-yellow, the poisonous needles were shining, and dozens of poisonous bees were lined up in the sky, which was incomparably infiltrating. Han Feng and Han Rong, who were hidden in the water, shuddered as they looked at the scene in the sky. If this is caught up by the big poisonous bee, one needle at a time will be disabled. The two held their breath, and the poisonous bee flew over the river for a long time before gradually leaving. When they left, they also ate all the roast pigs that Han Feng had finally cooked, leaving only the bones of the pigs. Han Feng was heartbroken when he saw it. What a good roast pig, and he gave it to the big poisonous bee for nothing. The giant poisonous bee in this other world is indeed not simple. The poisonous bee in the previous life has never heard of eating pork. The two crawled out of the river, all of them blushing. Han Rong looked at the roast pig with only bones left, and Han Feng ignored Han Rong, his face stinky. Han Rong knew that he was wrong and said quickly, "I'm going to hunt a pig." Han Feng glanced at Han Rong, his eyes suddenly condensed. He quickly came to Han Rong's side, and tore one of Han Rong's sleeves apart. What are you doing?" Han Rong was startled, covered his chest in horror, and looked at Han Feng with the eyes of a pervert. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he said bitterly, "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" "I just found something on your sleeve." Han Feng squeezed out a small particle. "If you don't look closely, you will definitely ignore it." "What kind of powder particles are these supposed to be?" Han Feng frowned and sniffed, but he could only smell a strange smell, but he didn't know what it was. Only then did Han Rong know that he had misunderstood Han Feng, and he was embarrassed. Han Feng's face was solemn. "Have you played against anyone, Han Rong, during this time?" "I think these tiny particles are related to the big poisonous bee chasing you. From what I know about you, you should not rashly provoke the big poison." "Bees are right." When Han Rong heard the words, his face turned blue and white. "No wonder. I said why the big poisonous bees are chasing me. Damn it, those bastards from the Chang family." "Chang's family?" "Sure enough." Han Feng had a clear look on his face. Han Rong didn't wait for Han Feng to ask, and directly told the story in the future. "A few hours ago, I met a guy named Chang Tianyi in the Chang family." Chang Tianyi was also an elite figure under the age of 15 in the Chang family. Although he was not as good as Han Lin, he also got through 3 main veins. Stronger than me. The two of us fought for a while, and Chang Tianyi left automatically. Before I was still wondering, with Chang Tianyi's strength and the grievances between the Chang Han family, how could he quit so easily? Dare Qing has such despicable means. The third update has been updated. Please refer to the recommendation ticket. The recommendation ticket basically did not increase much today. Han Feng pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "I don't think its purpose is that simple. His own strength is stronger than you, so there is no need to use such despicable methods." Han Rong thought for a while, but couldn't think of any other problems, and said, "It should be trying to torture me. After all, the people killed by the venomous bees are quite miserable." Han Feng said, "There may be reasons for this, but it must not be the main one. If he simply wants to torture you, with his strength, he will be able to capture you alive. By the way, will the Chang family have any means of contacting each other? Han Feng said quickly, as if thinking of something. Han Rong frowned, and it took a long time to say unsure. Perhaps, the Chang family has been developing in Renshongking longer than our Han family, and has a deeper background than our Han family. Maybe there are such means. In this continent, there is a peculiar method, no less than Han Feng's mobile phone in his previous life. Within a certain range, even if they are not face-to-face, they can still communicate with each other. However, things with this kind of function are very precious. The development time of the Han family is too short, and there is not much background, so naturally, there is no such thing. Han Feng had an idea in his heart. I guess the Chang family should have this method. Our Han family's heritage may not be comparable to the Chang family, but it is comparable in strength. Maybe this makes the Chang family mistakenly think that our Han family also has it. If you think about it this way, everything makes sense. Think about it, if you were being hunted down by a poisonous bee, your first thought is to ask Han Lin or the rest of our Han family for help. At that time, you were not the only one hurt by the venomous bee. Even if the venomous bee is killed, we will still suffer a major blow. If I guessed correctly, this man named Chang Tianyi must follow in the dark. When the time comes, we will take advantage of our injury. Han Feng's eyes flashed a cold light. Han Rong was taken aback. Han Rong was not stupid. Han Feng said this. Han Rong immediately understood. As a result of the matter, the elites of their Han family are likely to be wiped out. Han Rong's face was dark and extremely ugly, and he said bitterly, this Chang family is as sinister as ever. The incident with your father was stabbed by the spies that the Chang family planted in our family. It directly caused the prestige of our Han family to be greatly reduced, and your father had to be punished by the family elders and the head of the family. Han Feng was startled, but he didn't expect that his father was punished for such a reason, and he felt a lot of anger towards the Chang family in his heart. Han Rong's face turned pale and said, Han Feng, what should we do? Before he knew it, Han Rong had already subconsciously obeyed Han Feng's orders. Han Feng said lightly, just wait here, we just guessed before. If Chang Tianyi hasn't come, our guess is wrong. It's very likely that you don't know what happened to you. But if Chang Tianyi followed shortly after, then it means. Han Rong said hesitantly, this, not good. Chang Tianyi has opened up 3 main veins. Han Feng sneered, how about getting through the 3 main veins? Do you know what the strength of the roast pig that was eaten by my poisonous bee was before he was alive? When Han Rong heard this, he knew that it was not easy, and said cautiously, second stage, late stage? Han Feng said coldly, the second stage? That's the record a few days ago. This roast pig was the second level peak, before his death, a monster on the edge of evolution. Hiss. Han Rong gasped. Secondary peak. Warcraft on the edge of evolution, what does this mean? It means that only the warriors who have reached the peak of the 4 main veins can compete. Even Han Lin, it will be more difficult to deal with. But such a monster was actually killed by Han Feng. Whether it was easy or difficult, it showed that Han Feng had the strength to get through the 4 main lines of warriors. Thinking of this, Han Rong settled down. Soon, Han Rong went to kill a pig warcraft in the early stage of the 2nd level, and began to barbecue. On the other side, a figure sprinted in pursuit of some kind of trace. Hey, this Han Rong has come to the Han family's main force now. I don't know what happened to the wastes of the Han family. I don't think it will be good. Dozens of poisonous bees are not so easy to deal with. Now I will kill them by myself. For this kind of credit, I can get at least 4 or 5 second-level medicinal pills. At that time, let alone the 4 main veins, the 5th main vein may be opened by me, and it is not impossible to surpass Chang Wenjun. Well, something's wrong. What's the matter with this smoke? After approaching, Chang Tianyi was stunned to find that there were only two people by the river, Han Rong and Han Feng. One mere two main veins, one waist, how could it be possible to avoid the venomous bee? Chang Tianyi was a little unbelievable, and gradually, Chang Tian glanced at the river and cursed inwardly, these two guys can luckily, venomous bees have a natural resistance to water, so it's no wonder these two guys are safe and sound. After a while, Chang Tianyi sneered in a low voice again, Han Rong has been injured by me before, Han Feng is a waste, he is nothing to be afraid of, even if there are no venomous bees, I alone can deal with it, kill these two people first, the others will talk later. Han Feng, who was nibbling on the pig's trotters, gave a sudden meal, and then whispered, Han Rong, our guess is right, that person has already come, and you will step aside later, this person will most likely attack. Knowing that his strength is not as good as Han Feng and Chang Tianyi, Han Rong nodded slightly and stepped back without a trace, ensuring that the battle between Han Feng and Chang Tianyi would not affect him. Soon, a chain suddenly emerged from the sky. Condensing claw technique. Han Feng paid attention to this side early, one paw tore the chain into pieces, and at the same time, Han Feng grabbed the last chain with his left hand and directly pulled Chang Tianyi out. At this moment, Chang Tianyi still had a stunned expression on his face, obviously he couldn't believe that the trash he imagined would be so powerful. Oops, careless, this kid is not a waste at all, I must send this news. Before Chang Tianyi could finish thinking, he immediately covered his neck with his hands, blood was flowing, and Chang Tianyi fell down not long after. Han Rong swallowed and spit. Although he knew Chang Tianyi's strength was not as good as Han Rong's, the gap between the two was so big that Han Rong didn't expect it before. One move kills. Han Feng came to Chang Tianyi's corpse and took out a green jade pendant from Chang Tianyi's hand. Communication jade pendant? The Chang family really has a means of communication. Han Rong sighed on the side. Han Feng put away the communication jade pendant, and his face did not change much. The lowest level communication jade pendant is only, and the communication range is estimated to be as large as this Yufeng mountain range. Although the Chang family's background is deeper than our Han family's, there is such a thing in Emir Jr. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Han Feng was puzzled, but Han Rong shrugged and said, it should be given temporarily by our Han family for the sake of Yin. Isn't it the storage belt on our waist? Han Feng's eyes lit up, I almost forgot, storage belt. Han Feng took Chang Tianyi's storage belt and sprinkled the contents out. 23 heads of first-class monsters, 11 heads of second-class monsters, this guy's harvest is not bad. Besides, there are some gold and silver and medicine bottles. The city among the people is not big, and the liquidity is generally gold and silver. Like a relatively large city, the whole city is full of warriors, and the currency that flows is generally spirit stones. There is no difference between gold and silver and dung. Han Feng picked up the medicine bottle, opened it, sniffed, and said, sure enough, this is similar to the tiny particles on your body. It is estimated that you were washed away a lot in the river, otherwise even if we come out, we will be attracted soon. Here comes the venomous bee. Han Rong's heart palpitated. Han Feng looked at Han Rong and continued, whoever sees it has a share, and half of these beast heads will be given to you. Han Rong hurriedly shook his head, how can this be done? You were the one who saved me, and it was you who killed Chang Tianyi. I'm not qualified to share half of it. Han Rong knows that Han Feng is probably also polite. If he really accepts it, although Han Feng won't say anything, the relationship that has finally narrowed to each other will be estranged. Han Feng said politely and then took it back, feeling quite satisfied with Han Rong's knowledge. The two communicated a few more words, and Han Rong cupped his hands and said, don't disturb you, Han Feng, I have to leave to continue hunting monsters. See you in the Yufeng Mountains tomorrow afternoon. Okay, be careful. Han Feng didn't keep him He had a lot of secrets of his own, and it was always dangerous to keep someone by his side. This second day, just like that, when the night came, Han Feng stopped hunting the monsters, dodged on the trees by the river, and came to the space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, and continued to practice. Now Han Feng has opened up 3 main veins, but if he wants to open up 4 main veins, he needs 2 or 3 times the energy before, and it is not so easy to break through. Han Feng's hard work in the past 2 days has only made the cultivation of the 3rd main vein a step further, and there is still a small distance from the peak. In the early morning of the next day, Han Feng continued to hunt, and at noon, he grilled monsters beside the river. This time, the monster was a cat monster. Unlike ordinary domestic cats, this cat monster was no less than a growing wolf in size. Roar. Suddenly, a low roar sounded not far away. Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and he got up immediately. This roar is not close to here, but he has only discovered it now. Or the other party roared, otherwise. This monster must be level 2 or above, otherwise I won't be able to find it. Too careless, I just thought that lighting a fire at night would attract the attention of the monsters, and I almost forgot that it might be possible during the day. The smell of meat floated, and Han Feng's heart flashed. Perhaps this smell is also a problem, but aren't the 3rd level monsters generally in the depths of the Yufeng Mountains? They usually only come out for a walk at night. How come they come out during the day? It seems that Instructor Lin's knowledge is not comprehensive. Soon, a giant wolf appeared in Han Feng's sight. This giant wolf has purple-blue hair all over its body, red pupils, and ears that are different from ordinary giant wolves. Han Feng's pupils shrank. Could it be that this is what Instructor Lin said about the Yufeng mountain range one-horned wolf? The one-horned wolf warrior is a level 5 monster when he is an adult. It is said that the end of the Yufeng mountains is a level 6 monster. This kind of strength is comparable to a mid-level human warrior. It's definitely not something I can deal with. Han Feng panicked in his heart, but his face was as calm as possible. With this calm, Han Feng realized that something was wrong. The size of the one-horned wolf in front of him is almost half smaller than what Instructor Lin said before, and its strength is only the level of a 3rd level monster. Among the 3rd level warcraft, it is not considered superior. This won't be the child of that 6th level monster, the one-horned wolf. The more he thought about it, the more certain Han Feng became. In this way, Han Feng is more careful. If he hurts the one-horned wolf, he might lead to the 6th level monster. The spirit of the magical beasts of the 5th to 8th level has gradually developed, no less than the age of 14 or 15 human beings. A monster of level 9 to level 12 has no difference in intelligence from that of an adult human. Earth-level monsters are even more eloquent. Heaven-ranked beasts, if they wanted to, could be half-human. If you want to completely transform, you need a higher level, but the development time of the Han family is too short. Roar. The one-horned wolf let out a low growl, and saliva flowed down his mouth. Han Feng couldn't help taking a step back, then tore off one of the roasted cat's legs and threw it away. The one-horned wolf took a sniff, swallowed it, and when it was spit out again, it was already a bone. Han Feng gritted his teeth and threw the whole roasted cat. When the one-horned wolf devoured the roasted cat, Han Feng immediately jumped back and secretly said, "I can't stay here for long, although this one-horned wolf is only level 3, but his mother is a 6th-level monster. Maybe this one-horned wolf is not low in wisdom, and it is very likely that he will wait for the rabbit there." After the one-horned wolf finished eating the roasted cat, his red pupils squinted slightly, his nose shrugged, and he immediately chased after him. The direction Han Feng was running from was clearly the direction Han Feng fled. The one-horned wolf is indeed as Han Feng expected, and its wisdom is far beyond the comparison of ordinary 3rd-level warcraft. But the reason is not the mother who has a 6th-level monster. While running, the one-horned wolf howled a few times, causing the surrounding monsters to scatter. This is not deep in the Yufeng Mountains. most of them are second-level monsters, and a third-level monster appears here, which is enough to shock and frighten many monsters. In particular, the one-horned wolf still has the breath of its mother. The sixth-level monster is definitely the overlord-level monster in the Yufeng Mountains. Along the way, naturally no warcraft dared to stop him. Han Feng, who was running in front, changed his face even more. Bastard, this one-horned wolf is not satisfied with the roast cat. Does it really want to eat me? How does Han Feng know that humans are the most delicious food for warcraft, and the one-horned wolf can smell a unique breath from Han Feng? This breath tells the one-horned wolf that this human is delicious, more than other humans. It has been a long time since the unicorn wolf had eaten delicious human beings. Suddenly encountering a food that was more delicious than ordinary humans, how could the unicorn wolf give up? Han Feng, who was running in front, heard the wolf howling getting closer, and finally stopped running away, and stopped with a gloomy face. Beast, I don't want to kill you, I just don't want to lead out your mother, but you want to eat me so much, don't blame me. Kill you. It's a big deal to leave the Yufeng Mountains ahead of schedule, and I have Instructor Lin to deal with the sixth-level monsters. Anyway, the head of the monsters I am hunting now is enough to guarantee the top 3. Han Feng was not running away, and soon the third-level Warcraft unicorn wolf caught up with Han Feng. As soon as the one-horned wolf saw Han Feng, he immediately jumped up and spread his huge fangs. It is conceivable that once he was bitten in the neck, he would die immediately. Court death. Han Feng hid his body in a hurry, and at the same time, the claw was caught on the one-horned wolf. The one-horned wolf was caught by Han Feng's strength, but his body was not greatly affected. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help frowning. My current cultivation base is still too weak. Even if I have the help of the condensed claw art, my combat power can barely compete with the warriors who have opened up the 5 main veins. This martial artist must not have mastered basic martial arts skills that are too powerful. To deal with these third-level monsters, or at least the middle-level monsters, my strength is not enough to see. Suddenly, a dark shadow came quickly. Not good. Han Feng was taken aback and tried to dodge again, but the shadow was so fast that it hit Han Feng's shoulder at once, knocked Han Feng out, and knocked him into the ground of a giant tree. Above the tree, Han Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his shoulders were unable to lift, apparently dislocated. This black shadow is the tail of the one-horned wolf. The fierce gleam in the eyes of the unicorn warrior was even brighter. Hateful. This is the first time that Han Feng has directly faced the third-level beast. Han Feng has fully realized the power of the third-level beast. The one-horned wolf kept saliva and moved slowly and cautiously. The previous claws of Han Feng made the one-horned wolf still a little painful, so he didn't dare to be careless. When the one-horned wolf was very close to Han Feng and determined that Han Feng could no longer resist, he finally couldn't help but pounce on him, and a stench hit Han Feng. Boom! At this moment, raging flames suddenly rose from Han Feng's body. The red flame turned Han Feng into a burning man. The body of the one-horned warrior wolf touched the flames, and the fur of the one-horned warrior wolf burned in an instant. Hoo-hoo! The one-horned wolf fell to the ground in horror and rolled back and forth. Even human beings would panic when their bodies suddenly caught fire, not to mention a one-horned wolf. Taking this opportunity, Han Feng immediately stood up and quickly retreated. At the same time, his uninjured left hand gathered the red flames together, forming a huge fireball. And many more. Han Feng suddenly thought that this fireball was actually condensed by himself subconsciously, but this did not mean that the flames produced by the 9 flames and different fire art could only condense into a spherical shape. Thinking of this, Han Feng was suddenly enlightened, and the fireball in his hand turned into a bow and arrow in a short moment. Han Feng's face was pale and sweaty. Spherical is best cohesive and controlled. The bow and arrow is different, not only consumes a lot, but it is not easy to control. but there is a reward for the effort. The bow and arrow condensed from the red ordinary fire is obviously more destructive than the spherical shape. Go! Han Feng suddenly threw it out, and the red flame bow and arrow collided violently with the air, making a chi-chi sound. The one-horned wolf finally put out the flames on his body, and just stood up. He saw the red flame bow and arrow coming fast. The one-horned wolf looked terrified. Without waiting for the one-horned wolf to dodge, the red flame bow and arrow shot directly into the one-horned wolf. Burned inside the unicorn wolf. This is not comparable to the body surface. If it is the body surface, it can resist for a long time with its strong defensive power. But inside, let alone a third-level beast, even the 8th, 9th, or even more than 10 levels, it is still fragile. The one-horned wolf let out a shrill scream, and soon the body was burned to the ground, leaving only an empty sack of the body. Han Feng tooted, as expected of a third-level monster, the body's defense is really strong, there is nothing in the body, and the appearance has not changed much. TSK, now is not the time to think about this, let's go quickly. After all, he was concerned about the 6th-level one-horned wolf in the depths of the Yufeng Mountains, so Han Feng cut off the forehead of the one-horned wolf and was about to leave the Yufeng Mountains quickly. At this time, Han Feng's eyes widened. This is. What appeared in front of Han Feng was actually a fist-sized gray crystal block. Soon, Han Feng understood what it was. Oh my god, it's actually a magic nucleus. The magic core is the product of monsters gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is said that to produce magic cores, it is at least a 5th-level monster, which is equivalent to a human-level warrior. This one-horned wolf warrior is only level 3, and it has a magic core. It is really incredible. When Han Feng thought of this, he was stunned and thought of something. It seems that the body of this one-horned wolf has mutated. Once these monsters enter the 5th level, the combat power of the monsters of the same level will be on the top. Wait, have the ability to leapfrog combat. In the early stage of the 5th level, it is very likely that the middle stage of the 5th level will be killed. Before I thought that the intelligence of this one-horned wolf was hereditary and the 6th-level monster, the one-horned wolf. Now that I think about it, it is completely wrong. The root of everything is on this magic core. Oops, the mother of this one-horned wolf must know about the mutation, and she will be even more furious than I thought, and she must leave quickly. Han Feng's face changed suddenly. He didn't care to take the head of the one-horned wolf. He took the 3rd-level magic core and ran away immediately. At the same time, a sad and angry roar sounded from the depths of the Yufeng Mountains, and the nearby monsters in the depths shuddered and shrank their heads. Shortly after Han Feng left, where the one-horned wolf was killed, a larger one-horned wolf suddenly appeared. This even bigger one-horned wolf raised his head to the sky and screamed for a long time before he sniffed in a low voice. And then his pupils shot out Mori Han's killing intent, jumped up, and chased away. In the Yufeng Mountains, Han Feng kept running, and his face became more and more happy. It's fast, it looks like it will take more than 20 minutes at most to escape. Hell! Suddenly, a roar that made Han Feng's inner strength unstable and his blood churned resounded through the forest. Countless birds jumped into the sky in shock. Oops, I'm chasing after me so quickly. Although the sound is still far away from me, but at the speed of a 6th-level monster, it will take less than 10 minutes to catch up. Be sure to speed up. Not caring about the consumption of internal energy, Han Feng intensified the explosion of internal energy, and the speed suddenly soared. Somewhere in the Yufeng Mountains, Han Lin glanced coldly at the people around him, with a cold tone. Your Chang family is really despicable and shameless. Other than bullying and plotting against others, what else can you do? The young man from the Chang family, who was headed by him, had a grim expression on his face. Han Lin, you are so naive. There is not so much fairness in this world. If you want to blame, it's because you were born in the Han family, and you are still the elite of the Han family. The Han family and our Cheng family have been fighting for so long, it's time to withdraw from the stage of the city of people. Han Lin angrily said, "You are dreaming. Thanks to the great magic pen of Long Yunlei, this is a veteran fan, from the bloodline to the saint to the current supreme, Cabbage is very grateful." Han Lin angrily said, "You are dreaming. Even if you kill me, our Han family still has cousin Han Ro and Han Feng. Your Cheng family wants to swallow our Han family, it's just a dream." Chang Wenjin looked stunned. "This waste Han Feng is the future of your Han family? Ridiculous. But don't worry, they will come down to accompany you soon. Our Cheng family is not as simple as your Han family thinks." Han Lin was shocked. Although he didn't know what Chang Wenjun meant, he also knew that the Cheng family must have a power that the Han family didn't notice. No, he must go out alive and tell the family elders the news. Chang Wenjun clearly saw Han Lin's thoughts, and joked, "Give it up, we both have the same cultivation level, both of which have opened up the 4 main veins, and there are 3 helpers by my side, all of which have opened up the 2 main veins. Jin Shuwei, you can't escape." "Huh? Something's coming." Chang Wenjun and Han Lin, as the strongest among the 5, quickly discovered the anomaly. With the sound of brushing, Han Feng's figure appeared in their sight. Han Lin was instantly overjoyed. Han Lin knew that Han Feng had easily killed ordinary giant wood monsters between the mid-level and late-level too. With such strength, Han Lin didn't expect Han Feng to be able to kill Chang Wenjun, as long as Han Feng could delay the rest. 3 people from the Cheng family, the 2 of them have an 80 to 90% chance of escaping. Han Lin was about to say something, but Han Feng shouted with a pale face, "Han Lin, run." Soon, Han Feng came to Han Lin's group and dragged Han Lin to run immediately. Only then did Han Lin relax and run along. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew that it was not easy to see Han Feng like this. Chang Wenjun cursed and hurriedly said, "Don't hurry up and chase." The 4 immediately chased away. Chang Wenjun grinned from behind, "If you can't escape, you should die obediently." Roar. At this moment, a roar sounded in the distance behind him. Chang Wenjun's face changed suddenly. "Damn, that cry is definitely a monster above the 4th level. Damn, how did these monsters escape from the depths of the mountains?" At this time, Han Lin, Chang Wenjun and the others finally knew why Han Feng ran in such a hurry. In the face of these monsters, they tried their best to run away, only to die. Han Lin roared in a low voice, "Han Feng, what's going on?" It is naturally impossible for Han Feng to tell the truth, otherwise the secret of Xuanhuan cannot be kept. With his current internal strength cultivation base, who would believe that he could kill a 3rd-level demon beast with the condensing claw technique alone? There are only 20 days left before the clan trial in Renshongking. At that time, the competition is huge and extremely dangerous. At this time, the ordinary fire is exposed. In the future, the family trial will become more difficult and dangerous. Han Feng immediately shook his head. "I don't know, I heard a sudden beast roar and ran immediately." Han Lin obviously didn't believe that Han Feng had the ability to provoke the wrath of the 6th-level warcraft, so he naturally believed what Han Feng said. If you want to arouse the rage of a 6th-level beast, you must at least enter the depths of the core of the mountain range, but there are so many monsters in the 3rd and 4th level, and in the middle of the ordinary level, entering there is completely courting death, and the possibility of escaping is lower, let alone good. Annoyed the 6th level of Warcraft. Although the group did not run slowly, the speed of the 6th level beast was too fast, and the distance between the 2 sides was gradually reduced. Han Lin's face was pale, but he did not forget to comfort Han Feng, "Don't worry. At this distance, the roar of these 6th level monsters is enough for Instructor Lin and the others to hear. Instructor Lin might have come early. We don't need to escape outside the Yufeng Mountains, and we are very likely to be rescued. But the point is, before Instructor Lin comes, we have to buy time." If we are surpassed by Chang Wenjun and the others, we will be in danger. Saying that, Han Lin motioned Han Feng to look at Chang Wenjun and his party. At this moment, Han Feng, Han Lin and Chang Wenjun are the top three, and the remaining three children of the Chang family are at the back. These three people are terrified, and they are gradually unable to keep up with the three Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Chang Wenjun and was shocked. This Chang Wenjun is so cruel, he belongs to the same family, and he doesn't even want to help. Maybe this guy plans to use these three people to buy time. Wenjun obviously misunderstood, thinking that the 6th level beast came out because he was hungry. It's a pity that the 6th level beast is chasing me. I will only kill those who get in the way on the way, and I won't buy much time. Sure enough, 3 screams came from behind not long after, but the footsteps of the 6th level beast did not stop. Chang Wenjun roared in his heart, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, Chang Wenjun glared at Han Lin and Han Feng hatefully, full of malicious intent and viciousness. Suddenly, Chang Wenjun took action, and at first glance, he wanted to drag one of Han Feng and Han Lin behind to buy him time. Han Feng's face was sharp, and his claws attacked. At this time, Han Lin focused on escaping and did not notice Chang Wenjun's movements. It can only be said that Han Lin's experience is not enough, and he has not refreshed his new understanding of the shamelessness and lower limit of people. Han Lin only thought that it was enough to run in front of Chang Wenjun, but he never thought that Chang Wenjun would still be able to make a sneak attack and seriously injure him, leaving him behind. Han Feng had not much experience in his previous life, but he was stronger than Han Lin. He had paid attention to Chang Wenjun from the beginning. At this moment, Chang Wenjun made a sneak attack, and Han Feng immediately reflected it. Boom! What? Chang Wenjun's practice is obviously palm, and when he confronts Han Feng head-on, Han Feng's claw condensation skill immediately penetrates Chang Wenjun's palm. Chang Wenjun screamed and fell to the back. At the same time, Han Feng kicked out and kicked Chang Wenjun to the back. Han Lin came over at this moment, with a look of fear, and said gratefully, "Han Feng, thank you very much." Han Feng kept walking, and said in his mouth, "It's all a family, there is nothing to thank you, but you are too careless." Han Lin thought of the bullying and ignoring Han Feng in the past, and his face was ashamed. Hearing Han Feng's teaching again, he smiled bitterly, "Don't worry, it won't be like this in the future. It's hard to imagine that it is so dangerous outside. Compared with the outside, the disputes inside are really nothing. At least not life-threatening." In the rear, Chang Wenjun shouted loudly, "You can't leave me like this, save me." Han Feng and Han Lin ignored them. Chang Wenjun had a grim look on his face, and roared, "I am dead, my third brother will never let you go, family trial, you are dead." No matter how Chang Wenjun roared, Han Feng and Han Lin remained motionless. Chang Wenjun was kicked hard by Han Feng, and he fell behind and was injured again, and his speed slowed down significantly. Roar! Roaring this time, the one-horned wolf had already appeared behind the group. "Do not!" Chang Wenjun turned his head, suddenly frightened and desperate. The one-horned wolf had already opened his mouth to bite at Chang Wenjun. Tide palm. Clap la la. A tidal-like scene appeared in front of Han Lin, Han Feng, and the others. The one-horned wolf screamed in pain and stepped back again and again. Immediately, he let out an even more angry roar. The powerful breath of a 6th-level beast burst out. But the aura of the figure that appeared was no weaker than that of the 6th-level beast. Instructor. Chang Wenjun, who narrowly escaped death, was overjoyed and ran to the back of Instructor Chang, and immediately looked at Han Lin and Han Feng with vicious eyes. Instructor Chang quickly said, "What's going on? How did the 6th-level beast escape from the depths of the Yufeng Mountains?" Chang Wenjun said bitterly, "I don't know. This monster came with that waste Han Feng, and Han Feng kicked me and injured me before. If you didn't arrive in time, I would have." Instructor Chang coldly swept towards Han Lin and Han Feng, two despicable people, courting death. Instructor Chang slapped it out with a palm, and the terrifying fluctuations in strength made Han Feng and Han Lin panic. It is impossible for them to take a single blow from a mid-level human-level powerhouse. Chang Wenjun showed a hideous smile behind him. Flaming knife. Just as the attack from Instructor Chang's palm hit halfway, a flaming knife struck and collided. Boom! Instructor Lin's figure appeared in front of Han Feng and Han Lin. Instructor Lin looked cold. Chang, what do you mean? Instructor Chang looked annoyed. It's time to ask you two boys from the Han family, but to actually kick Chang Wenjun, it's like buying time for our Chang family Erling's life. Could it be that our Chang family Erling's life compares not your Han family? Instructor Lin frowned. He intuitively felt that this matter was not easy. After so many years in the Han family, Instructor Lin knew that the Chang family had always been mean. Instructor Lin said solemnly, Han Feng, Han Lin, isn't that so? Han Lin immediately said, Instructor, Chang Wenjun took the shot first, we are just fighting back. And the other three people in the Chang family are also Chang Wenjun who gave up voluntarily, and it has nothing to do with us. Instructor Lin nodded and understood the truth of the matter. Instructor Chang roared angrily, Fart, two little bastards, stop talking nonsense. Instructor Lin's face turned cold. Chang, don't try to deceive people too much. Roar. The one-horned wolf roared suddenly, and it made Instructor Lin and Instructor Chang regain their senses. Now there is still a level 6 monster that has not been resolved. Chang Wenjun gritted his teeth in the back. Damn, why are these two boys so lucky? If the one surnamed Lin is a little later, these two guys will be finished. Especially Han Feng, I always thought it was a waste, but I was kicked and injured before I even had the opportunity to react. It's definitely not easy. Let this guy grow up, our Chang family is in danger, we must find an opportunity to kill him. Flaming knife. Tide palm. The two mid-level powerhouses burst out with their proud tricks. The one-horned wolf opened its mouth wide, and the terrifying wind swept out, splitting away towards the surroundings. Countless tall trees were cut into pieces, and the radius of more than 10 meters was a mess. Han Feng and Han Lin were not far behind Instructor Lin. Seeing this scene, I was terrified. If the one-horned wolf warrior came like this before, they would be dead. Bang! Chi Chi! The three tricks collided, sparks scattered, and smoke filled the air. Instructor Lin and Instructor Chang both stepped back. Instructor Lin's heart sank. This one-horned wolf warrior is stronger than the previous years. I am afraid that it has entered the middle stage of the 6th level, and it is comparable to the human level 5-star powerhouse. With the strength of my surname and Chang, if we work together, it will be great. There's no way to kill it. Unfortunately, this is impossible. It is impossible for the two of us to work together. Thinking of this, Instructor Lin hurriedly shouted, Han Feng, Han Lin, you two go first, and I will leave when you are safe. It is impossible for this beast to stop me from leaving. When Instructor Chang heard the words, he immediately signaled Chang Wenjun to leave. Chang Wenjun's face turned pale. If he left alone, he would most likely be killed by Han Feng and Han Lin. Instructor Chang didn't know what Chang Wenjun was worried about. Before Chang Wenjun didn't tell the truth, he only said that he was attacked by Han Feng. Therefore, Instructor Chang didn't think that Han Feng's strength had surpassed Chang Wenjun. Frontal victory and sneak attack are two concepts. At this moment, Instructor Chang saw that Chang Wenjun hesitated and refused to leave. The children of the mere collateral line can provoke. The one-horned wolf launched another attack, and Instructor Lin and Chang Instructor did not care about Han Feng and the three of them, facing the one-horned wolf. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Han Feng. Han Feng was taken aback and immediately grabbed it from the side. When he looked up, Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. Instructor Han. The person here is Han Yongxing. Han Yongxing tooted, today is the end of the test. I came here just to see your results, but I didn't expect to encounter this scene. You two boys are really unlucky, being chased and killed by 6th level monsters. Han Lin was in a hurry. Instructor Han, hurry up and take action. Instructor Lin has gradually fallen into the disadvantage. Han Yongxing laughed, you guys underestimate your instructors too much. If it wasn't for the two of you here, with Lin Yu's strength, you would have fled long ago, and this beast can't catch up. Well, since I'm here, I'll take action to kill him. The 6th level magic core can be exchanged for a lot of low-grade spirit stones, and my chance of breaking through can also increase by a few %. Lightning Finger. 5 arcs descended from the sky and slashed at the one-horned wolf. Han Yongxing is a 6-star peak human rank master, and if he is a Warcraft rank, he is at the peak of the 6th rank, which is much more powerful than the mid-level 6-star unicorn warrior. The 5 arcs directly split the body of the one-horned wolf into the flesh. Ling Yu and Instructor Chang stepped back immediately, for fear of being affected by the arc. Ben Lei Finger. Han Yongxing stretched out his hand, and a thick and large thunder light burst out. Hoo-hoo! The one-horned wolf let out a cry and fell to the ground. Human-level 6-star peak cultivation base combined with human-level mid-level martial arts is an ordinary human-level 7-star powerhouse, and Han Yongxing also has the strength to fight. In other words, Han Yongxing was barely able to contend against the early level 7 monsters, not to mention the mid-level 6-level unicorn wolf warrior. Han Yongxing came to the body of the one-horned wolf and dug out the 6th level magic core. Instructor Chang's face was blue and white for a while, but his strength was not as good as others, so he had to suppress his greed for the magic core and turned away. Before leaving, Chang Wenjun glanced coldly at Han Feng, opened his mouth silently and made a few mouth shapes. Han Feng, you wait. Han Feng understood, and sneered again and again. Han Yongxing also noticed this, and frowned. I heard that Chang Wenjun is very small, and a sideline of the Chang family provoked him, and eventually all his limbs were abolished. This clan is still like this, let alone us. Han Feng, you have to be careful during the trial. Han Lin said coldly, what is Chang Wenjun? At that time, Chang Wenjun attacked me, but he was kicked and injured by Han Feng. How can this waste compare to Han Feng? Perhaps because of Han Feng's life-saving grace, Han Lin's attitude towards Han Feng suddenly improved a lot. Han Yongxing exclaimed, really? Han Linjing nodded, of course it's true. Instructor Lin had already heard it before, but it is still a little inconceivable to hear it again. This Chang Wenjun's internal strength is not weaker than Han Lin's. If we really talk about the weakness, it is probably only in the aspect of martial arts. The foundation of Chang Wenjun's cultivation is high-level martial arts. Gradually close to the end, the corners of Han Yongxing's mouth twitched, and he was hit hard. Instructor Lin gritted his teeth, stinky boy, tell me your true cultivation level now. Even if you cultivate the claw condensation exercise to perfection, it is impossible to hurt Chang Wenjun so easily only with the inner strength of the 2 main veins. Han Feng looked embarrassed and said, yes, 3 main veins. What? The 3 of Han Yongxing shouted. Han Yongxing's eyes lit up, oh my god, it's only been 10 days a month since you developed your inner energy, and you have even opened up the 3rd main vein. This kind of speed is comparable to that of a middle-grade and third-class qualified cultivator. Even the owner of top-grade qualifications. Instructor Lin was also very excited. With such a genius, the rise of the Han family will completely overwhelm the other 2 families, and it will not be long before they become the largest family in the city. The corners of Han Lin's mouth twitched, and he finally accepted his fate. Previously, Han Lin thought that Han Feng was powerful, but he still had the heart to compete, but now it's gone. Competing with such perverts is simply asking for trouble. Han Yongxing waved his hand. Let's go, maybe other boys will come out. The group quickly came to the outside of the Yufeng Mountains. The Chang family could no longer see it, and they might have already left. It's not surprising that Han Feng knew that they had contact with each other, but Han Yongxing was puzzled, and in the end he just thought that the people from the Chang family came out earlier. Han Lin remembered what Chang Wenjun had said before, and immediately told Han Yongxing. Han Yongxing's face became serious. In this way, the Chang family is indeed a bit strange. I heard that Chang Wenjun's third brother is the first person under the age of 15 in the Chang family, but what kind of cultivation is we don't care about? You know, it's so well hidden. Before Chang Wenjun asked Han Feng to wait. It is estimated that Chang Wenjun's third brother is going to deal with Han Feng. Han Feng, you have to be careful. We don't know this person at all. In addition to this, Chang Wenjun's second brother is quite famous, but at the age of 17, he is already at the peak of human level 2 star, and he may break through at any time. Chang Wenjun's eldest brother was also the first of the younger generation of the Chang family back then, but there is no news after the age of 15, and I don't know where he is now. When Han Feng and Han Lin heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Han Feng took out the communication jade pendant and told what happened to Chang Tianyi before. Han Yongxing was furious. This Chang family is as despicable as ever, but fortunately Han Feng's strength is high, otherwise this time, a few geniuses of our Han family will perish. Instructor Lin expressed concern. This communication jade pendant is not necessarily owned by ordinary Xian-level families and Xian-level forces. At least it is only possible for top-level Xian-level forces and prefecture-level forces that surpass Xian-level forces. Is Mo's family a branch of a certain prefecture-level force? Han Yonglian shook his head. It's unlikely. If that's the case, Renshongking would already be the Chang family's world. Han Lindao. It is also possible that they were expelled, so no one came to help the Chang family. Han Feng said, it's impossible. It's really abandoned. It's impossible to give such a precious thing as the communication jade pendant to the Chang family. I think 80% is that the Chang family has climbed up some powerful forces, relying on powerful forces to improve the family strength. And the Chang family should not be worth mentioning about this huge force, so our Han family can be stable until now. Han Yongxing agrees with Han Feng's idea. Han Feng is right. And 9 times out of 10 it is like this. But it's not worth mentioning now, and it doesn't mean it's not worth mentioning in the future. In short, the Chang family has taken a step ahead of our Han family in some respects, and our Han family must be ready. When I return to the family, I will report what happened today. Let's wait for the other boys to come out now. The 4 were silent and worried. Han Feng found that the current situation of his family was not very good. We must improve our strength and strive to step into the human ranks before the crisis comes, so that we can protect ourselves. If it is stronger, maybe it can help the family survive the crisis. Han Feng secretly said. Soon, Han Rong, Han Zhang, Han Lai, and others came back one by one. Instructor Lin said loudly, release the head of the beast in the storage belt, and this instructor will now count the scores. In the end, as Instructor Lin expected, Han Feng was the first among the 10. With more than 100 first-level monsters and dozens of second-level monsters, Han Feng's total score has exceeded 800. The second is Han Lin, 600 points. The third is Han Rong, with nearly 400 points. The rest are not very high, and the gap is not big. In the last few, there are only more than 100 points. Instructor Lin chuckled. Han Feng, Han Lin, Han Rong, the 3 of you will get a second-level pill from the family. Han Zhang and Han Lai, you 7 will get a first-level pill. There are still 5 days to practice. 5 days later, you will fight against 10 people under Instructor Mu, and the 10 winners will represent our Han family to participate in the trial of the Renshonking family. Returning to the Han family, Han Feng immediately got into his room and began to practice. In these 5 days, Han Feng's goal is to open up the 4th main vein. It takes a lot of energy to get through the 4th main vein. If it was before, Han Feng didn't have much confidence in just 5 days, but now that there is a 2nd-level medicinal pill, it is completely different. People in the city, often home. In a stone house, the stone door slowly opened. A pale boy stepped out. Outside the stone house, Chang Wenjun immediately took a step forward. "Third brother, have you taken that step?" Chang Wenjun's face was complicated, both jealous and joyful. The young man, Chang Wenjun's third brother, Chang Wenhua, said lightly, "Well, thanks to the 3rd-level medicine pill sent by the elder brother, I have now entered the late mortal stage. You only need to condense the inner strength into the attribute infuriating energy later." Chang Wenjun looked envious. 3rd-level medicinal pills. There are not many medicinal pills of this level in the city. But the eldest brother got so much at one time, and directly let the 3rd brother break through to the late mortal stage in one fell swoop. Chang Wenjun smiled pleasantly. This is also related to the qualifications of the 3rd brother. If the qualifications of the 3rd brother are not the limit of the 4th grade low grade and the 3rd grade low grade, it would be useless no matter how much medicine the elder brother sent. Chang Wenhua was non-committal, but said in his mouth, "You don't have to be envious, I have already broken through to the late mortal rank, and in a few days, the 2nd and 3rd rank sent by my elder brother will be yours, and it will not take long for you to cross the rank." Entering the late mortal stage. What I need now is a 4th-level medicinal pill. There is another family trial to get the human essence fruit from the city owner, and it is just around the corner to break through the human level. As expected of the Xianming sect, it has a deep foundation. The rare 2nd and 3rd-level medicinal herbs here are no different from garbage in the Xianming sect. It's a pity that the big brother can't get the 5th-level medicinal pill, otherwise our family. Big brother's time in Xuanmingzong is still too short, and his status is not high or low. Otherwise, even if it is a 5th-level medicinal pill, big brother can get a lot back. Those idiots from the Han family still want to join the Xianming sect after half a year? It's just a dream. With the elder brother in Xuanmingzong for one day, the Han family should not even think about anyone entering Xuanmingzong. Half a year later, the Xianming sect elder who came to Zhongqing for the assessment, but the elder brother's master, when the time comes. Chang Wenhua sneered. Chang Wenjun heard that the remaining 2nd and 3rd-level medicinal herbs would be his face flushed with joy, and immediately said viciously, "Third brother, that Han Feng from the Han family, he must be killed in this trial." Chang Wenhua raised his eyebrows. "That trash? What do you do with him?" Chang Wenjun told the previous things with a stiff face, and Chang Wenhua said lightly, "So it is. But you can't even compare to a waste. You are too disappointing. There are so many medicinal herbs to help you, presumably when the family is trying, you will break through to the 5th main line, or even the 6th main line. When the time comes, you can take revenge yourself, Han Feng, I still see it. No, I have to deal with that Han Ro from the Han family. If possible, it would be good to have her as a foot-washing slave." Chang Wenjun smiled. "Such a beautiful girl, third brother, you are blessed." Chang Wenhua finally showed a sinister smile. The Han family, Han Yongxing and Lin Yu reported the news of the day in the lobby. Hearing that Han Feng had won the first place, and his strength even surpassed that of Han Lin, Han Yu laughed and almost called out okay. The other elders all looked shocked, and then they glanced at Han Yongxing with excited eyes. Resisting the excitement, Han Yu continued to listen to Han Yongxing's report. After hearing some things about the Chang family, Han Yu's face immediately became very ugly. Many elders began to panic. Han Yu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Chang family hides so deeply. No wonder the geniuses of the Han family and other families in our Renshongking always disappear for no reason. It seems to be the reason of the Chong family. The hidden strength of this Chong family is too terrifying. First elder, we have to make a good decision to defend the Chong family. The first elder looked gloomy. The owner is right. If Han Lin hadn't escaped today, we wouldn't even know how the Han family would be swallowed up in the future. Han Yu sighed. After half a year, Zuan Mingzong returned to our Renshongking to select disciples. As long as our Han family is selected, there is no need to worry anymore. The great elder and many other elders nodded. Inside the room, Han Feng entered the first layer of 9 flames and different fire, and continued to refine the remaining source liquid. The internal strength of the 3 main meridians has been steadily improved. After a long time, Han Feng opened his eyes and was in high spirits. There is not much source liquid left. If you want to continue to improve, you need to continue refining the low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, since the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art is not yet at the peak level, I still can't refine the low-grade spirit stones with a purity of up to 90%. Fortunately, there is still a 3rd level magic core. When I break through the 4th main vein, I can use the ordinary fire to refine the 3rd level magic core. The energy of the 3rd level magic core is extremely huge, and half of it is enough to make the first layer of my 9 flames and different fire art reach its peak. The remaining half is more than enough to break through. Next, you can refine the remaining low-grade spirit stones and continue to improve your strength. After deciding on the training program for the next few days, Han Feng settled down and continued to practice. 3 days later, Han Feng's inner strength finally reached the peak limit of the 3 main veins. In half a day, Han Feng has refined the secondary medicinal herbs into source liquid and started taking them. Boom boom boom. The red source liquid entered the mouth and turned into a steady stream of huge energy. It didn't take long for Han Feng to easily break through to the 4th main vein. However, there is still a lot of energy in the source liquid transformed by the 2nd level medicinal herbs. Seeing this, Han Feng naturally makes every effort to continue to practice. Time passed, and a day passed quickly, and soon it was the day when 10 people were officially decided to participate in the family trial. On this day, Han Feng not only stabilized the cultivation base of the 4 main veins, but also reached the peak of the 4 main veins. All of this is due to the 2nd level medicinal pill, and it is the credit of the 2nd level medicinal pill that exerts 100% of its efficacy. Ordinary people take the 2nd level medicinal herbs and are at the peak of the 3 main veins. When they reach the sky, they will break through to the 4th main vein and stabilize slightly. If they want to be like Han Feng, they want to reach the peak of the 4th main vein. Is impossible. The next day, Han Feng came to the training ground again. Instructor Lin looked at Han Feng and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, they have all improved very well. Regarding Han Feng, Instructor Lin still didn't see it through, but after several previous experiences, he didn't believe that Han Feng had not made a breakthrough after killing Instructor Lin. Among the 10 people, Han Lin's breath fluctuated greatly, apparently breaking through to the 5th main vein, but it was not stable yet. Han Feng understood after a little thought that Han Lin's previous internal strength cultivation had not reached the peak of the 4th main vein, otherwise the cultivation of the 5th main vein would definitely not be so unstable. Others, Han Rong successfully opened up the 3rd main vein, and it stabilized a lot. Han Zhang reached the peak limit of the 2nd main vein. Others, Han Lai broke through to the 2nd main vein, and some who were at the peak of a main vein before also successfully broke through. Basically, 10 people are now in the 2nd main vein and above. Han Lin pushed Han Feng and said mysteriously, "What is your cultivation base now? Don't tell me you didn't break through." Han Feng smiled lightly. "What if I didn't break through?" Han Lin suddenly looked contemptuous. "Take it down, you think I'm a fool. I've been fooled by you before, and now I'm still fooled?" If you don't break through, I'm going to drink urine. A new week is coming, I ask for your strong support. Last week's new book list did not make it into the top 10, can it be this week? Han Feng choked and rolled his eyes, you are ruthless. Yes, I have broken through, and it is the peak of the fourth main vein. Maybe before the trial starts, I can break through again and step into the fifth main vein. How is it? Han Lin's face changed, and finally he couldn't help but let out a foul language, fuck. When Han Feng and his party went to the Han family's general training ground, there was also a group of people on the other side. The general training venue is the training venue for the Han family's youth from 15 to 20 years old. Today is a special day. All of these young people have been given a holiday, but a small number of them stayed, just to watch today's competition. Among the 7 or 8 young men, a young man in a blue shirt touched his chin. TSK, TSK, today I can see my little sister show her power. Another young man laughed and said, Rome now has 7 main veins. You are still Rome's brother. Compared with Rome, you are a fart. The blue-shirt youth said angrily, don't just talk about me, how much better are you? At least I've been in the late stage of the mortal rank for a while, and my attribute infuriating energy has been condensed by almost half, and you haven't even condensed a tenth of it. Cough cough, calm and calm. The young man looked embarrassed. Immediately, the young man sighed, your sister is amazing. She is not yet 15 years old, and she has already passed 7. It is estimated that she will be able to enter the late mortal stage before she is 15 years old. When we reach our age, maybe we will step into the human class. People are more mad than people. The blue-shirt youth's mouth curved, I don't even look at whose sister. With a stinky face. This young man in blue shirt, called Han Gang, is Han Ro's brother, Han Feng's cousin, and Han Tianli's son. The other young man, however, was a collateral child called Han Di. Several other young people smiled and watched Han Gang and Han Di chat and spank, but did not participate. Some of them are collateral, some are the sons of slaves, but they have one thing in common, their cultivation is not high. When they were 15 years old, they only got through 1 or 2 main veins. Now that 2 or 3 years have passed, they can get through 4, 5 or 6 lines. In terms of status, it is far worse than Han Gang and Han Di. Han Di suddenly said, don't just talk about your sister, I heard that your 2 cousins are also good. Han Lin didn't talk about it, he has been doing well. This Han Feng is now very famous. In just over a month, his strength has surpassed that of Han Lin. Even your sister can't match the speed of this kind of strength. When Han Feng was mentioned, Han Gang's face paled significantly. Han Gang remembered that his father, Han Tianli, asked him to treat Han Feng well a few days ago, and couldn't help but pouted. Seeing this, Han Di couldn't help but persuade, I know that you have always had a bad impression of Han Feng, but the matters of the previous generation cannot involve the next generation, so it is your cousin by blood. Besides, now our Han family values Han Feng very much, why should you? Han Gang opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. In the end, it's all about jealousy. Even Han Lin has a lot of jealousy in his heart. This is because Han Lin was rescued by Han Feng, not to mention Han Gang. Stop talking, Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu are here. A young man next to him whispered. Han Gang and Han Di immediately stood up straight and looked proudly at more than 20 people from both sides. It's Han Gang, this is Han Ro's brother. Han Gang is already a master of the late mortal rank. It is said that the attribute infuriating energy has been condensed in half, and I don't know when we will reach that step. Hey, although we are the elites of the Han family, the people standing beside Han Gang were not elites at the time. They got through 1 or 2 main veins, but now 2 or 3 years have passed, and only 5 or 6 lines have been opened. The bigger the gap between us and those geniuses, when we reach the level of Han Gang, it will be at least 20 away. In our lifetime, it would be good for us to step into the level of Instructor Lin. Everyone was talking about it, including the girl on the other side. In the later stages of the mortal stage, they are still the object of their envy. Of course, there were also a few who looked calm. On Instructor Lin's side, Han Feng and Han Lin were the same. Han Rong was a little better, but the others were not. For Han Feng and Han Lin, the level that Han Gang is at is not so out of reach for them. Especially Han Feng, as long as the level of the 9 flames and different fire art is improved and there are enough spiritual things to refine, it is possible to directly break through the human level in a short time. Han Gang and Han Di enjoyed the worship of most people and were very proud. In the main training ground, they can only be regarded as the top, but not the top. The existence of the top either has reached the peak of the late mortal rank, and is only one step away from entering the human rank, or is already a master of the human rank. Take Han Mo, for example. Han Mo is definitely the first person in the Han family under the age of 20. At only 19, he is already a 1-star master of human rank. According to rumors, he is likely to break through to 2-star human rank soon. A powerful candidate for the late-stage powerhouse. Even with the help of the corresponding exercises, many Han families believe that Han Mo is also hopeful to enter the Shen rank. In the general training ground, the two of them could not receive such admiration. Han Feng followed Instructor Lin, and soon saw a woman in her 30s on the other side swiftly leading 10 girls into the general training ground. The one headed by the 10 girls had a calm and cold face, with a long ponytail, giving people a feeling of being cool and hard to approach. Han Rou. Han Feng whispered. The younger generation of the Han family, Han Feng is the most unhappy about this Han Rou. This Han Rou can be said to be extremely arrogant and contempt for Han Feng to the extreme. Han Mo is better. After all, he is 19 years old, and he is considered an adult. His way of thinking is different from when he was a child. Although it is not very good for Han Feng, it is acceptable. Han Feng and Han Gang were simply ignored. But this Han Rou would be sarcastic every time she sees it. If it wasn't for Han Feng deliberately avoiding Han Rou would have been able to say something even worse. At this time, Han Rou noticed Han Feng with her dull eyes, and immediately showed disdain. She whispered a few words to the girls around her. The girls looked at Han Feng with sympathy. Han Lin said with a bitter face, Han Feng, this year is really yin and yang. In Sister Rou, there are only 2 who are comparable to me, and there are many who have opened up the 3 main veins. I think this time I can enter the front line. Of 10, there are at most 3 or 4 on our boys' side, or even less. Han Feng shrugged, we just need to work hard on our own, we can't control that much. Losing this time, I don't think it's a bad thing, it just stimulates some elites on our boys' side. Han Lin paused and nodded, yes, our boys' competitiveness is too low, and we only have low cultivation bases. The last time I saw the group of guys from the Chang family, they were a notch higher than us as a whole. Hee, big sister Mu, as expected of you who taught me, compared to yours, my grades are a little underwhelming. Instructor Mu smiled lightly, Lin Yu, you are too soft-hearted, otherwise these little guys you teach will at least improve by 1 grade. Han Lin and the others were silent. In their opinion, Instructor Lin was also very strict when teaching, but Instructor Mu said that Instructor Lin was very soft-hearted. How hard is it not to be so soft-hearted? Han Lin, this way. Han Gang suddenly waved and called out. Han Rou on the other side also slowly walked towards Han Gang. Others formed a group in 2s and 3s, and those who knew each other. Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu didn't care about it either. They were both from the Han family and didn't need so many rules. Han Lin looked at Han Feng, let's go together. Han Feng shook his head slightly, go, if I go, cousin Han Gang may not be happy. Han Lin wanted to say something, and finally sighed, Han Feng, I believe they will accept you in the end. Now they are just jealous. When you show the strength that they can't beat, it will not be like this again. Han Feng was very interested, so confident in me? Han Lin rolled his eyes. Nonsense, within a month and a half, the strength of cultivation has caught up with me, and the comprehensive combat power has surpassed me. I still don't believe it, even if you suddenly tell me tomorrow that you are already a master of the late mortal rank, I will be very calm. Han Feng was helpless. All right, hurry up and go. After Han Lin left, Han Rong came over, along with Han Jiang. Han Rong and Han Jiang have an excellent relationship, and Han Jiang also expressed his gratitude to Han Feng for saving Han Rong. So when they saw that Han Feng was alone, they both came to both sides of Han Feng. Han Feng smiled and talked to the two. After Han Lin arrived, Han Ro couldn't help frowning. Didn't you see Han Feng before? Why are you talking and laughing with him now? Han Lin rubbed his head. Sister Ro, is it necessary for you to target Han Feng like this? He is no longer a waste. Han Ro snorted softly. So what, if it weren't for his father, our Han family might be the #1 family in the city of people now. Why is it so difficult now? Han Lin smiled bitterly. Impossible, even if there is no fourth uncle, our Han family can't be the first family in the city of people. Why? Han Ro frowned, very dissatisfied. Han Lin kept his mouth shut. The matter of the Chang family is now known only to a few of them and the Han family's senior management, and it is not time to leak it. Seeing that Han Lin was unwilling to answer, Han Ro was very annoyed, and said angrily, I really don't know what kind of soup Han Feng has poured into you to make you protect him like this. Han Gang was suddenly embarrassed and whispered, Little sister, this sentence is not used like this. Han Lin's face darkened, and then he said, Sister Ro, where are you thinking? Han Ro pouted, don't you two have some ulterior motives? After speaking, Han Ro glanced at Han Lin, speaking of which, your skin is not bad. Han Lin gritted his teeth, Sister Ro, I don't have that hobby. I am close to Han Feng. It was Han Feng who saved my life in the Yufeng Mountains. Otherwise, you can just wait and see my corpse now. Han Lin's matter. The high-level officials have not announced it yet. Only Han Lin and a few people know about it. It is also the first time that Han Gang and Han Ro have heard of it. Han Gang's expression changed immediately. What's going on? How could you be in danger? Han Lin had no choice but to tell some things about the Yufeng Mountains. Han Ro clenched her fists and said bitterly, the bastards from the Chang family, when the family is tested, I must make them look good. Although Han Gang was also annoyed, he had to remind, little girl, want a lady? Ladies understand, don't swear all day. I really want the little guys in the Han family to see the nature of the goddess in their hearts. Then Han Gang said to Han Lin, I'm older than the family's qualifications for trials, so I can't avenge you, but don't worry, I will definitely vent your anger when I meet someone from the Chang family and my generation in the future. Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu were almost finished, and Instructor Mu looked at the time and said, it's almost time, let's start. Instructor Lin nodded, old rules? That's right. Instructor Mu replied. Seeing this, Instructor Lin took a step forward, boys and girls, come and stand here for me. When everyone stood up, Instructor Lin said again, the 20 of you will be divided into 10 competitions. The winner will also accept the challenge of the loser. If the challenge is successful, the loser can replace the winner. Now, I announce the candidates for the test. This candidate was discussed by Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu together. Both have a very clear understanding of the people they train, who will qualify and who are most likely to fail. Therefore, in the 10 games of the competition, the 10 winners basically represented the 10 people in the trial, and there were few accidents. But the 20 people in the competition did not know that some of them had average cultivation bases and had good luck. The only difference between the two is Han Feng. Instructor Lin thinks that Han Feng has the strength to enter the top 10, but Instructor Mu has never seen it before. Just hearing about it cannot impress Instructor Mu. The opponent that Instructor Mu chose for Han Feng was slightly stronger than Han Lin's. He is also a master of getting through the 5 main veins, and he is also a martial artist with a stable realm. In the words of Instructor Mu, it is rumored that this kid can compete with 4 main lines and 3 main lines, and his strength progresses very fast, and now he may have broken through to 4 main lines. Wouldn't it be right not to pick him a better opponent? Don't live with him. Instructor Lin knew that it was Instructor Mu who did not believe in Han Feng's strength. In the end, Instructor Lin gave in. Unconsciously, Han Feng became more and more mysterious in Instructor Lin's heart. Han Feng's cultivation and combat power would always surprise people. Instructor Lin himself didn't know why, thinking that Han Feng could not lose. The first game, Han Rou vs Han Zhang. Han Rou took a step forward calmly, but Han Zhang was confused. On the one hand, this is a good opportunity to get close to the goddess in your heart. On the other hand, there is basically no chance of winning against Han Rou, and you will lose. Start. Instructor Lin shouted loudly, and Han Zhang was immediately cautious. Just as he was about to speak, Han Rou quickly moved to the front of Han, and with a palm shot, Han Zhang flew out. 9 Shadow Palm. This is the basic martial skill that Instructor Mu passed on to Han Rou and other girls. As soon as the 9 Shadow Palm comes out, 9 afterimages can be cast in the state of perfection. Of the 9 afterimages, only 1 is a real attack. If the flaws of the 9 Shadows Palm cannot be seen in a short time, the result will be like Han Zhang. The people around took a deep breath. They knew that Han Rou was amazing, but seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking. On the other hand, the expression of the girl taught by Instructor Mu did not change. This kind of thing seems to them to be accustomed to, and among their group, no one can support Han Rou's hand. This 9 Shadow Palm is a basic martial skill that Han Rou has cultivated to a level close to perfection. Demonstrated by the cultivation base that has opened up the 7 main veins, the power is extraordinary. Han Rou withdrew without any change in her face, and Han Zhang looked disappointed. Being defeated by the goddess in his heart was a big blow to Han Zhang. With the support of Han Rou, Han Zhang ended sadly. Instructor Lin sighed and said, "The second game, Han Lin battle." Han Lin's opponent is a girl warrior who has opened up 3 main veins. The realm is not stable, and it is slightly worse than Han Rou. Han Lin has opened up 5 main veins. Although the realm is also unstable, the gap between the 2 main veins still allows Han Lin to easily win. There were several more competitions, and most of them were won by the girl side. The only winner on the men's side was Han Rou, and with Han Lin, there were only 2 at the moment. Han Gang and Han Di twitched at the corners of their mouths. Under the age of 15 in our Han family, it shouldn't be a woman's world, right? In our age group, the most powerful woman is Han Meng, who is at the peak of the late mortal rank, only 1 step away from entering the human rank. In another year, when these girls come to the main training ground, there is Han Meng on the top and Han Rou on the bottom. Brother Han Mo will not be here if he is over 20 years old. Isn't it a woman's world here? The 2 were in a state of grief and indignation, and felt extremely painful for the situation of the Han family's younger generation. Another game or 2 has passed, and the first round of the competition is not long before the end of the competition. At this time, Instructor Lin said, "Han Feng, Han Yutong, the 2 of you come forward. This time, the 2 of you are opponents." Both Han Rou and the girl exclaimed in surprise. This Han Yutong is a warrior who has opened up 5 main veins. On the girl's side, a girl in a green shirt walked out quickly, raised a smile and said to Han Feng, "I've been hearing about your name these days. I wonder if it's worthy of the name." Han Feng said lightly, "Whether it is worthy of the name, you will know after a test." The The girls suddenly booed, obviously not trusting Han Feng's strength, but Han Rong and the others were full of expectations for Han Feng. Han Ro hummed beside Han Gang, Han Yutong is the top 3 of our women's class. I don't believe that Han Feng will win. Han Lin smiled, Sister Ro, that's not necessarily true. On the test stage, Han Yutong took the lead. 9 shadow palms. In the realm of 9 shadow palms, 3 palm shadows can be waved. In the realm of Deshang, 6 palm shadows can be wielded. In the realm of perfection, 9 palm shadows can be waved. Han Yutong's comprehension is obviously good, and he has been able to wield 5 palm shadows, and he is only 1 step away from reaching the 9 shadow palms. The 5 palm shadows are unreal and unreal, making people unable to see through. Although Han Feng's combat power is strong, he has only opened up 4 main veins after all. Since you can't see through, then attack. Condensing claw technique. Brush brush. Countless claw shadows appear in the air. Ran away. Clap clap clap. The claw shadow and the palm shadow collided, and soon Han Yutong's palm technique was broken. Han Yutong was shocked by the anti-vibration force and retreated again, and immediately blurted out in surprise, the realm of condensing claw art is complete. Han Ro was also shocked. You must know that she herself is only close to consummation with the 9 shadows palm, rather than truly reaching consummation. And she has practiced the 9 shadows palm for more than 3 months. What about Han Feng? As far as she knows, it has been less than 2 months since Instructor Lin taught Ningclaw. Han Lin smiled proudly, look, I said that Han Feng will not necessarily lose. Han Feng himself has opened up 4 main veins, and it is extremely stable. If there is a trick to the perfect state of the condensing claw, it is not a problem to fight against ordinary masters who open up 5 or 6 main veins. Han Ro said angrily, stinky boy, see how proud you are, I admit that I underestimated Han Feng, okay. On the competition stage, Han Yutong's face became solemn. It seems that the rumors about your strength before are 80 to 90% true, so I will not keep it anymore. After speaking, Han Yutong struck again. This time it was still the 9 shadows palm, and it was still the 5 shadows, but both the power and the speed were much stronger than before. Obviously, the previous Han Yutong did not exert the full power of the 5 main veins. As soon as Han Yutong was serious, it was much more difficult for Han Feng to cope, but that was all. The two fought dozens of moves, and the palm shadow and the claw shadow kept colliding and making a puffing sound. The most popular Han Feng's inner strength suddenly exploded, and the claw shadow quickly increased by more than half, breaking Han Yutong's 9 shadow palm again, and even tearing the sleeves of Han Yutong's body, which became tattered, revealing some spring. Han Feng was dumbfounded. Han Lin was dumbfounded. A group of men were also dumbfounded. Soon, Han Lin's leader let out a roar, Han Feng, great job. A group of men let out wretched laughter. Han Gang and Han Di were the most important, causing Han Ro to stare at them coldly, wishing to fight and teach them a lesson. Han Yutong glared at Han Feng angrily, gritted his teeth and said, Instructor, I admit defeat. Now, in this situation, how to fight? Han Feng touched his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this to happen in the end. This, Sister Yutong, I didn't know it would be like this, I'm sorry. Han Feng apologized embarrassingly. But Han Yutong obviously didn't accept it. He ended up with a black face. Accompanied by a few girls, he went to change his clothes. Instructor Lin looked strange for a while, then smiled. In this game, Han Feng won. Instructor Mu was also dumbfounded, but he had nothing to blame for Han Feng. At first, Han Feng confirmed his strength. Second, on the battlefield, who cares whether you are a man or a woman, or whether you are disheveled, you should kill you. Instructor Mu pondered. It seems that Yutong's teaching is not enough. If it was me, I should take advantage of Han Feng's embarrassment and kick it up and directly kick it into a eunuch. At that time, Han Feng will be embarrassed. Instructor Lin froze when he heard it, and immediately wiped away a cold sweat. As expected of the most violent female instructor among our instructors, it is fortunate that this Han Yutong has not yet received a true biography from Instructor Mu, otherwise. Looking at Han Feng, Instructor Lin showed a look of "you are so lucky," which confused Han Feng, who noticed this look. Off the field, all the men and so on were laughing strangely, making Han Feng unable to bear the black face. Han Rong didn't know whether to live or die. Tisk tsk, first burst chrysanthemum, this time again, Han Feng, you are a wretched and perverted fellow. Han Feng smiled brightly and put his arms around Han Rong's shoulders. Look at what you said, shouldn't you be very yearning? How about we have a chat another day? Yesterday's recommendation was not strong. Brothers, I need your support urgently. Han Rong shivered all over, crying and regretting. At the moment, Han Rong hurried to please. Haha, I was wrong, Han Feng, you have a lot of people, forgive me. He didn't want to be bombarded and torn apart again. Han Feng snorted coldly, letting Han Rong go. Not long after that, 10 matches were over. Han Yutong also changed clothes and came back. Instructor Lin coughed twice. It's the challenge time, but who wants to challenge? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They had watched all the way through the previous battle. Of course, they knew that each of the 10 winners was not easy to mess with. The odds of their challenge being successful are slim to none, except. Han Yutong stared at Han Feng angrily at the moment. Han Feng was speechless. Will you challenge me to take revenge? Unfortunately, Han Feng guessed wrong. Han Yutong is not an idiot. Although he was forced to admit defeat, Han Yutong also admitted that if he continued to fight, he was not Han Feng's opponent, and challenging Han Feng would mean losing the qualifications for the family trial. After all, one person only has one chance. Han Yutong challenged the weakest of the 10, and quickly replaced him. Han Rong almost didn't keep the position of the 10 members of the family trial. It was very dangerous, and Han Feng also broke a cold sweat for Han Rong. Instructor Mu's cold voice suddenly sounded. Since all 10 people have been selected, let's go to the martial arts pavilion with this instructor to select the martial arts. Remember, each of you can only choose one, and it can only be a basic martial skill. With your current strength, don't think about human-level martial arts, you can't cultivate yet. According to the rules set by the family, each of you also has a second-level medicinal pill. During the family trial, you represented the Han family, you must not lose face of the Han family, otherwise. Instructor Mu let out a few sneers. Han Feng and others froze for a while. Han Ro immediately said loudly, Instructor, don't worry, we won't lose face of the Han family. Seeing this, Han Lin and the others immediately issued a guarantee. Instructor Mu's face was still cold, and he said lightly, come with me. The Han Family Martial Arts Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is basic martial arts. There are nearly 100 kinds of martial arts ranging from basic intermediate martial arts to basic martial arts. As for the low-level basics, those basic boxing techniques and basic leg techniques can be used by any servant, and they are not precious, so they were not put into the martial arts pavilion. On the second floor of the martial arts pavilion, there are low-level human-level martial arts. The third floor of the martial arts pavilion is human-level middle-grade martial arts. The second and third floors are not so easy to advance. Whether it is low-level human-level martial arts or middle-level human-level martial arts, they are extremely precious to the Han family, and they are the foundation of the Han family. As for the high-grade martial arts of the human rank, they were guarded by the head of the family, and were not placed in the martial arts pavilion. A group of teenagers and girls also came to the martial arts pavilion for the first time. All of them were curious and excited like a country bumpkin entering the city. Instructor Mu's cold voice sounded, you are limited to one stick of incense to choose martial arts. When everyone heard it, they immediately put away their curious eyes and concentrated on selecting martial arts. Instructor Lin asked with interest from Instructor Mu, "I wonder what martial arts these little guys will choose?" Instructor Mu's tone softened a little, "Whether it's Ningclaw or Juyingshang. All of them are taught by our Han family, but each person's focus is different, which leads to some people's understanding is almost the same, but the mastery of the two major martial arts, the claw and the nine shadow palm, is very different. This time, let them find it by themselves, and they will definitely choose what they are more interested in. Once they are interested, they will naturally speed up their grasp. There are still 15 days before the family trial. I hope that they will be able to practice one more martial skill in these 15 days. Instructor Lin sighed, "I don't know if it is good or bad for them to practice one more basic martial skill. For those who are difficult to break through the human rank, the advantages may outweigh the disadvantages, but for those who are easy to break through the human rank, every time one cultivates a martial skill, it is difficult to condense the inner strength into the true energy of the attribute, which is a waste of time for the breakthrough." Instructor Mu shook his head slightly, "There's no way to do this. The city lord's reward this time is too generous. A human essence fruit can add a human-level powerhouse. A low-level martial arts skill can make our family's foothold a little more. Don't look at this reward on the surface, but in the long run, it will greatly widen the gap with other families." Instructor Lin was a little bitter. "This is the suffering of our lower-level family. If it is a family of hundreds or even thousands of years, how can this reward be taken seriously?" Not to mention the size of Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu, Han Feng is now concentrating on finding martial skills that suit him. The basic martial arts that Han Feng wanted were at least no worse than the condensing claw. The same as the basic high-level martial arts, there are also strong and weak points. Among the basic martial arts, such as Ningclaw and Nine Shadows Palm, although they belonged to the top rank, they were not the top. Soon, Han Feng's eyes couldn't move, and he stared at a cheat book. Bone Crusher. I heard my father say that the Han family has 3 top-level basic martial arts, and it is very difficult to cultivate. Even the late-stage powerhouses cannot reach the realm of small success. Even a martial artist in the early stage of the human level will have to spend a lot of effort in order to cultivate to a great success and even complete it. But basic martial arts are just tasteless to human-level warriors. It is difficult for the weak to cultivate to the advanced realm, and the strong do not look down on them. These 3 basic and high-level martial arts are just buried. Bone Crusher is one of the 3 top-level basic martial arts. What does Han Feng want? Isn't it just high-level martial arts, based on great power? Han Feng pondered, judging from the fact that my aptitude has been improved by a level before, the higher my aptitude is, the more suitable it is for practicing martial arts, and the progress is rapid. If it weren't for the fact that my aptitude was raised from the 4th grade low grade to the 3rd grade low grade limit, I would be slightly better than Han Ro. I'm afraid it would not be so easy for me to cultivate to the perfect state. No matter how difficult it is to cultivate this bone-shattering hand, as long as my aptitude improves, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to cultivate. Thinking of this, Han Feng determined the martial arts to practice. Soon, an hour was up. Instructor Mu asked everyone to record the martial arts to be practiced and then left. Instructor Mu gave each of them a 2nd-level medicinal pill, and then said, "Let this instructor see the martial arts you have selected." Han Ro came out first. Nine Shadows Palm, yes, it is slightly more powerful than the Nine Shadows Palm. With the experience of the Nine Shadows Palm, you should save half of your time to cultivate to the perfect state. Instructor Mu nodded in satisfaction. Soon, many people walked over. Most of the Mu instructors were quite satisfied, but some Mu instructors were contemptuous. Han Li is one of them. The martial arts selected by Han Lai are only basic and medium-level martial arts, and they are extremely conspicuous among the basic and other martial arts. In Han Lai's words, his comprehension is average, and compared with ordinary people, he is naturally good, but compared with Han Lin and Han Feng, he is far worse. If you choose basic martial arts and martial arts, you don't know how much time it will take to practice them. Originally, the aptitude was reluctant, and after choosing more basic martial arts skills, it increased the difficulty of breaking through the human rank. God knows how long it will take to break through the human rank. Anyway, once you break through the human rank, the basic martial arts will be useless. This idea is logically correct. At least Instructor Lin, Han Feng and others think it is normal. But for Instructor Mu, who was strict by nature, it was a sign of lack of fighting spirit and self-motivation. Faced with the hurdle of breaking through the human rank, he is so afraid, and even deliberately chooses basic martial arts with a low level. His future achievements are limited, and at most it is the peak of the initial human rank. Therefore, Instructor Mu did not like Han Lai. In fact, if Instructor Mu was not extremely strict and asked the people he taught to put perseverance and fighting spirit first, he would not have given Han Ro, Han Yutong and other girls a higher cultivation base than the boys. After all, in any case, on the girls' side, except for Han Ro's aptitude, which is the third class, there is not much difference between the others and Han Rong and the others. Han Yutong's aptitude is not as good as that of Han Lin, but the result is that his internal strength is almost the same. Soon, we arrived at Han Feng. Bone Crusher. Seeing the bone-shattering hand martial arts, Instructor Mu and Instructor Lin's expressions changed drastically. Instructor Lin hurriedly said, Han Feng, this martial skill came from our Han family. No one can train to the realm of Xiaoqing in the middle of the mortal rank, and at the later stage of the mortal rank, at most, Xiaoqing is close to the great achievement, and it is extremely difficult to practice. How did you choose this? Instructor Lin was very angry, even regretful. If I knew it earlier, I gave some pointers in the martial arts pavilion. Instructor Mu stopped Instructor Lin and said solemnly, Feng boy, are you sure you want to practice this martial skill? If you regret it, I can call the shots and let you choose again. Han Lin pulled Han Feng aside. Let's choose another one. This bone-shattering hand is very difficult to cultivate. Even Xiaoqing, you may not be able to achieve it in just 15 days. This kind of bone-shattering hand will increase our strength. It's not much, and it's even a waste of your 15 days of cultivation time. Han Feng smiled and said, Thank you cousin, but I won't change it. Isn't it just the bone-shattering hand? Don't worry, I will show you the success of my practice. Immediately, Han Feng turned his head to Instructor Mu and said solemnly, Instructor Mu, I don't plan to change. I've decided to practice Bone Crusher. Instructor Mu looked cold. If that's the case, then don't regret it. Although his tone was cold, Instructor Mu's eyes flashed a hint of admiration. What about the difficulties? If you are afraid to move forward just because of the difficulties, then you are still practicing bullshit. The 10 girls taught by Instructor Mu also inherited some of Instructor Mu's personalities, and their impression of Han Feng changed drastically for a while, even though a strangeness flashed in Han Ro's eyes. Instructor Lin stared blankly at Han Feng, and smiled bitterly for a long time. Forget it, you are really stubborn, I wish you can break the record. Han Feng made a joke at this time. Instructor Lin, how many records have I broken? Instructor Lin was startled, and suddenly laughed. 9 flames and different fires, his first floor. Han Feng took out the second-level medicinal pill and refined it into a source liquid for consumption. This time, Han Feng's strength has greatly improved. Even if it is a second-level medicinal pill, it has been successfully refined by Han Feng without much effort. After taking it for a while, the inner strength of the 4 main veins in Han Feng's body has gone further, and it is at the peak of the peak. It can break through at any time and enter the 5th main vein. Han Feng did not refine the 3rd-level magic core at this time. After getting the 3rd-level magic core, Han Feng deliberately searched for some information about the third-level magic core. After searching, Han Feng found out that he thought about the magic core too simply. For the magic core of Warcraft, humans have no way to directly absorb it. For this reason, humans have to use the magic core through a special method, that is, refining it into medicine pills. Many medicinal pills that can improve one's cultivation base require the cooperation of magic cores. One magic core, combined with other precious elixir, can refine several or even dozens of medicinal pills of the same level. The third-level magic core itself is a mutated magic core. Even if there is no elixir combination, Han Feng guesses that it is equivalent to at least 3 third-level elixir. Don't forget, the source liquid of all things Rongyanding refining can be used 10%. 3 third-level medicinal pills, just thinking about it, also know that the energy is huge. Before the 5 main veins are opened, Han Feng does not plan to refine and take it. Pieces of low-grade spirit stones were thrown into the Rongyanding by Han Feng. The red source fluid flowed out and was put into the jade bottle by Han Feng. A flash of determination flashed in Han Feng's eyes. This little energy is almost enough, I must make a breakthrough. 2 days later. Boom boom boom. There was a constant rumbling sound in Han Feng's body, and the clothes on the body suddenly scattered and turned into strips of rags. Han Feng was so naked. Sitting cross-legged with his body naked, gradually, the rumbling sound gradually weakened. Han Feng exhaled and suddenly smiled. Sure enough, the 5th main vein has been opened, and the realm has stabilized slightly. It is estimated that Han Lin is at this level now. If Han Lin were in front of me at this moment, I'm afraid his face would be even more tangled. With a breakthrough in cultivation, Han Feng finally began refining the third-level magic core. This refining took nearly 2 days. Seeing the red source liquid refined by the third-level magic core, Han Feng was excited, and this red source liquid was still only a bottle. But the source liquid of this bottle is extremely viscous, completely different from the previous thin water. Han Feng believes that just 1 drop is much stronger than the previous one. Han Feng quickly calmed down, and couldn't wait to start swallowing. Clap la la. The internal energy in the body is like a surging river, constantly rushing. The unprecedentedly powerful energy made Han Feng's internal strength grow at an astonishing rate. 1 day later, Han Feng's internal strength in the body stabilized to the extreme, and after another day and a half, Han Feng's internal strength broke through again, reaching 6 main veins. 2 days later, the 6 main veins also reached their peak. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly stopped. The swallowing of the source liquid does not mean that the foundation is unstable. This is the horror of the fusion of all things. But after increasing so much at one time, Han Feng's control over the inner strength of his body is not perfect. For example, the original attack only needs to consume 50 internal energy units, but Han Feng is likely to hit 70 or 80, wasting 20 or 30 internal energy units in vain. This has a great impact on the overall combat power. Han Feng's eyes flashed. It's time to practice the bone-crushing hand. With my current low-grade third-class extreme qualifications, it is a dream to want to cultivate the bone crusher to the state of perfection within 5 or 6 days. Fortunately, I have the Xuanhuan Skyfire Tower. The 3rd floor of the Xuanhuan Skyfire Tower is the House of Time. As long as I have enough source fluid, I can practice in the 3rd floor space for a lot of time. However, the House of Time needs too much source liquid, and it is necessary to cultivate the 1st level of the 9 flames and different fire art to the top level to support it. Han Feng estimated that if the House of Time needed to support the house for several days continuously, it was estimated that it would be possible for him to cultivate to the mid-late mortal stage. But Han Feng didn't feel distressed, nor did he have the idea of how good it would be to use these source fluids for himself. Why not use it for other purposes? As a result, Han Feng himself is now soaring because of his cultivation, and in just a few days, he has no way to fully control the energy in his body. To be in perfect control, it must take a few days to get used to. After you get used to it, you can continue refining without delaying your own cultivation. Second, since the Xuanhuan Tower is divided into 7 layers, it is naturally useful, otherwise it would be better to have only one layer. The first layer of Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art was close to the peak, but this time, it did not use much energy, and it successfully reached the peak. The first level of 9 flames and different fire art is cultivated to the top, which means that any low-grade spirit stone can be refined. In the later stage of the ordinary rank, the inner strength condenses the fire attribute true energy, producing the ordinary fire that belongs to Han Feng, and then condenses with the ordinary fire generated by the 9 flames and different fire art, and can merge into a more powerful ordinary fire. At that time, with Han Feng's cultivation level gradually rising, low-grade medium, low-grade high-grade, low-grade high-grade, and even low-grade top-grade spirit stones can be refined into source liquid, 100% absorbed, without any waste. As for the middle-grade spirit stone, it requires the Xuanhuan jade fire on the second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art to refine it into the source liquid. However, Xuanhuan jade fire already belongs to the different fire level, and it cannot be produced by closed-door cultivation. The first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art can be successfully cultivated by the cultivator himself, but the second layer, the third layer and even the highest 9th layer, all need the help of fire attribute spirits to successfully cultivate. For example, a human-level spiritual fruit like Huayangua. Han Feng himself has already made a plan. When the family trial is over, and the cultivation base has further breakthroughs, Han Feng plans to go out to find out about the fire attribute spirit fruit. Cultivating the first level of the 9 flames and different fire art to the top level, there is still a quarter of the energy left. Han Feng first sent the remaining source liquid to the second layer. The second floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda is a spiritual spring for improving qualifications. This time, due to the huge amount of energy, the condensed red spiritual spring is much darker than the last time. Han Feng immediately entered the Lingquan to absorb, constantly improving his qualifications. However, the improvement will not be successful in a short period of time. Every day, Han Feng has to take time to refine the low-grade spirit stones and practice the bone-breaking hand. When there was more source liquid, Han Feng finally transported the source liquid into the third floor. The third floor of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower finally opened. The third layer of space, Han Feng entered here, surrounded by a gray scene, can't perceive everything, as if there is nothing around. Here, there is no sense of the passage of time. When the source fluid of the third layer is consumed, will be sent automatically. Through the inheritance of memory, Han Feng learned that the third floor of the House of Time is divided into 10 levels, and currently it is only the first level, which is about 1.5 times to 3 times. In other words, the current House of Time is only 1 day outside and 3 days inside. The source liquid was transported to the third layer of space, and Han Feng directly set the House of Time to the highest point of the current first level, that is, 3 to 1 time. The consumption of the source fluid visible to the naked eye made Han Feng frown. In this case, even if I take time to refine the low-grade spirit stones every day, I can open the House of Time every day for less than a day. Forget it, there are currently limited spiritual stones, so it's enough to maintain this speed. In the House of Time, Han Feng began to practice the bone crusher. With the low-grade third-class extreme qualifications and the experience of cultivating the claw condensation technique, the bone crusher was easy to get started. Whether it is bone crusher or claw condensation, Kung Fu is on both hands and has some commonalities, which saves Han Feng a lot of time when practicing. It didn't take long for Han Feng to be stunned by the powerful attack of the bone-shattering hand. The bone-shattering hand is divided into 3 layers. The first level is the realm of small success. As long as you grab one of the enemy's hands, or one of the parts, when the bone-shattering hand explodes, the bones in the entire arm or one of the parts will be destroyed. The surrounding bones will shatter. The bone crusher is one of the most powerful martial arts among the basic martial arts. The second layer is the realm of great achievement. No matter what part of the body is grasped, the bones of half of the body will be shattered. As for the third layer, which is the state of perfection, even if you just grab the wrist, as long as the inner strength of the bone-shattering hand explodes, the bones of the entire body will be shattered. It can be said that when fighting against a warrior who cultivates the bone-crushing hand, the warrior must not be allowed to catch a certain part of the body, otherwise it will be severely injured. If it is a bone-shattering hand martial artist who is cultivated to the realm of perfection, he will die in one fell swoop. All the bones are shattered, and it is impossible for a heavenly rank warrior to be alive. The bone crusher is also a powerful martial skill among the few basic martial arts that can threaten human-level warriors. If not, human-level warriors can launch long-range attacks, and bone-shattering hands must attack at close range. Bone-shattering hands may be classified into the ranks of human-level martial arts. Time flies, and 2 days have passed. Han Feng's aptitude has been raised to the limit of the second-class low grade, and it will not be long before he can improve again and enter the first-grade low grade. The improvement of his aptitude has made Han Feng quicker to master the soaring inner strength cultivation in his body, and he is also more handy in the cultivation of the bone-shattering hand. Now the bone-shattering hand has cultivated to the first level, that is, the bone-shattering hand's small achievement. If this kind of speed is known to those who know how difficult it is to cultivate the bone-shattering hand, such as Instructor Lin, they will be shocked and speechless. 2 days later, the red spiritual water in the red spiritual spring on the second floor of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda was nearly clear. Suddenly, a strong suction came out of Han Feng's body, and all the scarlet spiritual water was sucked into Han Feng's body. At the same time, Han Feng's aptitude has been purified again, from the second-grade low-grade to the first-grade low-grade. The fierce inner strength erupted, clear spiritual water splashed out, and under the aura of inner strength, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. I made another breakthrough. Now I am a warrior who has opened up 7 main veins. If I open another one, I will reach the peak of the mid-mortal rank. Alas, this week's hits are good, but that's why there are site recommendations. In addition to clicking, the recommended tickets and collections are too weak. It has not been recommended as high as last week, and no one has ordered coffee. It gives me a feeling that no one is paying attention to the new book. Could it be that this book will hit the street? Feeling really messed up right now. In just a few days, from the 4 main veins all the way through to the present 7 main veins, it can be said that the progress is astounding. All of this is due to the fact that all things melt into the flame cauldron, with the help of the third-level magic core and the low-grade spirit stone. Han Feng controlled his inner strength and couldn't help frowning. The inner strength of the 7 main meridians has not stabilized yet. Before, I managed to master 70 to 80% of the inner strength of the 6 principal meridians, but now because of the breakthrough, it has been reduced again. Phew. There is not much time left, so I will focus all my energy on controlling the inner strength and the bone-shattering hand. Low-grade first-class qualifications are already the most top-notch qualifications among low-grade grades, and if they go up, they are mid-grade qualifications. Mid-grade aptitude means that with sufficient cultivation techniques, it will be extremely easy to hit the Xian rank all the way. However, in order to upgrade from low-grade qualifications to mid-grade qualifications, one must have a higher-level spiritual spring, that is, the spiritual spring that the source liquid refined by Xuanhuan jade fire was transformed into. For now, it is impossible. In other words, when he did not cultivate the 9 flames and different fire art to the second level, Han Feng's aptitude could only stop at the lower level and could not be improved. Entering the House of Time again to practice the bone crusher, Han Feng clearly felt the difference. Han Feng's eyes revealed a touch of joy. I thought it was the limit to reach the realm of great success, before the family trial. Now it seems that it is not impossible to reach the realm of perfection. Before practicing the claw condensation technique, Han Feng only took a little more than a month to reach the state of perfection. Now that I have the experience, I naturally save a period of time to cultivate the bone-shattering hand. In addition to the benefits brought by the House of Time and the improvement of aptitude, the bone-shattering hand, which is difficult to cultivate, has been hit by Han Feng to the realm of great achievement. The impact of perfection. The afternoon before the family trial. In the space on the first floor of Xuanhuan Tower, the fluctuation of Han Feng's body surface has stabilized. The internal strength of the 7 main veins has finally stabilized. With my current cultivation, coupled with the completion of the claw condensing art and the martial skills of the bone-shattering hand that are close to the realm of perfection, it is estimated that I will not be at a disadvantage in the later stage of the battle against the ordinary rank. If I use mortal fire to attack again, I can kill them in the middle and late stages of mortal rank. Even a warrior who is at the peak of the late mortal rank and is only one step away from the human rank is not without the power of a battle. In the realm of the ordinary rank, the middle of the ordinary rank is the most difficult to cultivate, and it is also the most time-consuming, and it is also the biggest difference in strength. As for the early and late mortal ranks, it is not that difficult to cultivate, and the gap between them is not as big as that in the middle rank. Dodging back to the room, Han Feng left the room and walked towards a certain location in the Han family. Han Jia Animal Training Ground. The monsters captured by the Han family are imprisoned here, ranging from level 1 to level 4. As for the 5th level monsters, they are not so easy to catch, so the Han family basically does not have them. These monsters are specially used to provide people like Han Feng to fight. However, these monsters have lost their fighting spirit, and they are completely incomparable with the monsters of the same level in the mountains. Although Han Feng is a little dissatisfied with this, there is no other way. Tomorrow is the time for the family trial, and it is already afternoon. If you want to go to the Yufeng Mountains, there is simply not enough time to go back and forth. Master Feng, what are your orders? The guards of the Han family, who guarded the beasts, saw Han Feng and immediately came forward and asked. In the past Han Feng, these Han family guards would naturally not be so stubborn, but now Han Feng, who does not know that the entire Han family is one of the 10 people in the family trial. Anyone who can win the qualifications for the family trial, which is not the elite of the Han family, will at least be a mid-level warrior in the future, and it is not impossible for a warrior in the later stage. At present, the Han family is only about 100 people, and most of them are still in the early stage. The middle stage is already a very remarkable existence, let alone the late stage. There are naturally people behind these guards, but compared to these future mainstays of the Han family, they are absolutely not enough to watch. If you annoy these elites, you will be finished. In the face of the guards' dog legs, Han Feng is not complacent. With the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng's goal is the entire Jin dynasty. For the entire Great Jin Kingdom, only becoming a heavenly rank martial artist can be regarded as a real powerhouse. Han Feng said, choose a 3rd level monster for me, and I want to test my martial arts. The guard hesitated. Master Feng, the 3rd level beast is very powerful, are you sure? These guards are still in the impression that Han Feng's inner strength is only 4 main veins. Han Feng smiled and said, don't worry. It's just a level 3 monster that has lost its fighting spirit, and it's not a monster in the mountains. The guards also thought about it. The first level 3 level monsters in the family who lost their fighting spirit and placed in the mountains outside were the 2nd level peak monsters, and they might not be able to win. Soon, the guards took Han Feng to a huge cage, which trapped a huge leopard monster. This is a mid-level 3 monster. The guard introduced, this is Huayunbao, a mid-level 3 level demon beast. It has been 3 years since it was captured. When this Huayunbao was captured, it was still in the early 3rd level. Han Feng nodded clearly. The mid-level 3-level warcraft is equivalent to a warrior who has opened up 6 main veins. Because of the loss of fighting spirit, he is comparable to a warrior who has opened up 5 main veins. The cage was opened, and after Han Feng entered, Huayunbao glanced lazily at Han Feng without even raising his head. Han Feng frowned. I've lost too much fighting spirit. Han Feng walked in towards Huayunbao. Huayunbao looked at Han Feng vigilantly, but still did not move, even with Han Feng approaching. Huayunbao even took the initiative to retreat, without any intention to attack Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes sank, and a suffocating air came out. This suffocating aura may be insignificant to Instructor Lin and others, but it is different for Huayunbao, a mere 3rd-level midterm strength. Huayunbao screamed, the vigilance in his eyes turned into fear. He stepped back again, and at the same time kept roaring at Han Feng in panic. When Han Feng approached again, Huayunbao finally couldn't help it, and suddenly rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng's body flashed, came directly to Huayunbao's side, and grabbed it with one hand. Bone crusher. Clack clack. Roar. Huayunbao let out an extremely shrill scream, and his entire body slumped to the ground. Han Feng touched up and down, more than 80% and nearly 90% of the bones are broken. Well, it is only one step away from the perfect state. After walking out of the cage, Han Feng asked the guards to approach, are there any newly caught monsters? This Huayunbao is too weak. The guards were awe-inspiring. Even if these mid-level 3-level demon beasts lost their fighting spirit, they were still mid-level 3-level demon beasts. To kill Huayunbao so easily, how many of the younger generation under the age of 15 in the entire Han family can do it? Even the 15 to 20-year-old youth at the main training ground, there are also a small number of them who can't. Realizing Han Feng's extraordinary combat power, the guard immediately said, Master Feng, a new monster was indeed caught a few days ago, but that monster is wild now, and it is still a 3rd-level peak monster, a warrior who has opened up 8 main veins. Be careful and you can get hurt, and in severe cases can even kill you. Han Feng touched his chin and thought for a while, the family trial will start tomorrow, and it doesn't matter if some strength is exposed today. It just happened to give the family more confidence in me. Thinking of this, Han Feng waved his hand, aren't you there? No matter how powerful the 3rd-level beast is, how can it be the opponent of your late-stage masters? Han Feng's words immediately made several guards smile. They are old, already in their 20s and nearly 30, and some are in their 30s. At this age, they have reached the late mortal rank, and they have not even reached the middle of the late mortal rank. There is little hope of breaking through the human rank in the future. It's amazing, that is, the level of 1 or 2 stars on the human level. This kind of strength, in the Han family, is said to be high or not, and whether it is low or low, in short, it is the public. They were used to being humble on weekdays, but now they are flattered by what Han Feng said. One of the guards patted his chest and abdomen fiercely, young Master Feng, rest assured, my subordinates swear to protect the young master, to the death. This is a larger cage than before, and inside the cage, fierce roars continue to come. Han Feng was overjoyed, what I want is this kind of monster. What is the soft monster before? Master Feng, you have to be careful later. The guard said solemnly. Inside the cage, a tall figure rushed in quickly, not waiting for Han Feng to enter. The cage had just opened a little, this huge figure had already rushed over, and the earth shook with the bursts of roars. Barbaric war bear. Seeing this monster, Han Feng was shocked. The savage war bear, among the low-level monsters, is definitely the dominant position. Under the 5th-level monster, there are few monsters of the same level that can fight the savage war bear recklessly. Before the human level, human beings mainly attacked at close range. The same is true of monsters. Before level 5, there was no ability to attack at a distance, and they could only hit hard. The savage warbear is fighting head-to-head, and close combat has an absolute advantage. That tall body and powerful claws are the advantages of the savage warbear. The barbarian warbear is a second-level early-stage monster at birth, and becomes a fourth-level adult. An adult savage warbear has a height of 5 or 6 meters. Now this savage warbear is more than 4 meters tall, and it is obviously very close to adulthood. Condensing claw technique. Han Feng and the savage warbear's bare claws fought fiercely, and then Han Feng's entire body was caught and flew out. Master. The guards were taken aback, and just as they were about to make a move, they were stopped by Han Feng's gaze. Hoo-hoo. The savage warbear stepped on the ground and continued to charge towards Han Feng with a roar. Han Feng's right hand hurts, and his face is a little distorted. This beast is too strong, and it is difficult to take advantage of this beast by just relying on the claws. The claws of the savage warbear fell, and Han Feng's entire head was about to be shattered. At this moment, Han Feng twisted his body, dodging the attack of the savage warbear at a strange angle, and then Han Feng hugged an arm of the savage warbear with both hands, and his inner strength exploded. Bone Crusher. The bone-crushing hand is not just the right hand, but both hands can play the role of bone-crushing. The next moment, the barbaric warbear let out a shrill scream. In addition to the pain, the barbaric warbear broke out fiercely, and the other claw smashed Han Feng into the air. If Han Feng hadn't resisted in time, his entire stomach would be torn apart. Even so, Han Feng also had a few more bloody wounds on his chest. Han Feng continued to step back, calmly watching the barbaric warbear wailing on the ground. After all, Han Feng's bone crusher had not reached the real state of perfection, and the body of the savage warbear itself was extremely strong, so 1/3 of the bones were not broken. Han Feng was secretly shocked when he saw it. The physical fitness of this savage warbear is really strong, and it won't die. Han Feng immediately stepped forward and ended the life of the savage warbear with one claws. The surrounding guards opened their mouths. Although the previous Hua Yunbao was killed, they could still bear it. After all, Hua Yunbao was a mid-level third-level monster that had lost its fighting spirit. But this savage warbear was still easily killed by Han Feng. This shock is not comparable to the previous one. This savage warbear has just been caught, wild and untamed, extremely powerful, no different from the monsters in the mountains. Forget it. But this savage warbear is still the pinnacle of the 3rd level, and is about to enter the 4th level. It's still easy to kill now, it's 2. The guards didn't come back to their senses until Han Feng left silently, taking a deep breath. They looked at each other a few times, and soon informed the top of the family. Han Feng's strength is progressing too fast. Such a genius is definitely the luck of the family, and should be protected in death. When Instructor Lin learned all this, he immediately went to the place where the savage warbear died, and Instructor Mu was passing through. Instructor Mu watched with a serious look on his face for a long time, and then he was quite shocked. The 2nd level of the bone-shattering hand is definitely the 2nd level of the bone-shattering hand. Instructor Lin's face twitched fiercely. Not only the 2nd floor, but the 2nd floor has already reached the peak, and it is not far from the 3rd floor. This bastard. Fortunately I am strong and able to bear, otherwise you will have to be tossed to death. The two immediately reported the news to the head of the family, Han Yu, and several elders. The first elder stomped his foot. Patriarch, this kind of talent is really rare. From what this old man sees, this kid must not participate in the family trial. It is too precious. If something happens during the family trial, it is huge loss. The other elders couldn't stop nodding. Yes, this kind of genius should be well protected until he grows up and makes him appear in front of everyone in the future. From the establishment of the Han family to the present, no, from the establishment of the whole person in the city to the present, Which one has the strength to compete with the late mortal rank in just 2 months? This kind of strength development speed, as long as there are exercises that are provided all the time, not to mention the profound rank, even the earth rank, it is not impossible. Lifting the floor, the eyes of the entire family became hot. For the small Han family, Xuanjia is a strong person to look up to, and the earth rank is a realm that is impossible to achieve. Han Yu couldn't laugh any more at this moment. The progress of his grandson's strength was too unexpected. Such a genius is really unwilling to let him go out to participate in the family trial. Instructor Lin and Instructor Mu looked at each other, never imagined that the final result would be like this. Instructor Lin was a little anxious and asked Han Feng to withdraw from this family trial. How can this be done? Patriarch, elders, the boy can understand your feelings, but Han Feng must not withdraw from the family trial. Instructor Lin said loudly. Hearing this, the fourth elder looked displeased. Lin Yu, you are just an instructor, how can you make a lot of noise in this place? Lin Yu immediately lowered his head. Damn this subordinate, I hope the fourth elder will forgive me. Lin Yu was reprimanded by the fourth elder and quickly calmed down. This is the place where family affairs are discussed, and many important matters related to the Han family are discussed here. For the entire Han family, this is a sacred place, and there is no room for loud noise and trampling. Han Yu said gently, Fourth, why do you lose your temper? Instructor Lin is Fenger's instructor. He must know Fenger better than us. Lin Yu said this, for some reason. Han Yu said so, and the fourth elder naturally let Lin Yu go. The fourth elder had some grievances with Han Feng because of the previous Guwan incident. Now that he realized the value of Han Feng, he naturally wanted to work harder to ease the relationship between the two parties. Therefore, the fourth elder was the one who most agreed with the first elder. As for the idea of making Han Feng die in a family trial because of grievances, it will only occur if the brain is sick or the grievances between the two parties cannot be eased. Of course, if it is for certain interests, it will be the same, but the development of the Han family is very short, and the entanglement of each other's interests cannot reach the level of a 1,000-year-old family. The grievances between the two sides are not big at all, it can be said to be very small, and the fourth elders are not brainless enough to solve Han Feng. Han Yu said to Lin Yu, Instructor Lin, tell me why it doesn't work. You know, if something happens to Han Feng in the family trial, then the loss of our family is comparable to the time when Tiancheng happened more than 10 years ago, even more serious. Instructor Lin organized the language before saying, Patriarch, elders, I can understand your desire to protect Han Feng, but I understand Han Feng's character very well. It is precisely because he is not afraid of difficulties that Han Feng can be in such a short time achieved so much in time. Before there was no inner strength, Han Feng was the hardest worker on the training ground. After gaining inner strength, Han Feng not only did not relax, but worked harder. When training in the Yufeng Mountains, Han Feng also took the initiative to look for more powerful monsters. During this period, he experienced many difficulties, and even nearly got an arm bitten off by a monster once. As we all know, Han Feng mastered the claw very quickly, but if he hadn't experienced many battles, he wouldn't have mastered the state of perfection so easily. Han Feng has also put a lot of faith in this family trial. If the family does not allow Han Feng to participate, it will obviously leave a shadow on Han Feng's temperament. The last point, and the most important one. Patriarchs, elders, we all know that there is some hidden power behind the Chong family. What kind of internal strength is Xuanhuan? Our spies can't find out at all, but they have lost a lot. The Chong family is so secretive, this Xuanhuan's internal strength is obviously not simple. Han Feng's current situation can increase our Han family's chance of winning. Without Han Feng, our Han family's victory will be directly guaranteed. Down by half. Once the Chang family has won the first place, the prestige of the Chang family will be the highest in the city of people in a short period of time. I don't know how many people will be recruited by the Chang family. It is true that Han Feng's cultivation speed is extremely fast, but who knows what kind of strength the forces behind the Chang family are. Right now, the only way to improve the prestige of the family is to absorb many talented people to increase the strength of the family. In order to compete with the Chang family. After Instructor Lin said a few words, everyone froze. Instructor Mu looked at Instructor Lin with radiant eyes. This kind of insight, ordinary people do not have 4 or 5 stars. Han Yu originally had the idea of hiding Han Feng, but now it is gone. Han Yu sighed, that's right, you can't see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain. If you really hide Han Feng and protect it perfectly, Han Feng might not be as good as it is. Others are high achievers. Don't talk about what happened before, it's still Han Feng's 10 people participating in the family trial. The other elders had to give up when they saw that Han Feng's own grandfather was like this. The next day, Han Yu led Han Yongxing and other instructors, Han Tianxing, Han Tianli, Han Tianmu, Han Tiancheng, and 10 other family members, including Han Lin, who participated in the family trial, to the Yufeng Mountains. On the way, Han Yu and his party met with another big family, the Han family. Haha, Patriarch Han, our Han family was the third in the last family trial, and this time we will be embarrassed. The head of the Han family laughed loudly. In the last family trial, only 3 of the 10 people who participated in the Han family came back, and one of them took the second place. It was Han Mo, the son of Han Tianxing, Han Yu's eldest grandson. Han Feng is only the 4th grandson of Han Yu. Han Yu smiled and stroked his beard, that's not necessarily true. Han Yu smiled deeply. It should be noted that when he participated in the family trial last time, Han Mo only got through 6 main veins. And this time, the face of the head of the Han family changed slightly. As the head of the 3 major families in Renshongking, he knew a little about each other. The head of the Han family knew that since Han Yu said so, he must have full confidence. And he also knew that the Han family had a genius Han Ro. It's a pity that the Han family's confidentiality measures are very good, and the head of the Han family does not know the specific internal strength of Han Ro. The face of the head of the Han family quickly returned to normal, and then he said, Old Han, let me tell you the truth, I am waiting for you on the road this time. Han Yu looked surprised, Old Han, our relationship isn't that good yet. The head of the Han family looked helpless, you old guy. Old Han, let me ask you, in the last family trial, our 2 families lost a lot of talent, don't you doubt it? Even in recent years, many of the geniuses of our families, large and small, have had accidents. Han Yu's face froze, but he sighed in his heart, as expected of the Han family, it seems that the Chang family is also abnormal. The city of Renzhong was established less than 100 years ago. The Chang family and the Han family were the first to be stationed in the city, and the Han family came later. Compared with the background, the Chang family and the Han family are stronger than the Han family. If it weren't for Han Lin and Han Feng, their Han family might not know about it now. Han Yu said solemnly, Old Han, what exactly do you mean? Let's talk about it now. Seeing this, the head of the Han family knew that Han Yu must also know some of the situation of the Chang family, and couldn't help but be surprised. With the background of the Han family, it shouldn't be. But at this moment, the Chang family is the big enemy, and the head of the Han family doesn't care about the Han family. The head of the Han family said categorically, it seems that you know it, Lao Han. That's right, according to my investigation, all of this has nothing to do with the Chang family. The head of the Han family said categorically, it seems that you know it, Lao Han. That's right, according to my investigation, all of this has nothing to do with the Chang family. There must be a strong force behind the Chang family, but judging from the fact that the three major families in our Renzhongking are still in a three-way relationship, such support is not high. Maybe it's just some people in the Chang family who are working for that force and haven't climbed to a higher position. But it's only now. What will happen in the future is still unknown. Old Han, in this situation, our two families must unite to suppress the Chang family, and strive to suppress the Chang family before the forces behind the Chang family are really ready to support the Chang family. Otherwise, once the Chang family becomes the largest family in Renzhongking, with the means of the Chang family, our two families will end up. The head of the Han family didn't say what happened, but judging from Han Yu's dignified expression, it was obvious that Han Yu could guess. Han Yu squinted slightly and nodded. I agree to join forces, but the specifics will need to be negotiated in the future. For the time being, we have to overcome the difficulties of the family trial first. We lost a lot last time, this time. The head of the Han family laughed. No matter how powerful the Chang family is, they are only one family. As long as the people from our two families unite and help each other in the Yufeng Mountains, forgive him and the Chang family can't help us. I have secretly united several small families. If the Chang family can kill half of our geniuses in this way, then we should just leave the city of human beings. Han Yu was secretly shocked, but he didn't expect that the Han family's patriarch also secretly united several small families. For a while, Han Yu was also quite afraid of the head of the Han family. The two men and horses came all the way to the Yufeng Mountains. In the Yufeng Mountains, many families have come here. There are more than 100 large and small families in the city of people, and there are thousands of people gathered here. Chang's house has already arrived. The head of the Chang family had a scar on his face, which was drawn directly from the top of his nose to his right ear, very ferocious. Han Feng saw this person in the crowd and made a comparison in his heart. It turned out that although the three patriarchs were all 10-star powerhouses, they really wanted to fight, and this Chang family patriarch might be the first. Just by looking at the suffocating aura emanating from the head of the Chang family, he knew that this person was never easy to mess with. When the head of the Chang family saw Han Yu and the head of the Han family, he smiled grimly. Brother Han, Brother Hong, did you send someone from your family to die? Han Yu and the head of the Han family sank. Han Yu snorted coldly. Chang, are you too confident? Do you really think your Chang family will win the first place? The head of the Han family also sneered again and again. However, both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. No matter how disharmonious it is, the Chang family's patriarch has never been so direct. Is the Moji family ready to start? Or, this time, a genius from the Chang family who participated in the family trial was already so powerful that the head of the Chang family did not take the geniuses of the two families in his eyes. So how talented is this? Either way, it's not good news. The head of the Chang family looked at the two playfully. Then let's wait and see. The other clans around watched in horror as the three major clans confronted each other. They are just a small family, and they want to make a living under the three major families. Once you bet on the wrong treasure, it is likely to lead to the demise of the family. Just look at which one wins, and which one wins, and whichever one wins. Many small family leaders hold such an idea. On the Chang family's side, Chang Wenjun kept staring at Han Feng with his resentful eyes. Han Feng looked at each other without fear, and Chang Wenjun, with Han Feng's current strength, has long ignored him. Beside Chang Wenjun, Jia Jia, a young man similar to Chang Wenjun, sneered, "Fourth brother, this kid is really arrogant. It seems that he doesn't care about you at all." Chang Wenjun said bitterly, "Humph. I will let him know the fate of offending me when he enters the mountain range, and I will cut off all his limbs." Chang Wenhua smiled. "Don't worry, so many second and third level medicinal herbs are not for nothing. You are now a warrior who has opened up 6 main veins, and your realm is stable. As long as you don't meet Han Rou, there are so many people here, none will be your opponent." Chang Wenjun gave a flattering smile. "Han Rou's girls are yours, third brother. I wish third brother's wishes come true. Han Lin poked at Han Feng. It seems that Chang Wenjun is very resentful to you, that Chang Wenjun's third brother, Chang Wenhua, is not simple, and until now I can't find out what the specific cultivation is. You have to be careful. If something happens to you, our Han family will suffer a lot. Han Lin had already learned from his father, Han Tianmu, that Han Feng killed the savage war bear. In addition to scolding Han Feng for being perverted, he, like Han Yu and several elders, took Han Feng very seriously. It is the hope for the future of the Han family. Han Tianqing, Han Tianli, and Han Tianmu were greeting Han Tianqing. If it wasn't for Han Feng this time, Han Tianqing would not have planned to leave the family at all. The three of Han Tianqing finally reunited with the fourth brother and the four of them, so how could he give up so much time? You must know that in the Han family, Han Tian became a man who did not cause trouble to his father and three brothers, but lived a life similar to captivity, and easily did not take the initiative to meet his father and three brothers. Han Tianqing and others knew of Han Tianqing's painstaking efforts, and they never went to see Han Tianqing openly. Han Tianqing looked excited. Fourth brother, Feng'er, is now more and more valued by the family. As long as Feng'er takes the first place this time, our four brothers can appear in the Han family dignifiedly. Let's see who dares to gossip. That's right, as long as Feng'er brings enough benefits to the family, those old guys will not be able to run on us with what happened more than 10 years ago. Han Tianli said with a smile. More and more families arrived, making noise. There were conversations everywhere. There are joint discussions between family leaders, and there are mutual insults between rival family leaders. Suddenly, the voice of discussion suddenly dropped. The voices of the three patriarchs sounded in unison. See the city master. The city lord was sent by the imperial family of the Great Jin Kingdom. Although he would not participate in the disputes between the three major families, the three major families still placed the city lord in the highest position. The city owner is a middle-aged man in his 40s, and his aura is far beyond the comparison of the three patriarchs. Moreover, the city owner is the real first powerhouse in the city of people, a master of the 12-star human rank. The city lord returned the salute to the three patriarchs and said, "Hee, it seems that everyone is ready, so let the boys who participated in the family trial come forward." There are 10 people in each family, and not long after, more than 1,000 boys gathered in front of the city lord, bending slightly, maintaining respect for the city lord. The city lord looked around for a week and said loudly, "Young people, you can come to participate in the trial of the Renshonking family, which means that you are all elites of various families, talents of my country of Jin. Presumably you have already received news from your respective families." That's right, for the first place in the trial this time, the city lord will give a human essence fruit. At the same time, he will also be allowed to enter the city lord's mansion's martial arts pavilion to select martial arts. Hee, everyone, you have to work hard. The crowd hummed. Martial skills of the same grade are also divided into superior and inferior. Just like the same basic high-level martial arts, the claw condensing art is not comparable to the bone crusher. The city lord's mansion belongs to the country. Will the martial arts in the martial skill pavilion in the city lord's mansion be simple? Even if it is a low-level human-level martial arts, its power is definitely stronger than the low-level human-level martial arts of the Han, Chang and Hong families. A group of teenagers with hot eyes. Even Chang Wenjun and Chang Wenhua are the same. Although their eldest brother is in the Xianming sect, the martial arts of the Xianming sect are never allowed to be leaked, otherwise not only their eldest brother, but also their Chang family will be investigated by the Xianming sect. The Xianming sect was average in the entire Jin kingdom, but it was a behemoth for Renshonking and the Chang family. It annoyed the Xianming sect, and the Xianming sect destroyed the Chang family, but it was just a matter of words. The low-level martial arts are mine. Chang Wenhua roared in his heart. The city lord pressed his hands down, and the group of teenagers suddenly silenced. The city lord said, "Now, I will announce the rules of this trial." The city lord touched the bracelet in his hand, and more than 1,000 tokens flew out. The city lord flicked his sleeves, and each token flew safely into the hands of every teenager participating in the trial. Storage bracelet. Han Feng's pupils shrank. It turned out to be a precious storage, such as a storage bracelet. This city lord is by no means a simple 12-star powerhouse, and the power behind it is not small. I am afraid that he is from some famous family in the Great Jin Kingdom. It is no worse than Xuanmingzong, or even stronger than Xuanmingzong. The other teenagers also exclaimed in unison. Han Yu and the other patriarchs secretly wiped away a cold sweat. I had heard that the power behind the city lord was unusual. I didn't believe it before, and now I have to believe it. Fortunately, they did not offend the city lord. The patriarch of the Chung family froze in his heart, a little displeased. Damn, this city owner has a storage bracelet. This kind of thing is not often seen in Xuanmingzong. If the power behind this city owner is not as strong as Xuanmingzong Rua, in the future I will be in the Chung family. Even if it became the largest family in the city of people, wouldn't it still be under the jurisdiction of this person? In the kingdom of Great Jin, some families are extremely powerful, so that there is only one voice in some large cities, and that is this family. In the whole city, no one dares to provoke one. Even the country would not dare to send any city lord to intervene in management. Such a family is rare in the entire Great Jin Kingdom, but it is very famous. In its family, there are heavenly rank powerhouses. The city owner saw that every token had an attribution, and said indifferently, "These tokens are what you are going to fight for in this trial. Each token represents a point. After 3 days, the person with the most points will be the first person in this trial." In addition, due to the large number of people, only 50 people enter the Yufeng Mountains at a time. Look at your token. Each token has a mark, from number 1 to more than 1,000 numbers. According to the number of tokens, the first 50 numbers enter for the first time, and so on. Many teenagers immediately picked up the token to observe. Han Feng turned to the back of the token, number 932. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. This number is too far behind. Han Lin tiptoed and glanced at it with a look of sympathy. "You are so unlucky. You must know that the more advanced you are, the more advantage you will get, and you can even set traps inside and ambush those who enter later." Han Feng snorted coldly. "Ambush me is just right. I can make a good start and take their token away." Han Lin thought so too. Han Feng could even kill a savage war bear. This time, apart from Xuanhuan, whose cultivation base is unknown, who else could threaten Han Feng? Han Feng glanced at the token in Han Lin's hand. It turned out to be number 31. Han Feng was speechless. It turned out to be the first batch. Han Ro came over and flipped the token. 180. For the other 7 people, some brands are in the front and some are in the back, but none of them are behind Han Feng. Han Feng is the largest of the 10. Next is Han Rong, number 768. The voice of the city lord sounded again. "You must have written down your token number," and now the city lord announces it. "The trial of the clan in the city of people, start now. The first 50, now entering the Yufeng Mountains." 50 people, including Han Lin, entered the Yufeng Mountains. 51 to 100. Another batch came in. This time, Xuanhuan also entered. 101 to 150. Groups of boys and girls walked into the Yufeng Mountains. Gradually, the 9 people around Han Feng had entered the Yufeng Mountains. Han Feng glanced at Chongwenjun in surprise. This Chongwenjun was actually a token of the back, but he didn't know which of the two was more behind. Numbers 901 to 950 enter. Han Feng got up and walked towards the Yufeng Mountains. Seeing that Chang Wenjun was motionless, he knew the front and back of the token number. Chang Wenjun's face was gloomy. Bastard, there is no way to ambush this Han Feng. Fortunately, I was prepared, and those people blocked it for a while, enough for me to catch up. It didn't take long. Enter from 1150th to 1200th. This time, Chang Wenjun finally set off, and it could even be said that he couldn't wait to fly into the Yufeng Mountains. After everyone went in, the city owner said lightly to a group of family owners and high-level officials, "Are you waiting here for 3 days or?" Han Yu hurriedly said with a smile, "In just 3 days, the city owner doesn't care and waits here, how can we leave?" Others echoed and expressed their willingness to wait here. The city owner nodded, "Since that's the case, let's wait here for 3 days. After saying that, the minions beside the city lord placed chairs, and the city lord sat down directly. In the Yufeng Mountains, Han Feng walked unhurriedly. Not long after, Han Feng looked at a certain open space with an inexplicable meaning, and suddenly, Han Feng smiled, "You don't have to be ugly with this method, just come out." In the open space in front, there is obviously a trap, which seems perfect, but after Instructor Lin's submission, the trap at this moment is full of mistakes in front of Han Feng. Brush brush. More than 20 figures walked out from behind the giant tree, each with ruthless eyes. Han Feng smiled disdainfully, "I thought who it was, but I didn't expect it to be a few lackeys from the Chang family. There are more than 100 families in Zhongqing. Some families have taken refuge in the Han family, and naturally some families have taken refuge in the Han family and the Chang family. The rest is to remain neutral." The one who appeared in front of Han Feng at this moment was a disciple of the Chang family named Chang Jufen. The other 20 or so people belonged to 5 or 6 families from the Chang family. The 5 or 6 families did not gather together, but the strength of more than 20 people still gave Chang Jufen great confidence. Chang Jufen smiled and said, "Han Feng, I know you are powerful, otherwise Chang Wenjun would not suffer, but we have more than 20 people here. No matter how powerful you are, you can still be our opponent for more than 20 people. What's more, Chang Wenjun is expected to arrive now." Forgot to mention, Chang Wenjun is now a warrior who has opened up 6 main veins. Do you think you can escape? Last time you just attacked, this time. Chang Jufen sneered. Sneak attack? Han Feng was disdainful in his heart. It seems that Chang Wenjun didn't report the truth at all. That's right. If the sneak attack failed, he suffered a big loss. Presumably Chang Wenjun didn't have the face to say it, and he could only push everything to him. Han Feng. On the body. It is no wonder that more than 20 warriors who have opened up 1 main vein and 2 main veins dare to surround him like this. Even among these 20 people, there are very few people who are still at the peak of the early mortal rank. In the city of people, there are so many families, it is impossible for every family to have so many geniuses like the Han family, and Chang family. For the small family in the city of people, if they can get through the main vein under the age of 15, they are already the elite genius of the family when they enter the middle stage of the mortal rank. In the face of more than 20 people, Han Feng is extremely indifferent. If he is really an ordinary 4 mainline martial artist, he will indeed panic. Unfortunately, he has not only broken through to the 7 mainline warriors himself, but he is not an ordinary 7 mainline warriors. Kill him for me. Seeing that Han Feng was not panicking, Chang Jufen couldn't help being furious, and immediately ordered a group of young warriors around him to attack Han Feng. Whoever killed Han Feng, Master Chang Wenjun, will be rewarded. Chang Jufen was very excited when he thought of the 2nd level and 3rd level pills in Chang Wenjun's hands. Go to hell. Han Feng's inner strength exploded, and even the basic long punch and basic leg technique were useless, and he threw a violent punch directly. Bang bang bang. Ah ah ah. There were continuous screams. Many mid-level warriors want to protect their bodies with internal energy, but Han Feng's current punch is something that only one or two mainline warriors can easily block. At the moment, the warriors who rushed up quickly flew out again, and even many warriors made a clicking sound, and several bones in their bodies were broken, screaming again and again. Chang Jufan's face changed greatly. Impossible, more than 20 people were all killed at once. Immediately, Chang Jufan pointed at Han Feng and shouted, "You are not a warrior of the four main lines, absolutely not." Han Feng pouted, "When did I say that I am a four mainline martial artist?" Chang Jufan was speechless, but. Han Feng knew what Chang Jufan wanted to say. Nothing more than Chang Wenjun told him that Han Feng belonged to the four mainline warriors. Han Feng sneered, "You still believe what Chang Wenjun says? To tell you the truth, when Chang Wenjun was injured, I didn't make a sneak attack at all. On the contrary, Chang Wenjun used the despicable means of sneak attack. Unfortunately, Chang Wenjun was so useless that he didn't succeed in the sneak attack. Instead, he was kicked out of blood by me." Chang Jufan was stunned, never expecting things to be like this. Soon, Chang Jufan wanted to understand the ins and outs. Damn, this Chang Wenjun has long known that Han Feng is powerful. He never thought that I would kill Han Feng, just wanted to use me to delay time. No wonder Chang Wenjun is so generous. What do you say I kill Han Feng and get rewarded? I can't kill Han Feng at all. Han Feng walked towards Chang Jufan step by step. Chang Jufan shouted, "Han Feng, don't kill me, I can attract Chang Wenjun." Han Feng stopped. Chang Jufan was overjoyed, but the next moment, Chang Jufan's eyes widened in horror. I saw Han Feng flickered and came to Chang Jufan. When Chang Jufan reacted, Han Feng had already grabbed his heart. The use is impressively the claws. Why? Chang Jufan vomited blood, fell down unwillingly, his eyes dimmed. Even in death, Chang Jufan's eyes still showed a desire for life. Han Feng replied softly, "Because you don't need to be quoted, Chang Wenjun will come by himself." After killing Chang Jufan, Han Feng went to more than 20 people before. These people cried for their father and mother, hoping that Han Feng would spare their lives. Han Feng, we were wrong, bypass us. Yes, we were all blinded by Chang Wenjun, we should be damned, don't kill us. As long as you spare me, I promise that our family will join the Han family, I beg you. Han Feng looked cold, if my strength is not good, will you let me go? Join our Han family? Do you think you are the head of your family? Our Han family doesn't need a family that is not firm-willed like you. In the end, more than 20 people were still killed by Han Feng. Training in the Yufeng Mountains, Han Feng has long been afraid of killing people. Han Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by corpses. Not long after, a figure came running quickly. Han Feng stood up, Chang Wenjun, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I'm finally here. Chang Wenjun appeared and saw the bloody corpses around him, his face suddenly changed. And Wenjun was very frightened by the corpse. With Chang Wenjun's temperament, many people died in his hands, and many of them were tortured before they died. But it was all one-on-one. At this moment, I suddenly saw more than 20 tragic corpses. The person I wanted to kill was standing among the corpses. Han Feng felt like he was a god of death and a devil at this moment. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Chang Wenjun came back to his senses and scolded himself secretly, the devil is just 4 mainline warriors, what are you afraid of? Han Feng, you are really bold. You killed Chang Jufan and didn't run away. You are still here waiting for Master Ben. But this also saves this young master's time. Killing you, and killing the remaining elite geniuses of your Han family must be very painful. Chang Wenjun stretched out his tongue and picked it, and smiled. Evil face. Explosive drill finger. The fierce inner strength is condensed in Chang Wenjun's right index finger and middle finger. The majestic inner strength keeps spinning. There was a humming sound in the air. Go to hell. Chang Wenjun shouted and stabbed Han Feng with one finger. If this finger stabs a boulder as tall as a person, the entire boulder will be penetrated, or even torn apart. Damn, there was a power outage at 389 degrees on a hot day. It was so hot, I just called, and the first one was even late. Everyone forgive me. In addition, thank you for the great reward of Xingxing Peak. Oh, __intersection, oh. Tips for carving insects. Han Feng didn't put Chang Wenjun's drill finger in his eyes at all, and punched it out. The violent inner strength directly touched Chang Wenjun's fingers. What? A scream rang out, and Chang Wenjun quickly stepped back, covering his fingers, his face pale. Bean-sized sweat dripped down his forehead. One is the first to enter the 6 main veins, the other is the peak of the 7 main veins, and it is not an ordinary 7 main veins. Because of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng's inner strength is more solid and domineering, comparable to the 8 mainline martial artists. Chang Wenjun's explosive drill finger is not even in the realm of Desheng, and the result can be imagined. Chang Wenjun's finger was directly broken. Damn it, how is it possible? I am a 6 mainline warrior. Chang Wenjun roared in his heart, turning to Han Feng's icy face. Chang Wenjun suddenly fell into an ice cellar. No, this guy must have opened up 7 main veins, or even 8 main veins. There is no possibility that the Han family has so many medicinal herbs, so this kid must have cultivated by himself. It's really terrifying. The spies have been able to inquire about it before. I don't believe that this kid has opened 3 or 4 main veins in a month. Now it seems that it may be true. Otherwise, it won't climb to this level in a short period of time. We must tell the third brother and the family the news. Let this kid grow up, and sooner or later, the city of people will be the world of the Han family. Thinking of this, Chang Wenjun hurriedly fled. Want to escape? Han Feng pouted and chased after his footsteps. Han Feng's cultivation base is much higher than Chang Wenjun's. No matter how Chang Wenjun escapes, Han Feng is always in pursuit. Chang Wenjun was in a hurry. Boy, stay on the line, do you really want to kill me? Han Feng looked at Chang Wenjun with the eyes of an idiot. Even if I let you go, will you stop there? I really think I'm an idiot. Chang Wenjun roared as he fled. As long as you let me go, I will never shoot at you again. Han Feng sneered. What about your third brother? Where's your second brother? What about your family? Don't make me a text trap. Chang Wenjun was stagnant, but he didn't expect Han Feng to see the loophole in his text all of a sudden. Chang Wenjun's face was grim. Since you won't let me go, die with me. Chang Wenjun was not running away, and attacked Han Feng frantically. Han Feng looked disdainful. It's just you who deserve it. Bone crusher. Between the two of them fighting, Han Feng's bone-shattering hand immediately activated. Clack clack. Ah. A more tragic voice sounded than the broken finger before, scaring away many wild birds. Chang Wenjun was paralyzed on the ground like a snake, his body twisted and weird to the extreme. Chang Wenjun's resentful voice sounded intermittently. My third brother will definitely, kill you, After saying that, Chang Wenjun completely stopped breathing. Han Feng said lightly, even if your third brother doesn't look for me, I will find your third brother. If you kill your third brother, the Chang family will definitely be irritable. Putting away the token, Han Feng couldn't help admiring. I don't know how the city owner's token is made, but it can't be put into the storage. Fortunately, the token is not big, only a little more than the size of an adult's thumb, otherwise it is really difficult to carry. Putting the token into a bag, Han Feng jumped away. The storage belt given by the training family has long since been taken back. However, when Han Feng killed Chang Tianyi, he received Chang Tianyi's storage belt. The family generally does not forcefully take things from the children of this family, so this Chan Tianyi storage belt has always been used. Han Feng took it. Just now, Han Feng wanted to put the token into the storage belt, but it was unsuccessful. The city of people is too small, and the information is poor. If it isn't a big city, Han Feng will know that there are limits when storing things in the storage. The material of the token exceeds the storage belt, or the storage belt of Chan Tianyi can bear, so it cannot be installed. The same storage belt also has a gap. There is no doubt that Chan Tianyi's storage belt is the lowest level of storage belts. In the Yufeng Mountains, competition for tokens is constantly happening. Han Lin used a condensing claw technique, and the three teenagers fell to the ground in front of him. Han Lin smiled lightly. It just hurt you, but also left your lives. Hand over the token and go. With your strength, you should wait for 3 days outside the Yufeng Mountains, or you will die in all likelihood. The three teenagers in front of Han Lin were just small families. One of them was able to get through a main vein, and the other two were at the peak of the early stage of the mortal rank, and had not yet entered the middle stage of the mortal rank. The three teenagers smiled wryly, handed over the token, and limped away with disappointment on their faces. Han Lin's strength has greatly impacted their self-confidence. In their family, they are elites and geniuses. But in this family trial, they are at the lowest level. Seeing the three of them leave in disappointment, Han Lin sighed and was a little confused. I am also a genius in the family, and I am not bad in the family trial, but what about outside? Soon, Han Lin's eyes firmed. I can't just keep my eyes on the family and the city of people, otherwise how can I surpass Han Feng? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the side, and Han Lin was taken aback. It's you. On the other side, Han Ro looked indifferent to the people who attacked. Damn, this stinky bitch doesn't take us seriously. Humph, the geniuses of the big family are so arrogant. Hey, wait until we give her to that, I'm afraid it won't be like this. TSK, maybe I'll beg us to do it again. Several attackers shot again. 9 shadow palms. Clap clap. Several sneak attackers fell to the ground in an instant, their eyes full of horror, and then their eyes gradually lost their anger. Han Ro put away the token and left indifferently. Please, leave us alone. You have to die. The vicinity of Xuanhuan is full of corpses, all of them dying tragically. Xuanhuan looked contemptuous, a bunch of scumbags, it's not a pity to die. Soon, Xuanhuan set his eyes on the last person, who was Han Rong. Han Rong was pale and desperate. Everyone in the Han family should be damned. Puff. Han Rong spat out a mouthful of blood, and Xuanhuan pierced his abdomen. Han Rong gritted his teeth. Our family, will avenge me. Xuanhuan sneered again and again. Vengeance? I'll wait. As night fell, the battle in the Yufeng Mountains gradually subsided, waiting for the next day. The next day, Han Feng counted the tokens in the bag. Good luck. Yesterday, apart from Cheng Wenjun's group, there were nearly 20 people in total, and now the number of tokens is more than 40 yuan. I remember Han Lin said that the number one of Han Mo and the others in the last session seemed to be more than 200 yuan. The third day is the most intense competition and the day when you get the most tokens. Before that, try to get more than 100 tokens. In the trial of the clan in the city of people, the so-called more than 100 clans compete for hegemony, but in fact, the only ones who can really stand out are the elites of the 3 clans. It is the 3 major families, and it is not bad that many geniuses can capture more than 10 tokens. Most of the family's geniuses are able to protect their tokens from being taken away. Following some kind of trail, Han Feng soon met many people. But after a day of competition, more than half of the people have no tokens in their hands. Han Feng met more than 10 people, only one of them had 3 tokens in his hand, and the others were empty. Han Feng couldn't help frowning. Today is really bad luck. If it goes on like this, it may not be possible to collect 100 yuan today. Even if tomorrow is the last day, the battle will be even more intense. As long as one person competes, he can have several or even nearly 10 tokens, and he can't guarantee the first place. It's going to be a little harder today. Shuttled between the mountains, Han Feng's eyes froze suddenly. In a hidden location at the root of a giant tree, Han Feng found the mark. This mark, isn't it the mark that Han Lin designed and belonged to him? I remember Han Lin was showing it off to me before. In this Yufeng Mountains, he is not afraid of leaking the trace? Although this mark is very secret, it is estimated that no one but me will know about it. Wait, except me? Could it be? Han Feng got up suddenly, his face was grim, and he began to look for marks around him. After a while, Han Feng looked solemn. Sure enough, these marks are telling me that Han Lin is in trouble and needs my help. In the Yufeng Mountains, apart from the 3rd and 4th level demon beasts, only members of the Chang family can hurt Han Lin. We must find him as soon as possible. Following the mark, Han Feng quickly followed. On the way, Han Feng's face was cold, because on the way, Han Feng found several bloodstains. Subconsciously, Han Feng linked the bloodstain to Han Lin. If all the blood is Han Lin's injuries are serious now, and he must find Han Lin quickly. Realizing that Han Lin was injured, Han Feng consciously collected herbs to stop bleeding and treat the wound on the way. About an hour later, Han Feng found Han Lin in a cave covered by grass. At this moment, Han Lin's abdomen was full of blood, his face was pale, and he fell into a coma. Han Feng didn't dare to neglect, and immediately covered Han Lin's wound with herbs. Sitting cross-legged next to Han Lin, Han Feng guarded Han Lin and waited for Han Lin to wake up. Han Feng wanted to know how Han Lin's injury was caused and whether the murderer was really Xuanhuan. This wait is more than 3 hours of effort. Han Lin woke up leisurely, and vaguely saw someone beside him, but Han Lin didn't sense any danger, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Is it Han Feng? The moment Han Lin woke up, Han Feng also ended his practice and immediately stepped forward to help Han Lin up. Han Lin's head was sobered up a lot, he saw Han Feng clearly, and smiled weakly. That's great, you're finally here. Han Feng said solemnly, Han Lin, what's going on? Is it Xuanhuan? Unexpectedly, Han Lin shook his head. No. Immediately, Han Lin showed resentment. It's Han Xingbao of the Han family and other members of the Han family, including the first genius of the Li family and the Yu family under the Han family. Han Feng couldn't help but look surprised. Is it them? Han Feng was puzzled. We and the Han family have just reached an alliance, and we have to resist the Chang family together in this family trial. Why? Han Lin smiled bitterly. The threat of the Chang family is too great, so our Han family and their Han family will join forces. Speaking of which, I'm too careless. It's not enough to learn a lesson from Chang Wenjun. I always ignore people's hearts subconsciously. We have a good union, but in the face of certain interests, greed will always make some people betray. Anyway, as long as I die, no one will know that Han Xingbao and the others have done such a thing. At that time, our Han family will still be foolish to unite with the Han family. Han Feng frowned. Benefits? Could it be that you have discovered something remarkable? Han Lin nodded. Yes, near the core of the Yufeng Mountains, Han Xingbao and I discovered Kaiyuan flowers. Open source flower. Han Feng's eyes widened. The open source flower produces 9 petals at one time, and each petal can not only help open up the main vein, but also speed up the process of condensing internal energy into true energy. 9 petals are enough to condense more than half of the attribute infuriating energy in a short period of time. Han Feng's eyes are shining, and having the petals of Kaiyuan flower can save him a lot of time and effort in the later stage of the mortal rank. Soon, Han Feng frowned again. Han Lin and Han Xingbao discovered the open source flowers together. Han Lin was injured, so Hong Xingbao got the open-source flowers. In the vast Yufeng Mountains, if Hong Xingbao consciously hid, it would be very difficult to find out. Han Lin saw what Han Feng was thinking and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Xuanhuan also has guardian beasts, just in a pond near Xuanhuan. If the guardian beast attacked suddenly, I might have died there." There. Hong Xingbao is a warrior who has opened up the peak of the 6 main veins. Han Feng was surprised. 6 main veins peak? I remember that Hong Xingbao's aptitude is not as good as yours. It's barely a 5th rank low rank, and if it is weaker, it is a low rank 6th rank. Han Lin said angrily, the Hong family obviously spent most of their resources on Hong Xingbao, otherwise how could Hong Xingbao's internal strength surpass me? Except for Hong Xingbao, there are very few other people in the Han family who have even opened up the 3 main veins. If it weren't for this, Hong Xingbao was entangled by the guardian beast. How could I escape so easily and leave a mark along the way? After speaking, Han Lin stood up with support. Although that monster is powerful, it is not in the category of 4th level monsters. It is considered to be close to the peak of the 3rd level late stage. In a short time, Hong Xingbao and the other guardian monsters can't do anything, but it will take a long time. It's hard to say. I'll take you there. Han Feng looked at Han Lin worriedly. Can you do it? With your current injury, I'm afraid that even a mid-mortal rank of the main vein is not an opponent. Han Lin gritted his teeth. What's this, Hong Xingbao's dog? If he gets the open-source flower, I'm really going to vomit blood. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't say anything, so he had to let Han Lin lead the way, and Han Feng, like Han Lin, didn't want to let the open-source flower fall into the hands of Hong family Hong Xingbao. The Yufeng Mountains are near the core, and a dozen people headed by Hong Xingbao looked at the open-source flowers near Chi Tan with burning eyes. The Yufeng Mountains are close to the core, and several people headed by Hong Xingbao looked at the open-source flowers near Chi Tan with burning eyes. Hey, that twin-tailed water snake has been injured by us before, this time we can kill it. On both sides of Hong Xingbao, there are 2 elites from the Hong family, who are looking uneasy at the moment. The Yu family elite on the other side smiled wryly. Although the twin-tailed water snake was injured, they also paid the price. The elites of the Li family have been bitten off by the double-tailed water snake. Originally, there were nearly 10 people including Han Feng, but now there are only 4 people left. The elite of the Yu family did not know whether it was his turn to die this time. Anyway, for Hong Xingbao, as long as he obtains open-source flowers, everything can be sacrificed, right? At this moment, Hong Xingbao's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted coldly in a certain direction, "Who is it?" "Hey, it's me." Han Lin walked out slowly. Hong Xingbao laughed, unexpectedly. "Before we could find you, you actually came to the door yourself." The other 2 Hong family members also had bad intentions. Their Hong family had already joined forces with the Han family to fight against the Cheng family. If Han Lin told this matter today, the alliance would be broken. They also have to be reprimanded by their families. In order to avoid this, Han Lin could only be killed to avoid future troubles. Originally, Hong Xingbao and others were going to seize the open-source flower to find Han Lin, but Han Lin himself came to warn him. Han Lin suddenly coughed violently. Han Lin covered his hands with his hands. When he opened his palms, bright red bloodstains appeared in the center of his palms. Seeing this, Hong Xingbao felt that Han Lin had nothing to threaten him. "You too, go and take Han Lin's life." Although he knew that Han Lin was not a threat, Hong Xingbao still let the 2 around him go and didn't plan to take action himself. The 2 were not suspicious, and walked towards Han Lin with a grin. Before they approached Han Lin, the 2 of them only felt a shadow flicker in front of them, and they didn't know anything. Hong Xingbao was shocked and angry. "Damn, I really found help. This shadow is Han Feng." "Hong Bo Pom." Hong Xingbao suddenly shot. Although Han Xingbao was a little apprehensive that Han Feng killed the two at once, but the two had only opened up 3 main veins, and their realm was still unstable, so how could they be compared with him, a martial artist who was at the peak of his 6 main veins? Bone crusher. Han Feng avoided Han Xingbao's palm at a strange angle, then grabbed Han Xingbao's wrist with his right hand, and the bone-breaking hand suddenly activated. Clack clack. Han Xingbao's bones shattered instantly. The nose, ears, and eyes were overflowing with blood, and it was terrifying. After throwing away Han Xingbao's body, Han Feng glanced coldly at the elite of the Yu family. At this time, the kid from the Yu family was so frightened that he urinated his pants, and was so soft that he couldn't even move on the ground. He is an elite in the Yu family, the first genius under the age of 15, but he has only opened up 2 main veins. No matter how the man begged for mercy, Han Feng still killed him. Good job. Han Lin shouted at the side. Han Lin hated people like Han Xingbao who broke the alliance without authorization for the sake of open-source flowers. If it wasn't for his good luck, wouldn't he have given his life in vain? Han Feng walked back to Han Lin and said as he walked, "The younger generation of the Han family looks like this, and the older generation probably won't be much better. Thanks to me seeing the hearty appearance of the head of the Han family, I still have a bit of a crush on the old man. When you return to the family, you must let the family be careful, and don't be used as a gunman and finally be regarded as an abandoned child." That's right. Han Lin nodded. After killing Han Xingbao and his party, the two came to the vicinity of Kaiyuan Flower. Han Lin said solemnly, "There are 2-tailed water snakes that are close to the 3rd-level peak in Chitan. You have to be careful." Han Feng waved his hand and motioned Han Lin to step back. "Go back a little bit, don't be affected. Don't worry, it's just a monster that is close to the peak in the late 3rd level, it's no big deal." Although the double-tailed water snake's unique trick, Shui Man Jinshan, is powerful, it also requires the strength of a 5th-level monster to perform. Below the 5th level, such a monster can't take advantage of it. Some monsters are very good at attribute attacks, but even monsters below level 5 can only attack at close range, and cannot launch attribute attacks, and no amount of powerful tricks can be used, and their lethality is limited. Take the twin-tailed water snake and the savage war bear. Below the 5th level, the savage war bear can tear the twin-tailed water snake with one paw. But after level 5, the double-tailed water snake can flood the savage war bear with one move, and the savage war bear cannot even get close to the double-tailed water snake. Even when the double-tailed water snake reaches the Earth-level monster, a small town will be destroyed with one move. Just because the 2-tailed water snake has limited lethality below level 5, only a few Han Xingbao can persist until now by swapping injuries for injuries. If it was replaced by a savage war bear, Han Xingbao and others would have been torn to shreds long ago. Han Feng approached the open-source flower and stretched out his hand to pick it. Wow! There was a riot on the water surface of Chitan, and 2 huge snake tails exploded. Condensation claw technique. Han Feng's left and right hands condensed into a grasp, and directly inserted it into the 2 tails of the snake. Han Feng dragged the 2-tailed water snake directly up. The twin-tailed water snake hissed angrily, twisting its head and swallowing Han Feng with its mouth open. Bone crusher. Even if the 2-tailed water snake is a monster, it is also a snake. Snakes are vertebrates and have bones. Suddenly, the twin-tailed water snake fell heavily to the ground. Han Feng used another condensing claw technique, this time straight into the head of the twin-tailed water snake. In an instant, the head cracked, and the twin-tailed water snake completely perished. Han Lin swallowed his spit without a trace. "I heard that this kid killed the savage war bear before, but I haven't seen it in person. This time I saw it with my own eyes, and it was really shocking. The monsters that are close to the 3rd-level peak, even Sister Ro, can't win without a lot of effort, but this kid. Perverted, perverted." Han Feng turned his head, noticed Han Lin's strange eyes, and touched his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Lin was expressionless. It's nothing, let's see how perverts are born. Han Feng. Glancing at Han Lin angrily, Han Feng carefully picked the open source flowers. Han Lin, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get the open source flower. You have 4 petals and I have 5. How about it? Han Lin was at a loss. This isn't right, I didn't do anything? Han Feng waved his hand. I said it all, without you telling me, I might not even have a petal. The real situation is that the petals of Kaiyuan flower need to be combined in a certain way to be taken, otherwise the effect is only half, but Han Feng has all things melting, and as long as it is refined, these 5 petals are completely equivalent to eating nearly 10 petals of Kaiyuan flower raw. No matter how you look at it, it will not suffer. The 2 sides are blood brothers. Since they have not suffered any losses, why not be generous? Okay. Seeing Han Feng's resolute attitude, Han Lin had to take it, but in his heart he became closer to Han Feng, and at the same time sighed that he was indeed a blood brother. There were conflicts before, but now there are benefits. We'll still remember him. After the events of Changwenjun and Hong Xingbao, Han Lin began to realize the preciousness of blood brothers. Han Lin thought at this moment that among the brothers, the eldest brother Han Mo seemed to treat Han Feng well, at least compared to their previous attitude towards Han Feng. Could it be because Han Mo has experienced a lot? Han Lin nodded subconsciously, absolutely. Han Feng put away the open source flowers, and took away the tokens of Hong Xingbao and others. Han Feng laughed. The 38 tokens have arrived, and there are many people who Hong Xingbao robbed. The 2 left the place and started searching elsewhere. Soon, in the afternoon of the second day, most of the tokens that the 2 had grabbed were put into Han Feng's pockets. In Han Lin's words, I'm also injured anyway, so I don't have the heart to compete for the ranking of the family trials, as long as there are some tokens that are not ugly in face. When their stomachs were growling with hunger, the 2 began to look for a source of water, and in the end, the 2 found a river. But beside the river lay a young girl with scars all over her body. Han Yutong. Han Lin took a look at it nosy, and suddenly exclaimed. When Han Feng heard this, he also came over. The Yufeng Mountains are so big, and they are lucky enough to meet 2 people of the same clan in one day. Although the 2 tribes were injured, Han Feng checked it and said relaxedly, although there are many wounds, it is not fatal, but there is more bleeding left. In other words, he fainted due to excessive blood loss. The 2 dealt with Han Yutong's wound, and stayed by Han Yutong's side while grilling. Han Yutong was awakened by the smell of barbecue. Awake? A faint voice sounded. Han Yutong looked intently. Han Feng. Hey, there's me too. Han Lin called out, not to be outdone. Han Yutong opened his mouth and finally said, Did you 2 save me? Han Feng pouted, Who else is there besides the 2 of us? If it is from another family, it would be nice not to take the opportunity to kill you. You are injured and fainted for so long. You are not suitable for barbecue. I cooked meat and mushroom soup for you. You can drink some. Thank you. Han Yutong took a few sips and thanked the Korean wind. After the 3 had finished eating and drinking, Han Feng asked, What happened? With your strength, it is estimated that among the people participating in the trial, you can rank in the top 10. Han Yutong's face changed greatly at this time. No, I almost forgot. I was attacked and injured by Chang Wenhua. Han Ro took the initiative to lead Chang Wenhua away in order to save me. Han Feng, you must help Han Ro. With Han Ro's strength, I'm afraid it has reached its limit. Han Lin was surprised. Chang Wenhua? Is it that powerful? Even Sister Ro is no match. Han Yutong smiled bitterly. Indeed, I don't know how this Chang Wenhua cultivated, but he actually entered the late stage of the mortal rank, and has already begun to condense his inner strength into true qi, at least 20% to 30%. If Xuanhuan still hides his strength, it is estimated that it is possible to complete half of it. How is this possible? At the age of less than 15 years, he entered the late stage of the mortal rank, and he also condensed so many attributes infuriating. Isn't this Xuanhuan a low-grade first-class qualification or even a middle-grade qualification? Han Lin shook his head violently with a look of disbelief. Han Yutong looked sad. I don't want to believe it, but that's what happened. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, there are some forces behind the Chang family, to help each other. You two must know this. If there are forces behind it, then Xuanhuan's cultivation is not incomprehensible. Yesterday, when I met Changwenjun, he had already opened up 6 main veins. The last time we met, he only had 4 main veins. It is now certain that the forces behind the Chang family are at least Xian-level forces. Han Lin and Han Yutong were startled and stopped talking. Han Feng suddenly stood up, patted the soil on his trouser legs, and said to Han Lin, take care of Han Yutong, I'll find Han Ro. Han Yutong, point me in the direction Han Ro left. Han Yutong pointed in one of the directions, it's here. Han Feng immediately ran away. Han Yutong worried, Han Lin, do you think Sister Han Feng grew and the others will be fine? Han Lin rubbed his head, how do I know, after all, it is a late mortal rank warrior, but whether it is Han Feng or Ro sister, they are basically close to the peak of the middle mortal rank cultivation base, even if they are no match, it should be possible to escape. Somewhere in the Yufeng Mountains, a woman in a yellow shirt ran for her life, with a lot of blood on her body. After that, a shadow followed unhurriedly. Hey, Han Ro, you can't run away, why don't you stop and have a good time with this young master? The woman in the yellow shirt, Han Ro, pouted twice, beast. Changwen's face in the back turned cold, stinky girls, it's just courting death, dare to say that this young master is a beast. Shadow flash. A few shadows passed by, and Changwenhua had already intercepted Han Ro. Han Ro's expression was full of incredulity, why so fast? Is the gap between the late rank and the middle rank so big? Changwenhua smiled and looked very proud. This is my young master's footwork type martial skill. Basically, it is a martial skill like shadow action. How about it? If you are from this young master doesn't mind giving you this kind of footwork type martial art. Changwenhua was thinking in his heart, although the human-level martial arts of the Xianming sect are not allowed to be passed on, the basic martial arts are different. It's just a flash in the shadows. As long as I want, the big brother can pick out a better martial skill and give it to me. When the eldest brother breaks through to the Xian rank in the future, and his status in the Xianming sect greatly increases, even if it is a martial skill that is presented to some people in the family, the Xianming sect will not say anything. Han Ro was unmoved and looked at Changwenhua coldly. Changwenhua's expression also condensed, you don't eat or drink for a toast, you stinky bitch, it's the same if you kill you and do it directly. 9 shadow palms. Although Han Ro's face didn't change, she was actually extremely angry in her heart. Lu Yang finger. Changwenhua popped out with one finger. Han Ro spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire shoulder was no longer able to use it. Changwenhua poked a hole in Han Ro's right shoulder with a finger, and blood was flowing. Changwenhua sneered and approached, with such a serious injury, I want to see how you can resist. Changwenhua directly pressed Han Ro under her body. When Han Ro found her hands were weak, a touch of despair rose in her heart. Could her innocence be buried here? No, she would never allow it. Inner strength surged, Han Ro used all the strength she could use, and her right knee ruthlessly hit the top. What? A sound resembling a pig being killed sounded. Changwenhua's face was ashen, his body curled up like a shrimp, and his hands tightly covered the injured part. Damn you! Changwenhua roared at Han Ro with blue veins on his face. At this moment, Xuanhuan had no more thoughts about Han Ro, and only wanted to slash Han Ro with thousands of swords to vent his hatred. This is the root of a man. If you are not careful, you will not enjoy any happiness in the future. But Han Ro looked at him mockingly, without any fear. Xuanhuan was furious at first, and then he sensed something was wrong, but then there was a wave of internal energy. Without even thinking about it, Xuanhuan hit the back with a palm. Bone crusher. The cold voice sounded, and Xuanhuan was horrified to find that a violent internal force hit his body. If it was not stopped, the bones in his body would be torn apart by this internal energy. Drink. In desperation, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and the majestic inner strength of the body exploded, and the infuriating energy that condensed more than half of the attributes broke out of his own power. Immediately, Xuanhuan immediately let go, and stepped back. At this time, Xuanhuan also saw Han Feng. This kid isn't dead yet. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xuanhuan's heart sank, and his gaze towards Han Feng was full of killing intent. But the pain in the wrist made Xuanhuan frown. The wrist looks fine on the surface, but the bones inside are injured, and the attack power is greatly reduced. Damn it, I'm being careless. Based on my current physical condition, even if I have 70% of my internal energy, my combat power is only equivalent to about 40% of my normal Zhenqi. Han Feng was also very shocked here. Bone-shattering hand cultivated to the perfect state, Han Feng had already realized the power of bone-shattering hand, and many opponents were completely killed when he was caught. But the guy in front of him was clearly grabbed by his wrist, but only slightly injured him. Although the bone crusher is strong, the gap between me and Xuanhuan is quite large. It seems that the bone crusher also has certain limitations. I think it's bad. Bone crusher is just a basic martial skill. I take it too seriously. The gap in the cultivation of internal strength greatly reduces the effect of the bone crusher. Flicking his hand, Han Feng's palm was a little stiff. This Xuanhuan's condensed infuriating energy is estimated to be an ice attribute, otherwise my palm will not feel a biting chill. A martial artist cannot practice more than the mortal rank before the late mortal rank. The exercises that go beyond the ordinary level, that is, the exercises that go beyond the basic exercises, have their own attributes. Once you practice the exercises with attributes of the human level or even above the human level, the result is that the attribute true qi condensed in the body is different from the cultivation. If the cultivation is abolished at light level, if it is more serious, the attributes of the cultivation technique and the condensed attribute infuriating qi have the opposite attributes. For example, fire and water, an explosion may cause the whole person to die. Therefore, warriors generally condense more than half of the attribute infuriating energy in the later stage of the mortal rank, and only after determining the attributes of the attribute infuriating qi will they choose the corresponding attribute exercises to practice. This is also the reason why the cultivation speed of ordinary warriors is not fast. The basic exercises are too basic. Of course, there are some powerful forces, similar to heaven-level forces or top-level earth-level forces. There is a special method to measure the physical attributes of warriors, and you can choose attribute exercises from the beginning, without worrying about follow-up problems. Regardless of how Han Feng was in the past, since he practiced the 9 flames and different fire technique, Han Feng's body has been slowly transformed into a fire-type physique, and in the end he can only condense his fire-type infuriating energy. Han Feng smiled in a low voice. It's really fun, the fire and ice attributes are true, but they are really hostile by nature. Han Ro slowly walked to Han Feng's side and looked at Xuanhuan vigilantly. Regardless of their previous relationship, facing Xuanhuan now, their Han family members must unite. Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng coldly. Boy, I didn't expect you to live until now. Tell me, how is my fourth brother now? Han Feng replied, since you have already guessed it, why ask again? Xuanhuan's expression became even colder. If you kill my fourth brother, just bury my fourth brother. Shadow flash. Xuanhuan moved and disappeared directly in front of Han Feng and Han Rou. Han Feng's internal energy surged, and when he noticed a gust of wind coming from the left, he immediately attacked with a condensing claw. Condensing claw technique. 9 shadow palms. Lu Yang finger. Bang bang. The three of them confronted each other, and Xuanhuan was beaten back and forth by the combined force of Han Feng and Han Rou. His fingers hurt. But Han Feng and Han Rou are not feeling well either. After all, more than half of Xuanhuan's internal energy has condensed into true Qi of the attribute, or the true Qi of the ice attribute. The cold breath poured into the bodies of Han Feng and Han Rou, making their bodies stiff and their speed greatly reduced. Han Feng's heart moved, and the mortal fire in his body rose, and the stiffness quickly returned to normal, but Han Feng did not show anything different, and made the same action according to Han Rou's performance. Xuanhuan stopped his body and rushed towards Han Feng and Han Rou again with a grin. Every time they touch each other, Han Feng and Han Rou are frozen with ice-type infuriating energy. Gradually, Han Rou's hands froze, and Jiuying palm couldn't even exert 60% of its power. Xuanhuan suddenly laughed out loud. How are you two feeling now? Is your movement not smooth? Even if this young master is under your conspiracy, it still won't take much effort to take you down. Xuanhuan suddenly flashed a shadow into the middle of the two, kicked Han Rou away with one kick, and Han Rou spit out blood. When Xuanhuan slapped Han Feng with a sudden palm, a sense of danger suddenly rose. Immediately, Xuanhuan was horrified to discover that a red flame suddenly ignited around Han Feng's body. The rich flame wrapped around Han Feng's palm, forming a larger red flame, which was slapped with one palm. Impossible, this is a mortal fire, and it seems to be close to the middle rank mortal fire. How can a mere mortal level warrior condense a mortal fire, or a mortal fire that is close to the middle rank? Xuanhuan roared wildly, and died. I don't want to believe everything in front of me. According to the grades of ordinary fire, it is divided into low-grade ordinary fire, middle-grade ordinary fire, high-grade ordinary fire and extremely high-grade ordinary fire. The ordinary fire condensed by human-level warriors is only a low-grade level. As the warrior's cultivation base increases, the power of ordinary fire gradually increases. But if you want to improve the grade of ordinary fire, you need some specific fire attribute spirits to refine. Otherwise, even a celestial rank martial artist, relying on the mortal fire enhanced by the cultivation base, can at most reach the peak of the middle rank. On the first level of the 9 flames and different fires that Han Feng cultivated, ordinary fire is extraordinary. Even if it is ordinary, it is no less than low-grade ordinary fire. At this moment, Han Feng's inner strength is close to the late stage of the mortal rank, and the power of the mortal fire has greatly increased, and it is already close to the middle grade. Once Han Feng enters the late stage of the mortal rank and condenses the fire attribute infuriating energy, the mortal fire will directly climb to the middle rank. Stepping into the human level, the 2 mortal fires condense, and they can directly step into the ranks of high-grade mortal fires. Even if the 9 flames and different fires are extraordinary, if you want to upgrade the ordinary fire to the top, you still need the fire attribute spirits, and finally break through the second layer and produce the extraordinary fire that surpasses the top-level ordinary fire. 2 palms, one is covered with raging red flames, and the other is full of white gas. Clash against each other. LOL. Chi Chi. The flame on Han Feng's palm was constantly frozen by the ice, and then shattered by the subsequent flames. A red flame, constantly switching between red. And Xuanhuan's palm, even if it was wrapped in ice, gradually showed signs of being burned. In the end, it was still Han Feng's red mortal fire that was even better. The ice energy that Xuanhuan condensed was just a simple ice attribute infuriating energy, which was fundamentally different from the ice energy that was generated after entering the human level. Just like the fire attribute true Qi and ordinary fire, it is a qualitative difference. If Very Wenhua's internal strength is far superior to Han Feng's, the previous palm would be enough to melt Xuanhuan's palm. Boom! There was a huge impact force between the palms of the two towards the surroundings. The two of them retreated back and forth. Han Feng took a dozen steps back, but Xuanhuan took more than 20 steps back. Han Feng stopped his body, the mortal fire in his body circulated, and the icy air in his palm soon dissipated. And no matter how much Xuanhuan urges the ice attribute true Qi in his body, he can't make the burned part return to normal. Han Ro on the side spit out a mouthful of blood again, which made her feel much better. Looking up at Han Feng and Xuanhuan, Han Ro couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. Xuanhuan doesn't matter, after all, more than half of the internal energy has been condensed into true Qi, but what is Han Feng's cultivation realm? That is the middle stage of the mortal rank, and even the mortal fire that can only be produced by the human rank has been mastered. For the first time, Han Ro admitted in her heart that she is not as good as Han Feng. Xuanhuan had a grim look on his face. No wonder he was able to kill the fourth brother, he really has the ability. Han Feng just looked at Xuanhuan blankly. At this moment, Xuanhuan has the intention of withdrawing. Xuanhuan knows that Han Feng has ordinary fire, even if the internal strength between the two is quite different, it is enough for Han Feng to be on a par with him. Even kill him. Before meeting Han Feng, this was something Xuanhuan had never thought of. In all the family trials, the ability to get through the 6 main veins is already at the peak, and it is even rarer to get through the 7 main veins. Xuanhuan originally thought that he had entered the later stage of the mortal rank and swallowed a lot of 3rd and 4th level medicinal pills to condense more than half of his internal energy into true Qi of the attribute. No one in the entire family trial was his opponent. Those who participated in the family trial people, no matter who they are lambs to be slaughtered. But the appearance of Han Feng completely shattered Xuanhuan's good dream. Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng vigilantly and swallowed softly. Han Feng, our two strengths are on the same level, if we lose both here, it will only be cheaper for others. Don't forget, before the end of the trial, there is still more to come. One day. Why don't we each take a step back and take Han Ro with you? I also leave. Half a year from now, the Xianming sect will send someone to our Renshongking to conduct an assessment test of our generation. How about we compare it again then? Han Feng did not let go. If you want to be beautiful, if you want to leave, at least keep the token you got. A look of anger flashed across Xuanhuan's face. Han Feng, don't have too much appetite. Give him all the tokens, what a joke, doesn't that mean that his 2 days of hard work are in vain? Han Feng condensed a basketball-sized red fireball in his hand, and said coldly, although you have condensed the true energy of the attribute, but after all, you have not entered the human level, and it is completely incomparable with the ice energy of the human level, and you can't let the ice energy escape from the body. Ranged attack. But I have already gathered ordinary fire and can attack from a distance. You think we are equal to each other, but I think I can kill you completely. Xuanhuan's face turned pale. Indeed, his ice attribute true Qi and ice Qi were still different. Gritting his teeth, Xuanhuan made a concession and only handed over half of the tokens. Han Feng also agreed. In the end, Xuanhuan gave Han Feng 30 tokens. Han Feng frowned, and hurriedly threw the fireball in his hand, and the horrified Xuanhuan quickly waved his hand to resist. Boom! Xuanhuan's face was disgraced, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xuanhuan scolded, Han Feng, how can you not be trustworthy and make me anxious? The big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. Han Feng said coldly, Xuanhuan, don't think I'm a fool, with your cultivation and domineering, did you only get 60 tokens in 2 days? Xuanhuan's face was blue and white, and he took out more than 30 yuan and handed it to Han Feng. This time it's half the truth. You know, the struggle on the last day was the most intense. I only got more than 120 yuan in the past 2 days. Xuanhuan said angrily. If you are still dissatisfied, I don't mind having another fight with you. Xuanhuan was ready to attack. This time, Han Feng didn't say anything more. Let's go, I agree to the appointment in half a year. Han Feng had already learned from the top of the family that in order to resist the Xian-level forces behind the Cheng family, the Han family would also need a Xian-level force, and Xianming Zone was a good choice. Half a year later, in the assessment test, Han Feng would not give up. At this time, Han Feng did not know that the power behind the Cheng family was the Xianming sect. After Xuanhuan left, Han Ro looked at Han Feng with complicated eyes for a while, and whispered, "Thank you, I have written down this life-saving grace." Han Feng smiled heartily, "It's all a family, you don't have to be so outside." Hearing this, Han Ro was stunned, her stiff face softened a lot. "Yes, we are a family, Brother Feng. We will work hard to protect the Han family in the future." In a word, Brother Feng, Han Ro completely admitted Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng suddenly said in a deep voice, "Sister Ro, let's go." Han Ro didn't know why Han Feng's face became solemn, but she also knew that it was not easy, and immediately followed Han Feng and left quickly. On the way, Han Feng finally explained the reason. "Sister Ro, don't look at my Fanhua, but Fanhua is a flame that can be used at will by the strong people of the human rank. If it is achieved, the consumption of ordinary fire will be ordinary. To be honest, using the ordinary fire, although my attack power exceeds Xuanhuan's, but I can only use it twice at most, and 2 times are not enough to kill Xuanhuan. Once the ordinary fire is gone, I can use Xuanhuan's internal strength cultivation base. Killing the 2 of us is extremely easy. Xuanhuan is not an idiot, it will take a long time to react." Han Ro realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately accelerated. For Xuanhuan, Han Feng originally planned to kill him. But like Xuanhuan didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful, and Han Feng didn't expect Xuanhuan's internal strength to cultivate. For Xuanhuan, Han Feng is sure to hurt, but he is absolutely not sure to kill. Xuanhuan's internal strength is high and deep, close to the high level of the late mortal rank, and he motivates the ice attribute infuriating to continue, but as Han Feng can't do it. In the end, Xuanhuan made a concession, and Han Feng secretly made a concession. On the other side, not long after Xuanhuan left, he suddenly reacted, "No, I've been fooled. In the middle stage of the mere mortal rank, I can't urge Fanhua a few times. As long as I can resist the past, Han Feng and Han Ro are the fish on my chopping board. I hope they will not be far away." Soon, Xuanhuan returned to the place where they fought before, but unfortunately, Xuanhuan's face was ashen, full of rage. "Bastard, damn bastard. Han Feng, don't let me meet you, or I will kill you." Han Feng's quick departure, like an escape, made Xuanhuan confirm his previous guess. Not to mention how angry Xuanhuan was, Han Feng and Han Ro finally reconciled with Han Yutong and Han Lin. The 4 only separated on the morning of the 3rd day. The 4 knew that Xuanhuan would not let them go easily, so they were all cautious, and would rather get less tokens than enter a crowded place, lest they run into Xuanhuan. In the end, the 3rd day passed so safely. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the teenagers began to walk towards the exit. The city lord and the patriarchs of the major families have long been waiting there. The first batch of teenagers came out, all of them on the edge of the Yufeng Mountains. These teenagers were robbed of tokens, but they couldn't compete with others, and they didn't want to be killed by powerful people, so they could only stay at the outer edge of the Yufeng Mountains. The city lord and the patriarch participated in more than one family trial, and naturally knew that the first batch came out with basically nothing. Therefore, the city lord and a group of patriarchs did not pay too much attention to these dejected teenagers. These people are not surprised, and they will stop at the limit of the later stage of the mortal rank in the future, which is a great breakthrough to the appearance of 1 or 2 stars of the human rank. One after another, many youngsters came out, but none of the 3 major families belonged. In this regard, the city owner, Han Yu, and others have long expected. As the elites of the 3 major families among more than 1,000 people, they are all characters in the upper level of the pyramid. It is possible to fight against second-level or even third-level monsters. Naturally, they will not be outside the Yufeng Mountains. The perimeter, even some daring ones, or a combination of several people, has entered the edge of the inner perimeter. Being in that position and wanting to return will naturally take more time than others. The 3rd and 4th batch of teenagers already have tokens in their hands, some have 1 or 2, and some have 2 or 3. There are thousands of people participating in the family trial, but less than 100 people can really get the token. At this time, the young elites of the 3 major families have come out. The first is a few members of the Chang family and the Han family. The best, with more than 10 tokens in their hands, is an elite of the Chang family. As for the Han family, because the most resources were used on Han Xingbao, the members of the Han family who came out, the most is $4 or $5. Not much more than other mid-sized family elites. When the head of the Chang family saw this, he couldn't help but mock, "Patriarch Hong, your grades are not good this year. If things go on like this, the Hong family won't be able to keep the position of the 3 major families." Hong Patriarch snorted coldly and did not answer. Their Hong family's hopes are all on Han Xingbao. What if the other Han family's elites have poor grades? Anyway, it was already expected. Master Chang's face was even more bizarre and disdainful. The city lord frowned slightly. Although these 3 major families were hostile, this family Lord Chang would not be so ironic before, too straightforward. How could the city owner know that in the eyes of the Chang family, the Han family and the Hong family will be exterminated in at most half a year, and naturally it is nothing to tear their faces now. The city owner suddenly smiled and said, "Clan Master Chang, listening to you, you are very confident in your family." Facing the city lord, the Chang family did not dare to be arrogant, and immediately whispered, "Lord Hui City Lord, that's true." The city owner's eyes were playful. "Oh? Is there a middle-grade genius in your family?" The Chang family head smiled softly. "That's not true. Our Chang family's Chang Wenhua went out of the city to practice a few days ago. With some opportunities, he is already a master of the late mortal rank." Naturally, Patriarch Chang would not say that their family had climbed up the Xianming sect. Otherwise, it will only cause the displeasure of the city owner. Late stage. Han Yu and Hong Patriarch looked at each other and took a deep breath. The 2 patriarchs are worried. In the later stages of the mortal stage, once they meet the elites of their family, they are likely to. The head of the Han family and other senior members of the family were uneasy, and they stared nervously at the exit, hoping that the next teenager to come out would be their family's Han Xingbao. Unfortunately, every expectation is met with disappointment. This made the Hong family even more uneasy. The city owner gave Chang Patriarch a deep look, and stopped talking, but let the Chang Patriarch secretly wipe a cold sweat. Time passed minute by minute. Basically, only the elites of the 3 major families have not returned. Only 4 of the Hong family elites have returned so far, and nothing else, which makes the Hong family patriarch and some high-level officials pale. More uneasy than the Hong family is the Han family. So far, the Han family has only returned 1. Han Feng, Han Lin, etc., did not show any signs. The 4 Han Tianqing brothers' faces were tense, but their trembling hands revealed their unease and fear. "Come out." Someone else came out. Suddenly there was an exclamation from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the exit. Not long after, 3 figures appeared in everyone's sight. The Han family was suddenly overjoyed. These 3 figures are Han Lin, Han Rou, and Han Yutong. Great, you are all right. Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and patted Han Lin and others on the shoulders with excitement. God knows how panicked he was when he found out that Xuanhuan's internal strength was in the late mortal stage. At this moment, Han Yu doesn't care what tokens are or not, and the grades are not graded, as long as Han Lin and others are fine. Patriarch, this is our token. Outside, Han Lin and the others did not call Grandpa Han Yu affectionately, but the head of the family. Han Yu calmed down and immediately began to investigate. Han Rou has the most tokens, with dozens or hundreds of dollars. Han Yutong and Han Lin also have a lot of tokens. Han Yutong is more than 50 yuan, and Han Lin is more than 30 yuan. Such results, for now, are enough to rank in the top 10. But even so, the tokens that everyone added together only occupied a small half of the more than 1,000 yuan, and the remaining half did not appear. Everyone was in a panic, and more than half of the tokens did not appear, but a group of teenagers had already returned. As for those who didn't come back, their strength is slightly stronger, and their relatives still have some thoughts, maybe they are behind, maybe they will come back later. But if the strength is poor, there is no need to expect, 100% will die. Could it be that most of this was divided up by a few people? How strong are these people? It should be noted that Han Rou, a martial artist who has opened up 7 main veins, only costs about 100 yuan. The usual first place is this cultivation level, and it may even be inferior. The usual first place is more than 200 yuan. The Han family was still waiting, but Han Lin gritted his teeth. Patriarch, except for Han Feng, you don't have to wait any longer. Most of the other people were killed by Xuanhuan. Even the few of us almost died. Han Yu and the others' faces changed greatly, and they were about to ask the whole story. There was another commotion in the crowd. This time it's Xuanhuan from the Chang family. Patriarch Chang looked happy. Haha, more than half of the remaining tokens are estimated to be in Xuanhuan's hands. Chang Patriarch is full of trust in Xuanhuan's late-stage cultivation. But then Patriarch Chang discovered something was wrong, and Xuanhuan walked all the way with a gloomy face and an icy aura all over his body. The noise of the crowd gradually subsided under this icy air. Wenhua, what happened? Patriarch Chang asked, with a frown. Chang Wenhua didn't say anything, just threw the huge bag in front of the Chang family master. Patriarch Chang felt a thump in his heart. With such a large capacity, it could hold 300 or 400 to death, and it could never be the 600 or 700 he imagined. Patriarch Chang opened it up and counted it, and the result was only more than 310 yuan. This was completely different from what Chang Patriarch hoped in his heart, and in an instant, Chang Patriarch's face became gloomy. How is it possible, with the inner strength of the culture, it can't be just that? Chang Patriarch scolded in his heart. Soon, Chang Patriarch narrowed his eyes when he thought of Xuanhuan's gloomy face. Han Lin smiled. Thanks to Han Feng, Xuanhuan lost more than 60 yuan first, and then injured Xuanhuan, which made it more difficult to snatch tokens. Otherwise Xuanhuan's number of tokens would be very high. It is possible to exceed 400 yuan, or even more. Han Yu asked at this time, and Han Rou came one by one. Han Yu suddenly became angry. Damn Chang family, actually want. Han Yu couldn't say what to say next, but Han Rou comforted. Patriarch don't need to be angry, anyway, Xuanhuan didn't get better, thanks to brother Feng. The 4 Han Tianqing brothers looked at each other and all smiled. Among the next generation, Han Rou has the worst attitude towards Han Feng, and now even Han Rou admits Han Feng, which couldn't be better. The conversation on the Han family's side did not deliberately reduce the voice, so the Chang family and the Han family on both sides, and even the city lord heard it. In an instant, the eyes of everyone looking at Xuanhuan became weird, and the people of the Han family were even more contemptuous. Patriarch Chang looked worriedly between Xuanhuan's legs, fearing that something really happened to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced coldly at Han Lin, full of suffocation, and then gritted his teeth and said to Patriarch Chang, "Don't worry, Patriarch, I'm fine." Patriarch Chang breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Patriarch Chang frowned. If the rest of the tokens are obtained by Han Feng, then the first place this time may not be guaranteed. Xuanhuan said coldly at this time, "Patriarch, the fourth brother was killed by that Han Feng." "What, Wenjun is dead?" Patriarch Chang's expression suddenly changed, and then, Patriarch Chang turned his head to drink coldly. "Han Yu, your family Han Yu killed our Chang family Wenjun, you must give me this matter." "An explanation." "Explain?" "I'm afraid your Chang family wants to give our Han family an explanation. Our Han family is a good boy, but we lost our lives at the hands of your Chang family, Xuanhuan." Han Yu also roared. "A mere piece of trash is also worthy of being compared with our Wenjun. If you die, you will die." Patriarch Chang looked disdainful. "The entire Han family is a waste. Too arrogant. So arrogant." The Han family was watching the fun at the moment. Han Lin narrowed his eyes. "Sure enough, as Han Feng said, this Han family is using our Han family as spearmen." Suddenly, Han Lin's heart moved, and he shouted to the Han family head, "Grandpa Hong, many people died in Xuanhuan's hands. Hong Xingbao has not returned yet, maybe." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Han family were startled, and looked at the Chang family and Xuanhuan with extremely unfriendly eyes. As for Xuanhuan, there were indeed quite a few people killed in this family trial, more than 100. For those killed by him, Xuanhuan always regarded them as ants, and few would have the impression. As a result, Xuanhuan himself did not know whether to kill Hong Xingbao. But no matter what, in the face of the Han family's attack, Xuanhuan didn't need to explain. In Xuanhuan's view, the explanation was soft. From the Han family's point of view, it was the Chang family who did not take the death of their Han family elites seriously. Thinking of the rubbish in the Chang family's mouth, the Han family was furious. Seeing this, Han Lin secretly rejoiced in his heart. Hong Xingbao, if you knew that you were dead, I would take advantage of you. I wonder if you would crawl out of the soil in anger." The three major families confronted each other, and there was a tense atmosphere around, and the other small and medium-sized families kept their mouths tightly closed, for fear of being affected. "Humph," the city lord said, "before that fighting is not allowed here." Could it be that the three families have to resist? The city lord let out a cold drink. Han Yu and the others immediately woke up with fear in their hearts. Annoying the city lord, especially the city lord who is supported by a lot of power, would be dangerous. Immediately, the three patriarchs sneered at each other and stopped targeting. At this time, Han Feng finally walked out of the exit. When Han Lin saw Han Lin, he immediately shouted loudly. Just as Han Feng was about to say hello, he was immediately cold, and a murderous gaze focused on Han Feng. Han Feng's heart sank, and he turned his head to see that he was the head of the Chang family. "It seems that the Chang family knows that Chang Wenjun was killed by me, but so what? The city lord is here, and the Chang family does not dare to be presumptuous." Han Feng walked to the Han house step by step. "See the master. Ha ha ha, good." Han Yu stroked his beard and laughed. After Han Feng greeted his father Han Tiancheng and his three uncles, he handed the bag containing the tokens to the city lord. The city lord asked people to count, and it turned out that it was nearly 100 more than Xuanhuan. Han Yu and the others were even more delighted. This number, the first, is undoubtedly the Korean style. Xuanhuan stared at Han Feng angrily. If he didn't have the 60 tokens he gave, the number 1 would be his. Just abominable. Han Feng, I won't let you go. Xuanhuan roared in his heart again. Haha, boy from the Han family, the city lord announced that you are the first in the family trial, this time. 3 days later, you will come to the city lord's mansion, to choose martial arts. As for the human essence fruit, I will give it to you at that time. Now you will go back to your house to rest for 3 days. The mayor smiled. After 3 days of trials, everyone was exhausted. Thank you, city lord. Han Feng immediately bent over to thank him. When leaving, Han Feng glanced at the Chang family and confronted Xuanhuan's gaze. Both of them knew from each other's eyes that if there was a chance, they would not let each other go, and they would never die. On the way back, after the Han family was overjoyed, their faces were heavy. Although Han Feng won the first place, the loss of the Han family was not small. Only half of the 10 people who participated in the trial came back, and the other half fell into the Yufeng Mountains, and the Han family believed that most of them probably died in the hands of Xuanhuan. Due to their anger towards Chang Jia and Xuanhuan, the Han family deserved the fact that Chang Wenjun was killed by Han Feng. Han Yu sighed with emotion for a long time and said, Han Feng, you are about to break through to the late mortal rank, so feel free to cultivate during this time. When you have determined your physical attributes, come to me. You can choose the top-grade exercises of our Han family. Han Tianqing and others were startled at first, but then they felt normal. Han Feng's achievements in winning the first place in the family trial, as well as the talent and strength shown, should indeed be matched with the best exercises of the Han family. Han Feng hurriedly said yes, but he thought to himself, with the 9 flames and different fire art, where do you need any more exercises? The group returned to the Han family, and the news that Han Feng won the first place quickly spread throughout the Han family. Suddenly, the Han family was boiling. The Han family has been based in the People's City for many years. From the hardships at the beginning to now, it has become one of the 3 major families. However, the best result in the family trial is the second place, and it has never won the first place. This time it can be regarded as a big face. This is second. The most important thing is that the prestige of the Han family will increase. There will definitely be many talents and strong people who will join the Han family, and the strength of the Han family will definitely increase. When Guan learned the news, he looked very happy. Fortunately, they turned back in time and didn't fight with Han Feng, otherwise. Just thinking about the consequences, Guan was in a cold sweat. Cuban was in a trance. This person who was not as good as him 2 months ago, even more trash than him, has come to such a point now. And he himself is still in the middle stages of the mortal stage. Not to mention the subordinates of the families like Cuba Guan, they are the top-ranking elders of the Han family, and they have also raised Han Feng to a very high position. The elder even suggested that Han Feng should be listed as a candidate for the patriarch. Han Yu had already agreed to this proposal. But when Han Feng learned about it later, Han Feng immediately rejected it. With the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng's eyes were on the entire Jin kingdom. Even outside the Great Jin state. As long as the cultivation base reaches a certain level, Han Feng will definitely not stay in the Han family and in the city of people. Traveling abroad is a must. If you become the head of the family, you will be trapped in the city of people. This is not what Han Feng wanted. After Han Feng told Han Yu truthfully, Han Yu's face was complicated and he sighed for a long time, and finally removed Han Feng from the candidates for the patriarch. Han Feng, who was eliminated as a candidate for the patriarch, was inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. The 5 petals of the open source flower were put into the cauldron of all things melting by Han Feng. Refining. With a low voice, the ordinary fire in Han Feng's hand suddenly increased, and the raging flames were burning under the Rongyan cauldron. Open source flowers are slightly more difficult to refine than low-grade spirit stones, and it took Han Feng a full day to refine all the petals into red source liquid. Looking at the red source liquid, Han Feng was slightly absent-minded. I don't know how these source liquids will increase my strength. A day later, the inner strength of Han Feng's seventh main vein was completely stable. On the second day, Han Feng successfully opened up 8 main veins and reached the peak of the midmortal stage. The next step is to accumulate the inner strength to the peak of the 8 main meridians, then condense the inner strength, and turn the condensed inner strength into the attribute true Qi. In just one day's work, Han Feng's 8 main meridians have not been completely stabilized. If he is not careful, there will still be some breath. But Han Feng doesn't pay attention to these now. The next day, Han Feng got up and walked to the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion. Before Han Feng could speak, a guard captain outside the mansion immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hee, this little brother is the legendary little brother Han Feng, right? The city owner has been waiting for the little brother early in the morning." "Is you?" Han Feng was flattered. He never imagined that the city owner was waiting for him early in the morning. But soon Han Feng guessed that this is probably what the captain of the guard was talking about, not necessarily true. Then take the trouble to lead the captain. Han Feng cupped his hands. The captain of the guard still had a smile on his face, and brought Han Feng into the city lord's mansion, where the city lord lived. "Boy, see the city lord," Han Feng immediately respectfully said when he saw the city lord. At this moment, Han Feng really believed that the city lord was waiting for him early in the morning, which made Han Feng a little suspicious. For no reason, why did the city lord treat him so well? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't matter what the city lord's purpose is, getting the low-level martial arts of Xuanhuan is the first thing. The city lord laughed and pulled Han Feng up. "Kid Han is too foreign. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Sunday." "This?" Han Feng hesitated. Seeing this, the city owner knew that Han Feng had some doubts about him being so enthusiastic, and immediately said, "Hee, boy Han, don't worry, I have no malice towards you. The reason why I am so towards you is because of your boy's mother." "My mother? Does the city owner know my mother?" Han Feng was a little surprised for a moment, but also a little bit at the same time. The city lord touched his nose mockingly. "I know your mother, but your mother doesn't necessarily know me. All in all, your mother is very strong, and the family your mother belongs to is also very strong, so you can be my mother who wants to curry favor with you." Knowing the reason, Han Feng had doubts, but he also called Uncle Son. No matter how powerful the mother is, now the Han family is indeed in charge of returning to the city, isn't it? The city lord heard the word Uncle Son, his eyes lit up, and then he smiled and said, "Han Feng, this is the person who won the first prize this time, take it." The human essence fruit is a spirit fruit similar to a pear. As soon as the city lord took it out, the whole room was filled with a fragrant fragrance. Han Feng took the renyuanhua carefully, as if the storage belt suddenly cracked a few cracks. The city owner looked at it and touched his chin. "Han Feng, your storage belt is too low level, even renyuanhua can't bear it, so, although my family is not rich, I can take a better storage belt. Come out, this will give you a new one. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints. I will go, there are many big clones." How embarrassing this is. Even though he understood that the city owner did this to please the mother behind him, Han Feng was still embarrassed for a moment. After all, his mother has never seen him since he came to the Han family, and God knows if it will be the same in the future. If this is still the case, then this flattery is not in vain. The city lord smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a storage belt." Han Feng remembered the storage bracelet in the hand of the city lord, and no longer refused. A slightly better storage belt can be owned by any Xian-level force, and even a slightly more powerful human-level force can have it, which is not precious. The city owner said again, "Let me choose your martial arts now. By the way, what is your physical attribute, Han Feng?" I don't know. Han Feng shook his head. I don't know? The city lord looked at Han Feng in amazement, and immediately nodded. Yes, you have been sent to the Han family since you were a child. With the strength of the Han family, you really do not have the ability to test your physical attributes. It happens that I have it here. Five-shaped jade, let me test it for you. The five-shaped jade is a powerful strength used to test the physical attributes of warriors who are not at the later stage of the mortal rank. The city lord took out a piece of jade, handed it to Han Feng, and said at the same time, just send the inner strength inside. However, this five-shaped jade is only the lowest level. It can only detect gold, wood, water, fire, and soil. The properties of mutation cannot be detected, and some natural sacred bodies cannot be detected. Han Feng quickly took it. Even if it was just the lowest five-shaped jade, it was enough for him. After all, he is only a low-grade first-class qualification, not even a middle grade, so it can't be a natural holy body. And the physical attributes have long been transformed into fire attributes by the 9 flames and different fire art. The reason why the five-shaped jade was used again for detection was to prevent the city lord from revealing flaws. If he had said the fire attribute from the beginning, perhaps the city lord would not have noticed anything at first, but it might not be the case in the future. The internal energy was transported into the five-shaped jade. In an instant, the five-shaped jade shot out a strong red light. The next moment, the originally dim five-shaped jade suddenly became transparent. Inside the five-shaped jade, there seemed to be a red flame. Burning. The city lord's face became strange. It's nothing to have the attribute of fire, but this red light only illuminates an inch of the five-shaped jade's body. It should be only a low-grade qualification. How can it be possible for a low-grade qualification to cultivate from no inner strength to the current peak of the mid-mortal rank in just 2 months? Han Feng's 8 main veins have not been completely stabilized yet. The city lord, as a 12-star peak human rank, is only 1 step away from entering the profound level. Han Feng's inner strength cultivation base at the moment. Wait, the flame in this five-shaped jade is slightly different from other fire attributes. It's like ordinary fire that can only be used by the powerful. Is it because of this reason? The city owner thought. In the tests of other mortal warriors, even the fire attribute is only a cluster of flames, but Han Feng is a red flame here. Thinking of this, the city owner became a little closer to Han Feng. Even if you can't pick up that one, the future in front of you can't be underestimated. Putting away the five-shaped jade, the city lord brought Han Feng to the martial arts pavilion of the city lord's mansion. The first floor of the martial arts pavilion is only basic martial arts, and now we will go to the second floor. On the second floor, the city lord said with a smile, Han Feng, there are hundreds of people here with low-level martial skills. You can choose carefully, don't worry, come to me after you choose. I will let Captain Li wait for you outside the martial arts pavilion. Captain Li was the captain of the guard who led Han Feng before. Han Feng immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Sunday. The city owner waved his hand. Don't thank you, this is what you deserved. Okay, you can choose, I'll leave first. Yes. Watching City Lord Sun leave, Han Feng safely provoked martial arts on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion. It didn't take long for Han Feng to exclaim in admiration, the City Lord's mansion is really not comparable to the Han family. In terms of quantity, the Han family's low-level martial arts can't compare to the City Lord's mansion. Even in terms of quality, only a small part of the Han family's low-level martial arts are at the same level, and here, more than half are at the same level. But if you are at the top of the same level. Han Feng couldn't help shaking his head, but he hasn't found it yet. The top martial arts among the low-rank human rank are no less than the average martial arts of the ordinary human rank, and it is extremely rare among the low-rank martial arts of the human rank. The big forces do not know, but here, there are indeed very few, at least Han Feng has not been found. Han Feng's goal is to have the highest martial skills of the lower ranks. If it's just low quality and high quality, the Han family also has some, so why look for it in the city lord's mansion? After working hard for more than a few days, Han Feng finally found 3 top-level martial arts skills. Between these 3 books, Han Feng hesitated for a long time. These 3 martial arts, no matter which one makes Han Feng extremely envious, each of them will be more powerful in the same level. In the end, Han Feng chose one of the martial arts, called Xuanhuan chain. This is a martial art that condenses the fire attribute infuriating energy into a chain, which can be attacked and defended. The mysterious flame chain here has 3 layers. The first layer can condense 1 chain, the second layer can condense 3 chains, and the third layer can condense 6 chains. The more chains there are, the more powerful it is for attacking and defending. It can be said that the black flame chain can achieve the effect of attacking and defending at the same time, which is obviously higher than other martial arts that focus on attacking or defending. Even, the stronger the fire attribute true chi of the condensed mysterious flame chain, the greater the power of the mysterious flame chain, and eventually it will completely exceed the power of the original level. However, the real reason for Han Feng to choose this martial arts is not the above 2, but a story proposed at the beginning of Xuanhuan chain. The owner of this story created the Xuanhuan chain, which once killed a master of the same level of Xuanjia in 1 blow. As a mysterious master, how could he cultivate low-level martial arts? Han Feng guessed that this mysterious flame chain is not complete, it should be only a part of the entire mysterious flame chain martial arts. Captain Li, I'm sorry to bother you. Walking out of the martial arts pavilion, Han Feng bowed to Captain Li. Captain Li was surprised. Han Feng, so fast. Don't you look for a while? Han Feng shook his head. I have found a martial skill that I am satisfied with, so I don't need to waste any more time. Captain Li said, okay, then come with me. The residence of the mayor. The city owner smiled and said, I don't know what martial skill, Han Feng, did you choose? Han Feng handed the excerpt of the Xuanhuan chain to the city owner. The junior chose the Xuanhuan chain. The city owner was stunned. Xuanhuan chain? That's an incomplete martial arts book. When Han Feng heard it, he secretly said that it was true, but he made an ah on his mouth, expressing extreme surprise. From today onwards, I am afraid that there will be 2 updates every day, one at 12 noon and one at 9 p.m. The main reason is that the Book of Cabbage is about to exceed the word count requirement of the new book list, but so far, there is no good recommendation. If it continues, it is estimated that there are good recommendations, and the Book of Cabbage is also on the new book list, which has a great impact on the results of the new book. So until the new book list of 150,000 words, the Cabbage will maintain 2 changes every day, and strive to be before the list. Waiting for a good recommendation. City Lord Sun was surprised when he saw Han Feng, but he didn't think too much. He explained, I got this mysterious flame chain from a thief when I went out a few years ago. At that time I was already a 10-star human level master, and the opponent was only 9-star human level. When I displayed this mysterious flame chain, it was no less than human level high-level martial arts. Got the thief. This mysterious flame chain is also unique. It can be attacked and defended. Even if the level of ordinary fire in a warrior increases, the power of the mysterious flame chain will also increase, surpassing the level of the mysterious flame chain itself. This kind of effect should have been a relatively high level of martial arts, but it doesn't require much infuriating energy, and a human level 1 or 2-star martial artist can use it. You must know that the higher the level of martial arts, the greater the requirements for infuriating chi. With less infuriating chi, it is difficult to display higher level martial arts in any case. However, it does not require much infuriating energy, but it is very difficult to cultivate. In other words, it requires a lot of martial artists' control over infuriating energy. Even if the true Chi is not strong, the chains can be condensed, but if the control of the true Chi is not high, the power of the condensed chains will not be great. Together, I have assigned him to the ranks of the top martial arts of the lower ranks of the human. If it wasn't for me being a human level 12 star now, and I was only one step away from entering the profound level, it would be impossible for me to practice this mysterious flame chain as well. You will pick. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he still underestimated Xuanhuan chain. At this time, City Master Sun sighed again. I studied it for a while after I got the profound flame chain. In my estimation, the profound flame chain in your hand should be part of the real profound flame chain. The complete, mysterious flame chain, just its own level, should also be in the list of Xian level martial arts. If possible, in the future, if possible, go and collect the remaining mysterious flame chain martial arts yourself. It should be in the Xuanhuan Mountains, where I met that thief. Xuanhuan Mountains? Han Feng pondered in his heart. The Xuanhuan Mountains are not close to the city of people, and there are 3 or 4 cities in the middle. It is said that in the Xuanhuan Mountains, there are several large robber organizations hidden. There are not many but not a lot of human-level powerhouses, and there are not no masters of human level 9 stars or above. No wonder City Lord Sun knew that the profound flame chain was not simple and did not go to explore it. If he was not careful, he might have fallen somewhere. Han Feng wanted to explore, but he knew it wasn't now. After talking with the city owner for a long time, Han Feng finally left. After Han Feng left, City Lord Sun looked in a certain direction and sneered, "Chang's family, don't think that if you lie on Zuanmingzong, you can put pressure on the city lord's head. If you really provoke Han Feng, you will be finished." Others don't know, but he knows that Han Feng's mother doesn't ignore Han Feng. Just because Han Feng did not show strong strength and talent, going to that family will only be humiliated. But it's different now. I can't tell when Han Feng's mother came to him. The Xianming sect is powerful, but it is only for the city of people. For that family, the Xianming sect is not even qualified to be seen. Han family, the days go by like this, nothing major happens, it's just plain. 10 days will soon pass. In the past 10 days, Han Feng has already stabilized the inner strength of the 8 main veins, and has initially condensed the fire attribute infuriating energy, and has entered the late mortal stage. This speed made Han Lin and Han Ro wait for a while. In the later stage of the mortal rank, if you go further, you will become a strong human rank. In the whole city of people, there are less than 1,000 strong people. Another few days passed, and in the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng's aura fluctuated violently, and gradually calmed down for a long time. Opening his eyes, it was like a flash of fire. Han Feng smiled slightly. The attribute infuriating energy has condensed nearly half. With my current fire attribute infuriating close to half, the power of ordinary fire has greatly increased, and it is no less than mid-grade ordinary fire. And I have a solid foundation, not like Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan relied on a large number of medicinal pills to accumulate to the later stage of the mortal rank. It seems that the progress is very fast, but his body has left a lot of hidden dangers. If he wants to break through from the mortal rank to the human rank, he only relies on the 4th level medicinal pills. I'm afraid it won't work anymore, it must be a level 4 or above medicinal pill. Pills above the 4th level are also very needed by the human level powerhouses. It is really a waste to use them in the later stages of the mortal level. It is estimated that even 20 to 30% of the medicinal effects cannot be absorbed. After thinking for a while, Han Feng entered the House of Time on the 3rd floor and practiced the profound flame chain. In the past few days, Han Feng has been practicing here for a period of time every day. Xianyan chain, attack! Han Feng shouted loudly. and in the House of Time, a red chain several meters long suddenly shot out from Han Feng's hand. This chain is a bit vague, and it can only be roughly identified as a chain, but the specific patterns on the chain are not clear. Soon, the chains disappeared. Han Feng sighed slightly. The fire attribute Jinqi is still too little, and there is internal energy mixed in it. It is too complicated. Condensing a chain is also blurry. The power is straight asterisk on the basis of the basic martial arts. It is far less than human. The power of low-level martial arts. And it's only a few meters long, which is far from the dozens of meters written on the excerpt of the Xinyan chain. Even in the instant of attacking, the fire attribute infuriating energy in the body is almost exhausted. Ordinary-level warriors really can't be compared with human-level warriors. But soon Han Feng smiled casually. I'm asking too much. Ordinary martial artist, who can practice human-level martial arts like me, and attack from a distance, even if I only use the power of a single blow to cast the black flame chain now, I believe it is enough. Instantly killed Xuanhuan. Even if an ordinary human level 1-star early stage powerhouse is careless, he will be seriously injured by my blow. All of this is due to the 9 flames and different fire art. The fire attribute true energy condensed is much more condensed than ordinary warriors, otherwise Han Feng would not be able to practice human-level martial arts in the later stage of ordinary rank. After practicing, Han Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up and glanced up. His face changed, and the next moment, he rose to the 4th floor. That's right, it's the 4th floor. The 4th floor of Xuanhuan Tower is the planting space. Here, you can plant heaven and earth spirit fruit, and rely on the source liquid of the melting flame cauldron of all things. You can ripen the heaven and earth spirit fruit. The planting space is currently also at the 1st level. There are only 2 spiritual fields that can grow spiritual fruit and spiritual grass. At this moment, the 2 human essence fruits on the spiritual field are about to mature. In the past 10 or so days, the source liquid of Han Feng's cultivation was condensed from the petals of the open source flower. As for the source liquid condensed from the spirit stone, it was all used on the renminbi fruit. In this continent, although spirit stones can increase the cultivation of warriors, compared with heaven and earth spirit fruits, they are not worth mentioning. Therefore, although it cost a lot of the source liquid of the spirit stone condensation, it is worth it. Anyway, he can't refine that much source fluid in a short time, and it would be a waste to put more of it there. It is better to use it to ripen the spirit fruit, and use the spirit fruit to cultivate. Han Feng muttered to himself, in 2 or 3 days, the 2 human primordial fruits will ripen, and then I will have 3 human primal fruits. 3 human essence fruits are enough for me to be promoted to the late stage of the human rank and 1 star, or even the peak. If you simply use spiritual stones to cultivate, you will need at least low-grade and medium-grade spiritual stones to have a big improvement. If so, it will take dozens of them to be able to improve to the peak of human level 1 star. There are not many low-grade spirit stones in the Han family, and it is impossible for me to have dozens of them. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked at Ren Yuanguo with even more fiery eyes, but unfortunately he has not yet reached the limit of the later stage of the mortal rank, otherwise he must refine Ren Yuanguo and break through to the ranks of the mortal rank in one fell swoop. After thinking about it, Han Feng came to the 5th floor space again. For more than 10 days, the 7th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower has been fully opened by Han Feng. The 5th floor is the beast breeding space. The beast breeding space is currently level 1 and can only raise 1 monster. Han Feng did not rashly go hunting for monsters. Once the animal breeding space hunts monsters, it cannot be changed. If you randomly find a monster with low bloodline, even if it is raised with source fluid, the future achievements of this monster will be limited. It is better to wait for the right time in the future to choose. The 6th floor space is the soul search space. This space is where the enemy is punished. Here, the enemy will be severely punished. The higher the level, the more severe the punishment. Not only that, consuming a certain amount of source fluid can also search the enemy's soul and get some information in the enemy's brain. The soul search space is currently only one level, and it also searches for the souls of mortal and human rank. No matter how high it is, it cannot be searched. The 7th floor is the storage space. In the city lord's mansion, Han Feng could not directly put Renyuangue into the storage space on the 7th floor. It is too obvious. If the city lord sees it, it will be too late. Although this possibility is very small, the city lord may only think that he will Renyuangue put it in the storage bag, but Han Feng didn't want to have such a subtle possibility. As a result, Han Feng has another good storage belt. Today, all of Han Feng's things are in the storage space on the 7th floor. After practicing for a few more days, Han Feng finally came out. Since the source liquid refined by Kaiyuan flower petals is exhausted, the source liquid used for Han Feng's cultivation these days is the source liquid refined by low-grade spirit stones. Obviously, such a source liquid is not as effective as open source flower petals. A few days of cultivation, but only 50%, nearly 60%. The speed of cultivation is a bit slow. The low-grade spirit stone that the family gave me has already been used by me to give Renyuangue. Renyuangue has matured. There are 3 now, and Ling Tian has made 2 new ones. Unfortunately, the source fluid is insufficient. In my current situation, there must be a large number of low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones or a part of low-grade and high-grade spirit stones in order to satisfy my cultivation and the cultivation of human essence fruit. Not as good as. Han Feng made a decision in his mind. After exiting the customs, Han Feng walked towards the gate of the Han house and met Han Lin on the way. Han Lin waved his hand, "Yo, but I finally got out of the customs. How is your cultivation?" Han Feng didn't hide it either. It has already broken through to the late stage of the mortal rank, and has condensed a lot of attribute infuriating energy. How much was condensed, but Han Feng did not say. It is less than a month before the end of the family trial. From the cultivation of the 7th main vein to the late stage of the mortal rank, nearly 60% of the attribute infuriating chi was condensed, and this speed was too terrifying. Xuanhuan, who participated in the family trial at the beginning, was only at this level. Han Lin grimaced, "I shouldn't have asked you, it's really shocking, and Sister Ro is only able to get through the 8 main veins." Han Feng touched his nose, not knowing what to say. Han Lin recovered by himself, and said with great interest, looking in your direction, "Do you want to go out?" Han Feng nodded, "That's right, what's wrong?" Seeing Han Lin's expression, he was confused. Han Lin looked terrified for a moment, and immediately persuaded, "Han Feng, you can't go out these days. It is said that a witch has come to our city." "Witch?" Han Feng's face was full of confusion. Han Lin looked a little embarrassed, and talked about the witch's deeds. "I heard that this witch is from Xuanqing City. I don't know the exact origin. I only know that the Lin family, the largest family in Xuanqing City, issued a wanted order. This Lin family is also a Xian-level force. I heard that there are several Xian-level powerhouses in the clan. I don't know about other Xian-level cities. Our Renshunking is only a human-level city, but we want to give some face to the wanted together. The reason why the Lin family issued a wanted order seems to be that this witch has cultivated some magic power, which can harvest yang and replenish yin. Many men of the Lin family have been harvested by this witch, and they eventually died. Recently, I heard that this witch has come to the vicinity of our city in the middle of the world. There are already some high-level people who have been recruited and absorbed their essence. Although we are not young, our essence is the purest. The adults in the place should be a lot purer, and it is the target of that witch." Having said this, Han Lin's body trembled, a little scared. Han Feng opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. There is actually such a woman. But if you think about it carefully, this is nothing. There are all kinds of strange practices in this continent. It is not impossible to harvest yang and replenish yin. Maybe there is also the kung fu of harvesting yin and replenishing yang, and Han Feng noticed that this which started the target is not the boy Han Lin mentioned, so the rumors and the witch's reality should be somewhat different. After all, this was all released by the Lin family, wasn't it? What the truth is, no one knows except the parties involved. Although Han Feng didn't have much experience in his previous life, he also knew that he couldn't blindly assume that the news and gossip that came out was true. Frowning, Han Feng still decided to go out. He didn't have such a bad luck running into that witch. Seeing that the persuasion was useless, Han Lin had to solemnly say, "Go early and return early, so don't be caught by the witch." Seeing Han Lin being so solemn, Han Feng suddenly wanted to laugh, feeling that he had become a big white rabbit and a witch became a wolf. Okay, my luck won't be so bad, don't worry, I will come back safely. After speaking, Han Feng left. Leaving Renshonking, Han Feng immediately rushed towards the Yufeng Mountains. Han Feng's decision was to go to the Yufeng Mountains to hunt the early 5th level monsters. With his current strength and the cultivation of the profound flame chain, some weaker 5th level early stage monsters are likely to be killed by him. Generally speaking, monsters of level 5 or above have magic cores. The purpose of Han Feng is this magic core. The Chang family, the master of the Chang family, looked grim and said to the person below, "The news from the scout is correct? That kid really went to the Yufeng Mountains?" The person kneeling on the ground said solemnly, "Yes, the owner of the house." "Haha, okay, that's great, God help me too." Patriarch Chang suddenly yelled resentfully. "Haha, okay, that's great, God help me too." Patriarch Chang suddenly yelled resentfully. Whether it was the death of Chang Wenjun or the failure of the Chang family to win the first place in the family trial, the Chang family master hated Han Feng to the core. Of course, the most important thing is the speed of Han Feng's cultivation. It took only 2 months to cultivate from a waste to approaching the peak of the mid-mortal rank. Such a speed made Patriarch Chang afraid. Only by killing Han Feng can Patriarch Chang be relieved. "Heide, you lead your brothers to the Yufeng Mountains, and you must bring back the head of that boy Han Feng to the old man." "Yes." The figure on the ground said flatly. Heide was an orphan that was secretly accepted by the Chang family master. He had been nurturing him in secret and never showed his face again. Not to mention the Han family of the Han family, even in the Chang family, very few people knew about the existence of Heide. Heide was cultivated in the dark just to exist at this time. What Heide cultivates is not the exercises that the Chang family has, so there is no need to worry about involving the Chang family. Even if Heide was discovered, the Chang family had believed that even if Heide would commit suicide, he would not reveal their relationship with the Chang family. This was the result of his years of personal teaching. The 9 figures quietly came to the outside of Renshonking from the secret passage in the dark. Heide was adopted by the Chang family master, and He Tu to Heijio were adopted by Heide. On the way to the Yufeng Mountains, Heide couldn't help but reminded coldly, "Xiaoba Xiaojiao, you haven't broken through the human rank yet, it's just the late mortal rank limit, you must be careful when you encounter that Han Feng, it's better not to shoot, just send the news directly. Give us." Heiba was a little unconvinced. "Boss, a 13-year-old little boy, only 14 in a few months, we can deal with it." Heijio also nodded quickly. The other 6 looked at Heide in amazement. According to the news they got, Han Feng was only in the mid-mortal stage. Heide couldn't help frowning. This was also his doubt. No matter how powerful Han Feng was, he was only in the mid-mortal stage when he participated in the family trial. Immediately said, "This is the meaning of the master." He Ba and He Jiu looked at each other and pouted. The owner of the family looks at that kid too much. Boss, just wait, I will definitely kill that kid for you to see. Seeing this, He Da knew that the previous persuasion was ineffective, so he had no choice but to sigh, but he really did not agree with the instructions of the patriarch. They only in the middle and late stages of the mere tier. Not long after, 9 people came to the Yufeng Mountains and entered in 8 directions. Since Black 8 and Black 9 have not yet broken through to the human level, the two acted together. Deep in the Yufeng Mountains. Bonebreaker. Click. Roar. A tall monster fell to the ground. With Han Feng's current strength, it is extremely easy to kill a 4th level monster. Even the 4th level peak warcraft is the same. After touching the beast's head for a long time, Han Feng couldn't help but get up with a wry smile. Sure enough, it's too difficult for a beast below the 5th level to mutate to produce a magic core. So far, more than 10 4th level beasts have been killed, but there is not a single magic core. I really don't know how the original 3-level Warcraft unicorn wolf mutated to produce the magic core. Kill more than 10 heads. Let's rest for a while, and then run inside. It is estimated that we will enter the territory of the 5th level monster. Speaking of the 5th level Warcraft, Rauscher Han Feng couldn't help but look solemn. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng slowly recovered his internal energy and exhausted physical strength. Just when Han Feng was recovering, Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes. What a powerful murderous aura, someone is here. As soon as this thought came to an end, 2 figures appeared in Han Feng's line of sight. These 2 figures were both young men in their 20s, but they were all dressed in black and looked at him coldly. Hey, Xiaojiu, we are lucky, we found the target. He Jiu licked his lips. Kill this kid, we can get a lot of rewards, maybe we can successfully break through to the human level. That's right. Han Feng's face sank, and the 2 came to kill him. You 2 want to kill me? Why? He Ba sneered, how can there be so many whys? Wait until you die, and ask the god of death. After saying that, He Ba suddenly shot. After image legs. He Jiu just watched with interest, not thinking that Han Feng would be He Ba's opponent. Bone Crusher. Boom. The huge strength of the afterimage's legs made Han Feng's body unsteady after retreating, but He Ba also cried out in pain, and the bones of his knees were somewhat shattered. Damn it, this kid is already in the middle and late stages of the mortal rank, close to the latter stage, and there is not much difference between us. He Ba's expression no longer had the banter he had before, and he roared again and again. The difference between He Ba and Han Feng's internal strength is there, but it's not too big. Therefore, although Han Feng was repelled, He Ba's right leg was also severely damaged, and his combat power was greatly damaged. And Han Feng was only shaken by his body, and it was not a big problem. The only people who can pose a threat to Han Feng now are the human-level powerhouses, beyond the ordinary level. He Jiu was shocked and angry. He knew He Ba's strength, and he was stronger than him, but he was injured in one blow. In an instant, Han Feng became dangerous in He Jiu's heart. It's no wonder that the owner of the family ordered it so solemnly. It's worthy of being the owner of the family. It's hateful. If I obey the boss's orders, the starling will not be hurt. Without leaving a trace, He Jiu sent the news here. Han Feng injured He Ba and asked again, could it be that your excellency was sent by the Chang family? There is only one possibility. What makes Han Feng puzzled is that the tricks used by the 2 are not very common. He Ba naturally killed him and refused to admit it, but since Han Feng has identified the Chang family, he will not change it again. Han Feng is very annoyed. The Han family has already cleaned up a large number of spies, but I didn't expect that there are still. This spy is so hidden, so deep. I'm afraid that the status in the Han family is not low. When did the Chang family arrange such a spy? We must report this news to the patriarch's grandfather. otherwise the Han family will be in danger. It can only be asked from these two people. There is a soul search space on the 6th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower, and it is not easy to know what. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked at He Ba and He Jiao with killing intent. He Ba's strength was greatly damaged, and it was He Jiao who shot. Eagle Claw. He Jiao is like an eagle, grabbing Han Feng. Han Feng's inner strength erupted, and a flame appeared in Han Feng's hand. Go. Han Feng let out a low voice, and the fire shot out, and in the look of fear in He Jiao, he burned it to ashes. Xuanhuan. He Ba widened his eyes in shock. At this time, Han Feng moved and suddenly came to He Ba. He grabbed He Ba with one hand. He Ba's leg was injured, and he couldn't escape. The next moment, He Ba disappeared directly. The 6th floor of Xuanhuan Tower, soul search space. He Ba shouted in fear, what is this place, what do you want to do? He Ba was tied to a cross, and many ferocious goblins circled around He Ba. He Ba couldn't understand why he suddenly came to such a terrifying place. Han Feng's figure slowly condensed, and he said lightly, tell me, how did you know that I came out, and who was the spy you arranged in the Han family? He Ba's face was ashen, because he was frightened by this terrifying place, this thing was too bizarre. But even so, He Ba remained silent. Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and clapped his hands suddenly, little devils, take good care of this guy. These little ghosts laughed, as if they were playing with something interesting. As the main body of the toy, He Ba was not happy at all. I saw the little ghost stretched out his hand and pulled He Ba's tongue out, getting longer and longer. During the process of He Ba's miserable hell, he actually stretched his tongue several meters. He Ba's body was constantly twisted, but he couldn't move under the pressure of the kid. Han Feng clapped his hands again, and the little ghost stopped moving. Han Feng said, why don't you say it now? He Ba's eyes flashed a few hesitations, but he finally shut up and shook his head. Han Feng flashed a hint of admiration for He Ba at this time. After suffering so much, he was still able to stick to it. It's a pity that the two have already stood on opposite sides. Even if Han Feng appreciates it a little, he will not let He Ba's feelings of the Holy Father let go. Han Feng said in a somewhat regrettable tone, if you said it, it would still give you a good time, but you didn't say it. If that's the case, don't blame me. Let's go. Suddenly, the cross and the little ghost disappeared, and the entire space returned to darkness. He Ba fell to the ground, panting, and hurriedly silently spoke his tongue, which had returned to its original form. Just now. Could it be an illusion? He Ba thought with some heart palpitations, but even if it was an illusion, the sense of reality still made He Ba's heart tremble with fear. He Ba looked at Han Feng as if he was looking at a demon. He was terrified. He Ba didn't believe that Han Feng wanted to let him go. Maybe there would be even more tragic torture in the future. He Ba did not guess wrong. Soul search is the most tortured way. The so-called soul search is to use violent means to enter the human brain to search for information. During this period, the person being searched still maintains a few traces of clarity. That kind of pain is absolutely unimaginable to those who have not experienced it. And once the search is over, the person being searched will either become an idiot or die at worst. Han Feng raised his hand slightly. He Ba was floating in the air. Han Feng whispered 2 words, searching for the soul. The next moment, He Ba let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah 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 ah. He Ba kept rolling in the air, his face was hideous, and his blue veins jumped. He kept covering his head with his hands. Kill me, please kill me. Black 8 screamed. It's a pity that Han Feng is now searching for the memory in He Ba's brain and has no time to answer He Ba's begging for mercy. He Ba's screams gradually weakened, and finally fainted, and fell from the air to the ground with a plop, and Han Feng also searched for some information. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, it turned out to be him. There are more than a dozen instructors with foreign surnames in the Han family. Although that instructor has been doing nothing for the past few years, his status in the Han family is still relatively high. I didn't expect to be a spy of the Chang family. The Chang family is very ambitious, and everything was arranged 10 years ago. Let's flee now. There are still 7 people on the Black 8. The strongest one is already a 5-star human-level master, and the weakest is a human-level 1-star. If they are caught, I will be finished. These people are the hidden power of the Chang family, and even the people in the Chang family don't know much. Han Feng carefully left the previous place and rushed towards the exit. Not long after Han Feng left, He Chi came here. He Chi's face was hideous. Damn, Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu were killed, that kid is so powerful. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful it is only a mortal rank. If you dare to kill Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu, I will cut your skin and make your life worse than death. He Ba and He Jiu were the last adopted by He De. To He De, He Chi, and others, He Ba and He Jiu were like younger brothers. How can He Chi not be angry when his younger brother was killed? After investigating on the spot, He Chi's nose twitched, and then he sneered and ran away. Not long after Han Feng ran, he found himself locked by a murderous intent. Human-level powerhouses not only have their true chi greatly increased, but their souls have also undergone changes. It is impossible for the soul to attack anything, but it is still possible to lock a person's chi. Han Feng is only a mortal warrior, and he can't eliminate the aura that belongs to him in the same place. Han Feng's expression changed. Oops, I'm chasing after you so quickly. A human-level martial artist is absolutely not something he can compete with now. 1 star of human level is still reluctant, but 1 star of human level is higher, and there is absolutely no possibility of victory. From He Ba's memory, we know that He De is a human-level 5-star, He 2 is a human-level 4-star, He 3 is a human-level 3-star, Black 4 and Black 5 are a human-level 2-star, and Black 6 and Black 7 are human-level 1-star. Unless he encounters Black 6 and Black 7, he has the possibility of a fight. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Han Feng's hair stood up. A chill came from behind. Water sword slash. Suddenly a violent anger sounded, Han Feng's face changed greatly, his feet suddenly kicked on the ground, and he jumped into the sky. Han Feng looked down. I saw the azure blue water sword more than 1 meter long hit his original position all at once, a big hole was hit on the ground, and the slightest cold air came out. At this moment, a gust of wind came from the left side of Han Feng. The next moment, Han Feng was kicked by He Chi and fell to the ground. Cough cough. Han Feng staggered to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood. He Chi also fell from the sky and looked at Han Feng coldly. Han Feng was a little relieved. It seems that it is either Black 6 or Black 7, it is only 1 star of human rank, it seems that my luck is not bad to the extreme. But even so, Han Feng still did not dare to be careless. He Chi's hand suddenly formed a seal, and then, another water sword appeared. Go! The water sword slashed out. Bone crusher. A steady stream of internal energy was sent to the right hand, and the whole right hand emitted a slight red light, as if it was wrapped in a faint flame. Scoff. Boom. Han Feng flew upside down again. This time, Han Feng's entire arm was severely injured, drooping weakly, and the cold air froze the entire arm, and the already weak arm was even more stiff and unable to move. Han Feng fell to the ground, trying to get up with difficulty, but fell down again. He Chi walked step by step, the blue light flickered in his hand, and the water attribute infuriating condensed into the shape of a knife. Boy, kill my 8th brother and 9th brother, I won't let you die so easily. He Chi had a grim face. Boy, kill my 8th brother and 9th brother, I won't let you die so easily. Chi had a grim face. I will cut the flesh off your body layer by layer, and endure the pain of all cuts. Regardless of the fact that the knife is condensed by water attribute infuriating energy, it is actually sharper than an ordinary knife. As for the spiritual weapon, it is impossible to have it with the strength and status of Black 7. Just as Chi was approaching Han Feng suddenly jumped up and raging flames ignited around him. The red flame turned into a light flame and flew directly towards Chi. Chi was taken aback. He is a human-level powerhouse, a mere mortal-level person, and he was hit with all his strength, but it was not a big problem. Now, Chi still doesn't know where Han Feng was unable to get up. It was a lie, in order to lure him closer. Water sword slash. After all, Chi was a human-level powerhouse, so he reacted quickly, retreated quickly, and at the same time shot out with a water sword slash. Boom. Scoff. The water sword and the ordinary fire collided, and a white mist suddenly rose. The power of Han Feng's ordinary fire is already at the mid-grade level, but unfortunately the condensed fire attribute True Chi is not much, resulting in a limited amount of ordinary fire, and its power is greatly reduced. But Chi is only 1 star of human rank, not even the peak of 1 star. The amount of water attribute True Chi condensed by itself may exceed that of Han Feng, but in terms of quality, it is far inferior to ordinary fire. As a result, this attack was comparable, and no one was injured. In this regard, Han Feng was relieved and a little excited at the same time. He guessed right, he is now bursting with real attack power, which is comparable to that of a human-level star, although such an attack cannot be launched a few times. Black 7 couldn't take it anymore. It was an insult to Black 7 to be tied with the mere Fanjia. Looking for death. This time, Chi was really angry. But before Chi could make his move, Han Feng had already made his first move in the white fog. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng gave a low voice, and a red chain suddenly appeared and shot away. After a few days of practice, Han Feng's control over the Xuanhuan chain increased again. The current mysterious flame chain is still a little unclear, but it is much better than the original time. How could Chi expect that Han Feng would have this move? A mere mortal-level warrior can master human-level martial arts and be able to attack from a distance. Chi has never heard of it. In an instant, Chi was bound by the mysterious flame chain. Chi grinned, "Boy, I did underestimate you, but unfortunately, you are a mortal-level martial artist after all. Your true Chi is not pure, and the power of human-level martial arts displayed is limited." Chi burst out with infuriating energy. Outrageously. As a human-level 1-star powerhouse, the infuriating energy may not be able to reach too far, but it is still possible to wrap the entire body. The azure blue infuriating Chi emerged from Chi's body, and the chain made a screeching sound in an instant. Some places even cracked, and the chains were about to be broken. But at this moment, the tip of the chain suddenly stabbed into Chi's heart. Chi's face changed suddenly, and he protected more true Chi in his heart. The tip of the mysterious flame chain was blocked like this. Chi laughed, "Boy, now you know the gap with me. Your chain can't pierce my body at all. As for the flame on the chain, is it my opponent of human-level water attribute infuriating energy? I can't even burn my water-type infuriating energy. Even if I use most of my true Chi to protect my heart, your flame still can't break my true Chi." Han Feng's face remained unchanged, but he showed a sneer without a trace. Suddenly, Han Feng displayed the left hand of the mysterious flame chain, and a red flame emerged, which was the ordinary fire. Fanhua rushed along the mysterious flame chain. The ordinary fire is a deep red color, and the chains of the Xuanhuan chain are only light red. When the two merged, it quickly turned into a medium red. If it is said that the power of the mysterious flame chain has surpassed the basic martial arts, it has not yet reached the low-level martial arts. So now the power of the Xuanhuan chain has truly reached the low-level human level, and it is even comparable to the relatively medium martial arts power among the low-level human level. Not good. Black Seven's face changed greatly. Chi was no longer calm, and his true Chi became more violent. He wanted to break the chain and retreat, but Han Feng had expected it, and he firmly supported it. At this time, Xuanhuan had followed the chain of mysterious flames to Chi. The power of the entire profound flame chain increased greatly, instantly scorching Chi's whole body's water attribute infuriating Chi. The tip of the chain even pierced the true Chi protecting Chi's heart and penetrated into Chi's heart. Puff! Chi's face turned pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. With a left hand, Han Feng dragged Chi to him. Bone crusher. Now that Chi's true Chi is broken, where is there any excess true Chi to resist the bone-shattering hand? The reason why the bone crusher is a basic martial skill, the reason why it can't cause too much damage to the human-level warrior is because the real Chi power of the human-level warrior is far more powerful than the inner strength, and it can protect the bone crusher's attack. But once there is no true Chi, the physical quality of human-level warriors is slightly stronger than that of ordinary-level warriors, and it has not yet reached the level of qualitative change. Clack clack. Chi kept screaming, and his body kept making clicking sounds. Not long after, Chi fell to the ground like a pool of mud, without breath. Whoosh! Han Feng also stumbled a bit at this time and almost fell. He attacked the ordinary fire twice and the mysterious flame chain with the fire attribute infuriating successively. The fire attribute infuriating energy in Han Feng's body was almost exhausted, and there was only a little inner energy that had not yet condensed into infuriating energy. Han Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. A mortal rank warrior has too little infuriating energy, not even 1/10 of a human rank, so he must speed up his training, and when he reaches a human rank, he will be able to display more mortal Chi. Fire and profound flame chain. Without caring about destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, Han Feng left quickly. In fact, even if Han Feng wanted to destroy the corpse and destroy the traces, he did not have enough true energy. Shortly after Han Feng left, brush. Several figures came here neatly through the mountains. When Haida saw Chi's body, his heart sank, and his tone was a little heavy. We all underestimate that kid. With the strength of the mortal rank, we killed Ba and Jiao, and now even Chi has been killed. Simple. But it's probably already his limit, but in order to prevent accidents, we still chase together, so as not to be alone. Who knows what other means that kid has? And others heard the words, their faces changed a few times, but there was no objection. The death of the 3 younger brothers made them no longer dare to look down on Han Feng. Several people even regretted in their hearts. If they had obeyed the master's instructions and paid attention to Han Feng from the beginning, the 3 younger brothers would not be killed by Han Feng now. Go! Haida shouted loudly, and several people quickly chased after him. And Han Feng, after escaping all the way, stumbled to a valley. Here is. Han Feng first looked around in confusion, and then his face became very ugly. Such a valley must be at the core of the Yufeng mountain range, occupied by powerful 5th or 6th level monsters. With his current strength, in case of encountering such a monster, how to escape? He is now consuming a huge amount of money. Even if it is an early level 5 monsters, he may not be able to win, not to mention the stronger ones among the 5th level, even the 6th level monsters. That is an existence that can be compared with the mid-level warriors, and only Haida and Heier can barely compete with those of Haida. Damn it, after running away in a hurry, I actually deviated from the direction. Sure enough, you can't be careless in the mountains. I think I know a lot about the Yufeng Mountains, but I got lost in the end. Han Feng's face changed a few times, and suddenly frowned. Although the monsters here are powerful, but after all, they are deep in the mountains and are occupied by monsters of the 5th and 6th levels. I don't think there are any monsters below the 5th level. Superior. But there are some black big men chasing them, and they will come here sooner or later. Instead of avoiding it, it's better to guide the black seniors to the 5th or 6th level of monsters, so maybe I can escape. With this idea in mind, Han Feng cautiously walked deep into the valley, turned a corner, and Han Feng's face changed greatly. I saw not far ahead, a huge lion demon beast lying there. The ground on the ground was stained red with blood, and a bloody aura filled the air. This is... Han Feng looked at the huge monster in disbelief. This monster, is it dead? Han Feng approached slowly, and the huge monster was dead silent. When he got close, Han Feng found out that a huge hole had been cut in the abdomen of this beast. Han Feng was stunned for a while. This beast out of 10 was a 5th level peak or even a 6th level beast before he died. Who killed it? How strong is this person? The peak of the middle stage of human level, or is it a master of the late stage of human level? Han Feng had the idea of retreating. Whether this beast was killed by a human or by a beast, the strength of the murderer was obviously unusual. Han Feng wants the black seniors to fight against the monsters, which are also the peak of the 5th level or the early and mid-level 6th level of monsters. The stronger Warcraft, Han Feng is afraid that he will be killed first, before he can let the two sides meet. Who is it? At this moment, a cold drink sounded deeper. Han Feng immediately turned his head and ran. Where to run? With the cold shout, a suction force acted on Han Feng, sucking Han Feng directly. At another corner, not far from the dead beast, a blurry figure came into Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng was sucked away without any resistance, and just when Han Feng was horrified and thought he was about to die, a startle sounded, "Leader of the rank?" With a plop, Han Feng fell to the ground. This kind of strength can also come here. It seems that you made a mistake, so it is not those people. Good luck to you. This time the voice was clearer. Han Feng could hear it clearly. It was a female voice. Han Feng patted his chest with a look of fear. He really almost thought he was going to die just now. Carefully raised her head, a pale woman sat cross-legged. He was wearing a black robe with some dark red blood on the robe. The woman was in her 20s, with an enchanting appearance, but the scars on her neck greatly reduced her beauty. Senior is... Han Feng cupped his hands and whispered. The woman raised her eyebrows. Since you came to the Yufeng Mountains, you should be from the city of people. Don't you know who you are? I have recently been in your people's city, but I am very famous. These words were full of self-deprecation. Han Feng was confused at first, then his heart moved, and he blurted out, "Senior is that witch." As soon as she heard the word witch, the woman's face sank, and with a flick of her hand, Han Feng flew upside down, fell hard on the stone wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman's expression was gloomy. "Yes, I am indeed a witch. Do you want to report to the city of people?" Han Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head quickly, joking, "If this is true, I am afraid that the witch in front of him will kill him." The corners of Han Feng's mouth were bitter, and he felt that he was unlucky today. He knew that he would obey Han Lin and not go out. Not only did he meet the chase, but also the witch. Han Feng had always thought that the witch was far away from him. Whether the witch was good or evil, it had nothing to do with him. How could he know that he had met a witch now, and this witch was obviously not interested in the word witch? It can even be said to be disgusting. He just said a word, and was slapped into the air. Han Feng hurriedly shook his head. "It's the Chong family who is chasing you." "I have a grudge with the Chong family, so how could I throw myself into the net?" Although the Lin family in Xuanhuan City has launched a wanted, it is only useful in Xuanhuan City. In other places, it depends on whether their respective families give the Lin family face. The city lord's mansion in the city of people also issued a wanted notice, but it was not intentional. The thunder was heavy and the rain was small. The city owner has a deep background, not inferior to the Lin family, or even stronger. How could he obey the Lin family's orders and issue a wanted list to save face? The same is true of the Han family. It is said that there were some conflicts between the Han family and the Lin family in the early years. These conflicts are not worthy of the Lin family's direct line to stand out as a collateral line, but it also greatly reduced the Han family's impression of the Lin family. The news from the Lin family is that the witch bloodthirsty and brutal, but who knows what the truth is. Moreover, this witch was able to escape even under the wanted of the Lin family. Her strength was no small matter. It would be useless to provoke such an enemy if she had nothing to do. Therefore, the Han family also announced their lives, and the people sent out were also pretending. Only the Han family and the Chang family wanted to fawn on the Lin family. But the Han family also knows how powerful the witch is, and they don't fight the witch head-on, even if the witch has been injured according to the news. Just inform the elder Lin of the found traces to the Chang's house. The Chang family was originally the same as the Han family, but after a powerful person in the Chang family was sucked into adulthood, the Chang family was furious and wanted even more. You have a grudge against the Chang family? The witch frowned at Han Feng. Han Feng said quickly, that's right. The witch's face softened a bit, and then she thought of something, and her face became cold again. How can I trust you? You stay here until I get hurt and leave. Don't let me find out what you are doing, or I will kill you. When Han Feng heard the words, his eyes lit up. Senior, I am being hunted by the Chang family. Those people will be here soon. When the time comes, the senior will know that the junior did not lie, and the junior does have a grudge against the Chang family. The witch's eyes shot cold light. Changjia, The Chang family and the Lin family are the same thing, and there is no good thing. Since you said that, I will wait here for a while. If you lied. Han Feng immediately said, if the junior lied, the senior could take the life of the junior. With the strength of the junior, he will never be your opponent. The witch no longer looked at Han Feng, closed her eyes, and waited. Han Feng was completely relieved at this time, and then Han Feng thought playfully, I don't know what the situation will be when Haida comes here and meets the witch. From the witch, Han Feng felt a great pressure. In other words, it is a kind of imposing oppression. This kind of momentum is much stronger than that of Instructor Lin, Instructor Mu. This is still in the state of injury, God knows how strong it was in its heyday. This witch is definitely a late human level or even a late human level or above. In the valley, several silhouettes appeared, staring at the corpses of monsters on the ground. Heida's face condensed. This is a mid-level 6-level demon beast, and it's actually dead. This kid is really lucky. He broke into the territory of the 6th-level monster, but the 6th-level monster died. Hey Air sneered, that kid guesses that we don't dare to enter the territory of 6th-level beasts. It's ridiculous. I am a human level 4-star, eldest brother, you are a human level 5-star, the two of us together are ordinary 6th level. In the later stage, monsters can also compete. If our brothers unite again, we will be able to kill the late-stage 6th-level monsters, and also have the power to fight against the 6th-level peak monsters. How can we be scared away by the 6th-level monsters? Haida and his party of 6 followed them with a sneer. Han Feng sat on the ground to practice, and suddenly the witch's voice sounded, boy, there are indeed a few Chang family members here. Han Feng opened his eyes and said with a smile, Senior, I didn't lie. The witch snorted coldly, even so, I won't kill you, but you don't want to leave unless I recover completely. Han Feng had long known that this would be the case. Han Feng could see that the witch was seriously injured and it was very inconvenient to move. Maybe there was a place where he was needed, and there would be a ghost if he could let him go. Moreover, when the two met for the first time, the witch would not trust him. What if he left to report? Han Feng knew that he would not report the letter, but how could the witch really feel relieved? For the time being, the Chang family is an elder of the Lin family. With the wounds the witch is currently suffering, she will definitely not be the elder's opponent. However, Han Feng did not resent the witch for not letting him leave. Thinking from another perspective, if he is in the position of a witch, in order to prevent his own information from leaking, he is likely to kill people, even if this person is innocent. It can be seen that this witch is not a cruel and murderous person. The previous news was most likely made up by the Lin family, in order to make the witch hated by others. Han Feng waited nervously. The witch is powerful, but she was injured after all. The heyde several people were in their heyday, especially the heyde and heyer, who were even more powerful in the middle stage. Soon, the black seniors arrived here. Seeing the witch, Heida's face was startled. Heyer's face changed greatly. Boss, it's a witch. The Hei-san and others behind him were even more frightened. An 8-star powerhouse in their Chang family was killed by this witch. The black face turned blue. The witch sneered, your Chang family is really haunted. Just want to be the dog of the Lin family? Shut up. Heide was loyal to the Chang family, and when he heard the witch insulted their Chang family, he was immediately furious. Heide said coldly, Witch, I know you are powerful, but you are seriously injured now. If we fight each other, it is very likely that we will both lose. It is better to take a step back. Korean boy? The witch gave Han Feng a meaningful look. This kid is not simple. Han Feng felt a chill in his heart at the sight of the witch, and felt a little uneasy, in case the witch agreed. The next moment, Han Feng calmed down. This witch killed the people of the Chang family, and the two sides were already immortal, and the witch would not foolishly agree to each other. Sure enough, the witch snorted coldly, people from the Chang family, you all played well, I gave you people, you not only solved your task, but also told the old man of the Lin family my news. Not an idiot, I have secured this kid, not only that, your Chang family will also die. Black and angry, couldn't help but blurted out, sure enough, you are a slut. You don't eat and drink for toast. The witch's face turned cold. Are the people of the Chang family so shameless? No wonder there are so many disgusting things. I solved the disgusting things before, and now it's yours. Lightning whip. A purple light whip slammed out of the witch's hand. Jing Yuan finger. Boom. Puff. The confrontation between the two was only for a moment, and Heyer flew out in an instant, smashing hard on the stone wall. Except for Heide, the others hadn't reacted at all. Heide was horrified. No wonder he can kill a human-level 8-star powerhouse, even if he is injured, it is so powerful. At this moment, Heide had the intention of retreating. Heide clasped his fists with both hands. Senior, it's our fault for being disrespectful to you before, and please let us leave for the sake of the Chang family. The witch smiled sarcastically. Just a mere Chang family, how could I see it? If it wasn't for the old Lin family and your Chang family, I would have uprooted your Chang family long ago. Let me let you go, it's impossible. He said angrily, it really is a witch, even if you die, we will not make you feel better, brothers, do your best. Earth-cracking thorn. 3 flame palms. Water wave palm. Exploding fist. Fantastic legs. Earth thorns, fire palms, water palms, flame fists, and wind legs all bombarded out. Loud. The entire valley is full of infuriating oppression. Han Feng's face turned pale. This kind of battle is not something he can intervene at all. Han Feng's eyes were hot. Must quickly break through the human level. In Han Feng's view, these attacks are undoubtedly very powerful, but to the witch, they are not worth mentioning. Lightning whip. the witch snorted coldly. This time, the lightning whip was shot from 5 fingers, a total of 5. What earth thorns, what flame fists, all are not enough for the thunder light whip, and the 5 thunder light whips easily broke the attack of 5 people. In the horrified eyes of the 5 people, the lightning whip continued to bombard them. Ah ah ah. 5 screams sounded, and the 5 black people were charred and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Heyer, who was severely injured by the blow-up before, fled without grief, but a purple light struck, and Heyer also ended up the same as Heide. Han Feng stared blankly at everything in front of him, swallowed and spit. I'll go, this witch is too sturdy and can't be messed with. The witch was stunned when she saw Han Feng, and smiled disdainfully. My lightning whip is the best martial skill of the human rank, and a group of middle and low rank people can resist my lightning whip. The witch itself is powerful, and the best human-level martial arts have mastered the realm of small success. Even if he is injured now, he can't use half of his strength, but it is trivial to deal with the mere gangsters. After all, Heide is only a human-level 5-star, and the martial arts mastered are only middle-level human-level martial arts, and there is an insurmountable gap with the top-level human-level martial arts such as lightning whip. Withdrawing the lightning whip, the witch looked at Han Feng curiously. Although the Chang family and the Han family are hostile, it would be too bold for the Chang family to send someone to kill you, unless you threaten the Chang family too much, and the Chang family cannot not so. Could it be that you are the Korean style that has been spreading all over the city recently? Han Feng's eyes widened and he secretly said, I'm so famous? In his mouth he said, it's the younger generation. The witch said lightly, for the sake of your Han family not wanting me, you can stay with me until I get well. You have no opinion. Han Feng quickly shook his head. Han Feng asked politely, Senior, are you injured and unable to move? The witch glanced at it. That's right, before I came to Zhongqing, I fought with that old man from the Lin family and suffered serious injuries. Later, I fought against the 8-star powerhouse of the Chang family, and the injury deepened again. Right now, I can only exert the strength of human-level 6 or 7 stars, and relying on human-level superb martial arts, it is enough to compete with ordinary human-level 8 or 9-star powerhouses. The witch's meaning is very clear. Even if she is injured now, it is very easy to take care of him. Han Feng smiled bitterly. It seems that this senior witch still doesn't trust him very much. Yes, if you trust people so easily, you probably won't live now, and you will be caught long ago. This day has just passed. The witch is healing, and Han Feng is quietly cultivating. With the witch here, Han Feng did not dare to enter the Jiuyantianhua Tower. Although Jiuyantianhua Pagoda will leave a dummy in place to confuse others, the strength gap between Han Feng and the witch is too big, and they are very close. As long as the witch has a heart, it is easy to find problems. Without the help of the source liquid, just cultivating the 9 flames and different fire art is stronger than any basic exercises or even low-level human-level exercises, but for Han Feng, it is still unbearably slow. The next day, Han Feng said to the witch a little worried, Senior, Heide and the others have not returned, which will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Chang family. Maybe it will be searched here, and it is not appropriate to stay here any longer. The witch frowned and sighed for a long time. You are right, but my current body. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Senior, if you believe the junior is willing to pick some medicinal herbs nearby to heal your wounds. The witch looked at Han Feng suspiciously. You kid doesn't plan to run away, although I have a good impression of your Han family. But if there is a threat to my existence, I will not be soft. Han Feng said categorically, Senior killed the Heide several people. It can be said that it is the life-saving grace of the junior. If there is no senior, the junior will sooner or later ruin the Heide several people's poisonous hands. The junior just wants to repay the life-saving grace of the senior. If the senior doesn't believe it, the junior can also carry the senior on his back and flee to other places. When the witch heard the words, especially the last sentence, some believed in the Han style, and then she thought that the Han family in Renshonking had a good review, and it was many times stronger than the Chang family and the Hong family, so the witch reluctantly agreed. This is also a gamble. The witch herself knows. She is inconvenient to move now, but the death of the black seniors will indeed cause a search in the Chang family. With the consent of the witch, Han Feng immediately looked around the valley for herbs to heal the wounds. There are no precious medicinal materials in the Yufeng Mountains. No, it cannot be said that they are not precious, but the medicinal herbs of the Yufeng Mountains have limited effect on the powerhouses like witches. After being in contact with her for such a period of time, Han Feng initially guessed that this witch is at least a powerhouse of the same level as the master's grandfather. Top 10 stars. And he is a human-level 10-star powerhouse who has mastered human-level top-grade martial arts. It is the patriarch's grandfather, and the martial skills he cultivates are only high-ranking people. It is also a human-level 10-star cultivation base. Han Feng knows that if the patriarch's grandfather and the witch face each other, the patriarch's grandfather will definitely lose in embarrassment. Such a strong person wants to quickly recover from the injury, at least a 6th-level medicinal pill, or even a 7th-level medicinal pill. After looking around, Han Feng found some good herbs that can heal the 1st and 2nd-star powerhouses. This herb is called Ji Jingling Ko, and it is the main medicinal material for refining 4th and 5th grade medicinal herbs. Han Feng dodged and came to the Xuanhuan Tower. Putting these herbs into the Rongyanding, Han Feng started refining. The reason why these herbs are only effective for human level 1 or 2-star powerhouses is because warriors can only absorb 2 or 3 points of their medicinal effects. Configure some medicinal materials of the same level to make medicinal pills, and you can play 5 or 6 points, which is no less than some top 5-level medicinal pills. Now I refine it into a source liquid, and it can exert 100% of the medicinal effect, which is comparable to an ordinary 6th-level medicinal pill. For the witch, it may not be as effective as the 6th-level peak or even the 7th-level medicinal pill, but at least it can play a role. If you take these herbs directly to the witch, it is estimated that there will be no effect at all. The refining of everything that melts the flame also depends on what refining is. Refining things that enhance spiritual power, the role of source fluid is also to enhance cultivation. But if it is refining to treat injuries, the role of the source fluid is also to treat injuries. After the refining was completed, Han Feng flashed away and brought out some source liquid to improve his cultivation. The reason why Han Feng proposed to leave the collection of herbs is that on the one hand, he really wants to treat the witch, and on the other hand, he wants to let the source fluid leak openly. In this way, the witch doesn't think about other aspects, she just thinks that Han Feng made it by herself. In order to cure the source fluid, the witch can only treat Han Feng better. Increase the interests of the two together. As for whether the witch will reveal it, Han Feng doesn't care. If the witch does not reveal it, it means that the witch's character is still worthy of praise. With the grace of saving her life, Han Feng doesn't mind helping the witch escape from the wanted. Anyway, Han Feng himself has long thought of leaving the Han family for experience, as long as he returns after half a year. And if it is revealed, Han Feng will naturally not really help the witch. As for the influence, his current source fluid is only valid for mortal-level warriors. Ordinary rank warriors are the bottom of the entire continent warriors. Such a source fluid is not worthy of the attention of those who are human rank and profound rank powerhouses, and its influence is limited. When Han Feng returned to the valley, it was already the evening of this day, and the witch was about to get angry. Seeing that Han Feng finally returned, the witch's face softened a little, but Han Feng did not trick her to leave. But after all, it took a long time to leave, which made the witch look straight at Han Feng, and if Han Feng didn't say anything, then Being stared at by the witch with bad eyes, Han Feng was suddenly under great pressure. This is very likely to be a master of the same level as the patriarch's grandfather. Boy, pick some herbs, it won't take so long, right? Han Feng immediately took out the jade bottle. Senior, this junior didn't do it on purpose. It is true that the herbs around are too low level. The junior has to refine it, otherwise it will not help the senior's injury in the slightest. Refining? Refining medicinal pills? Could it be that you are an alchemist? That's not right, you're a mere mortal warrior, how could you refine the medicine pill? The witch stared at Han Feng. Han Feng said, the junior is naturally not an alchemist, but there are other methods. If the senior doesn't believe it, you will know it after careful sensing. With that said, Han Feng gave the jade bottle to the witch. The witch took the jade bottle and looked at it carefully. It's just an ordinary jade bottle. The witch came to a conclusion in her heart and was a little disappointed with the contents of the jade bottle. You must know that all precious spiritual things, such as spiritual fruits, or precious medicinal pills, are stored in special jade wares. Han Feng smiled secretly in his heart. This jade bottle is produced by Xuanhuan Tower, and it can only collect and store the source liquid. Others have no effect. Otherwise, he can get a lot of wealth just by relying on the continuous jade bottle. Moreover, the source liquid can only be stored in a jade bottle and placed in other jade articles. Even if it is extremely precious, the source liquid will lose its effectiveness, and it is no different from ordinary water. Although disappointed, the witch still opened the cork with a glimmer of hope. Immediately, a surprise flashed across the witch's face. The moment the cork was opened, the rich spiritual power and medicinal fragrance floated into the witch's nose. The witch has experienced a lot, and she has a lot of knowledge. She knows at once that this seemingly ordinary jade bottle is indeed a good thing. At this time, the witch had already forgotten why the jade bottle was ordinary. After a long time, the witch exhaled a breath. I didn't expect you to have such means. Since childhood, I have heard that all medicines used to heal wounds are medicinal herbs or spirit fruit. See you more. That's not right, even if it's not refining medicinal pills, it's refining it into a liquid, depending on your mere rank. The witch looked at Han Feng suspiciously. Han Feng was helpless and had to spread out one hand, and the red fire burst out. The witch's face changed suddenly. Fantastic fire, and it is not ordinary fire. Oh my God, when will a mortal warrior have such a fire? The witch looked at Han Feng's eyes full of weirdness. You are a pervert. No wonder the Chang family would rather tear up their face with the Han family and risk killing you. If you grow up, it will be amazing. Han Feng was embarrassed. The witch asked at this time, what kind of medicinal herbs did you use to refine it? Judging from the rich medicinal fragrance and spiritual power, it is comparable to the early stage 6 medicinal herbs. This medicinal herb must be able to refine the medicinal materials of the late 6th stage and even the peak. As far as I know, there seems to be no such herb near this valley. There are hardly even the Yufeng Mountains. If there is, the most powerful monsters in the Yufeng Mountains will not be only the first and middle levels of the 6th level. Great late 6th grade. Han Feng replied, it's the 9-leaf crystal Lingqiao. The jade bottle in the witch's hand was almost thrown out, and she looked at Han Feng with an incredible look. You kid, you are not lying to me. The 9-leaf crystal Lingqiao is just a medicinal herb for refining 5th level medicinal herbs. This. Han Feng smiled and didn't explain too much, just said, Senior, please keep it a secret. The witch gave Han Feng a deep look, and nodded solemnly, don't worry, in order to treat my injury, you will not hesitate to expose such a secret. If I don't keep it secret, then I'm not worthy of being a human being. Even if I die, I will never leak it. At this moment, the witch really believed in Han Feng and Han Feng. At the same time, there was a storm in the witch's heart. In this world, there is a refining method that is more effective than medicine pills. For a while, Han Feng became mysterious in the witch's heart. The witch had a smile on her face. Is your name Han Feng? You will be my younger brother in the future, so don't call me senior. My surname is Lin Qingshan, so just call me Sister Lin. Han Feng knew that he was really accepted by the witch now, and was also overjoyed. Then Han Feng was a little puzzled. Sister Lin, your surname is Lin, and the one who wants you is also the Lin family, could it be? The witch's face sank. Yes, I am from the Lin family, but only a sideline. Those bastards of the Lin family, sooner or later I will make them regret what they have done. The witch's face was hideous, and her eyes showed some hatred and pain. Han Feng was silent. This Sister Lin looked like someone with a story. After that, the two didn't talk anymore. The witch was busy healing, and Han Feng was busy practicing. When the witch saw that Han Feng took out the jade bottle that exuded rich spiritual power, she couldn't help but sigh. This little guy is really mysterious, and there are even liquids to improve his cultivation. There might be a place for him. Time is fleeting, and a day has passed, just like that. With the source fluid, Han Feng cultivated quickly again. In the past, Han Feng's internal strength was at the late stage of the mortal rank, and the condensed true energy was close to 60%, but now it has really reached 60%, or even more. After a day or two of cultivation, there is no problem in reaching 70%. After a night of training, Lin Qingshan recovered a lot from her injuries. At least it's okay to move. This made Lin Qingshan overjoyed. I thought it would take 3 or 4 days of treatment, but I didn't expect to be able to leave overnight. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshan said to Han Feng, Brother, I can leave now. Are you following me, or? Han Feng immediately said, I followed Sister Lin. The death of the Chang family's black seniors will only make the Chang family hate me to the core, and I wish I died. Unless I stay at Han's house all the time, my life is in danger at any time. But staying in the Han family all the time, apart from the rapid growth of my cultivation base, other aspects are uncertain, such as combat awareness, etc. It is better to follow Sister Lin, and when she fully recovers from her injuries, I have also broken through the human rank. It is not too late to return to the family with the power of self-preservation. Lin Qingshan nodded. That's fine, let's go. Lin Qingshan carried Han Feng and quickly disappeared into the valley. It didn't take long for the two of them to disappear, and Patriarch Chang was ready to secretly send someone to search for Haida and others. Within a few days, the traces of the battle in the valley were discovered by Clan Master Chang, along with the helper invited by Clan Master Chang, Elder Lin. Patriarch Chang looked gloomy and said nothing. Damn, how many people in Haida died? Who did it? It can't be Han Feng. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is only a mortal rank. Even if he listened to Wenhua, that kid mastered mortal fire in advance, but it's impossible to kill the black people. Especially depending on the situation, Haida He and the second class are together, and Han Feng is even less likely to have that ability. Some members of the Chang family did not dare to take a breath, for fear of being affected by the anger of the Chang family. At this time, they were also muttering in their hearts. They didn't expect that their patriarch would have such a hidden power in secret. Unlike Patriarch Chang, Patriarch Lin was overjoyed. I saw the elder Lin pacing back and forth, and then clapped his hands abruptly. Sure enough, this is the trace of the lightning whip. When Patriarch Chang heard this, he couldn't help but take a step forward. Elder Lin, have you found out about the murderer? Elder Lin laughed. Yes, the one who killed the people of your Chang family should be the witch. Patriarch Chang's eyes turned red. Witch, it's her again. Patriarch Chang gritted his teeth. Elder Lin came here just to help the Chang family. After all, the Chang family contributed the most. Others, such as the Han family in the city lord's mansion, were only superficial. Unexpectedly, Elder Ko Lin found the news of the witch here. Elder Lin suddenly said. The witch was seriously injured and she must not go far. Maybe she went to a nearby city. Patriarch Chang, this old man will take a step first. After saying that, without waiting for Patriarch Chang to say anything, Elder Lin jumped away a few times. The Chang family's face was ashen, and he scolded, "Old thing, our Chang family has lost so much, and we don't know how to compensate." The Chang family wanted to curry favor with the Lin family, but they didn't get anything. Instead, the family elites lost some. How could the Chang family master not be angry? But Patriarch Chang only dared to curse in his heart, but on the surface he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect to the Lin family and Elder Lin. That Elder Lin, but a human-level 12-star peak powerhouse who has practiced human-level top-level exercises and human-level top-level martial arts, is only one step away from Xuanjia. Chang home. Patriarch Chang was still a little angry, but the main purpose of Patriarch Chang sending He Dao was to kill Han Feng. When Patriarch Chang calmed down, he sent someone to contact the spies who were placed in the Han family to inquire about the news, but there was no information about the return of Han Feng. The Chang family head couldn't help frowning. Is that kid Han Feng killed by the black or hiding outside? After waiting for a few more days, there was still no Han Feng boy. After learning that the Han family had begun to panic, a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, the head of the Chang family said to himself, "It seems that Han Feng is really missing, and it is estimated that he was killed by the black, otherwise the Han family would not have found anything after searching the mountains outside for the past few days." However, when Han Feng is missing, the Han family will first suspect me of the Chang family. It is not appropriate to tear my face off completely. The clerk will bring the elders of the Xianming sect here 3 months later. There is just a little girl like a witch, so let's put Han Feng's disappearance on the witch. Anyway, the witch has left, so I want to see what the Han family will do. Hey, it stands to reason that the Xianming sect elders came to Zhongqing to select the elites to join the Xianming sect. It should be half a year later, but the clerk intervened, but it was 3 months earlier. TSK, I really want to see the Han family and Hong. The faces of those old people in the house are astonished. The Chang family owner did not think that Han Feng would have the courage to leave Renshongqing alone. It is too dangerous outside. The mere ordinary warriors are at the bottom of the warriors of the great Jin kingdom. If they are not careful, they will die. In the Han family, the news that Han Feng was captured by the witch spread. Hearing this, Han Lin was filled with grief and indignation. I said long ago not to go out, but I didn't obey. Now that I'm better, I'm going to be a mummified corpse. Han Ro angrily knocked on the head of Han Lin. If you say something unlucky, with Han Feng's cleverness, even if he is captured by the witch, I believe he can escape. When Han Lin heard what Han Ro said, his face softened a little, but he was still sad. Obviously, he didn't have much expectations for what Han Ro said. Knowing that his son was kidnapped by the witch, Han Tianqing's face turned pale, and he sat there blankly, not knowing what to do. Han Tianqing's brothers also looked sour in their hearts, and wanted to say something comforting, but they couldn't say anything anyway. In the hall of the Han family, Han Yu's face was ashen. How did the boy who Fenger was caught by the witch spread so quickly? The great elder and the others frowned, also puzzled. You know, at the beginning, they knew the news, but they blocked it. Nowadays, Han Feng has a very high reputation among the younger generation of the Han family. If there is news that Han Feng is likely to die, it will be a big blow to the ambition of the younger generation of the Han family. Han Yu's eyes were cold. We definitely have a traitor in our Han family, great elder. I will leave this matter to you. The last time we cleaned up was not in place. The first elder said in a deep voice, don't worry, Patriarch, this time the traitor will never be allowed to escape. Patriarch, I suggest that this cleanup should not only be aimed at the bottom, but also at the middle and high levels. Han Yu was slightly startled, then nodded. In the lobby, everyone is not good-looking. If this trader is really a middle-level and high-level person, it means that the Chang family has an intention to annex their Han family early in the morning. Perhaps, the current situation of their Han family has been known to the Chang family. Once the Chang family makes a move, their Han family. The fourth elder said at this time, the news leaked so quickly this time. Obviously, the people behind the scenes just wanted to confirm the news that Han Feng was captured by the witch. Why are you so anxious? What does this mean? Han Yu suddenly became enlightened. Yes, this is a suspicious point. If the old man expected it well, this news is likely to be false. Fenger may not have been captured by the witch at all. The first elder sighed. That said, it is very likely that Han Feng has encountered other accidents, otherwise why would he make such a fake news? Han Yu's happy face suddenly stiffened. The atmosphere in the lobby became solemn again. After a long time, Han Yu's hoarse voice sounded, at the very least, there is still some hope of being alive. Time went around in circles, and in a blink of an eye, nearly 10 days passed. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan, after going through many mountains, finally came to another city. Lin Qingshan's face paled slightly. Han Yu said worriedly, Sister Lin, your injury is not yet healed, and these days you have been taking me on the road day and night. Not only is the injury not good, but it is getting worse. It's better to rest in this city for a few days, and then hire a carriage leave. Lin Qingshan showed a smile. Just follow what you said, brother. Then again, the speed of your cultivation these days, brother, is really eye-opening for sister. It's only been a long time, and you've reached the limit of the late mortal rank. That's right, after a few days, Han Feng successfully progressed his cultivation to the limit of the late mortal rank. The price paid was that the spirit stones that he brought with him when he went out were exhausted. Now Han Feng has only 5 Ren Yuanguo left to make a breakthrough and improve his strength. When he went out, Han Feng already had 3 human yuan fruits. The other 2 were grown by spending a lot of source fluid these days. Now that there is no spirit stone, the source fluid is almost exhausted, and Han Feng can't even cultivate the 6th human essence fruit. The witch has a spirit stone on her body, which can give you the strength of a witch. It is the low-grade top spiritual stone, and Han Feng also saw the witch take out a few. Such a spirit stone, before breaking through the human level, is not something that Han Feng can refine. Han Feng made up his mind to borrow some low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade spirit stones after he made a breakthrough, so as not to cause too much suspicion from the witch. It is normal for human-level warriors to use low-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Han Feng spread his hands. Sister Lin, you also know my ability. If it's still too slow, I'll just buy a piece of tofu and hit it. Lin Qingshan nodded Han Feng's head. Even so, I haven't seen any mortal-level warriors relying on the 3rd and 4th level medicinal herbs to reach the late mortal level limit in just a few days. Okay, let's not talk about that, let's find one quickly. Rest somewhere. I'm going to rest for 3 or 4 days. With those spiritual fluids from you, 3 or 4 days is enough for me to recover 90%. You are now at the limit of the late stage of the mortal rank, and it is time to make a breakthrough. The 2 entered the city smoothly. This city is also a human-level city, but it is not as good as a human-centered city. This city is called Rincong City. It was established only 10 years ago. The major families in the entire city are still in the stage of fierce battles. In the city of Renzhong City, the 3 major families of Chang, Han, and Hong have formed a scene. Completely different. Similarly, because the city was not established for a long time, the level of warriors in the entire city was generally low. On the entire street, there are basically ordinary people, and only one warrior can be found among more than 10 people, and it is only the early stage of ordinary. There are very few in the middle rank, let alone the late rank. There is not a single one on the street of the strong person. Seeing Han Feng's eyes rolling around, Lin Qingshan chuckled lightly. For a city like this just established, it would be good for a powerful family to have more than a dozen people of high rank. There are no masters of the late human level or above. As far as I know, Renkong City has just been recognized by the Great Jin Kingdom, and the city owner is currently being arranged. It is estimated that there will be a city owner here to manage it in another year or two. The reason why I chose this place is because the level of warriors here is relatively low. Even if the wanted person arrives here, no one can threaten us. Han Feng let out an "oh" and withdrew his gaze, his face full of disappointment. The two quickly found a very top-notch inn in Renkangcheng and stayed there. 2 people in one room, each in retreat. In the room, Han Feng took a deep breath, adjusted all the conditions to the best, and finally took out the human yuan fruit. Han Feng refined the human primordial fruit into the source liquid and drank it one by one. When Han Feng drank all the Ren Yuanhua source liquid, the meridians in the body already felt a sense of distension and pain. Boom boom boom. The true energy in Han Feng's body is like a galloping horse. 9 flames and different fires, practice it for me. The surging true Qi, under the suppression of the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, gradually stabilized and went toward the 12 meridian pulses. The night passed quickly. In the early morning of the next day, when it was close to the early morning, Han Feng suddenly heard a clicking sound in his body. The next moment, Han Feng's body was shocked, and his true energy was released. There were countless cracks in the whole bed, and gradually, Han Feng stabilized. At this moment, Han Feng is no longer a mortal-level warrior, but a human-level warrior, and has officially entered the Palace of Warriors. Ordinary ranks are just for warriors, just apprentices. Human rank is the official martial artist. In some small places, human ranks are more mainstream warriors. For example, people in the city, for example, people in Can. Han Feng's practice did not end. If it is just a human essence fruit alone, it is not bad to be able to let the ultimate martial artist step into the early stage of human level 1 star. The Karen Yuanhua origin liquid is able to exert all the effects of the Ren Yuanhua, and it is impossible to be the end of the first stage of entering the human level 1 star stage. With the passage of time, it was noon soon. It was only at this time that Han Feng had completely consumed the energy of the human essence fruit source liquid, and his cultivation reached the peak of the midterm human level and 1 star in one fell swoop. Just one step away, you will be able to step into the late stage of human level 1 star. Opening his eyes, Han Feng's eyes were full of excitement. It's been basically 3 months since he cultivated his inner strength. It took 3 months to cultivate from 0 to the current peak of 1 star in the middle of the human rank. Even the children of the great Jin family, few people can achieve this level. Han Feng waved his hand, Xuanhuan chain. The long red chain shoots out, staring at it incomparably, and sweeping it a little, there is often a trace on the ground. Han Feng has been practicing this mysterious flame chain for many days, and he has been unable to reach the first realm of the mysterious flame chain. The reason is that there is too little true Qi in the body to support it. But now that he has broken through to the peak of the mid-level human level and 1 star in one fell swoop, everything is different. If he is now against the original Black 7, Han Feng is completely sure to kill him in seconds. This is the difference between before and after. Gollum. Han Feng's stomach rang. Han Feng felt his stomach, feeling a little hungry. Human-level warriors have not yet left the mortal world, so 3 meals a day are necessary, and some have a big appetite, even 4 or 5 meals a day. Only after reaching the Xuanjia, the appetite will be greatly reduced, and the demand for ordinary meals will not be so great. When you reach the ground level, it is not a problem to skip a meal for a day or 2. As for Tianjia, if you don't eat it for half a month or a month, it won't have much impact. Legend has it that, beyond the existence of heaven, it is able to absorb energy from between heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth do not collapse and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is not exhausted, there will be no possibility of hunger. Walking out of the room, it happened that Lin Qingshan also came out. Lin Qingshan's eyes fell on Han Feng, and she suddenly said, "Hey, breakthrough so soon?" Han Feng just broke through, and before he could hide it, Lin Qingshan saw through it all at once. Han Feng smiled and touched his head. "It's just a fluke." Lin Qingshan waved her hand. "It would be nice if anyone had your luck. Just as we came out together, let's go down to have a meal." "Okay." Han Feng did not refuse. Downstairs, Han Feng ordered some good dishes, and then chatted with Lin Qingshan about other things. At this time, the obscure eyes of many people downstairs kept swept to Lin Qingshan. Han Feng groaned in his heart. Could it be that the wanted message has already been spread here? It's too fast. The Lin family's influence shouldn't be so great. However, Han Feng soon discovered that these people's eyes were full of lust. Lin Qingshan looked disgusted. "I knew this earlier, and I ate it in the room. It's disgusting." Lin Qingshan suddenly glanced around coldly. Everyone who was stared at by Lin Qingshan all felt a chill in their hearts and withdrew their eyes. No matter how greedy they are, they can't take their lives for this. This beauty is full of suffocation, and it is not easy to provoke at first glance. It's better for them to be less provocative for this group of ordinary mortal-level early-middle-level warriors. Having said that, Lin Qingshan is like a solitary tree on the first floor of this inn. After all, people can't help but peek at it, but it is better than the blatant look before. Lin Qingshan eats with a cold face, and Han Feng is helpless. Those who don't know this attitude of eating think that this meal has a grudge against people. Suddenly, there was a commotion from outside, and then a young man in his 20s, wearing a brocade robe, walked in, followed by a few bodyguards. Among the bodyguards of the young man, 2 of them were the most eye-catching. They stood firmly beside the young man with cold light in their eyes. At first glance, they were not ordinary warriors. In terms of the background of Renkangchang, these 2 people are very likely to be human-level warriors. The young man was arrogant, shaking his fan, extremely arrogant. The young man looked around for a week, and his eyes suddenly focused on Lin Qingshan, unable to move away. The young man kept his eyes closed, grinned, and wiped off the inconspicuous saliva. The man tidied up his clothes, walked to Han Feng's table, and said politely, "Miss, may I be allowed to sit at the table with you?" At the same time as the questioning, the young man showed the jade wrench on his thumb without a trace. This jade finger is worth a lot at first glance, and it is estimated that it is enough to exchange for a low-grade spirit stone. The young man looked at Lin Qingfeng with burning eyes. As for Han Feng, he had been ignored by the man. A child with no hair in the mirror area is not a threat to him at all. In other words, this man doesn't take Han Feng seriously at all. The rice in Han Feng's mouth almost didn't come out. This guy is too upstart. Isn't he just a jade finger worth a low-grade spirit stone? Is it necessary to be so proud? But thinking that Renkong City has only been established for 10 years, the mentality of this man's upstart is understandable. Pity. Han Feng shook his head slightly. With Sister Lin's cultivation base and wealth, how could she look like a jade ring finger? It was useless for this man to use it on Sister Lin in the same way as other ordinary women. Sure enough, Lin Qingshan looked at the young man coldly. "Go away." The young man suddenly looked stunned and pointed at himself in disbelief. "What did you just say? Let this young master get out?" The people around also gasped. TSK, this young master of the Ma family has ruined a lot of women from a good family, and there is nothing that he can't get his hands on. Now this beauty has suffered. He glared at us before, but this time he kicked the iron plate. Bar. Don't say that, this beauty is not easy at first glance. Before the final result, everything is possible. It also makes sense, but the Ma family has a tendency to emerge vaguely among our people in Kan City, and it is very likely to become one of the major families in our people in Kan City in the future. Even the most powerful family is not easy to mess with. The crowd talked a lot, all of them watching a good show. The young master of the Ma family became angry. Bitch, do you know who this young master is? Lin Qingshan looked disdainful. No matter who you are, hurry up, or you will be at your own risk. The young master of the Ma family laughed angrily. Let this young master go away. You think beautiful, you slut. This young master sees it a lot, doesn't he just want to refuse and welcome? Today, this young master will tell you that this kind of drama is useless to this young master. If you walk with this young master quietly, this young master can still hurt you. In this situation, if you are not killed, this young master will not be named Ma. Having said that, the young master of the Ma family is going to use his salty pig hands to pull Lin Qingshan. A cold light flashed in Lin Qingshan's eyes, but she didn't see any movement. With a scream, the young master of the Ma family was kicked and flew out, and fell to the outside, spitting out blood. The crowd was stunned. How did that senior make a move just now? No. I don't know, I didn't see it at all. Hey, the young master of the Ma family is a master of the late mortal rank. It is said that it is completely possible to break through to the human rank before the age of 30. There are only 200 or 300 masters of the human rank in our people in Kongqing. This beauty, no, this senior must be a master of human rank. The original mentality of the crowd watching the show suddenly changed. It involved the powerhouses of the human rank. They were not the ones who could watch the excitement in the early and middle stages of the ordinary rank. It annoyed these powerhouses of the human rank, and they could only admit that they were unlucky when they were killed. Master. Several bodyguards were also stunned, and they didn't care to clean up the two of Han Feng, and hurried to see the situation of their young master. The young master of the Ma family raised his head with difficulty. Ma Si, Ma Wu, you two killed this bitch for this young master. Yes, master, don't worry. Ma Si and Ma Wu had gloomy expressions on their faces. The young master suffered such a serious injury. Needless to say, they would clean up each other. Otherwise, if they returned to the Ma family, they would be punished by the family owner even if they were protected by Ma Da. Ma Wu instructed the other bodyguards, there is a stinky boy next to that bitch, he looks only 13 or 14 years old, you go and catch him. As for that bitch, it's up to me and Ma Si to solve it. Yes. Lin Qingshan raised her head and said to Han Feng, didn't you break through to the human level? You can take action. These Ma Si and Ma Wu don't hide their auras. Ma Si is the early stage of human level 2 star, and Ma Wu is the late stage of human level 1 star. If you can't deal with me, let's do it again. Han Feng understands what Lin Qingshan means, this is to let him use these people from the Ma family to train his hands. At the moment, Han Feng agreed. Han Feng's footsteps moved, and in the surprised eyes of a group of people, after images were formed, and he suddenly rushed into the bodyguards of the Ma family. Except for Ma Si and Ma Wu, these people are only in the middle and late stages of the mortal rank. Bone Crusher. Han Feng gave a low drink, and then the afterimage disappeared, and Han Feng returned to the place. But those bodyguards kept their momentum and rushed over, but unfortunately they all fell to the ground within 1 or 2 steps, and they all lost their breath. The people looking around opened their mouths wide and looked at Han Feng with shocked eyes. Ma Wu gritted his teeth and said, a human-level powerhouse. The crowd suddenly boiled. People, human level, this 13 or 4-year-old boy is actually human level. Oh my god, let's not let people live, I don't even have much internal energy at this age, and now it's actually. Now the Ma family has kicked the iron plate. Such a young person has a lot of origin. At least it is a Xian-level family, and it is possible for a prefecture-level family. Even if the origin is not small, what if you hurt the young master? You will have to pay the price. Ma Wu said coldly. But in his hand, he made a gesture without a trace, letting a few people who didn't take action before take away the young master of the Ma family and seek help. These people looked fortunate. Fortunately they hadn't had time to rush up before, otherwise the few mollusks on the ground would be their fate. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan naturally saw this gesture, but neither of them cared. These days, Han Feng knows that Lin Qingshan was a master at the early stage of human level 11 star in his heyday. Now that he has rested for a night, his injury has improved. Even if he does not use martial arts, his true energy is enough to compete with human level 9 star. Not to mention martial arts. Ma Wu shot. Ma Wu's palm was filled with the infuriating energy of the majestic earth attribute. The brown, infuriating burst. Renkong City's background is not deep, although the martial arts used by this Ma Wu are of the lowest human rank, but at first glance, it is the lowest among the low human ranks. Mysterious flame chain. A red chain revolves around Han Feng. At this time, Ma Wu's palms also banged on the chain. In terms of infuriating cultivation, Ma Wu is a late human level 1 star, and Han Feng is a mid 1 star, slightly inferior. But Han Feng practiced the 9 flames and different fire art, and his true chi was far stronger than that of ordinary martial artists, comparable to the peak of 1 star. Comparing the two are actually not comparable at all. Now, let's talk about martial arts. Ma Wu is the lowest level of martial arts among the low-rank humans, and it is only a small achievement. Han Feng's Xianyan chain is the top among the low-rank humans, and it also reaches a small achievement. The result was obvious. The mysterious flame chain revolving around Han Feng had well withstood Ma Wu's attack. Ma Wu Shuangsheng's earth attribute infuriating chi could not break Han Feng's defense, no matter what. Broken. Han Feng snorted coldly, and the chain of mysterious flames revolving around Han Feng suddenly opened, spinning around to attack. Ma Wu's earth attribute infuriating chi was immediately destroyed. The black flame chain slapped Ma Wu, and Ma Wu spurted out blood and was knocked out. On Ma Wu's chest, the skin was split open, and there was a smell of scorched meat. 5. Ma was in a hurry and went to support immediately. But at this moment, Lin Qingshan shot the chopsticks in her hand and immediately stuck it under the horse's feet. Ma Si's forehead slid down with cold sweat, and he was too frightened to take a step. Ma Si believed that if the woman had the heart, the chopsticks just now could definitely be inserted into his head, killing him instantly. What is the origin of these two people? The young master caused a lot of trouble this time. Even if the head of the family came, these two might not give face to the head of the family. Oops, I should have escaped secretly with me before. The reason why he didn't escape was because he couldn't let himself down. He thought that Ma Si was also a somewhat famous existence in Kongqing, but now, Ma Si regretted it. Lin Qingshan's eyes were full of playfulness. Don't even think about running away, don't try to play any tricks. I'll have a fight with my brother later. If you win, let you go. If you lose. Lin Qingshan sneered a few times. Ma Si clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart, I can't kill you bitch, can't I deal with a mere boy? When Han Feng was fighting, Ma Si had already seen that Han Feng was only a human level 1 star cultivation, while he was a human level 2 star. Involuntarily, Ma Si added a bit of confidence in his heart and had expectations for survival. At this moment, Ma Wu was facing a crisis of life and death. The mysterious flame chain can be attacked and defended. Before, the mysterious flame chain was only in the defensive state, but now it is in the attacking state. I saw the red chain flexibly scurried around the entire space. No matter how Ma Wu escaped, he could catch up to Ma Wu, and then stab him at once. First the shoulders, then the legs, then the rest. Ma Wu was injured all over, but they were not fatal. Ma Wu knew that the other party was playing tricks on him. How does Ma Wu know that Han Feng has just broken through, and he is not playing around now? He is just using Ma Wu to get familiar with the Xuanhuan chain. Not long after, when Han Feng became acquainted, the Xuanhuan chain instantly pierced into Ma Wu's heart, killing Ma Wu. The other warriors in the inn shrank to the wall and swallowed their spit upon seeing this. Ma Wu is only inferior among the human-level powerhouses, but he is also a human-level powerhouse. He still holds a considerable position in Rangkangchang, and in the eyes of this group of mortal-level junior and mid-level warriors, he is even more superior. But Ma Wu, who is now aloof, was tortured to death alive, and this shock was deeply imprinted in the hearts of these ordinary warriors. In their eyes, Han Feng is no longer a boy without full hair. After killing Ma Wu, Han Feng put his eyes on Ma Si and said lightly, "It's your turn." With a cold face, Ma Si took out the two large knives behind him. Lin Qingshan glanced at it and sneered, "It's just an ordinary tool, I thought it was a spiritual tool." Ma Si's face immediately flushed red. Ordinary artifact can't bear too much infuriating energy, too much infuriating chi will only make ordinary artifact burst. The only ones that can withstand a lot of infuriating energy are spiritual weapons. But even low-grade spiritual tools can only be possessed by human-level forces with profound background, and more are mysterious-level forces. Ordinary people-level forces, let alone possessing them, even if they see them, they may not be able to see them. Fortunately, Ma Si is only at the early stage of human-level 2-star, and this kind of infuriating energy can barely bear it. Golden Stewed double slash. The golden infuriating energy spread to the two large knives, and Ma Si suddenly slashed. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng stretched out his fingers, and the mysterious flame chain shot out again. Boom! Gold and red collided, and two air currents collided. Sigh, sigh. The surrounding tables and chairs were all shattered, and only the place where Lin Qingshan was sitting was intact, which made the people around him sigh again, worthy of being a human-level powerhouse, and they were different from their group of ordinary-level warriors. Han Feng was knocked back several steps by the force from Ma's 4 swords, before he could barely stop, and his fingers were a little sore. After all, the end of the mysterious flame chain is connected to the finger. Ma Si laughed, "Boy, it's only 1-star mid-stage, how could it be my 2-star opponent, go to hell." Ma Si knocked back Han Feng, laughed wildly, and the two knives were immediately cut out again. Mortal fire. Han Feng gushed out from his body. After entering the human rank, the original mortal fire in the body and the mortal fire cultivated by the 9 flames and different fires fused together, reaching the peak of the middle-grade mortal fire in one fell swoop. Condensed by such a mortal fire and a mysterious flame chain, even if the mysterious flame chain is one at this moment, its power is enough to compete with the power of the top martial arts of the lower ranks. It is even comparable to the power of ordinary human-level middle-grade martial arts. Click. With a few crisp sounds, the Xuanhuan chain smashed the big sword in Ma Si's hand into pieces. "This is impossible!" Ma Si shouted in fear. "Stop!" A full-blown roar sounded. But Han Feng didn't pay attention to it at all. The next moment, Ma Si's heart was penetrated by the mysterious flame chain. Court death. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that of the young master of the Ma family. When the middle-aged man saw that Han Feng had still killed Ma Si, he couldn't help but get furious, and he immediately shot. Flame light claw. The middle-aged man grabbed it and found it. From the middle-aged man's hand, a claw of flame of light red flames condensed. The claw of flame burst out, and the true energy behind it was still connected to the palm of the middle-aged man. A steady stream of infuriating energy is provided to the flame claw. Humph. Lin Qingshan snorted coldly. Lightning whip. A beam of purple light whips out, breaking the flame claws in an instant. The middle-aged man was shocked, and immediately stopped attacking Han Feng, looking at Lin Qingshan with fear. And Han Feng also wiped a cold sweat in fear. If it wasn't for Sister Lin's action, he would definitely have been seriously injured just now. Han Feng immediately retreated to Lin Qingshan's side. The people around were also talking. TSK, Master Ma is here too. This Master Ma really treasures his son. Of course, this is the direct son of the Ma family, not those born by concubines who can compare. Hey, this Ma family master appeared, and it was quite lively to watch. The Ma family master is a peak human level 6-star powerhouse. He is expected to break through to the human level 7-star in 2 or 3 years, and enter the late human level powerhouse. Yeah, once the Ma family master enters the late stage of the human rank, Renkong City will be the Ma family's dominance. This beautiful senior is in trouble. That's maybe. I didn't see the beautiful senior's move before and broke the Ma family master's tricks. This beautiful senior may not be weaker than the Ma family master. No way, this beautiful senior looks only in her 20s, how can she be so strong? Don't look at the standard of our people in Kongqing. I haven't seen that kid is already a star at the age of 13 or 14. This beautiful senior is his sister. God knows how powerful it is. That's it too. Not to mention the discussion of the people around, the Ma family looked at Lin Qingshan with a serious face. Obviously she seemed to be a weak woman, but the Ma family felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The Ma family's face sank. This lady, who severely injured my son and killed our 2 masters of the Ma family, shouldn't you say something? Lin Qingshan said lightly, you should ask your son about this. Patriarch Ma gritted his teeth in his heart, and Patriarch Ma could naturally guess what was going on, but to Patriarch Ma, it was nothing at all, even he himself had dozens of concubines and a dozen concubines. Patriarch Ma was full of indignation, and his eyes were cold. Even if the origins of these 2 people are not simple, as long as he breaks through the late stage of human rank, controls the whole person Kongqing, and blocks the news, who can know? If Lin Qingshan knew about the idea of the Ma family, Lin Qingshan would definitely laugh at the naivety of the Ma family. The ability of the big forces is by no means as simple as the Ma family thinks. Otherwise, she would not have escaped from Xuanhuan City, and she would still be wanted. And it is even more whimsical to want to control Kan City. Renkangcheng has been recognized by the Great Jin Kingdom, and within a few years, the city owner will be dispatched. If the city owner is there, it will be the turn of the Ma family to control Renkangcheng. Unless the Ma family wants to be hostile to Dajin. It can be a mere family of horses, and the kingdom of Jin can destroy it with a little stretch of its toes. How many independent cities are there in the entire Great Jin Kingdom? Which one does not have a large number of heaven-level powerhouses? Even a city with 1 or 2 heavenly powerhouses alone has no possibility of being independent. At this moment, the Ma family owner did not expect the consequences at all, and his vision was too narrow. Squinting, Master Ma said, no matter what your origins are, if you hurt my son, don't think about leaving safely. Nine Flame's hand. The infuriating energy of a human-level 6-star powerhouse made Ma family master's body covered in burning flames, and 9 arms suddenly stretched out from these flames. Every arm with its teeth and claws. Looking for something dead. Lin Qingxia stretched out her fingers, lightning whip. 5 beams of purple light burst out. Boom! The 9 flame claws, which just opened wildly, turned into ashes under the 5 beams. Patriarch Ma's face was pale. You. No matter what, Family Master Ma would never have imagined that his strongest move would be defeated so easily. The surrounding warriors also breathed a sigh of relief. A 6-star powerhouse of the human rank, and now the whole person in Kongqing is no more than 5 fingers, so he was easily defeated. Patriarch Ma secretly said that it is not good. How could he provoke such a powerful character? Patriarch Ma was about to ask for mercy, when Lin Qingshan opened his hand. Patriarch Ma was sucked by a force and fell down beside Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan said coldly to the servants of the Ma family outside, "If you want to exchange for the head of your Ma family, you can exchange your spirit stones. If the spirit stones don't satisfy us, Lin Qingshan stepped on the back of Patriarch Ma, and Patriarch Ma screamed. Han Feng looked at the miserable state of the Ma family and touched his nose. However, Han Feng is also puzzled. Although the Ma family is powerful in Rangkangcheng is only a small town. How good can the Ma family's spirit stone be? I am afraid that most of them are low-grade. It's useless to Sister Lin at all. Lin Qingshan whispered to Han Feng, "Idiot, these spirit stones are naturally for you. You have just broken through the human rank, and it is the time when you need spirit stones to practice. To tell you the truth, I don't have many spiritual stones born to my sister. The next journey is to go to the Xian-level city. Near the Xian-level city, there are usually spiritual veins, and there are a lot of low-grade spirit stones. We can hunt them at that time. The magic core is exchanged for the spirit stone." Han Feng's heart warmed and smiled, "Thank you, sister." After thinking about it for a while, Han Feng also understands. Sister Lin has been wanted for so long. Even if there were a lot of spirit stones at the beginning, how many are there now? The servants of the Ma family outside shivered and left immediately. The surrounding warriors all swallowed and spit, and all left silently. They didn't want to anger Lin Qingshan. Oh my god, they caught a 6-star human-level powerhouse with one move. At least this was a late-stage human-level powerhouse, and it was more likely to be a peak-level human-level powerhouse. Such a strong person, for them, is not only a high place, but a high mountain. The Ma family, the elders of the Ma family heard the news brought by their servants, and their faces were ashen. At this time, the elders of the Ma family hated the young master of the Ma family to death. If it wasn't for him, how could the Ma family have fallen to this point? At this time, the many elders of the Ma family deliberately ignored the behavior of the young master of the Ma family because they ignored the part they condoned. In the end, the elder Ma family resigned and brought a lot of spirit stones to the inn to redeem their master. No way, who told them that there is only such a 6-star powerhouse in the Ma family? If you lose the head of the family, you will also lose the human-level 6-star powerhouse at the same time. Then the advantageous position that their Ma family had managed to occupy among the many families in Rencong City would be lost in an instant. Soon, the elder came to the inn with a low-grade spirit stone. "My lord, this is the spirit stone we brought, you see." The elder looked at Lin Qingshan with anticipation. The first elder is also a strong person, and he is in the same rank as Lin Qingshan. Naturally, he will not call Lin Qingshan a senior, but Lin Qingshan is indeed stronger than the first elder, so the first elder calls Lin Qingshan an adult. Lin Qingshan took a look, and her face suddenly sank. "I want to redeem your family's patriarch with just these spirit stones, when I am a beggar." The Ma family elder looked embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Qingshan stretched out his palm and spread out his fingers. "Those low-grade and low-grade spirit stones are nothing, but they are just waste. 500 low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones are exchanged for your patriarch." Elder Ma's expression changed. Han Feng also stuck out his tongue secretly. 500 low-grade spirit stones, even the Han family might not be able to get them, let alone the mere Ma family. The Ma family elder looked ugly and said, "Sir, 500 low-grade spirit stones, we really can't get them out." "Then don't try to redeem your patriarch." Lin Qingshan didn't step back at all. The purple beam flashed in her hand, pointing at the head of the Ma patriarch. At this moment, the mouth of the head of the Ma family was sealed, leaving only two eyes full of resentment and panic. The first elder of the Ma family quickly waved his hand. "Don't say no, sir, please don't. I'll go get it right away." "Oh? Didn't you say you couldn't get it out?" Lin Qingshan said coldly. The elder Ma family smiled bitterly, really not knowing how to answer. They looked at their patriarch with complicated eyes. If the patriarch was not a 6-star powerhouse, they would never compromise. The elder Ma family turned around and left. The Ma family gets the low-grade spirit stones, 3/4 of which will be distributed to the patriarch, elders, and some high-level practitioners, and the remaining 1/4 will be stored. At this moment, in order to redeem the master of the Ma family, the elders of the Ma family had to use the stored low-grade spirit stones. But Rao is like this, and it is impossible to gather 500 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, the first elder of the Ma family gritted his teeth, discussed with the other elders, and began to borrow spirit stones from other families. The Ma family has a tough attitude towards the less powerful families. As a result, although they obtained some low-grade spirit stones, they also caused these small families to resent the Ma family and immediately transferred them to other families. In a short period of time, the Ma family was isolated. And for families that are slightly stronger or comparable to the Ma family has to give up a lot of benefits, such as shops or something. In the end, although he obtained a low-grade medium-grade spirit stone, the income of the Hema family would also be greatly reduced. It can be said that with the current state of the Ma family, once there is no human-level 6-star powerhouse, it will soon be annexed. In order to redeem the owner, the Ma family suffered a great loss. As long as the patriarch has been redeemed, and the patriarch has broken through to the late stage of the human rank, all this is no longer a problem. The Ma family elders could only comfort themselves like this. Looking at the low-grade and other spiritual stones in front of her, Lin Qingshan smiled with satisfaction. "Isn't this raised? It seems that I don't ask for much." The elder Ma's face turned blue. "Is that not much?" If the ransom was more, the elder Ma family did not know whether he would give up the family master. Lin Qingshan threw the Ma family master and threw it to the first elder of the Ma family. "Let's go, don't mess with me again, otherwise." A cold light flashed in Lin Qingshan's eyes. The first elder of the Ma family was only a 4-star human rank, so he shivered and did not dare to speak, and immediately left the inn with the master of the Ma family. "Brother, I will give you these spiritual stones. By the way, I am also short of some spiritual stones for the time being. I am 100 and you are 400. Han Feng was overjoyed. Even if it was 400 low-grade spirit stones, it would be enough for him to use it for a long time, so why would he refuse? The two settled the matter of the Ma family. It was already a little late, and the two were ready to return to the room to continue practicing. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan seemed to think of something. "Brother, apart from that chain martial arts, don't you have any other human-level martial arts?" Han Feng shook his head. According to the inheritance of Juyan Tianhua Pagoda, there are actually 4 matching martial arts, all of which are powerful. Heavenly Fire Seal, Heavenly Fire Fighting Body, Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, and Heavenly Fire Armor. Each martial skill is divided into 12 levels. Even the first level is enough to be comparable to the top middle-rank martial arts of the human level, and the 12 levels are comparable to the top martial arts of the heavenly level. But all of these martial arts do not require fire attribute spirits to cultivate, and just like the 9 flames and different fire art, it is impossible to break through only through hard work. Seeing Han Feng shaking his head, Lin Qingshan took out 2 martial arts. "These are the 2 martial arts I acquired not long ago, but unfortunately they are useless to me, so I will leave them to you." Han Feng took over the 2 martial arts books and said solemnly, "Thank you, Sister Lin." Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the human level, he is indeed lacking in martial skills when he cannot cultivate and inherit martial skills. Lin Qingshan smiled slightly. With the relationship between the two of us, where is the need to be so polite? Let's practice. Han Feng's heart moved, and he blurted out, does Sister Lin have fire attribute spirits? Lin Qingshan was startled, fire-type spirits? Immediately, Lin Qingshan shook her head, no, I am infuriating with the thunder attribute, and I haven't paid much attention to the news of the fire attribute spirits. Han Feng looked disappointed. At this moment, Lin Qingshan suddenly said, ah, I remembered, there seems to be a fire crystal in my storage belt. Fire crystal. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Spirit stones, produced from the spiritual veins, are the purest aura and have no attributes. Fire crystals are produced in some special areas, such as volcanoes. Fire crystals produced in different regions have different effects. For example, the fire crystals produced by the volcano can only slightly increase the power of ordinary fire, and it does not have much effect. However, the fire crystals produced in some dangerous places and secret realms are quite effective. In general, the more dangerous the fire attribute area, the stronger the fire crystal. Lin Qingshan took out the fire crystal and emitted a burst of fire attribute fluctuations. Feeling these fluctuations, Han Feng knew that this fire crystal should be just the most common fire crystal. There are some small disappointments, but something is better than nothing. Lin Qingshan gave Huijing to Han Feng and left. And Han Feng also entered the room and continued to practice. In the room, Han Feng first spread out the two martial arts that Lin Qingshan gave him. Critical Strike and 9 Treads of the Sun. Fierce Crit is an attack-type martial art. Liang 9 Treads, but it is a martial skill of the movement type. The two martial arts are not ordinary human-level martial arts. Critical Strike is a human-level high-grade martial skill. With the Burning Flame Crit, up to 18 fireballs half a meter in size can be condensed, with enormous power. 3 fireballs condensed, but the power of ordinary people's low-grade martial arts. Condensed 6 fireballs, comparable to the power of the top-level low-grade martial arts, and at the same time, this is also the realm of small achievement. 9 fireballs appeared, which was the power of ordinary people's mid-grade martial arts. 12 fireballs condensed, comparable to the top middle-grade martial arts, and it was also the realm of great achievement. 15 fireballs appeared, comparable to the high-grade martial arts of ordinary people. 18 fireballs condensed, comparable to the top-level high-grade martial arts, and at the same time, it was also a state of perfection. Of course, this is not the reason why Han Feng thinks so highly of Critical Blast. After all, although high-level martial arts skills are powerful, the Han family also has some. What really makes Han Feng look up to Burning Flame Crit is the similar ability of Curious Flame Crit and Black Flame Chain. They are all under the increase of the power of ordinary fire, which can exert super-level power. For example, if the fireball condensed by Burning Flame Crit is a mid-grade ordinary fire, the power can be improved by a level, comparable to the top-grade martial arts of ordinary people. If you use high-grade ordinary fire, it is comparable to the top-grade human-level extreme martial arts. The use of top-quality ordinary fire is between the human-level martial arts and the mysterious martial arts. This is where Burning Flame Crit is inferior to Black Flame Chain. The highest level of Crazy Flame Crit is between human-level and Xian-level martial arts. Even if the mortal fire in a warrior's body mutates beyond the top-grade mundane fire, Crazy Flame Crit cannot reach the ranks of Xian-level martial arts. The mysterious flame chain is capable of reaching the mysterious rank martial skill. But the premise is to find the back several exercises of the Xianyan chain, otherwise it is impossible to reach the mysterious level of martial arts with the only 3 Xianyan chain in Han Feng's hands. Let's talk about 9 Treads of Liang. 9 Treads of the Lai Sun is a movement type. When you use the 9 Treads of the Lai Sun, you can condense the fire attribute infuriating like a bright blazing sun under your feet, speeding up your movement speed. 3 lyings are small achievements, 6 lyings are great achievements, and 9 lyings are complete. 9 treads of the Lai Sun cannot rely on the power of ordinary fire to raise the level. But the body technique itself is much more precious than the attacking martial arts. For a martial skill of the same level, the value of the movement class exceeds the value of the defense class, and the value of the defense class exceeds the value of the attack class. The 9 treads of the Lai Sun is only between the high-grade martial arts of ordinary people and the top-grade martial arts of top-ranking people, but its value is comparable to that of top-grade martial arts of ordinary people. Closing the 2 martial arts, Han Feng exhaled. These 2 martial arts are enough to go from 1 star to 12 stars when others are in the same rank. Before breaking through to the profound level, these 2 martial arts were enough for him. Coupled with the mysterious flame chain and the inheritance of the 4 martial arts, Han Feng is even more powerful. But now Han Feng is only 1 star, the Xianyan chain is only a small success, and the 6 martial arts have not yet been cultivated. This tiger is still a little tiger, and Han Feng still has a long way to go. Taking out the fire crystal, Han Feng said to himself, such a small piece of fire crystal, if it is simply absorbed by infuriating energy, I am afraid that the power of ordinary fire will not be improved much, let alone breaking through the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. To the 2nd floor. The 9 flames and different fires are divided into 10 layers. Except for the first layer, there are qualitative changes between each subsequent layer. If you want to upgrade from the first layer to the 2nd layer, it is not a simple matter of 1 or 2 fire crystals. Unfortunately, if fire-type spirits are good enough to be planted in the planting space on the 4th floor of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, even if the value itself is not large, it is not impossible to break through. Just a piece of fire crystal, I'm afraid I can only reluctantly allow me to cultivate one of the 4 major inheritance martial arts to the first stage of the first stage, and there is no other possibility. Leave the cultivation of martial arts aside, let's practice infuriating first, after all, 1 star of human rank is still too bad. Inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng refined the low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones into source liquid, and transported it into the 3rd floor of the House of Time and the 4th floor of the planting space. The House of Time on the 3rd floor is currently at the 1st level. The lowest is 1.5 times and the highest is 3 times. Now that the spirit stones are still sufficient, Han Feng increased the input and chose 3 times. In the planting space on the 4th floor, the cultivation of Renyuangua began again. Inside the House of Time, Han Feng took out the refined source liquid of a human essence fruit and began to swallow it. This is the 2nd human essence fruit. Soon, enough infuriating qi swelled in Han Feng's body. Breaking through to the human rank is the peak of the midterm human rank 1 star. Han Feng's absorption and refining ability is far more than that of the extraordinary rank. When he was in the mortal rank, he could barely absorb and refine it in 1 night. At this time, the refining was successful in less than half a night. Of course, due to the time difference, Han Feng could practice in the House of Time for 3 nights, which is a day and a half. It has only been half a day, and all the source liquid of a human essence fruit has been cultivated into fire attribute infuriating, and in one fell swoop, the infuriating cultivation base has grown to the peak of human level 1 star. Next, Han Feng continued to absorb and refine the source liquid of the 3rd and 4th human essence fruit. The source fluid of the 2 human essence fruits made Han Feng barely break through to the 2nd human level star, and the realm is still not stable. Then, Han Feng began to refine the source liquid of the last human origin fruit, and finally stabilized the cultivation base of human rank 2 star, at the peak of the initial human rank 2 star. At this time, the 5 human essence fruits were exhausted, and the 6th and 7th ones were still in the cultivation stage, and they could not mature without 2 or 3 days. Han Feng opened his eyes and sighed slightly. Although Renyuangua is also useful for human-level powerhouses, it is only at the initial stage of human level, breaking through to 2-star human level, and then using Renyuanhua to cultivate, although it is faster than Lingshi, but it is faster than Lingshi. The speed of 1-star cultivation breakthrough is not good to be slow. If you want to break through from 2 stars to 3 stars, it is estimated that at least 10 Renyuan fruits are needed. And 3-star breakthrough to 4-star, it's impossible to rely on human essence fruit alone. Then it seems that we will not only look for fire-type spirits, but also search for heaven and earth spirit fruit similar to the human essence fruit that can enhance the true energy of the middle and late-stage powerhouses. After some thoughts, Han Feng began to practice martial arts. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng gave a low drink, and the red chain burst out. This time, the mysterious flame chain actually condensed too. The second chain is still a little vague, but with Han Feng's practice, the second chain has gradually become clear. At noon on the second day, Han Feng went out to eat with Lin Qingshan. At this time, Han Feng has completely controlled the 2 chains. As long as another chain is condensed and controlled, the Xianyan chain will break through to the second level, reaching the state of great achievement. When Lin Qingshan was eating, she kept looking at Han Feng suspiciously. Han Feng looked nervous and didn't know what went wrong, so he couldn't help asking, "Sister Lin, why are you looking at me like this?" Lin Qingshan frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that you are a little different from yesterday? You won't have improved your cultivation again, right?" Han Feng was surprised and praised. As expected of Sister Lin, her eyesight is really good. This time it was Lin Qingshan who was surprised. "It's really a breakthrough. Your boy breakthrough is really fast. Is it in the late stage of 1 star?" Han Feng coughed twice, and said proudly, "Early 2-star. Lin Qingshan was suddenly choked. She kept patting her chest, and finally swallowed the food in her mouth. Lin Qingshan's eyes widened. "This is impossible, it's only 1 night." Han Feng proudly stretched out his arm. "If Sister Lin doesn't believe it, you can check it out yourself." Now the relationship between Han Feng and Lin Qingshan is extremely close, and they trust each other, otherwise Han Feng will not rashly reveal his cultivation. Lin Qingshan immediately probed into Han Feng's wrist, and as expected, she found that Han Feng had already broken through to 2-star human rank, and it was still very stable, reaching the peak of the initial stage of 2-star human rank, and only 1 step away from entering the middle stage of 2-star. Lin Qingshan's mouth twitched. "Perverted boy, I can't even absorb Yuanyang as fast as yours." Han Feng looked at Lin Qingshan in surprise. "Sister Lin, are you really sucking Yuanyang?" Having been in contact with Lin Qingshan for so long, Han Feng knew that Lin Qingshan was completely different from what was said on the wanted list. Lin Qingshan's face was indifferent. "Yeah, do you think I'm disgusting?" Han Feng said quickly, "I believe that Sister Lin must have difficulties in doing this." Only then did Lin Qingshan's face soften, a little bitter, and her eyes were confused. "If it is possible, I don't want to do this." After a long time, Lin Qingshan let out a long sigh. Han Feng always felt that Lin Qingshan had a story, but now it seems that it is still a very bad and sad story. The atmosphere was a bit sluggish, and Han Feng couldn't help but exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Sister Lin, we have such a good relationship, you won't suck my Yuanyang, right?" Han Feng also folded his arms and made a fearful appearance. Lin Qingshan burst out laughing, knowing that this was Han Feng's attempt to recover her from the previous downturn. Han Feng was stunned. Han Feng has always known that Lin Qingshan is a beautiful woman, but Lin Qingshan has always been expressionless, or just chuckled lightly. "This is the first time I've seen it. It was very moving before, and now it is even more moving." Lin Qingshan was stunned when she saw Han Feng, and nodded Han Feng's head. "Come back." Han Feng blinked and immediately became embarrassed. Lin Qingshan smiled again. "Don't worry, I don't smoke everyone, and you are so young. Is that place hard?" Lin Qingshan playfully gestured to Han Feng's crotch with her eyes. Han Feng blushed and roared, "Sister, don't underestimate me, my brother is a big man. Lin Qingshan made a long voice, big man, that sister is looking forward to it, why not tonight? Lin Qingshan's expression was very ambiguous, the jade feet under the table lifted up, rubbing against Han Feng's legs. In the jade feet when he was about to reach into his crotch, Han Feng screamed and fled immediately, closing the door with a bang. Lin Qingshan burst out laughing very narrowly. Han Feng took a breath in the room and cursed secretly, what are you running? It's obvious that Sister Lin is joking. But in the end, Han Feng still did not leave the room. After half an hour, Han Feng stabilized, and a dodge entered the House of Time on the 3rd floor of the Juyan Tianhua Tower. This time, Han Feng is preparing to practice the 4 major inheritance martial arts Skyfire Battle Body. 4 inherited martial arts. Heavenly Fire Seal and Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist are both attacking martial arts. However, compared to the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, the Heavenly Fire Seal is obviously a large-scale attacking martial art. Now Han Feng has a lot of offensive martial arts, and Han Feng has not practiced these 2 martial arts. Skyfire Armor is a defensive martial skill, and Han Feng was a little moved, but in the end Han Feng chose the martial skill of Skyfire Battle Body. Heavenly Fire Fighting Body is a comprehensively improved martial skill. The amount of infuriating energy in the body, speed, attack power, and defense power will be improved. Of course, in terms of increased attack, it is definitely not as good as the Skyfire Seal and the Skyfire Fighting Fist, and the defense is not as good as the Skyfire Armor, but the victory lies in stability. After refining the fire crystal into the fire crystal source liquid, Han Feng first browsed the cultivation method of the first level of the Skyfire Battle Body in his mind. When the preparations were complete, Han Feng began to swallow the fire crystal source liquid. A fiery energy rose from within the body, and Han Feng's face immediately flushed red. Skyfire Battle Body, congeal. Using the energy transformed by the fire crystals in the body, it immediately runs according to the operation route of the Skyfire War Body. I don't know how long it took, with a bang, Han Feng was wrapped in red flames, and the flame swept out like a whirlwind. From the flames, a tall man with a body slowly walked out. Crackling. When the tall man moved, his entire body made a clicking sound. Although this man is naked, his whole body is full of explosive power. A faint flame pattern appeared on the man's chest and back. A thin layer of flame is attached to the whole body. The whole figure looks like a burning man. The man said in a low voice, "Is this the first level of the Heavenly Fire Fighting Body?" Obviously, it is only in the early stage of the first level, and I feel that my physical strength has increased a lot. The amount of true chi in my body is comparable to that of the late 2-star stage. The solidity of true chi is enough to compete with the peak of 2 stars, or even stronger. This is still the initial stage of the first stage. If it is the peak of the first stage, it is estimated that it can surpass 2 stars and reach 3 stars. This man is Han Feng. Gradually, Han Feng removed the first weight of the Skyfire Battle Body, his body shape returned to normal, and the few flames on his skin also dissipated. Soon, Han Feng was a little embarrassed to find that he was now completely naked. Han Feng's face was embarrassed. In the future, I will use the Skyfire Battle Body in a place where there are few people, and I will hurry up and find fire-type spirits to successfully cultivate the Skyfire Armor, so I don't have to worry about exposing my body. The Skyfire Armor and the Skyfire Battle Body are also a set. The Skyfire Battle Body increases Han Feng's body size, and the Skyfire Armor will also change accordingly, adapting to the tall body of the Skyfire Battle Body. Tianhua Battle Body practice was successful, and Han Feng officially practiced Crazy Flame Crit and Liang Jiutao. 1 day outside, 3 days inside the House of Time. In the past 3 days, Han Feng has been able to touch the 2 major martial skills, and the Madness Crit can make a big fireball. Although Liang Jiutao has not yet cultivated a yang, the speed has still increased a lot. Han Feng estimated that his current comprehensive strength, in the absence of the Skyfire battle physique, was completely comparable to, or even killed by, ordinary human level 3-star early-stage powerhouses. Han Feng doesn't know how much he can achieve if he uses the Skyfire fighting body. After the day passed, Lin Qingshan called out Han Feng. "Brother, my injuries are basically healed these days, it's time to leave." It's a bit unscientific. This week's website recommendations are obviously better than the previous week, and the daily collection is much more than the single day of the previous week. The clicks, recommended tickets and coffee are not as good as the previous week. I remember that it was the same last week. There are websites recommended, but the recommended tickets are not as many as those of the first week of streaking. What a bizarre result. On a path outside Rincon City, a carriage passed slowly. Inside the carriage, a man and a woman closed their eyes and meditated. The woman's eyebrows are picturesque and her skin is better than snow, but her whole body exudes an icy aura that no strangers can enter. The man was only 13 or 14 years old, his face was immature, and he was almost a child. This man and woman are Han Feng and Lin Qingshan. Outside the carriage, an old man of about 40 or 50 years old was driving. After a day and a night, the old man suddenly said, "Miss, young master, Mabwa Mountain is in front. I heard that there are robbers in this Mabwa Mountain, and they often commit rape. Do we need to take a detour? If you want to take a long way, this price." Han Feng opened his eyes, a hint of impatience flashed. The old man was very attentive when they hired the carriage. Since the two have a long way to go, the other grooms are unwilling to go, only the old groom is willing, so the two agreed despite seeing that the groom's carriage was a little worn. But not long after he left the city, the old man asked for a higher price, because the distance was too long and he wasted too much time. Seeing that the old man was older and willing to go a long way, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan recognized it and raised the price. However, both Han Feng and Lin Qingshan underestimated the old man's shamelessness. On the road, the old man always asks for an increase in the price for various reasons. For example, the road is bumpy and there is damage to the carriage. The horse's physical exertion is too high, and so on. Up to now, the price has been nearly 10 times the original price. This amount of money is not in the eyes of Han Feng and Lin Qingshan, but Han Feng has hundreds of low-grade spirit stones in his hands. Even one piece is worth 100 taels of silver, far exceeding the reward for the old man. But the old man's unbridled price hike still made Han Feng dissatisfied. Han Feng snorted, "Don't go a long way, just pass by like this." With Sister Lin here, Han Feng is not worried that there are masters in this robber. Could these masters be profound masters? If there really are experts of the mysterious rank, no, even if there are experts of the rank of 7 or 8 stars, Rangkangcheng is so close to here, and it will suffer long ago. Han Feng can be sure that the most powerful robbers in Mabwa Mountain are only 4 or 5 stars of human rank. This time, the groom was dumbfounded. The groom raised the price at the beginning, just to test the employer, but the employer did not refuse, which greatly increased the groom's arrogance. The groom could see that these two employers should not be from Can, and they were young and wanted to deceive very much, so they were all greedy along the way. Completely take Han Feng and the two as the big head. In fact, on the previous road, it was completely possible to turn a corner and walk through other places, but in order to increase the price, the groom deliberately walked to Mabwa Mountain, and then used the robbers in Mabwa Mountain to increase the price. But Mafu never expected that the employer did not do what he wanted this time. The groom's face was pale. Young master, these robbers do all kinds of evils. In the past, many merchants' money was stolen by these robbers, and many women were forcibly taken away by the robbers. The virgin body, these robbers have nothing at all. Human nature. Han Feng turned a deaf ear, these robbers are no threat to them. Or use it to scare the greedy old groom. Seeing this, the groom regretted it, and had to let the horse continue to run. Meanwhile, the groom kept his eyes wide open all the way, for fear of encountering a robber. Unfortunately, grooms are just ordinary people. Even if these robbers are bad, they are basically ordinary warriors. They are much stronger than ordinary people. As long as these robbers are willing to hide in the dark, it is impossible for an ordinary groom to find out. Awesome! When the carriage entered the halfway point of Mabwa Mountain, several figures jumped out from both sides in an instant. The groom's face suddenly stiffened. Seeing the groom, the leading robber was a little dissatisfied. "Li Si, this is the fat sheep you said?" "An old man, a broken carriage, all bullshit." The robber called Li Si flattered. "Isn't there a person in the carriage? How can I get a little something? It's better than eating no meat now." Han Feng guessed right. The cultivation of these robbers is not very good. There are very few strong people in the entire stockade, and they are not very courageous. It can be said that they are bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. It will only bully some ordinary businessmen. After the robbers of Mabashan spread some fame, naturally no ordinary people would pass through here. Those who could pass through here were all powerful warriors, and the robbers of Mabashan did not dare to take action. It is because the robbers of Mabashan today are living more and more bitterly, and they are in the company of green vegetables all day long. Li Si discovered the groom and carriage not long ago, and immediately reported it to the owner of the second village. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The owner of the second village was about to say something when the groom fell off the carriage with a plop and kowtowed. "My lord, old man, I'm just a groom, I don't have anything, it's not worth what you grab, there's a beautiful lady inside, the rich, go rob them." Beauty. The eyes of Erzazu and Li Si and other robbers lit up. In the carriage, there was a flash of killing intent in Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng wanted to scare the groom, hoping that the groom would not be too greedy in the future, but Han Feng did not expect that the groom would sell them before the robber took action. Lin Qingshan also opened her eyes at this time, her face angry. During these days of being in contact with Lin Qingshan, Han Feng knew that what Sister Lin hated most was rape. If these robbers really did anything to Sister Lin, they would definitely die. And it's miserable. The two got out of the car, and a group of robbers widened their eyes and couldn't turn their eyes away. All of them looked at Lin Qingshan with saliva, their lower body propped up a large bag, revealing their ugly appearance. The disgust in Lin Qingshan's eyes was deeper, and there was a deep killing intent. It's a pity that the robbers of the second village owner only looked at Lin Qingshan's beauty and skin, ignoring the killing intent in Lin Qingshan's eyes. Jia, what a beautiful girl, brothers, we are blessed. Li Si, tie this girl to Lao Tzu, let's have a taste first, and then return to the cottage and give it to the boss. Such a beautiful girl, even with the strong taste of the boss, should also be interested. Yes. Li Si responded with an excited expression and was about to arrest Lin Qingshan with a few robbers. Looking for death? Han Feng sneered, and a fireball appeared in Han Feng's hands. Critical strike. With Han Feng's current human level 2-star cultivation base, even if the madness crit has not even reached the realm of Xiaocheng, it is extremely easy to kill a group of mid to late ordinary warriors. After a few screams, Li Si and other robbers turned to ashes. Human level powerhouse. Seeing this, Erzazu was startled. At the beginning, the owner of the second village did not take Han Feng in his eyes. In the eyes of the owner of the second village, Han Feng was just a little bit, but this little bit was beyond the expectations of the second village owner. 2 stars. Die me to death at the early stage of the second star human rank. The lord of the second village roared with a grin. The owner of the second village swept towards Han Feng with one leg, whistling. Intense golden light appeared. These two village masters are obviously metallic infuriating warriors. The two-star peak of the human level. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and as soon as the two village masters made a move, Han Feng could see the true chi cultivation of the second village master. 9 treads of Liang. With a slight flash of light at Han Feng's feet, he disappeared directly on the spot, and the foot of the Earthsai master fell into the air. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng opened his right hand, and 2 red chains burst out. No, golden fist. A strong golden light appeared from the fist of the Earthsai master, and he smashed it with one punch. Boom! The golden light and the red light surged, and the master of the second village vomited blood and flew upside down. Han Feng only took a few steps back to stabilize his body. Although these two village masters have real chi cultivation of the peak of the second star level, they do not have such good martial arts. Moreover, the cultivation method is obviously very low level. Although the amount of infuriating energy exceeds that of Han Feng, it is far inferior in quality. He was easily defeated by Han Feng. Han Feng was about to continue his shot, when the owner of the two villages knelt down abruptly. Hero, spare your life, it's a small man with no eyes, it's all this damn old man, otherwise I would never dare to provoke adults. After saying that, the owner of the second village shot out his true energy, and the old man's groom's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he fell down. Presumably the old man's groom did not expect such an end. If the groom was not greedy and walked on a safe road, he would never have died like this. Han Feng didn't expect that the two village masters were so timid, but he was a little defeated, and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Lin Qingshan came over at this time, and a cold voice sounded, "How many women have you harmed in your entire stockade?" Han Feng heard the words and knew that Sister Lin probably did not intend to let these robbers go. It's just that these robbers' previous intentions were too obvious and their words were too obscene. In Renkong City, if the young master of the Ma family was like this from the beginning, it is estimated that he was not only seriously injured but killed, and even the Ma family would be destroyed. The owner of Earthsai faltered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan gritted her teeth in her heart. Obviously, these women who were harmed by robbers couldn't even remember them. The owner of Earthsai was trembling, feeling Lin Qingshan's killing intent, and suddenly horrified, he cowed out violently, "The heroine, spare your life, we were all forced by the boss, not voluntarily." Han Feng looked at the two village owners with contempt, and saw that his life was threatened, and immediately betrayed his boss. Lin Qingshan sneered, "That thing grows on you, your boss can really force you to fail? Don't take me for a fool, tell me where your cottage is? Take me there." Lin Qingshan didn't know what to think of. Instead of killing the second village owner immediately, she asked the second village owner to lead the way to the main cottage. The owner of Earthsai looked bitter. He was not an idiot. Naturally, he knew that this result would likely lead to the downfall of the cottage, but compared with his own life, the owner of Earthsai obviously paid more attention to his own life. "Female, heroine, if I take you to the cottage, can you spare my life, for the sake of my acquaintance?" Before Lin Qingshan could speak, Han Feng said, "I promise you." Han Feng used a little force on the word "I." Lin Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curved and she nodded. Han Feng just said that he agreed, it doesn't mean she agreed too. The two looked at each other and smiled secretly. The owner of Earthsai did not hear the trap in Han Feng's words, and his face was full of ecstasy. At the same time, the people of Kongqing Ma's family. At this time, the young master of the Ma family is no longer the same as before. Whether it is the owner of the Ma family or the elder of the Ma family, they all put the family's losses on the head of the young master of the Ma family. For the family to lose so much, the young master of the Ma family has long since lost his status as the family heir. Now the heir to the Ma family is the second younger brother of the young master of the Ma family. The relationship between the two has always been bad. Now that the second young master of the Ma family is in the position, the days of the first young master of the Ma family can be imagined. Patriarch Ma has been cultivating for the past few days, treating injuries in his body, but for some unknown reason, Patriarch Ma has been trapped in the early stage of human level 6 star since his strength was lowered, and he could not advance an inch. Just thinking about it, the Ma family understands that this is definitely related to the man and the woman. Unfortunately, the two have gone far away, and their strength is even stronger. No matter how angry the Ma family is, it is useless. Just at this moment, outside the room where the master of the Ma family was in retreat, the second young master of the Ma family's surprised voice came, "Father, something good is coming." Master Ma came out and asked, "What's the matter?" "Although I am disappointed with the eldest son is also a direct son. Now he has been replaced by a concubine. The Ma family is also very dissatisfied with the second son. If it is not for the clan elders, the Ma family would have caused trouble for the second son." The second son's attitude towards his father was not surprising for a long time. Under the watchful eyes of the Ma family, he took out a roll of paper, opened it, and the word "wanted" came into the Ma family's eyes. Under the "wanted," the familiar face made the Ma family master overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, God help me too, stinky bitch, you have today too." Mapo Mountain Bandit Cottage. "Master Ertsai, you're back, eh?" "These two are." At Shan's Heiku, several robbers flattered and greeted the master of Ertsai. When they saw Han Feng and the two, there were a few doubts on their faces. The owner of Ertsai hesitated, not knowing what to say. After all, he betrayed the cottage, and the owner of Ertsai still felt a little guilty. Lin Qingshan is not like this. With Lin Qingshan's ear, she could even hear the women crying and screaming from inside the cottage. "Go to hell." Lin Qingshan's eyes flashed fiercely, and the robber was instantly killed. The owner of the second village looked at the corpses with a pale face, and said, the boss is there." The owner of the second village pointed to the tallest room in the cottage. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan immediately went into the cottage. Lin Qingshan saw several women being insulted by more than a dozen robbers, her eyes were red, and she immediately shot, "Leguang whip." Ah ah ah. The screams of the robbers sounded, and they died instantly. There are more than 100 robbers in the cottage, only a few of them are human, and the rest are all ordinary. Without much effort, these robbers were all dealt with. At this time, the two came to the cottage boss's room. The Ertsai master hesitated to speak, but finally opened his mouth and said nothing. With a bang, Han Feng broke through the door. The scene inside the house made Han Feng's eyes widen. I saw a handsome young man holding a long whip with barbs in his hand, whipping the rough big man on the ground fiercely. The big man was full of flesh. Every time the boy beat him, the big man with a face full of flesh cried out in a very strange voice. Lin Qingshan's face was flushed, and Han Feng couldn't watch many movies in his previous life. He couldn't understand this voice clearly. It was clearly a pleasant voice called Chun. Ahem, the cameo requested by the readers has finally come out. This guy 12345 Abdorm is an old book friend, and he is also a super wretched pervert. I don't want other cameos. The Rapist family, after thinking about it, the cabbage has made a strong robber boss. Guess which one is the strong robber leader, the handsome young man and the big man with the face full of meat? With a slight glance, Han Feng saw the situation in the house. This room is simply an SM Love Fun house. There are candles for dripping onto the body, for piercing, for binding, for tickling, for hanging, etc. Everything. Lin Qingshan looked at all of this in disbelief. Even her dark experiences were not so absurd. Han Feng felt a little pain when he saw something hanging on it. If it was hung on a certain ball, it would be very painful. Thanks to this big man with a face full of flesh, he could bear it, and he looked happy. Lin Qingshan's face turned blue and then white, and then she waved her hands angrily, pervert. With this palm, the handsome young man was directly swept to the wall, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell limply to the ground. Han Feng saw with sharp eyes that when Lin Qingshan waved his hand, the handsome young man had a look of fear. At this moment, he was spitting out blood, and he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he just vomited blood and was speechless. At this time, the master of the second village said tremblingly, "Female, heroine, you made a mistake, this is our boss." The master of the second village pointed at the big man who was covered in whip marks and liquefied candles. Han Feng. Lin Qingshan. Who are you? Second child, you brought outsiders here, you can't find death. The big man, that is, the owner of Dazai, could not feel the whip coming. When he opened his eyes, he found 3 more people in the room. He immediately recovered from his pleasant state and stood up abruptly. But the next moment, the Dazai owner, the big man, cried out in pain and fell to the ground again. It turned out that there were 2 nails stuck in the Dazai owner's feet. The sight immediately penetrated deeper. The feet of the Dazai master were covered in blood. The owner of Dazai hugged his feet, screamed in pain a few times, and made a pleasurable sound as if he had reached a climax, his face flushed red. Han Feng. Lin Qingshan. The owner of the second village. Ma Boshan, a carriage slowly left. On the carriage, a big man was driving the carriage, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and his body was covered with scars, which was horrible to see. If people who don't know the truth see this, they can't tell how much sympathy they will have. This groom is the main cave of Dazai, Yulin. When he mentioned the name of the Dazai owner, Han Feng couldn't help but twist his face. It's just that people are wretched and have a taste for heavy taste. Even the name is so wretched, it's really strange. Female, heroine, where are you going next? Su Yulin asked, while driving a carriage. For Lin Qingshan, Shui Yulin left a deep shadow in his heart. That punch and kick really hurt to the core, and there was no feeling of excitement at all. Before, Shui Yulin would feel excited. The teenager, who was completely in charge of the whip, was just an ordinary person. When he saw the whip being swung with great strength, it would not actually hurt his muscles or bones. Shui Yulin is also a mid-level human-level expert with 4-star human level. But Lin Qingshan is different. As a human-level 11-star master, Lin Qingshan is far more powerful than Su Yulin. Where will there be comfort? No matter how M reached a critical point, it is no longer comfortable but traumatized. Regarding Zilin, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan had a good understanding of it through the description of Erzazu. Shui Yulin came from a certain small family. This family was a rapist and habitual offender, and eventually angered a relatively powerful human-level force, causing the entire family to be destroyed. Only Shui Yulin escaped. Because of the shadow of the annihilation of the family, Shui Yulin did not dare to go overboard and rape the girl again, but when the sexual desire came, it could not be stopped. I don't know why, Su Yulin suddenly has a heavy taste, like self-abuse, dripping wax whipping is the lightest, and when it is the most serious, Su Yulin almost stabs a hole in his stomach. As long as it doesn't have too much impact on life, the more painful the cave, the more excited the forest will be. Although Shui Yulin has a very strong taste and is perverted, but since this heavy taste is used on himself and has not touched a woman for a long time, Lin Qingshan finally spared Shui Yulin's life. Of course, the lack of a groom is also the main reason. As for the others, the owner of the second village was killed by Lin Qingshan. At that time, it was Han Feng who made the promise, not Lin Qingshan. When the owner of the second village died, he was unwilling. The teenager who was accidentally injured by Lin Qingshan, although he was forced, was not a good bird, and often followed the robber to do that kind of thing. The trace of guilt that Lin Qingshan originally had was thrown away after knowing what the young man had done, and finally let the young man bleed to his own death. For the other innocent girls, Lin Qingshan gave each of them a lot of money to let them go. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Qingshan did not open her eyes when she heard Zhu Yulin's question, and said lightly, "Go to Renwu City near the Xuanhuan Mountains." Hearing the Xuanhuan Mountains, Han Feng's eyes flashed. The mysterious flame chain he cultivated was obtained by the city lord from the Xuanhuan Mountains. Maybe in the Xuanhuan Mountains, he will be able to obtain the follow-up cultivation technique of the Xianyan chain. But in the same way, the Xuanhuan Mountains are extremely dangerous, and Han Feng is a little hesitant. Should he let Sister Lin help him? I heard that the thieves in the Xuanhuan Mountains are not short of top human-level masters. Zhu Yulin outside was also taken aback. Renwu City, that is the top existence in the human-level city. Even Zhu Yulin, an unreliable robber, also knows that Renwuqing is very likely to be in the next few days. In 2008, he was promoted to a Xian-level city and became Xuanwu City. Shui Yulin is a little reluctant to go. With the strength of other people's 4-star level, he is also a master in an ordinary human-level city, but in Renwu City, he is only a slightly advanced thug, even a top thug. Neither count. Not to mention compared with the top forces and top powerhouses in Renwu City. Lin Qingshan opened her eyes abruptly, her suffocating aura soared into the sky, and Zhu Yulin was so frightened that she shuddered, and she immediately flattered, "Go, go, the little one will drive. This journey is more than 2 days." Lin Qingshan's physical injuries have almost recovered. With Lin Qingshan there, Han Feng did not enter the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, so the cultivation base was still in the early stage of human level 2-star, and there was not much fluctuation. Lin Qingshan's goal is Xuanhuan City after the Xuanwu Mountains. It is a Xian-level city, not worse than Xuanqing City. When you get there, no family will give the Lin family face, so you don't need to be wanted. When he was a groom in the cave forest for nearly 3 days, a powerful voice rang out from behind, "Where do you escape?" After Patriarch Ma reported it, the elder Lin finally caught up. In order to satisfy the unique hobby of 1 2 3 4 5 abdworm for this heavy taste, I did a little search on cabbage, and I don't have such a strong taste for cabbage. Absolutely not.